This young man is Ye Qing, a level 0 player, you could say, the weakest level in this world. That's why his current job is being a scavenger in the abyss. His daily work is to sort through the trash left behind by the teams of class holders after they've hunted monsters. Not only that, but he also has to ensure the quality and appearance of the items he's collected. While he was diligently wiping and dusting the crystals, a hunter's boot stomped hard on Ye Qing's crate. The man looked at him with contempt, but still warned, "These crystals are carefully inventoried assets. If you try to hide any, not only will you have to pay compensation, but you'll also do jail time. Got it?" Without a word, Ye Qing looked at the other scavengers running for their lives. He'd long since realized that scavenging was the main source of income for level 0 players. If the combatants missed any monsters, it would be a life-threatening danger to them. Despite the hardship, in return, a single crystal is worth nearly 500,000. If they sell everything, the scavengers who survive get 300 yuan. With a commission of 1,000th, they get an additional 600 yuan. And after deducting the agent's fee, they're left with only 540 yuan. It's a paltry sum, but for them, they could be alive today and dead tomorrow, and no one would know. People who do such dangerous work are, of course, willing to do anything for money. A colleague's tempting offer of a higher profit margin 3,000ths made Ye Qing suspicious. But in the end, he had to swallow his pride and take the job. It would be a waste to let such a good opportunity slip by. 10 years ago, the first gates began to appear on Earth. Monsters poured into our world one after another, wreaking havoc and seizing the top of the food chain. After countless battles, humanity finally found its first glimmer of hope. People known as class holders began to appear in greater numbers. Only they could stand up against those monsters. Thanks to the special powers bestowed upon them, they were able to inflict damage on the creatures of the abyss. In addition, they discovered that items with unique powers could be harvested from the monsters' corpses. It was like discovering a new continent for the second time. Humanity began to thrive in the abyss. Old companies began to decline, making way for new industries to take over. And our protagonist, Ye Qing, had to go with the flow. The reason he needed so much money was because he still had a seriously ill younger sister to care for in the hospital. But after his previous failures to pay the hospital bills, they had run out of ways to pressure him, no matter how much he begged. On top of that, he was 2 months behind on rent. Even though he desperately searched for work, no one would hire him. He was met with cold rejections everywhere. Ultimately, the situation became dire for him and the other level 0 players, because they all shared the label of society's rejects. But in his most desperate moment, the only ones who reached out to him were the loan sharks. But the price they demanded was the most valuable thing Ye Qing had, his organs. If he didn't pay on time, they would take his insides and sell them. After a moment of internal monologue, Ye Qing and the other cleaners finally arrived before another dimensional gate. Up ahead, the hunters were standing there, waiting for the arrival of Ye Qing and the other scavengers. After listening to them complain about the group's tardiness, they all decisively entered the gate, but he had no idea that everything was about to change the moment he stepped through. After entering, they immediately began their journey. Their destination was the 5th floor of this B-rank gate. A pack of level 1 phantom wolves was the first to greet them. Seeing their opponents, the group of hunters quickly reassured each other, then began to assign roles and take action. The white-haired, hooded guy looked like a rogue, but a second later, he swung his arm and launched a fireball straight at the wolves. Although the damage wasn't high, the shockwave from the explosion was enough to drive the wolves away. And so, the group continued on their journey. While that mage was bending down to tie his shoelace, Ye Qing was busy observing the surroundings and carelessly tripped over the guy, tumbling to the ground. The power gap between them was truly immense. In a fit of rage, the mage lifted Ye Qing up with just one hand. Already harboring an unreasonable resentment for level 0 players, he slammed Ye Qing against the wall and wouldn't stop cursing him out. Luckily, his teammate nearby didn't think it was worth it and told him to stop. Only then did the mage toss Ye Qing aside, but Ye Qing committed those insults to memory, using them as motivation for the future. What they didn't know was that Ye Qing's experience points were already at 99. He just needed one more experience point to break through to level 1. The moment the mana beast appeared, the miners scattered and screamed, "It's a mana beast! Run!" At that moment, only Ye Qing was left behind. He stared ahead in shock, his face covered in a fearful sweat as he uttered, "There's one wolf left." Only a single mana beast had appeared, which meant it was incredibly formidable and difficult to defeat. Suddenly, the system window displayed a line of text, "Bloodthirsty Phantom Wolf." Seeing this, Ye Qing quickly glanced behind him, searching for any weapon he could use. He spotted a level 1 shield and a level 1 wooden club lying on the ground. The moment the wolf snarled, opening its massive jaws to attack, Ye Qing's eyes hardened with determination. He thought to himself, "Bloodthirsty? Fine by me." Ye Qing quickly snatched the weapons from the ground and dodged the wolf's attack. It missed. Suddenly, he thought joyfully, this mana beast is the opportunity I've been suffering for. Ye Qing dodged the attack perfectly, landing softly and safely on the ground. After missing its bite, the bloodthirsty phantom wolf glared furiously at Ye Qing. Seeing this, he didn't hesitate for a second, leaping up to counterattack. He gripped the level 1 wooden club tightly and slammed it down hard on the bloodthirsty phantom wolf's head. Ye Qing yelled, "Die!" But strangely, the wolf was completely unharmed by the attack. Ye Qing was stunned when he saw the system window display 0 damage. Ye Qing had no idea what was happening. He was completely baffled, wondering, isn't this the spot? Seeing this whole ridiculous scene, the miners behind him burst out laughing. That kid Ye Qing, are you an idiot? That kid's been asking to get killed for a while now. Don't you know only class holders can actually damage mana beasts? Just as the miners finished speaking, the wolf lunged forward to attack. Ye Qing took the surprise attack and yelled in anger, "Of course I know that." Suddenly, the system window appeared again. Name, Ye Qing. Level, 0. STR Strength, 1. AGI Agility, 1. Intellect, 1. Will, Willpower, 1. Constitution, 1. Look, 1. But just then, the bloodthirsty phantom wolf roared and charged toward Ye Qing. He scrambled to run, dropping the backpack he was wearing. Gritting his teeth as he ran, he thought, with stats this weak, even my attacks aren't strong enough to get past the defenses of the weakest monster. Of course, I know that all too well. Seeing Ye Qing flee, the wolf immediately gave chase. Looking at the mana beast pursuing him, he had already calculated his next move in his head. It's precisely because I know that. Ye Qing used his momentum to quickly jump onto a massive tree root clinging to the mine wall. The beast's sharp fangs bit hard into the root where Ye Qing had just been. Seizing the opportunity, he used the height to launch himself down with the wooden club. Ye Qing's eyes hardened with determination as he yelled, "That's why I have to swing even harder!" Meanwhile, in another part of the mine, the group of class holders had also split up to hunt mana beasts. Their leader was Jing Dian, and at his feet lay countless defeated mana wolves. He sneered smugly. Those level 0 guys would piss their pants in fear even if they ran into a mana beast with a sliver of health left. The team captain chimed in, "We can make a killing just by casually slaying a few monsters. If they run into a mana beast, they're toast. What do you expect from low-class trash?" As he spoke, he laughed, holding a small crystal shard he had just picked up and admiring it. Then he turned and calmly said to the others, "Let's just grab the most valuable stuff. We can leave the rest for the scavengers. Cleaning up is their job, anyway." There, the 5 class holders stood in a circle, surrounded by massive piles of wolf corpses. Around them, item cards of green, blue, and purple appeared one after another. Suddenly, the girl in the cloak and mask spoke up. "Hey boss, there are still a few monsters left over there." As she spoke, she pointed towards the empty space where screams were coming from. "It's a mana beast! Run!" Seeing this, Jing Dian clicked his tongue. "What a pain in the ass. I'll go take care of it." With that, he volunteered to go over and check. The other class users couldn't help but agree. Just like the boss said, Jing Dian said with one hand in his pocket, while the other pointed at a purple card nearby, "I call dibs on that purple gear, so don't even think about stealing it." The screams hadn't stopped, echoing throughout the building. Over where Ye Qing was, he and the mana beast had fought a fierce battle. Both were covered in red blood, their bodies so full of injuries that it was impossible to tell how severe they were. He opened his eyes wide, forcing himself to overcome the physical pain. By now, the piece of wood in his hand had shattered, but in Ye Qing's eyes, it still had a use. He was determined to raise it one more time. He absolutely would not die like trash. Ye Qing gathered all his strength and stabbed it straight into the mana beast's eye. Fresh blood shot out from its eye in all directions. The mana beast now let out a massive roar. It released the hand that was holding Ye Qing. Critical hit, damage dealt, 1. Immediately after, it collapsed heavily. Such a huge mana beast was finally defeated by a level 0 scavenger. Seeing this, Ye Qing collapsed to his knees on the spot. He let out a victorious smile while panting heavily. A quiet chuckle slowly grew until it turned into a powerful roar, releasing all the pain in his body, all the effort of not giving up. At the same time, Jing Dian approached from a distance and stopped a short way from him. Ye Qing also noticed someone had arrived. Jing Dian's expression was unreadable as he opened his mouth and said, "Did you really kill a low-level wolf all by yourself?" Then he suddenly walked up to Ye Qing, pulled him up from the ground, and lifted him with one hand as if he were carrying an animal. Jing Dian looked straight into Ye Qing's face and yelled, "Trying to be a hero, huh? You son of a bitch. You think you've lived long enough? We didn't pay to buy your corpses, you worthless trash." He kept screaming at him in that piercing voice. At this moment, Ye Qing ignored his words, thinking that there was more than one way to get a class change. When accumulated experience points reached level 1, even a level 0 person could successfully trigger a class change, and it was even easier to get a hidden class. Yi Qing remembered the times he had seen other warriors fight monsters. To achieve this goal, he had to find a way to get the necessary experience points to level up. And for someone with no level who couldn't deal damage to anyone, this was harder than reaching for the sky. 1% experience, 2% experience. For so many years, I've risked my life looking for an opening to land a critical hit, to deal at least a little bit of damage. That 3% came from the times he tried to fight young monsters, accumulating it bit by bit. 4%, 7%, 10%, 18%, 30%, 50%, 60%, 99%, and with the mana beast in the battle just now, all I needed was to deal 1 point of damage to get 100% experience. His smile deepened as he looked straight into Jing Dian's eyes and uttered, "This is the only way I can get experience points." As soon as Ye Qing finished speaking, the system announced that the condition had been met. Your experience value has gone from 99 out of 100 to 100 out of 100. The system panel continuously displayed lines of notifications. Finally, what he wanted to see appeared. Level up condition met. Jing Dian saw the light emitting from Ye Qing's location and was momentarily startled, unable to believe it. "You little brat. You have enough experience for a class change?" Yi Qing was now enveloped in a blindingly bright light. The system kept displaying notifications. "Congratulations on reaching level 1. The screen went black in silence for a few seconds and then showed the final result. Scavenger, level 1, max level. He stared in astonishment, truly shocked by this level up. Jing Dian's face also went blank for a few seconds, but very quickly, he started trying to hold back his laughter so hard it almost hurt. He couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. He laughed until tears welled up in his eyes. "What the hell kind of class change is this? A scavenger? You go through a class change just to stay a scavenger? And your max level is level 1? Jing Dian laughed so hard he bent over, patting Ye Qing on the shoulder. "Sorry, I really can't hold it in. The only chance in your life. The most precious opportunity, and you're still just a scavenger. Just a mere scavenger? Well, that's a perfect match for you." Suddenly, he stopped laughing, his expression turning serious as he spoke to Ye Qing. "Listen up, level 1 scavenger. Your friends are all gone now. You will complete the cleanup mission alone." Then he turned his back and walked away, leaving Ye Qing standing motionless behind him. "Hey guys, I've got a joke for you." Only then did Ye Qing lower his head to look at his blood-soaked hands, not knowing if it was his own blood or the mana beast's, and wondered to himself, "Are scavengers really that weak? I can't lose hope." Yi Qing had lived in misery, so things like this couldn't discourage him for long. If the max level for a scavenger is level 1, then he can't increase his attribute points through leveling up anymore. He looked down at the mana beast's corpse lying still on the ground. But what exactly is the scavenger's ability? Just then, the mana beast's corpse unexpectedly floated off the ground, enveloped in a kind of light. The system suddenly displayed a notification. Recyclable trash found. Low-level mana wolf, corpse. Yi Qing was so shocked his mouth hung open. The system was still displaying, "Do you wish to recycle?" He paused for a moment before replying, "Yes." Immediately, something with countless hands appeared from behind him. Yi Qing looked around it and wondered aloud, "What is this?" Those hands reached out and pulled the mana beast's corpse towards it. Yi Qing was full of questions about the scavenger's skill, and as he watched the hands' movements, he unconsciously blurted out, "It's pulling it in." After completely pulling the mana beast's corpse inside, the machine displayed, "Decomposing trash." Not long after, a trash can appeared. "Decomposition complete." Ye Qing was bewildered. "Is it done?" A hand presented a card with the image of the mana beast. The system displayed a question. "You have received Soul Shock. You have received 3 usable attribute points." Seeing this, Ye Qing cautiously asked it, "So, I can take the card and the attribute points can be freely distributed, right?" He then commanded the system to open the attribute panel. The panel immediately displayed the scavenger's information. Name, Ye Qing. STR Strength 1+, AGI Agility 1+, INT Intelligence 1+, Willpower 1+, Constitution 1+, LUK Luck 1+. The previous attribute panel appeared, now with a plus sign after each stat. The system displayed on the card, "Requires 3 agility points to use." He nodded. 3 agility points, huh? He thought quickly, reached for the agility attribute and pressed the plus sign behind it. "Then I'll put all 3 points into agility." Only then did the system seem to accept it. "You have met the prerequisites to use Ghost Wolf. Current, 4 points. Requirement, agility greater than or equal to 3 points. Do you wish to use it?" Without much thought, Ye Qing nodded. "Use it." A stream of green energy quickly entered his body in an instant. Yi Qing opened his eyes. He was surrounded by a faint green light. Seeing this, he wondered, "That's it? There's no effect?" The system didn't respond at all, as this was not its responsibility. Suddenly, a voice called from a distance, "Hurry up and clean this mess." Hearing that, he shouted back, "Yes!" Instantly, Ye Qing planted his feet on the ground and started running, but with the very first step, he felt something different. He was running both fast and lightly, but running fast isn't always a good thing. Suddenly, while running, a tree root appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the path. He ended up tripping over it and falling. A sharp scream echoed throughout the building. What else could it be but Ye Qing's scream from falling? Even though the fall made his head spin, he still had to exclaim, "Was that the skill just now?" Suddenly, as if it were alive, the system displayed, "Soul Shock is on cooldown." Seeing that, he burst out laughing. So it really is a skill. He sat up, let out a long sigh, and his still squinting eyes unexpectedly looked forward. A second later, Ye Qing's pupils contracted, astonished by the scene before him. Countless monster corpses lay scattered before him. The system displayed numerous notification panels, detecting recyclable junk on every single one. Ye Qing muttered to himself, "I can't just pick up attributes. I can get the monster's skills too? Is this the special ability of a level 1 scavenger?" At that moment, it was as if Ye Qing had discovered some profound truth, and a satisfied smirk spread across his face. Being a scavenger is insanely powerful. The system continuously announced, "You have received 4 usable attribute points. You have received 3 usable attribute points. You have received 2 usable attribute points. You have received 1 usable attribute point." Ye Qing was so shocked his mouth hung open. "Still more attribute points?" He whispered to himself. "Ever since I got the Soul Shock skill from recycling that first Ghost Wolf corpse, no matter how many more of the same type I recycle, I don't get any new skills, and the attribute points I get just keep decreasing. Are skills a reward for recycling new types of monster corpses?" Ye Qing pointed in a direction and said to the scavenger drones, "There's junk over there. Go finish it up." The system continued with another notification. "You have received 1 usable attribute point." But as Ye Qing thought while looking at his status sheet, he had 111 usable attribute points. The panel now displayed a ton of information. Ye Qing, level 1 max. Strength 1, Agility 4, Intelligence 1, Willpower 1, Constitution 1, Luck 1. Usable attribute points, 111. Faced with so many choices, he struggled to think, which stats should I raise? I probably won't be short on attribute points later, right? With that thought, Ye Qing made a decision. Why not just try splitting them all evenly? Ye Qing decided to raise all his stats. Notifications from the system rang out continuously. Strength has been raised. Agility has been raised. Willpower has been raised. Constitution has been raised. Luck has been raised. A loud noise erupted as some people were taking down monsters. "All right, only 2 left." Just then, a monster was killed, and the team leader turned to ask Jingdian, "You said he changed his class to a scavenger? That's a hidden class I've never seen on the class roster before." A voice came from the man with glasses. "Every year, new hidden classes are added to the roster, but the ranking of the most valuable classes has never changed. These so-called hidden classes are mostly just a joke." After hearing this, Jingdian added, "And its max level is only level 1, F rank at best, a tiny bit stronger than a level 0, but not by much." Hearing them whispering, the team leader spoke up, "Forget about him, let's keep moving. Stay alert." Receiving the order, everyone shouted in unison, "Roger," and followed behind. Suddenly they stopped in front of a towering tree, the shock on their faces obvious. Before them were bizarrely shaped trees growing on a mound of earth. Jingdian spoke up, "The mission objective has been found. This is the Hunter Tree." The team leader was dispatched by the Hunter Corporation. The person in the cloak also wondered, why would a mound of earth like this appear inside a shopping mall? Is this really the 5th floor? Although a little scared, the man with glasses still approached the grotesque trees to examine them. The total time this place has been affected by the abyssal transformation doesn't exceed 48 hours. And the human corpses here have really been drained this much? The more he looked, the more chilled he became. Was it desiccated by some kind of magic? Just then, hearing them, the team leader spoke up. "On our way here, we only encountered low-level ghost wolves. They were a B+ rank hunter team, and they all died here. Isn't that strange?" He suddenly felt something under his foot, turned his head, and exclaimed in surprise, "No, they're not the only ones here." The team leader couldn't help but scream as hundreds of demonic beasts charged at them from all 4 sides. A bulletin from the city came through just then, but it seemed too late. Emergency. An abyssal transformation phenomenon has occurred at the People's Shopping Center in Shenfeng City. Initially predicted to be a B-rank mutation, the number of missing persons has now reached 27. Today, an abyss appeared in Shenfeng City, and the Hunter Corporation has dispatched personnel. The team leader shouted in panic, "Everyone, retreat!" The group members said in unison, "An ambush! We've walked into a trap!" Old Chen shouted while attacking the demonic beasts. "So this is why we couldn't find their bodies. They were all gathered here." The team leader sent them flying with his shield, exclaiming, "The low-level monsters along the way were just bait to lure the enemy in deeper." A loud roar erupted as a giant flower monster burst up from the ground. Seeing this, the team leader trembled and said, Is this the true master of the abyss? That's a high-grade A-rank hellish man-eating flower, Jing Dian screamed in terror. Up there! The Hawk Hunter team has been revived! Just then, the Hawk team dove at them from the sky at the speed of light. Meanwhile, on Ye Qing's side, the mechanical voice of the system rang out again. Recycling bisected ghost wolf. Recycling incinerated ghost wolf. Achievement. Scavenger rookie completed. Recycle 50 corpses. Seeing this, he laughed smugly. Achievement complete. You will receive a reward. Hearing the system say that, he couldn't help but say excitedly, "There's a reward too? This is exciting." The reward appeared. Common dagger, level 1. Seeing the reward, he froze solid. I didn't expect this. A level 1 requirement. Even the achievement for this class is just trash. How interesting. Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind. His eyes widened in suspicion. What was that? Turning his head, he saw a monster charging straight at him. Yi Qing froze for a moment, but still managed to quickly dodge the attack. The system chimed. Activating agility, check 20. Dodge successful. Yi Qing smirked and let out a breath. Damn, that scared me. I thought I was a goner. Suddenly, he realized something felt very different about him. He looked down at his hands. My body feels so much lighter. Is it because I raised my stats? Yi Qing clenched his fist. Looks like I've really gotten stronger. Without waiting for him to think, the monster charged at him again to strike. Yi Qing's eyes widened, catching its every move, no matter how fast it was. He sidestepped the monster, and it plunged its hands straight into the wall beside him. Yi Qing grabbed its arm and threw it far away. This new power doesn't feel bad at all. Yi Qing assessed inwardly. Not only am I faster, but I'm stronger too. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, activating Soul Shock. Feeling stronger than ever before, Ye Qing delivered a punch that struck like lightning. He yelled, "My turn! I'm a class changer now." And this time, with just that one blow, the female-like monster was sent flying several meters. At the same time, Ye Qing shouted, "It's not going to be 0 damage anymore." The system panel appeared again, announcing exhilarating news. Activating Strength Check 20. You have inflicted a defense break effect on the target, and physical damage is increased by 100%. The monster, struck with pain, trembled violently, only able to let out a weak groan. Yi Qing wiped the blood from his lip, a victor's smile that was truly something to behold. I'm not the same person I was before. The system panel continued to chime with a notification. With 20 points in intelligence, your sharp eyes have been significantly enhanced and can now detect the target's hidden information. Despite the painful blow, the monster got back up quickly. With his new sharp eyes ability, Ye Qing could see important information. Parasitized human, elite class. Weaknesses: fire, neck joint. The monster roared and rushed toward him. Seeing this, he also quickly gathered all his strength and ran straight at it. The two clashed with incredible force, neither giving an inch. As he fought, Ye Qing looked for an opening in her defense to strike at her vital points. After toying with it for a round, he figured it out. The neck joint is the weak spot, huh? Using dagger. Yi Qing summoned the dagger into his hand and stabbed at the back of the monster's neck. Activating Luck Check 20, Common Dagger Effect activated. Target receives bleeding effect. The system displayed, "You have killed the parasitized human." The monster stood still for a second, then the wooden parts of its body broke apart piece by piece. The monster crashed heavily to the ground. Both Ye Qing's hand and his dagger were covered in the monster's blood. System activating Physical Check 20. Lethal poison neutralized. Immediately, the toxic bloodstains vanished completely. Ye Qing looked at the knife in his hand, a satisfied and accomplished smile spreading across his face. I did it. My first monster kill. A system notification popped up. Recycle parasitized human. Recycle? He answered without hesitation. Recycle. System. Parasitized human. Successfully recycled. Obtained passive skill. Toxin conversion. The effects of poison will be reversed and converted into a random buff for you. Requires constitution of 15 or higher. Ye Qing read from the card in his hand. So, this toxin conversion skill, it turns poison into a potion, huh? Activating passive skill. Toxin conversion. System. You have received 5 usable attribute points. Yi Qing's attribute panel appeared. Name: Yi Qing. Level: Max. STR: 20. AGI: 20. Int: 20. Will: 20. Con: 20. Item: Drop. Mutated potion. High toxicity. Do not drink. A system reminder. Yi Qing thought for a moment about the card he just got. With toxin conversion, the poison should turn into a buff. He decided to try it, pouring the poison into his mouth sip by sip to see what would happen. The system panel chimed with continuous notifications. Poison effect reversed into a minor healing effect. Toxin conversion. All wounds have been healed. System. Received buff mental refreshment. All basic attribute values are doubled. Effect lasts for 10 minutes. A random buff, this good? It feels like a surge of power is flowing through me. Yi Qing opened his ability panel, scrolling up and down, looking it over and over, thinking to himself, if I remember correctly, increasing my intelligence to a certain level will let me see hidden information about targets. Alright, let's put the 5 attribute points into intelligence. The attribute panel has been updated. Name, Yi Qing, level, 1, max. STR, 20. Now 40 after being doubled. AGI, 20 now 40. Int 20 now 40. Will, 20 now 40. Con, 20 now 40. Luke, 20 now 40. While he was still watching the panel transform, the familiar wretched growls echoed from behind him again. Yi Qing glanced at them and muttered, "Did I miss some?" But he quickly realized something a bit more troublesome. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Isn't this a few too many?" Suddenly, the insults and curses from his past echoed in his head. Burden to society. Trash. Useless. These were all the names they called me. But now I can scream right back in their faces. As he thought, Yi Qing tightened his grip on the knife, pointed it straight at the horde of monsters, and yelled, "I am Yi Qing. I'm a trash collector. Now get over here, you piles of garbage, and let me take you out." The captain panicked, realizing they were surrounded. Damn it, the hunting party is about to be infested. He used his shield to block the attack, dripping with cold sweat from the tension. Damn it. Even though it's a corpse, its strength is somehow even greater than when it was alive. He made a final decision, and that's not even mentioning the main body of the man-eating flower boss. Squad, prepare to retreat. The man-eating flower monster continued to chase the captain and Xing Dian, while their comrades behind them were killed on the spot. Boss! Thick roots sprouted from the blonde man's mouth. The captain couldn't help but worry. Damn it, they're sticking to us. Xing Dian was also panicking. Strong, too strong. The captain turned to fight back, while the other man leaped away to escape. Xing Dian was greedy by nature and terrified of dying. "I'm only here for the money and gear. Dying here would be a total waste." His body was enveloped in the energy of speed magic. The captain was confused. "Old Chen, what are you doing? Aren't you on my side?" But Xing Dian was planning to use him to achieve his goal. "Sorry, but I need you to slow them down," he said, then turned and fled. "I'll burn a couple extra incense sticks for you when I get back." The captain's arm trembled. You bastard." Xing Dian thought to himself, "I'm not losing out by running now. At least I still have the gear I picked up. Worst case, I'll just make up some excuse about the team getting wiped out and talk my way through it." Inside the building, there wasn't a single light on. He collapsed to the ground when he saw Yi Qing. Xing Dian covered his mouth, speechless. He quickly composed himself. "It's that trash collector kid again. Yi Qing had seen everything. You piece of shit. You actually sold out your own teammate just to save your own skin." Xing Dian noticed the monsters behind him and couldn't believe his eyes. "You did all this?" Xing Dian thought carefully. "I can't let him leave this place. If he reports me to the executive supervisors, I'll be in deep shit." Unexpectedly, he kicked at Yi Qing to provoke him. "You want to get stronger, don't you? You want to stand out, don't you? Now's your chance. Go clean up this mess of monsters for me." The control panel displayed, "System activated, strength check, failed." Your kick had no effect on the target and was reflected. Xing Dian collapsed in pain. "You rotten piece of trash! What the hell is going on?" Yi Qing cursed him viciously. "You bastard! You're actually worse than trash." He controlled the monsters with his power. The man panicked as he was dragged away by the monsters. "What the hell is this? Help me!" System, awaiting conclusion before processing. Currently classifying trash. The system concluded, trash unrecyclable. Yi Qing's voice was filled with contempt. "See? Not all trash is recyclable." It provided more information. Ability upgrade recovery is possible if the target consents to having their useless ability recycled. 3-minute trial card. Forbidden sorcerer. He finally understood. So, being unconscious counts as consent, right? How convenient. A message displayed on the control panel. You have used the Forbidden Sorcerer trial card. Gained ability. Area control, flame, fireball spell. Requires 15 intelligence. Your intelligence value is 50. Effect activated. Supercharged casting. Fireball spell evolves into grand explosion. The monsters were gathering more and more in one spot, their shrieks startling Yi Qing. He tried to mimic the motion. "How do you cast that fireball spell? I remember that guy did something like this." And then, to his surprise, Yi Qing actually created a fireball. The explosion ripped through the second floor of the abandoned building, leaving scorch marks from the fireball on the ground. He himself was in a state of panic. "I haven't even recycled him yet. Don't tell me I buried myself alive." A mysterious figure leaped down behind Yi Qing, chasing after him relentlessly for some reason. He suddenly screeched to a halt on his feet, a serious look in his eyes. He managed to dodge the mysterious figure's attack just in time. A small sword materialized from Yi Qing's power, and he swung it at the enemy. But inside, Yi Qing was already panicking. "I haven't even learned any close-quarters combat skills yet." He saw the strange monster. It was the captain. Yi Qing wanted his own monster to deal with him. You wouldn't want your corpse to be possessed by that thing after you die, would you? Better to become a source of power for me. A card appeared on the system screen, a golden shield. He immediately wanted to have it in his hands. Yi Qing gripped the protective shield tightly, easily taking the mysterious figure's head. The head lay at Yi Qing's feet as he stared down at it. It seemed Yi Qing knew the identity of the person who had turned into a monster. Sorry. I'll have to carefully recycle your body as well. May you rest in peace. He received another card, obtained Dagger Mastery card. You can now use daggers like a thief and unleash a flurry of stabbing attacks. A system notification sounded. You have used the Dagger Mastery card. Yi Qing felt more confident. The dagger in his hand felt more nimble, more natural. The monster's master gave his command. Your mission is to find the Eagle Squad and bring them out of this instance. Got it? They agreed without hesitation. Yes. Yi Qing's face was expressionless. The master's law is absolute. If their bodies aren't found, the mission will be considered a failure, and you won't be able to claim any reward. The system sent a notification. Recycle successful. Obtained skill, Berserk. Strength and agility are greatly increased, and you are temporarily immune to control skills. The monster answered nervously. I know. Of course I know. But the master only cares about one thing. So, have you found the bodies of the Eagle Squad in the instance yet? The monsters were helpless against Yi Qing's skill. Of course we found them. It's just, they've all been recycled. The monster's master was frozen on the spot. He saw his monster's corpse being dealt with, dragged into the abyss by that person. In the executive committee's high-rise building, inside the interrogation room for abyss supervisors, Jing Dian panicked under questioning. In this instance, he was the only survivor. The person he spoke of didn't exist. At the same time, it was very strange that when he was discovered, his level was as low as level 1, an unprecedented anomaly. He suddenly became frantic. I already told you, my abilities were all taken back by that person. This is the proof. That person was a scavenger. Jing Dian didn't know what else to say, doing everything he could to prove his innocence. You were contaminated with extremely high-value abyss energy. The reason being that after your abilities were taken, you vomited, experienced hallucinations, and were mentally dazed, which established suspicion. No, I'm not lying to you all. I'm really not lying to you. It was really a scavenger. At the gloomy entrance to the B-rank abyss, Yi Qing was hiding his identity. After that, I sold all the magic crystals on the black market, but I only got about 30% of their value. That's because the crystal trade has always been monopolized by large corporations. Unauthorized trading is illegal, and the black market takes a fee of 70% or more. If I could just bring those magic crystals out, it would be enough to pay off the high-interest loans. As for the debt from a few years ago, he just didn't have much extra cash. He didn't dare to be reckless. If he kept activating his retrieval ability in front of many people, he was afraid they would report him to the Supervisors Association. Yi Qing also had a mark on his hand, not to mention he was an awakened with a strange hidden class. It wasn't impossible that they'd lock him up for research for about a year and a half. He reminded himself that he needed to make as much money as possible while he was still free. Bai Xiu gave a brief introduction. This is a newly formed abyss. Everything is an unknown, so you all must be aware of the dangers within. Therefore, the reward this time is double. Class holders with B-rank aptitude or higher can sign up with me. Yi Qing pointed to himself. How about me, class, level 1 scavenger? Bi Xiu spoke with contempt. Nowadays, any random scavenger dares to call himself a class holder? Why don't you hurry up and go pick up trash? What are you doing standing in line? This was exactly what he wanted. By actively showing weakness and lowering everyone's guard, he'd likely be thrown to the back of the team to handle support tasks. That way, he could secretly clean up corpses and trash behind everyone without being noticed. This was his lazy plan. Jing Dian stomped her foot firmly on the ground, and seeing this, Bi Xiu immediately changed his attitude. She was the young lady of the Liu family, and her awakened class was a god-chosen one. She made a quick decision. Bring him along. Our numbers are just right now. He gave a bright smile. The rising star of the Hunters Guild, holder of the title God's Chosen Child, Lu Jing Dian. Bi Xiu felt uneasy. But this guy is clearly just level 1, and a rookie with no aptitude certification. Jing Dian didn't seem to care much. Rookie or not, it doesn't matter. Even if they were all level 1, I wouldn't care. To me, they're all just trash to fill the numbers. He had no choice but to go along with her. Yes, Miss Liu, we are only responsible for your safety. This place is your family's property, so of course, whatever you say goes. Yi Qing couldn't help but feel scared. That was close. I almost thought I was going to get kicked out again. Anyway, it's not the first time I've been treated like trash. Jing Dian's gaze fell on him with suspicion. Yi Qing tried hard to remember. He felt like he had heard the name Lu Jing Dian somewhere before. He remembered what happened 2 years ago. Back then, she saw that Yi Qing only had a stick in his hand, yet he bravely fought a monster, which he easily defeated. A question arose in Jing Dian's mind again. You're a scavenger, so how could you kill a magic beast? Yi Qing shouted with joy. Success! I successfully gained 1 experience point for the first time. He turned back to check on Jing Dian. Are you okay? It was the first time she had witnessed it with her own eyes. I've only heard rumors about this. I can't believe someone is actually trying to level up this way. Jing Dian had an existential crisis. Are you really using this method to gain experience? Why? Yi Qing's purpose was simpler than she thought. To make money, of course. Jing Dian thought he was lying. I don't believe you. You have to risk your life every single time for that experience. Yi Qing, already deeply hurt, retorted, What do you know? How could you high and mighty class holders understand the bitterness of us scavengers? He analyzed the situation. On the other hand, you left the team to enter alone. Don't you value your life, facing so many magic beasts, charging in all by yourself? What are you trying to prove? Jing Dian had great ambitions. To become stronger, of course. I want to be the first person to clear that place. Yi Qing suddenly froze. That place? She asked him directly. Tell me your real reason for wanting to change classes. He held on to a small glimmer of hope. My family. I want to become strong. I have to protect my family. Jing Dian wanted to get to know Yi Qing. Tell me your name. He stated his name, Yi Qing. Her perception of Yi Qing changed. My name is Lu Jing Dian. I look forward to the day you successfully change your class. After you do, join my team and let's conquer that place together. Jing Dian extended her hand towards him. Yi Qing shook it. All right, just don't drag me down when the time comes. Jing Dian reminded him to try hard. Let's talk after you survive and change your class. I just killed 30 of those magic beasts by myself. At most, you just picked off one I missed. No, let's count it as 0.5 for you. A blonde bodyguard lamented. Oh my god, young miss, you made us search everywhere for you. A brown-haired bodyguard rushed over to Jing Dian. You actually snuck into the abyss. Hey, you scavenger, don't get too close to our young miss. The bodyguard was determined to drag her away. The guildmaster is furious. He almost broke our legs. Jing Dian didn't know what to do. Wait a minute, she threw something at Yi Qing, and he caught the sharp piece of crystal tightly. Jing Dian acted generously. Consider this your payment for the 0.5 kills. Yi Qing walked away. What was her name again? Liu Jingdian? Bisio irritably rapped him on the head. It's Liu Jingdian. Got it? What are you staring at? Hurry up and move the crystals. But Yi Qing replied cheerfully, I'll do my best not to drag everyone down. Hearing this, Jingdian offered a word of praise. Very good. Grab your gear and prepare to move out. She shouted for everyone to start heading in. Let's move out now. As Yi Qing was at the back, he swore to himself that this time he would also try his best to make money and then return alive. The last time he fought his way out of an abyss, he had acquired a warrior's shield, a rogue's card, a rare card, a berserker's ability, and finally, even a boss-level ability, the super regeneration of a man-eating flower. Because of his hexagonal point allocation method, he wouldn't have any obvious weaknesses when switching to any class form. Strength, constitution, luck, willpower, intelligence, agility. His attribute points were also added based on the hexagon, with all of them pushed to 100 points or more. Anyway, I've already collected everything that could be retrieved from the abyss, Yi Qing thought as he entered. But I wonder what kind of level 100 points is. Before deciding to move on, Yi Qing used his detection ability. Observing the abilities of the people with him, this person's strength value is only 12 points. And the lowest intelligence is only 1 point. If 1 point is the standard unit of strength for a normal person, then he is 12 times stronger than a normal person. And I have a strength value of 100, which probably means I'm 100 times stronger than a normal person. While he was still following the group, a wall suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking his path, causing everyone to look back in confusion. What happened? Was that an earthquake just now? Yi Qing laughed awkwardly as he pushed the wall back into place and said, The structure of this underground city is a bit unstable. At the same time, the person in the lead ran over joyfully to announce, I found a chest. After reaching the item, Baisio started complaining. This is going to be tough. It seems we don't have a rogue in our party. This chest is at least A rank. Seizing the chance to show off, Yi Qing raised his hand. Can I give it a try? He then fiddled with the chest and, sure enough, didn't disappoint. In just a moment, he had broken the lock. Opening it was as easy as breathing. This made Bai Xiu stare in disbelief. Such skillful lockpicking. You'd have to be at least a level 5 rogue to learn that, right? Hearing this, he denied it. A level 1 scavenger can learn a lot of handy skills, because scavengers often run into locked chests, right? And so, Bishu had to gather the loot and tell everyone, we'll split this after we clear the dungeon. Let's keep moving. Suddenly, he fidgeted with a stone in his hand and turned to the girl. Hey, hold up. I think there's something up ahead. After they stopped, Yi Qing threw the stone at the walls inside, and they suddenly shifted and ground against each other. If someone had walked in unknowingly, they would have been turned into a pile of mush right before their eyes. Seeing this, the girl couldn't help but ask suspiciously, are you really only level 1? Ye Qing laughed awkwardly. Don't mind me. I just happened to stumble into something I'm good at. When you're scavenging, you trigger traps all the time. After getting screwed over so many times, you naturally develop a knack for spotting traps. Nothing weird about that, right? Even Xingran, who was behind him, couldn't help but be suspicious of him. Just then, the system displayed deception check. Critical success. Target is now more easily convinced. While they were still marveling at him, they thought, so that's how it is. Yi Qing gave a wry smile, thinking to himself, so this is the power of 100 points in intelligence, huh? Just then, Bisu tossed him a tattered card. Here's your reward. Take it and be grateful. Seeing it, Ye Qing's face fell as he wondered, looks like they still think I'm worthless. Then, Bisu ordered the guide to keep moving. After going inside, he couldn't help but be stunned. What is this? The final treasure outpost. Getting here was way too easy. There are probably no monsters in this abyss. In the reward room, a statue stood in the center. A reward room with no monsters. This is a 1 in 10,000 type of abyss. Then, Gongzu reached out to pick it up, but Xingran stopped him. Don't get too excited. Keep an eye out for any monster spawns. He wondered. This book must be everything in this abyss, right? We've got the final treasure. We can get ready to leave. However, Gongzu was completely unaware that Bisu behind him was shaking violently. Then, from that small puddle, it rose up, creating a crimson screen that enveloped them. The system displayed, blood trial, beginning now. This made Bisu curse in frustration. Idiots, this isn't a reward room at all. It's a damn trap. In just a moment, the monster gradually took shape, and they could recognize it as the Crimson Nightmare. Seeing this, Xingran drew her sword and called for everyone to prepare for battle. Just then, the monsters gradually gathered around them. Yi Qing held a short sword in his hand. To keep my stats hidden, I should probably use about 25% of my real strength this time. He then put on the Ring of the Weak. Trash classification. Effect. Reduces the wearer's stats by a user-specified percentage. Thinking back to when he first got the card, his face soured. What's the use of a ring that only lowers your stats? But now, he couldn't stop thanking his lucky stars. Goes to show that even trash has its uses. While the rest of the team was fighting hard, Ye Qing just stood still, using Soul Shock, leaving the others struggling with the monsters. Even Xingran had to turn her head to look at him. In just a moment, all the monsters that got close to Ye Qing were sent packing by him. This made Xingran a little intrigued. Suddenly, a monster lunged at her, but she remained perfectly calm. Then, with a single slash, she split it in two. At the same time, over by Gongzu, he was just as bewildered. What the hell is this thing? It shatters in one hit. It just keeps regenerating and reforming, and it's even taking on the appearance of its opponent. This damn thing is turning into us, the Nightmare of Blood. Extremely weak in its initial state. When attacked, it grows stronger based on its opponent's power, mimicking your form. Seeing this, Gongzu grew even more excited, slashing at it relentlessly. The black-haired girl saw this and happily praised him for doing a good job. However, the monster regenerated once more, catching Gongzu off guard. What? It struck him, severing his right arm. He fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Decapitating it is useless! This bastard won't die! Just then, the monster, brimming with killing intent, advanced towards him, raised the sword in its hand, and then, without hesitation, slashed straight down at him. But just as death was closing in, Xingran intervened in time, using her ability to freeze the monster. You guys are so useless. She then grabbed its head and slammed it down, shattering it into pieces. She angrily lectured her underlings, it's just a nightmare, and you're all struggling this much. As expected, trash is still trash. At the same time, the other monsters swarmed in, and no matter what spells the girl cast, she couldn't stop them. They're too fast. I don't have time to chant the spell. Just then, Ye Qing stepped forward. If swords are useless against it, then we'll just have to vaporize it on the spot. He then unleashed Novalon Flame at them, making the girl's jaw drop. Flame, a massive explosion. That's an S-rank spell. Flash, step. That can't be a bug, can it? How can a level 1 player do something like this? But it wasn't over. More monsters were still coming, continuing their charge, determined to tear them to pieces. However, Ye Qing had already anticipated this. He used his shout to stun them, stopping them in their tracks. Realizing the opportunity before him, Ye Qing gathered a massive amount of energy in his arm. Berserk, the exclusive ability of a berserker. In a berserk state, speed plus 100%, strength plus 100%. Damage taken increased by 100%. Then, without any hesitation, he lunged forward and landed a devastating punch on each one. But when Ye Qing looked back, he saw that instead of dying, they were merging, creating a single, more powerful entity, which made the girl panic. Hey, what's happening over there? Even Ye Qing's face turned pale. It copied me. Monarch rank. How can a B-rank abyss have a monarch-rank monster? A monarch-rank blood nightmare? The girl screamed non-stop. There has to be. There has to be a mistake somewhere. However, Yeching was strangely calm as he analyzed the situation. It can mimic its target's form and get stronger when it meets a strong opponent. This blood nightmare absorbed my stats and evolved directly into a monarch rank. Before its claws could reach him, he quickly took a step back, thinking, our stats and strength are equal, so I can't rely on overpowering it with my stats anymore. Just then, Xingran charged forward. Get back, small fry. An opponent this strong should be handled by me. With those words, she got into a fighting stance with her long sword in hand. Before it could attack, she jumped up and ran up its arm, channeled more energy into her sword, then leaped up and plunged it straight into the monster's chest. However, it managed to dodge in time, blocking the fatal blow with its hand. Down below, Yeching saw her overwhelming power and couldn't help but stare in awe. Frost zone control. But it wasn't over yet. As the monster supported itself with one arm, it furiously lunged to grab her, forcing her to struggle before she was thrown to the ground. Xingran quickly regained her balance after the impact. She wiped a streak of blood from her face. It's no use. I'm still too weak. Then, she thought back to when her guards tried to dissuade her. My lady, we can sense the energy of this abyss. Its rank is highly unstable. Are you sure you want to enter alone? Xingran paid them no mind. My goal is to finally conquer that place, she thought to herself. The top floor of the Dark Spire. But my current growth rate is still lagging far behind my siblings. Suddenly, Xingran stood up. Despite her body being covered in wounds, she still got up, believing she was so weak. No, to be precise, I'm being left further and further behind, back in the present. If I can't even crush an abyss creature like this with ease, then I'm not worthy of inheriting the Liu family name. She managed to strike back just before the monster's blow landed. Right before everyone's eyes, the winner of this bout was, of course, Jing Dian. The system displayed Bone Ice Flag, an aura within a 30-meter radius. All friendly units' speed increased by 50%. She then slammed the Bone Ice Flag into the ground, instantly freezing the monster's body. Using her enhanced speed, she charged into the Icy Zone, which specialized in countering water-type monsters. Even if this doesn't kill it, freezing it solid will neutralize the threat. Jing Dian then used Comet Strike to slash right through it, leaving Yeching, who was watching from below, in complete awe. So this is the legendary S-rank God-chosen class. Just then, the demon inside him chimed in with amusement. I'm actually rather looking forward to this. The Royal Grade Blood Nightmare versus Liu Jing Dian, the God-chosen knight. Who's the stronger one, I wonder? But after that whole display, the creature seemed completely unharmed. It's no use. It had no effect. In fact, it's even more ferocious now. It broke free from the trap Jing Dian had set and began frantically attacking her with its tentacles, forcing her to desperately dodge. Even though I'm an S-rank, I'm nowhere near as strong as my siblings. Even though I'm also a Liu, they always leave me in the dust. I'm the weakest one in the Liu family, the failure they all laugh at and mock. As she thought this, their insults echoed in her mind. You're a disgrace to the Liu family. How did I end up with such a pathetic little sister? Nobody wants to live like trash. Just be a good girl and stay at home where you belong. The abyss is dangerous, little sister. Right now, Jing Dian was fighting with all her might, taking on the monster alone to prove her worth. I have to become stronger. Even if I have to start as a newbie in the abyss, as long as I keep challenging harder and harder difficulties, one day I'll surpass them. I'll surpass everyone. She screamed, I have to be able to challenge them all. She then thrust her sword straight into the monster's head, much to Yeching's astonishment, but it had no effect. Instead, the creature launched a sneak attack with a tentacle from behind, sending her flying into a wall and coughing up blood. Seeing this, the black-haired girl cried out in panic. Even Liu Jing Dian was defeated. The S-rank hunter lost. We have to run, now. But as he faced the monster's claws, Yeching showed no fear. Instead, he charged forward to meet it head-on, inflicting pain with a blast of fire. He sacrificed an arm to save me. Jing Dian, regaining her senses, quickly landed. She couldn't believe her eyes, muttering, this guy. Meanwhile, Yeching was focused on taking down the boss. Using his observation skill to scan for weaknesses, he thought, monsters that reach the royal grade naturally gain resistance to status effects. If their level is high enough, they can even become completely immune to freeze, stun, paralysis, and slow effects. Some areas that would normally be weak points are no longer weaknesses once their level increases. He then gathered fire in his palm, no more holding back, releasing all attributes. With that thought, Yeching leaped in and struck its other arm, making it shriek in agony. While its arm was still severely burned, he quickly darted away before it could retaliate. The black-haired girl watched, completely stunned. He's so fast. Before it could grab him, he lured it toward a wall, tricking the monster into slamming its head right into it. He then leaped over it, landing safely on the other side. Yi Ching clenched his fists, his body erupting in flames. All I have to do is find the Royal Grade Blood Nightmare's weakness, and this will be over. He unleashed a barrage of punches at the monster, causing parts of it to explode, but any part he destroyed would just regenerate instantly. A scan of its entire body revealed no weaknesses at all. Yi Ching gritted his teeth, glaring at the monster. This thing, it's like it's being controlled remotely. Suddenly, it clicked. Wait, remotely controlled, he shouted. Hey, the Kwandu! When it was removed, the blood trial started. That proves it's connected to the blood nightmare somehow. Kick it over here! Kong Chu heard him, glanced at the stone fragment on the ground, and kicked it over. Got it. Yi Ching took the chance to appraise it. Intelligence check, passed. He could now recognize the other ancient script on the Kwandu. Reading the other ancient forbidden text on the Kwandu, dispel the blood curse. Reading this, he was too annoyed to even speak. The solution was right here the whole time. I should have just used my observation skill from the very beginning. But before he could grab the Kwandu, the monster snatched it, swiftly tossed it into its mouth, and swallowed it whole. Its body then began to glow with an invincible aura, leaving them baffled. Why isn't it moving? This is terrifying. He cursed himself in frustration. Damn it, I was too careless. It's entered an invincibility phase. Damn it. Suddenly, Jing Dian walked over and asked curiously, Have we met somewhere before? You looked familiar the moment I walked in. Her question left him flustered. So you really didn't recognize me, huh? We met in the Abyss 2 years ago. I was the scavenger who leached some of your EXP. That was the very first experience point I ever earned in my entire life. Then it dawned on her. 29.5 demon beasts. The scavenger. That demon beast. I remember now. Your name was One Night Stand, wasn't it? The accusation made him frantically correct her. Yi Ching, she exclaimed happily. I can't believe you actually managed to change your class. Yi Ching replied with a faint smile. Yep, I'm a level 1 scavenger now, which only made Jing Dian more suspicious. This guy, he risked his life for every single point of experience he earned. Did that slow grind really make him as strong as he is now? Thinking this, she laughed at herself. It's too embarrassing to even say out loud. Then, she called out seriously. The Kwandu will move around inside the Blood Nightmare's body. My ice zone can freeze it in place for a moment. Yi Ching, can you pinpoint the Kwandu's location in that short window of time? Seeing Jing Dian take charge and direct everyone filled Yi Ching with a sense of respect. No matter who it is, there's always someone who gives it their all when their back is against the wall. Then, he added playfully, considering your 0.55 fee, let's team up and take this thing down. He then held out his fist to her as a vow. Jing Dian laughed and bumped his fist with her own. Just don't hold me back. Just then, the others in their group called out, Wait a minute, we want to fight too. Yeah, we might not be much help, but we want to give it everything we've got. Hearing this, Yi Ching's spirits lifted. All right then, everyone, together. We are getting out of here alive. After a few minutes, the Kwandu began to dissolve in its stomach. Seeing this, Yi Ching shouted to the others, The invincibility wears off in 5 seconds. 30 seconds after that, the monster will go berserk and wipe us all out. Everyone, this is our last 30-second window. We have to make it back alive. His words made everyone's face turn pale with fear. Make it back alive. We have to survive and get back. The group was more fired up than ever. Their very lives were on the line. Willpower check activated. Morale boost. Great success. We must return alive. Suddenly, Jing Dian received an unusual buff. Morale boost. Fatigue minus 100%. Mana recovery speed increased by 15%. Duration. 30 seconds. She glanced back in confusion, then smiled to herself. As expected, he's not someone to be underestimated. A trash character, huh? Jing Dian then shouted. Warrior, draw the monster's aggro. With a heroic pose, Kong Chu taunted the creature. You piece of crap, over here. This enraged the monster, causing it to whip around and face him. Seizing the opportunity, Jing Dian commanded the black-haired forbidden arts mage, target the monster's newly grown tentacles. Cover the scavenger. Got it! Receiving her orders, she gathered all her power into a massive orb and unleashed it at the monster, forcing it into a staggered recovery state. Just then, Yi Ching devised a new plan. The square-shaped engraved block is the key to ending the blood trial. If it gets shattered by a fireball, we'll be trapped in this trial forever. Hearing that, Jing Dian asked, So, what's the plan? He raised his hand, a little unsure. I feel like I can just pull it out with my hands. Jing Dian's jaw dropped. How can you just pull it out with your bare hands? Did we just pass through the Blood Nightmare's stomach? Then Yi Ching revealed, to be precise, we passed through its body. She stood there, completely stunned, and in the end, had no choice but to listen to him. The archer aimed at the ceiling, shooting down rocks to create footholds for them to jump on. Hearing the order, the archer took his stance. He aimed precisely at the ceiling, causing rocks and debris to rain down on the monster, obstructing its path. Seeing her chance, Jing Dian got down to business. I'll freeze the Blood Nightmare's lower half, Yi Ching shouted. Leave the rest to me. With that, they both charged forward, taking different paths. Ye Qing ran right in front of it, using his agility to dodge its deadly blows. As he carefully dodged, he thought to himself, its super regeneration can heal minor wounds almost instantly, so I can pretty much ignore the attacks from its smaller fragments. And just like that, his wound was already starting to close. At the same time, Jing Dian planted her ice banner into the ground just in time, restricting the monster's movements. This gave Ye Qing the opening he needed to reach its abdomen, a much easier spot to pierce. He realized he still wasn't fast enough, so Ye Qing pushed his body's endurance. Berserk, speed increased by 20%. At the same time, he downed a few more items. Activate Toxin Transformation. Potion Reversal Effect. Speed increased by another 15%. That crappy potion card I picked up back at the Abyss entrance is finally coming in handy. Effect gained. Hardened Skin. Defense increased by 15%. After stacking all the buffs on himself, he shot forward. This is my chance. The plan is to charge right into the beast's lair and aim straight for its core. However, Jing Dian's move to freeze its lower half wasn't enough. It could still move its other chain-like tentacles, making things difficult for Ye Qing. Damn it. He took a hard blow to his forearm. As everyone watched, Ye Qing was sent flying. He felt his internal organs rupture from the impact, a miserable failure. He let out a hopeless laugh. Figures. Trash like me should have been a little more humble. Then, Ye Qing suddenly grinned, muttering, Activate recall ability. Target, myself. Just before he hit the ground, grotesque hands erupted from a puddle of water, startling not only the monster, but his teammates as well. What the hell are those things? Turns out, Ye Qing had managed to summon something to catch himself just in time. The system panel appeared. Cannot recall a living entity. Recall failed. He grinned as he looked at the system notification. If I can't recall it, then I'll just borrow its strength to throw me. Using all his power and the momentum from the hand's throw, he shot forward like a bullet, plunging straight into its core and finally grabbing the item. Got it! Without its core, the monster collapsed, melting into a pile of goo right in front of them. As Ye Qing held it up, trying to read the text on it, a system notification suddenly appeared. Blood trial, complete. Monster annihilation, complete. The entire party was stunned. What just happened? Jing Dian looked up at the dissolving carcass. Did we win? And with that, they all erupted in cheers. We won, leveled up. Strength +1, agility +6, intelligence +16, constitution +7, willpower +19, luck +0, strength +10, agility +11, intelligence +7, constitution +8, willpower +9, luck +3. Even Jing Dian was surprised. I leveled up instantly. Strength +33, agility +28, intelligence +38, constitution +26, willpower +21, luck +34. As for Ye Qing, however, level up failed. He was already at max level. Figured as much. After the monster's corpse completely disappeared, a chest instantly materialized. The archer's face lit up. Now this is the real prize. When they opened it, a whole stack of cards flew out, distributing themselves automatically to each player. Ye Qing got a purple one. His face soured. Looks like I'm still just level 1. My level doesn't meet the requirements. He tossed it away in frustration. This whole pile of flashy gear. I can't equip a single piece. It's all just garbage to me. Just then, Jing Dian walked over to him. You're the one who cleared the blood trial, and you contributed the most. So, you should be the one to distribute these spoils. He got flustered. No, not at all. Then he leaned in and whispered in her ear, Hey, can I ask you for a favor? A short while later, outside the gate, a crowd of guards had gathered. HQ was just about to dispatch a rescue team when Jing Dian's party walked out. The lead guard burst into tears before he could even get a good look at her. My lady! The reporters went wild. That's our lady Jing Dian. She soloed another abyss. Thank goodness. Hearing this, Jing Dian just waved and played along. Of course. Is there anything I can't handle by myself? I'm an S rank, you know. Flashback to earlier, when he had asked her for a favor. What is it? He had said. Your Liu Corporation. You guys aren't hurting for money, are you? How about I sell you my share of the loot? I'll even give you a discount. Let's say 500 mana crystals? Jing Dian was taken aback. Oh, no, that's fine. Then he asked for one more thing. And one more thing. When you get out, please, just pretend I was never here. Let's just say you soloed this abyss. You guys go first. I'll slip out on my own later. Back in the present, she felt a little awkward. Clever boy. So he was planning on making me owe him one, huh? Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Ye Qing was still sitting alone in front of the corpse. He reached out and noticed a small creature clinging to his hand. Seeing it, Ye Qing let out a small smile, too weak to even trust a chicken. I don't want to be some piece of trash that anyone can just step on, right? Then become my power. With that, Ye Qing ate it, successfully absorbed the blood nightmare, gained ability, nightmare body, consume HP to summon one nightmare clone. The The clone can mimic its host to either deal 1 instance of damage or receive 1 instance of damage. The clone is dispelled immediately after this effect is triggered. This ability can be upgraded. Cooldown, 30 seconds. After absorbing it, he could feel a powerful energy welling up inside him. Excellent. I'll be counting on you in the fights to come. Scene change. A coffee shop. Yi Qing was fiddling with his inventory, looking at the gold-tier items he had. The level requirements on these are a bit too high. I gave them all to that Liu Jing Dian girl anyway. Then again, a no-name scavenger like me holding a high-rarity item would definitely get noticed by those monitors. This pile of junk, on the other hand, is much less conspicuous. If I sell it off on the sly, the average monitor won't even bat an eye. Whatever. I'm overthinking it. No one would probably buy this crap anyway. Suddenly, he accidentally hit a button on the screen. Equipment dismantled. Gained 1 basic BP. Wait, Ye Qing stared blankly. I accidentally dismantled it. The junk recovery tutorial is about taking junk, sorting it, doing some initial processing, and then breaking it down, smelting it, and recovering the base elements. The BP system tutorial explains how to dismantle useless equipment to extract a universal material, which can then be used to upgrade, restore, or craft new items. This junk equipment can be dismantled. Tutorial quest. Please complete the repair operation for a common dagger. So I just have to follow the prompts to finish the quest? Repairing a common dagger requires 5 BP. Its durability is only at 3 out of 333. It was about to break after that boss fight. Counting the 1 BP I got by accident, I still need 4 more. Broken long spear. Dismantle successful. Gained 1 BP. Rusted twin blades. Dismantle successful. Gained 1 BP. Rotted wooden shield. Dismantle successful. Gained 1 BP. Curved broadsword. Dismantle successful. Gained 1 BP. He thought to himself, okay, so I just need to dismantle 4 more weapons. After he did it, he was shocked to find that not only was the dagger repaired, but its durability and attack power had actually increased slightly. Common dagger. Durability, 34 out of 34, 33 plus 1. Level requirement, level 1. Attack power, 22, 21 plus 1. Repair bonus. Weapon max durability plus 1. Attack power plus 1. In other words, as long as I keep wearing it down and then repairing it, even a piece of junk weapon can get infinitely stronger, right? Then he couldn't help but smirk. So, it seems even trash equipment needs to be forged 1,000 times to become strong, huh? The system displayed another message. Congratulations on completing the tutorial. Please select a reward. 1 novice blueprint for a minor mana potion, which instantly restores a small amount of mana and removes a large amount of fatigue, or a random attribute bonus of +2. Looking at the minor mana potion blueprint, he thought to himself, I'm not exactly lacking in attribute points right now. The most worrying thing about dungeoneering is that you can never predict how long it will be. Many adventurers who don't prepare enough often run out of mana before they can even find the boss room, forcing them to turn back to resupply. Because mana potions found in dungeons are always a key item for any party, their value is self-evident. Another notification popped up. Congratulations, you have learned item regeneration. Minor mana potion blueprint. A minor mana potion requires 6 BP plus any container to regenerate. A container? I'm not surprised that regenerating an item requires BP, but any container? He then raised his hand and called a staff member. Can you get me a few of those? Containers? He then placed a few cups on the table. Okay, all the junk has been collected. Next up is the regeneration link, and a little game. Then he got busy with his experiment. A moment later, he had filled all the cups, as expected of a convenient collection skill. They look weird, but they're not unusable. After drinking one, a notification appeared. Obtained 5 convenient mana potions, but it tasted like spoiled juice, making him choke. Yi Qing's body began to improve. His mana increased, and his fatigue value decreased. Great. I feel full of mana, and all the fatigue in my body has been wiped away. I can probably clear another dungeon today. As he was walking, a few guys recognized him. Hey, Ye Qing, it's only been a few days, and your whole vibe has changed, huh? The guy sneered. Don't tell me you found some treasure while picking through trash. I was looking for you for a long time. We almost reported you missing a few days ago. Seeing the guy put a hand on his shoulder, Ye Qing shoved it off without hesitation. I've paid off all my debts, interest included. Stop coming around and bothering me. The guy blew smoke in his face. Trying to quit? Even though your debt is paid off, your work contract hasn't expired yet. Don't forget, you're a scavenger. You should act like one. Who the hell are you trying to impress with this cool guy act? As he spoke, he stuck his hand in Ye Qing's drink, deliberately knocking it to the ground to cause a scene, then started shouting to get attention. Look what you did, you blind fool. You knocked over my extra-large pro-level brown sugar boba tea. Do you have any idea what happens when an F-rank staff member bumps into a B-rank class holder? I've been wanting to teach you a lesson for a while now. However, they had no idea this was all part of his plan. According to the dungeon management regulations for class holders, using any class abilities outside of a dungeon is strictly forbidden. Only law enforcement and special armed personnel are allowed to. That's why when he tested his collection and regeneration abilities earlier, he had to find a camera's blind spot to do it. Just then, Li Zhang continued his tirade. How about this? Pick up every single one of those pearls off the ground and eat them. Then, lick this milk teacup clean. If you do, I'll let you keep your scavenger job. After all, a job opportunity is hard to come by, right? Hearing this, Ye Qing snapped back curtly. I refuse. The guy, annoyed, lunged forward. You're really pushing your luck. But before his fist could land, someone stepped in to stop him. Kaiser, you're getting too cocky. Kaiser was from the S-rank Hunter Guild, Blood Pact. He walked over and glared irritably at Li Zhang. Are the people gathered yet? This made Li Zhang shrink back and reply, they'll be gathered right away. We're just missing the last person. Kaiser grew even angrier. The last person? What about you? He then turned to Ye Qing. Hey kid, you're with me now. Hearing this, Li Zhang cried out, he's just a piece of trash. Seeing Kaiser's interest in him, Ye Qing froze for a few seconds. Li Zhang continued, you want someone who can pull their own weight. I can go out and find someone right now. However, Kaiser cut in irritably. Entering a dungeon during a blood moon means all the monsters inside will be extremely vicious. What I need are guys who can act as cannon fodder. Their actual strength is irrelevant. Hearing this, Ye Qing couldn't help but be interested. Blood moon. During a blood moon, the monsters in a dungeon enter a frenzied state. Rare monsters will appear, and killing them yields double the experience points. The mana crystals they drop will also be of a purer quality. He immediately agreed. All right, I'm in. This made Kaiser even more interested. Very good, a smart guy. He then pointed to the group on the other side. All of you, get in. At that moment, the man he pointed at yelled in panic, you're trash! The shout surprised Ye Qing, who instinctively lunged forward and covered the man's mouth. Shut up! But the man yelled even louder, you're trash! This left Ye Qing with no choice but to drag him away. Let's talk in private. After pulling Xing Dian into a corner, the man wiped his mouth and said, it's not an illusion. It really is you. Yi Qing whispered to him, back then, if I hadn't borrowed everyone's power, we all would have died in there. The fact that you made it out alive is thanks to me. Just then, Kaiser, who had followed them at some point, chimed into their conversation. So, you two know each other? Of course not. He then walked away. No wonder. How could a team of assassins have any real friends? After Kaiser was out of sight, he asked, how did you get out? The man explained, the guild was originally going to penalize me for 50 years, but I bankrupted myself paying a 1.5 million fine to get my freedom back. It's all because of you. Now I'm broke, and I've lost all my levels. I have to start over as cannon fodder. If you don't give me my levels back, I'll go to the World Guild and report you. This made Ye Qing radiate a threatening aura. If you dare say one more word, I'll really turn you into kitchen waste and collect you. Scene change to the City C subway. Kaiser's group enters the Blood Moon. At the same time, there was another guild branch. Hey bro, welcome to the Cannon Fodder Squad. State your class. Zhou Tong, level 3 Bard. Then the others introduced themselves. Ye Qing, level 1, Scavenger. Level 1, Sorcerer. Chen Xing Dian. Zhou Tong cheerfully walked over, put his hand on Ye Qing's shoulder, and chattered nonstop. Hey bro, it's cool. Everyone who works with us is trash tier. No need to make fun of each other. We're all here risking our lives for money anyway. No one's better than anyone else. Right bro? This made him too tired to even speak. Looks like I'm stuck with this trash squad for sure. Zhou Tong continued, let's get acquainted. You two cannon fodder teams. Our cannon fodder squad needs to pick a leader. I think that as a level 3 bard, I'm well suited for the role. Old Joe, level 2 healer. Since your level is the highest, we'll follow your lead. I have no objections. Old Zhang, level 3 warrior. Just then, Kaiser spoke up. I have an announcement to make. This time, along with the 6 main members of our blood pact, there are also 5 temporary members. Don't make cannon fodder sound so fancy. Cannon fodder is cannon fodder. Compared to us, the official class holders, aren't they just bait used to mitigate damage? He then summoned the gate key. The dungeon is a maze, with many traps and mechanisms distributed in each room. Your mission as the cannon fodder group is to quickly find the path to the boss room and bring that intel back to the main team. I have no expectations for your combat abilities. If you encounter a monster, just run, that's all. After unlocking the gate, Kaiser added a threat, but if you want to get paid, at least one of you has to make it out alive. If only one person survives, they get the entire reward. After the Blood Moon gate opened, a thick, metallic stench wafted out, making those standing nearby choke and cough. Old Joe, are you all right? No, you can't compare. I've got 4 daughters at home waiting to be fed. Hearing that, Lao Trong sighed, my wife is seriously ill, and I need the money too. Otherwise, why the hell would we be risking our lives in a place like this? A moment later, they were fully prepared to face the gate. Let's move out. Just then, Lao Trong glanced over at Ye Qing, sizing him up. Hey, this guy looks like a new face. Probably cannon fodder for this line of work. But aren't we all new faces? They gossiped amongst themselves. No. I mean, a newbie who's this relaxed. I've never seen that before. After stepping through the gate, Chu Thuong shivered. Hey, doesn't this feel weird to you guys? We've come this far without seeing a single monster. Jing Dian panicked. Don't jinx it! Even Lao Chu felt it. Why did it suddenly get so cold? The temperature really has dropped. The deeper they went, the colder it got, making Chu Thuong hug himself and complain, I would have worn more layers if I'd known. He continued to walk forward, but after just a few steps, Chu Thuong accidentally triggered a trap, causing an axe to fall from the ceiling above him. Seeing this, Ye Qing shoved Chu Thuong aside, leaving him holding his head in a daze. Ow, what happened? Jing Dian cursed bluntly. You stepped on a trap, you idiot. Even Ye Qing had to agree. How has this guy managed to survive this long? And then Chu Thuong just laughed loudly and walked on. My luck is incredible. That trap almost took me out. In reality, his luck was only at one point, but Chu Thuong was still an optimist. All right, he continued forward and immediately stepped on another trap, causing a swarm of maggots to rain down from above. The kid scrambled back to his companions in a panic. At that moment, Lao Truong shuddered. Are those things alive? And so, from within the pile of pupae, level 5 demonized spiders began to emerge elite demonic insects that spat deadly poison, scaring the piss out of Chu Thuong. I'm most terrified of bugs. Seeing this, Jing Dian immediately unleashed a fire spell on them. However, after taking the hit, they were completely unscathed, which made his companions panic. They're elite creatures. I'll go! And so Lao Trung, in his role as the knight, charged forward. At the same time, a small spider approached Ye Qing. It greedily gnawed on his leg, but it dealt 0 damage. He only needed to give it a light kick to send its guts spilling out. When Jing Dian witnessed all of this, he couldn't help but mutter, What's this guy so cocky for? It's gotta be because he has the abilities of a thief. After he dealt with one, a system notification appeared. Demonized spider detected. Would you like to collect it? Collect. Prompt. You have gained 1 attribute point and obtained the secret art, Poison Coat. When the weapon strikes, it applies a poison effect, dealing an estimated 60% of weapon damage over 6 seconds. If this attack results in a critical hit, the estimated damage is increased to 120% of weapon damage. Requires an agility value of 25. Item type is Blade, same category as the secret art, Bloodsuck. A secret art is a type of enchantment that can be applied to items and equipment. After use, the secret art is consumed, and the target item or equipment gains its enhancement effect. The effect lasts until the weapon breaks. Secret arts of the same type cannot be stacked, but many types of secret arts have fusion properties, he thought to himself, so it seems collecting corpses can get you not only class skill cards, but also these secret art type cards. Also, it seems this type of card can be used to strengthen equipment. Seeing Ye Qing standing still and doing nothing, Lao Truong yelled, What are you spacing out for? If you don't want to drag everyone down, then get to the back. Annoyed, he decided to act. Here we go. Apply Poison Coat to a normal dagger. The first one he targeted was the demon spider hot on Chu Thuong's heels. At that moment, Chu Thuong put on a gas mask. Even though I'm the highest level wandering poet in this party, there's something I haven't dared to tell them. He hadn't even finished his thought when the demon spider caught up. Luckily, his instinct to flee for his life made him drop to the ground, allowing him to block the blow. Because I know my class has absolutely no combat power, it's only for buffs. Then he pulled a microphone out of his pocket. This is way too dangerous. I have to give myself a buff first just to save my own skin. Then he started to ramble. I am an elegant wandering poet. In the heat of battle, I must always remind myself to maintain my grace. I don't care what you are that's come here today. Bull demons and snake gods alike must all surrender before me on my turf. Seeing the kid spouting nonsense was getting on Ye Qing's nerves. What is this guy doing? Just then, a system notification appeared. Target successfully enhanced. This scared Chu Thuong so much he dropped his mic, deciding that fleeing was the best course of action. Whoops! How did I end up buffing the monster? Just before the monster could catch him, right in front of its sharp, slavering jaws, Ye Qing stepped in and saved Chu Thuong's life. A swarm of monsters with sharp, exposed teeth charged forward aggressively amidst the screams of the others. The monsters are enhanced. They turned pale, sweat pouring down as they stood frozen in fear. Lao Chu's voice trembled as he asked, What do we do now? Lao Truong, standing beside him, was just as terrified, but his voice was decisive as he commanded, Fall back! But it was too late. Jing Dian was facing a monster up close, and despite conjuring a fireball and throwing it, it did nothing. The sharp claws and teeth got closer and closer, until finally, all that remained was a blood-curdling scream mixed with a few curses. Fortunately, a familiar figure flashed past. With just a few quick slashes, The fangs and claws rained down, much to Jing Dian's astonishment. He landed a few more powerful attacks on the monsters behind, completely shattering their means of attack. Then, the shadowy figure landed calmly behind them, a dagger still dripping with fresh blood in his hand. Yi Qing's expression was indifferent as he stood there like a god. The two older men looked at each other in a panic, asking subconsciously, "That was this kid who just made that move, right?" "It must have been." Yi Qing lowered his eyes, his mind beginning to analyze the situation. Demonized spiders possess poison resistance, which weakens the poison effect. No wonder. My own poison coat secret art was extracted from one of these demonized spiders. Of course, the effect wouldn't be that great against them. Still, the physical damage was more than enough. The group behind them, finally coming to their senses, huddled together and started talking. "The wandering poet is so strong, as expected of our captain." Chu Thuong heard this and was stunned. "Huh? I was the one who did that?" He was utterly confused. "I was clearly just planning to cast a buff and then make a run for it." Shoving his hands in his pockets, he looked up at the remaining monsters. Yi Qing fell into deep thought. Monsters in the abyss have a certain level of intelligence. If they realize they can't win against a target, they won't attack on their own. His eyes gave off a purple glow, his cold expression unchanging as he silently predicted, "Their next move is to turn and run. That's their best option." Just as Yi Qing predicted, the monsters began to stir. They moved their massive bodies, backing away. He mumbled smugly, as expected. Jing Dian, a flame still held in his hand, exclaimed in surprise, "The monsters. They seem to be retreating." Lao Chu's eyes widened in equal horror. "This is just the first room, and it's already this scary. I don't even want to imagine what we'll find up ahead." Ignoring the chatter behind him, Ye Qing rested his chin on his hand and looked at the fangs he had just obtained, making a quick calculation. "My apologies, but I've already collected quite a few of my poison coat secret arts." He decided to keep one as a spare and convert the remaining 27 into BP. A system prompt appeared. "Suggestion: you have gained 54 BP. Meanwhile, Chu Thuong looked down at the torch in his hand, his eyes vacant and confused. He clenched his fist and commanded, "The monsters have retreated. Let's keep moving forward." He quickly agreed. "All right." Chu Thuong's eyes were determined as he raised his torch and led the way, not forgetting to remind everyone, "Our mission is to scout ahead, so we need to be careful. Let's not hit any more traps." Yi Qing tilted his head and glanced over. He didn't say a word, but in his mind, he really wanted to ask, is he talking to himself? Suddenly, he noticed something glowing in another corner. The system quickly popped up a notification, detecting a mysterious area of demonic energy in the hidden corner of the mirror frame, where a faint light seemed to be trying to attract everyone's attention. Yi Qing glanced over, his brows furrowing in confusion. Did a new branch appear in the dungeon instance because of the Red Moon's influence? Should I check it out or not? Raising his hand forward, he softly chanted, summoning a nightmare. A small red orb of energy appeared in midair. It slowly expanded, creating an illusion that looked exactly like him. When the surrounding red light vanished, Yi Qing gave the order, "You go on ahead with them for a bit. I'll follow behind." The dazed-looking shadow opened its mouth in a wide grin and gave a thumbs up. On the other end, Chu Tong frowned in confusion as he saw the illusion's frantic-looking figure running towards them. "Where did you run off to?" He looked at the dazed figure and reminded him in a low voice, "Don't split from the team, or you won't even know how you died." The illusion just kept smiling and followed quietly, leaving behind an eerie sound echoing from the distance. The sound came from the mirror in the hidden corner. It was flashing with a white light, as if opening a spatial portal. The other end of that portal was the entrance to a cave where Ye Qing had been teleported. Without hesitation, he stepped into the wider space inside. Suddenly, a spider monster appeared, crawling down the wall from the cave ceiling, aggressively charging toward Ye Qing. As if sensing the danger, he looked up. Just before the massive body came crashing down, he leaped high into the air. The attack slammed into the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust, and the force of the impact knocked Ye Qing even further away. He had barely landed and caught his breath when the Spider Queen reared up, its two claws, sharp and menacing, extended as the large spider swiftly slashed down. Yi Qing didn't even know when the gamma knife had appeared in his hand as he retreated to dodge. Waiting for the claw to strike down, he unleashed several powerful slashes as fast as lightning, but they didn't cause any damage at all, making Ye Qing exclaim in shock, "What?" Its physical defense was practically at immunity level. He was stunned for a moment, and the large spider took that opportunity to coat its claw in a stream of magical energy and slash down. Although the blow missed, its immense force sent Yi Qing flying high into the air, then crashing straight into the cave wall. Ignoring the pain, he quickly activated Observer's Eye, and the system popped up to help look up information on the monster before him. It was a rare Elite Level 20 Broodmother spider. He raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yi Qing's eyes narrowed with excitement. To think a Level 20 rare elite would appear. If I can kill it, I might be able to get a rare grade retrieval item. The large spider opened its mouth and spat out a huge wad of silk, which shot powerfully toward Ye Qing. He nimbly leaped up, his hand engulfed in a massive flame. When his jump peaked right above its head, Yi Qing unleashed a huge fire explosion. A giant fireball slammed into the top of the spider's head, causing it immense pain. The enraged spider tilted its head back and continued to spit silk in attack. It continuously attacked, following his movements. As Ye Qing dodged, he glanced at the monster, thinking to himself, its fire resistance is at immunity level. The elemental advantage is completely useless. He leaped closer, his voice low as he made his decision. If that's the case, then I'll just have to kill you in your own nest. He raised the gamma knife high, aiming for its head as he unleashed his skill. Yi Qing quickly activated weak point critical strike. The gamma knife paused between the streams of silk and plunged down its throat, making the spider roar in agony as its cumbersome legs flailed wildly. Seeing this, a smirk of amusement touched Ye Qing's lips. It turns out that a level 5 demonic spider has poison abilities, but the level 20 broodmother actually loses its poison resistance, turning it into a weakness. That's because she's specialized in defense and reproduction, not needing to focus on hunting, but just sending out demonic spiders to sustain herself. The system quickly displayed its current status, poisoned. He came to a conclusion, but the irony is that the poisonous spiderlings she spawns have become the very weakness that can deal fatal damage to her. After a brief pause, the spider suddenly spat out a web. Seeing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "I can't believe it had a move like this." In just a second of carelessness, Ye Qing was caught in the freshly spat web, which clung tightly to his body, slowing his speed to a crawl. It wove the silk into a net, hoisting Yi Qing into the air, yet he was strangely calm as he slowly activated Berserk. A mysterious power seemed to envelop Ye Qing's entire body, snapping the sticky silk threads. The moment his feet touched the ground, he shot forward without hesitation, using his entire body as a weapon to fly straight at the monster. With a terrifying push from the void, Ye Qing pierced right through the spider with ease. The battle was over. The system quickly appeared to do its job, reminding him that the Berserk card had entered a state where it could be upgraded. Choose one of two upgrade paths. One is Flesh and Blood Splatter, which makes you even more powerful in your Berserk state. Your physical attacks can even pierce through enemy parts with immunity traits. But the price is that your life points will decrease at a rate visible to the naked eye. The second is Endless Rage. Your Berserk time is doubled, and its cooldown is halved. He read each line carefully, thinking silently. A normal person would choose Endless Rage because it's a very stable upgrade path. But against a broodmother with physical immunity, you'd be in a hopeless situation. Choosing the Flesh and Blood Splatter upgrade path would undoubtedly make Berserk even stronger. But its most ridiculous side effect is the visible health drain. After a moment of hesitation, a self-satisfied smile spread across Ye Qing's face as he seriously made his decision. Of course, I'm choosing Flesh and Blood Splatter, because I still have a super regeneration card in my hand, which can counteract the negative effect of Flesh and Blood Splatter. A purple light appeared, enveloping him and the card to begin the upgrade. When Flesh and Blood Splatter is active, I can even damage monsters with physical immunity. This is this card's greatest strength. Having dealt with his personal matters, Ye Qing turned back to look at the giant corpse in front of him and the monster-slaying rewards hovering above it. He raised his hand, and all the cards were drawn by an unseen force into his grasp. Looking them over, he mumbled his calculations. If I use my status as an official team member, I can probably bring this equipment out of the abyss openly. This one alone could sell for at least 15,000 yuan. Putting them away, Ye Qing looked forward and activated his retrieval ability. Demonic arms, covered in talisman bracelets, appeared from the void. The patterns on them shone, dazzling the air, and a second later, each arm shot off in a different direction to collect the tattered corpse of the spider. He watched them work with growing excitement. What kind of skill will I get this time? I can't wait. Not keeping Ye Qing waiting long, the system popped up a notification, obtained rare card, Broodmother Spider. The details of this card are, summons up to 4 demonic spiderlings to fight for you. They will choose different evolutionary paths during combat. His eyes widened in surprise as he wondered, the summons can choose their own evolution? Back with the other group, they had also entered another open cave. Looking at the sparkling ores before them, Chu Tong couldn't help but curse, unbelievable. So there's a crystal ore mine in this abyss. Old Chu picked up a small piece to examine it, wondering aloud, at least S-rank pure magic crystals. Did they appear in the abyss because of the red blood moon? Beside him, Jing Dian's gaze swept across the area in astonished assessment. Every single one is priceless. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged his yellow, eye-topped staff into the nearest crystal, leaving the man beside him staring in disbelief. It's the Eye of Argos. It marks all terrain within a 60-meter radius, making it visible on the map to all adventurers who enter the abyss. After coming to his senses, Jing Dian rushed over, grabbed Old Chu by the collar and roared, "Are you an idiot? If we could take these magic crystals, it would be enough to let us live in luxury for the rest of our lives." Why did you have to market for those bastards? He shot back aggressively. If they find out we've been secretly hoarding magic crystals, forget about living in luxury. We'll be lucky to get out of here alive. Seeing the tense situation, old Zhang quickly stepped in to mediate. The lives of cannon fodder like us are just for those big shots to explore the map. If we die in this abyss, it'll just be written off as an accident. No one will really care if we live or die. Hearing this, he fell completely silent, his face contorted with resentment. Jingdian muttered insanely, "Trash, huh?" Right now, all he wanted was to kick these hindrances into a pile of monsters, to be devoured and scream, "Get the hell out of my way. No one cares if trash like you dies." Jingdian was now consumed by a single intense thought. No one would care if he died. His eyes sank, and an inner demon slowly emerged, threatening to swallow his humanity whole. Glancing at the illusion beside him, Jingdian resentfully gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. It's all that bastard Ye's fault. His gaze shifted to the crystal nearby as he secretly calculated. Right now, if he just had enough money, it wouldn't matter if he had no level. That's right, I can still use high-stat gear. Getting into the main force of the second team won't be a problem then. He quietly took one, reassuring himself. It's fine if I secretly hide a few. Staring at the crystal in his hand, Jingdian's eyes grew increasingly greedy. As if a trap had been sprung, a red light appeared in the air. The system issued a notification. Trap activated. It drew everyone's attention as a laser beam shot down, stunning them all. It passed through the gap between the two people in front and pierced straight through the head of the person sitting behind them. He went stiff and collapsed, his corpse charred black, leaving only the panicked screams and curses of the group. Chu! What the hell? Invincible! Back in the other dimension beyond the mirror, the mother spider from the card had been released, but right now, it was just a level 1 demonized spiderling. Yi Qing sat there watching the little spider play on the ground, his mood relaxing considerably. A level 1 demonized spiderling was extremely weak, with seemingly no combat ability. The system issued another friendly reminder. Investing BP could raise it to a level 5 demonized spider. The next level required 5 BP. He slowly calculated that if he wanted the spiderling to survive on the battlefield, he needed to level it up to at least level 5. To the spiderling's surprise, Ye Qing enveloped it in magic to level it up. A notification panel popped up, showing the progress. Evolved into a web-spinning spider. Gained ability, web shot. The group stared blankly at the stiff corpse on the ground as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Chew. Jingdian, standing nearby, quickly tried to defend himself. It was an accident, but he couldn't stop Zhang's fury. He lunged forward, grabbed Jingdian by the collar and snarled, "Damn you! You got Chu killed because of your greed! Do you have any idea that Chu was the sole provider for his entire family? He risked his life every single day to support them, and all because you couldn't handle a little humiliation?" Jingdian grabbed Zhang's hand and snapped back. "I just wanted to make a little more money. Is that so wrong? If my level hadn't dropped to 1, I'd be living the high life by now. I wouldn't need to be stuck here with you bunch of trash." This successfully poured fuel on the fire. Zhang backed away, raised his weapon, and declared that the man deserved to die. Chu Tong stepped forward to stop them, but it was chaos. Jingdian gathered a ball of fire in his hand and cursed back. "Don't act so high and mighty. In this dog-eat-dog world, wealth and power are the only things that matter." He challenged them madly. "Luck is part of it too." A figure appeared from behind a mound of earth, followed by the sound of clapping and a faint voice of praise. "Well said. I like your interpretation." Kaisar walked in with a slight smile. He whispered enticingly, "Kid, are you interested in joining the Fresh Blood Oath?" As if on cue, a group of newcomers appeared, stunning them. Silo followed behind, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and reported with a smirk, "One dead boss, a fresh corpse." Kaisar bowed his head in feigned sorrow, his flat voice offering an unrelated explanation. Dying in the abyss is an extremely common occurrence. Just as this kid said, your skills are lacking, so the only way for you to make money is to trade your lives for it. There's no shame in wanting money, and there's no shame in dying for it. Then he turned, put his arm around Jingdian's shoulder, and pulled him close, comforting him in a low voice. These kinds of demon spirit crystals only form during that specific moon. Every single one brought out is worth a fortune. Just one is enough to live in luxury for the rest of your life. Pausing for a moment, Kaisar adopted a mysterious air and slowly revealed, "But I forgot to mention one thing. The price for taking these crystals." With each word, his voice dropped several tones, full of challenge. "It requires you to offer up your worthless lives." Glancing over, Kaiser pretended to correct himself. "No, your precious lives." The moment he finished speaking, a giant berserker appeared, wielding a terrifyingly large blade, its attention fixed on the 3 remaining people. Silo stood among them and explained in a friendly tone, "What the boss means is, you are responsible for picking the demon crystals from the wall and tossing them into this basket in front of us. Got it? Anyone who tries to run will die." Zhang roared back in anger. Damn it, picking every single one of those crystals could trigger a fatal trap. Isn't this just telling us to go kill ourselves? He coolly approached, rubbing his neck and letting out a soft, veiled threat. I remember. Isn't your wife seriously ill and in need of money for treatment? Once they were close enough, Kaiser bowed his head and sneered mockingly. What? Doesn't he know I'd risk my life to get the money to cure her? This thought successfully cut off his next words. He didn't let up, narrowing his eyes and warning in a low voice. Remember, trading that pathetic life of yours for money is nothing to be ashamed of. Zhang trembled as he looked at Kaiser. His face was a mask of unwillingness, but he forced himself to look at the crystals. His trembling hand slowly reached for them, then his whole body collapsed uncontrollably as he stammered and begged. I'm sorry. I can't do it. Honestly, I just lost too much money gambling and needed to pay off my debts. I don't want to die. At this point, Zhang completely broke down, tears and snot streaming down his face. Witnessing this farce, Kaiser's face darkened as he snorted in contempt. Useless trash, as expected. Behind them, Jing Dian was sweating bullets out of fear, his mind racing to calculate his odds. This guy's level and power completely crushed mine. Even at my peak, I'd be no match for him. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, he forced an ingratiating smile and began to flatter him. Boss, didn't you just say the Fresh Blood Oath was looking for new recruits? And you asked if I was interested in joining, right? Sir, I'm a fire elemental mage. I'd love to join. This time, it was Kaiser who was taken aback. He turned to his subordinate and asked, Did I say that? The necromancer quickly leaned in and confirmed, Boss, you did indeed say that. So Kaiser turned back, waved him over and said, All right then, come on over. As if he'd struck gold, Jing Dian dropped to his knees respectfully and said, Yes, sir. But what he got in return was a kick that twisted his face, even as he was still swearing his oath. This humble servant is willing to go through fire and water for you, boss. He coldly berated him. You really think you're something special, don't you? What kind of trash thinks they can join our noble guild? You're a damn team killer. You should have been sentenced to death by the World Guild. I just wanted to make your death a little more valuable. Hearing these words, Jing Dian's eyes filled with nothing but hatred, which only made Kaiser press on. He kicked him relentlessly, his words growing more and more outrageous. Go ahead and be angry. It doesn't matter. None of you are getting out of here alive anyway. I'm going to turn all of you into corpses, then have the necromancer control your bodies to harvest these demon crystals. Since you've already died once, dying a few more times won't make a difference. Chu Tong stood to the side, witnessing everything but not daring to make a sound, only cursing them under his breath. These bastards. None of them noticed an illusory figure approaching him from behind and saying, Turn around. Chu Tong lowered his head, mustering all his courage to intervene, but before he could speak, Ye Qing grabbed his shoulder, pulled him back, and whispered, Don't be rash. Before Chu Tong could understand, he had already walked forward and coolly assured him, Leave this to me. You just wait on the side. Ye Qing then announced nonchalantly, It's just harvesting some crystals. What's so dangerous about that? Interrupted, the sorcerer roared in anger. What piece of trash dares to show their face now? He didn't even wait for a reaction, just walked right up and pulled a chunk out of the pile. Caught off guard, the group turned tail and ran for it, diving behind a rock and cursing nonstop. Damn it, you could have given us a heads up before grabbing it. Are you trying to get us all killed? After a moment with no response, they peeked their heads out to look. The sorcerer asked doubtfully, Is the death trap useless against him? Si Lu, next to him, offered an explanation. Or maybe, the trap only activates once, and then it's useless. Yi Qing was just as surprised, but he kept a calm expression, his mind racing with theories. Although it's an instant kill trap, if your luck stat is high enough, the effect can be reduced to a serious injury, a light wound, or even be nullified. My luck value must have just met the threshold to nullify it. With that thought, he quickly grabbed the next chunk. The group in the distance yelped again and ducked for cover. When the system notification showed that the trap hadn't been activated, they looked up in astonishment. Kai Sa boldly offered his judgment. If the trap isn't ineffective, then this kid's luck value is over 60 points. The sorcerer beside him disagreed. But for a Tier 1, Level 1 person to have a single luck stat over 60, that's impossible. After all, for most people who've changed classes, the luck stat doesn't grow naturally. It seems there's only one possibility. This instant kill trap has lost its effect. He acted certain. It's happened twice in a row. That has to be it. As he spoke, he proved his point by reaching out to grab the crystal ore in front of him. He yanked it out forcefully and turned confidently, saying, See, nothing happened. But that light appeared again. A laser beam shot straight through Si Lu's skull as he stared in shock. Another corpse created by recklessness. Kai Sa became even more certain of his theory. Eliminating all other possibilities, this kid named Ye Qing must have an abnormally high luck value compared to a normal person. It's probably a rare class trait. In the Abyss, Only stats related to combat power are the essence of long-term strategy. Did you really put all your class growth points into a useless stat like luck? He didn't answer him, only replying silently in his head. I just distributed my points a little more evenly, that's all. His anger reaching its peak, Kaisa narrowed his eyes, clenched his jaw, and declared coldly, "The original plan was to turn all of you into corpses to work for me. Now, I'll have to change that plan. I only need one corpse with a high enough luck value. The others are disposable." After his grand declaration, his surrounding subordinates replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Old Zhang trembled and backed away, muttering in fear. "We're done for. We're done for. We're dead for sure. Our opponents are official members of the Fresh Blood Oath. How can a few cannon fodder like us possibly be a match for them?" Zhou Tong chimed in, terrified. "If we turn and run now, we can still make it." Chen Xingdian, who had been frozen in the back, heard this, turned around, and fled without a word. The others could only stare, stunned. Yi Qing complained, confused. "What are you running for? We obviously have the advantage in numbers." The other guy turned to him helplessly and reminded him, "There were only 4 of us, and now one just ran off. Are you an idiot?" He smirked confidently and explained, "I wasn't necessarily talking about the number of people." After he said that, horrifying sounds immediately echoed from the cave ceiling. The sorcerer was the first to notice. He grunted and turned, asking, "Did you hear that?" The berserker next to him asked, confused, "Hear what?" The sorcerer looked up and saw a swarm of spider people aggressively charging down. Yi Qing smiled to himself. Summoning successful. As the imposing monsters landed on the cave floor, all that was left were the piercing, agitated screams of the others. "There are demonic beasts in this room!" Zhou Tong was utterly helpless. "This is even worse. Not only do we have enemies, but there are demonic beasts too." He quickly whispered to reassure him, "I just accidentally picked up a few spider people on the way here." He let out a gasp of surprise. Zhou Tong turned and asked doubtfully, "Since when can you control spiders?" Ye Qing didn't answer. He turned and scanned his opponents with his glowing purple eyes to gather information. The guy in the pointy hat is an enemy necromancer, level 20. The big guy is a berserker, level 17. The grunts around them are enemy hunters, level 18. And the big old guy with the shield is an enemy, Holy Knight, level 19. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes, calculating silently. "I don't know how different the strength of a human's level is from a monster's level, but my gut tells me they shouldn't be too hard to deal with." However, when he glanced at the leader on the other side, the system reported that it was unable to identify him, with a notification that it couldn't probe the target's combat stats. Kaisa frowned and looked over, a smirk on his face. He feigned praise, but his tone was full of contempt. "Your ability is to control creatures of the abyss, right? It seems you've got quite a few tricks for a tier 1. He glanced up, extremely annoyed, and thought, in other words, just looking at his stats, this guy isn't much lower than me. He might even be higher. On the other side, Kaisa waved his hand and declared confidently, "They're just a few level 10 demonic beasts. They're all trash." Then he turned to his subordinates and ordered, "Take care of the monsters first, then silence the witnesses. Be careful not to break the crystal ore." Yi Qing took the opportunity to glance back and warn them, "The situation has changed. If you don't want to die, run in the same direction Chen Xingdian went." Hearing this, old Zhang's selfishness took over. What an idiot. He's actually willing to hold back the enemy himself. Perfect. Let him handle it alone. With that thought, he turned, grabbed his weapon, and took off. Seeing Zhou Tong still hesitating, he quickly urged him, "You must have a reason for risking your life in the abyss, right? If you don't want to die, then run." By now, old Zhang's figure had already disappeared through the cave entrance. Zhou Tong's glistening eyes looked straight at Ye Qing. He hesitated, then promised, "I won't forget you." Then, letting go of everything, he bolted into the narrow cave mouth. With no one else to worry about, he immediately used his luck skill. A large amount of rock and dirt collapsed onto the cave entrance, causing the two inside to curse out loud. Staring at the tiny gap left in the cave mouth, old Zhang turned and yelled, "What the hell was that stupid stunt you just pulled?" Zhou Tong could only bow his head and apologize. "Sorry, I've been especially unlucky ever since I came to the abyss. I don't know what happened either." Outside the cave entrance, the battle had begun. The Holy Knight struck first, raising his shield with one hand to block an attack, while raising his hammer high with the other and aiming straight for the monster's face below. It was a direct hit. He then looked up and declared confidently, "Isn't this trashy monster just a one-hammer, one-kill deal?" The monster, its face knocked to one side, chomped on some silk threads. While the Holy Knight was still gloating, it spat directly in his face. The sticky silk threads clung tightly to his face, enraging the Holy Knight. He tried to pull them off, but before he could move much, the protagonist's blurry figure appeared right above him. The Holy Knight quickly sped up, pulling off the silk and raised his shield. A successful block is an automatic taunt. A level 1 challenging me, a level 19, you must be dreaming. Surprisingly, the blade slid upwards. He quickly shouted, "Shield bash," and used all his strength to fling Ye Qing into the air. During the few seconds of freefall, he calculated rapidly in his head. My spiders are only level 10. They can distract the enemy, but they're obviously not enough to fight against a professional team like the Fresh Blood Oath. Before landing, Ye Qing managed to unleash a slash. By the time he stood firm, his opponent's scream echoed out, "My legs!" Looking down, both of the man's calves were gushing fresh blood. Without a second's hesitation, Ye Qing lunged forward to finish his opponent, but he was harassed by two hunters from a distance. Yi Qing glanced over, and in an instant, he leaned his body and successfully dodged the two incoming arrows. Witnessing this, one of them exclaimed in shock, "That guy, he just dodged that, right?" The other one said, "No way, you must have missed. Speed it up, fire another one." As soon as he said it, they drew their bows again, nocked their arrows, and let them fly forward with fiery speed. Unlike before, Ye Qing didn't dodge. He raised his knife, waited for the arrow to get close, and then, without hesitation, swung down and split it in two. The archer who fired it exclaimed in shock. This time, it was actually on target. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Qing crouched down and unleashed his great flame burst. The flames, as if sentient, rushed forward in the direction he controlled. They tightly surrounded the other two, then exploded without warning, destroying the ground beneath their feet. All that was left was a heroic scream. "This guy is too strong!" And Ye Qing stood there, as majestic as a god. A terrifying roar rang out. "Monster, go to hell!" The poor monster quietly passed away before the merciless blade. The emotionless berserker watched it die stiffly. Immediately after, he charged toward Chu Tong's group with his sword again. "Hey, I haven't even made a move yet. Don't come after me!" Old Zhang's face tensed up. The moment the berserker's sword came down, Old Zhang quickly moved in front of Chu Tong and raised his shield to protect him. He hurriedly turned back and yelled at the person behind him, who was still in a daze. "It's all because of you that I couldn't escape, damn it." While he was still screaming, "If you don't want to die, get up and fight," the frenzied warrior, brimming with killing intent, swung his sword. Old Zhang noticed it too. He quickly used the shield in his hand to block the fierce attack, but due to the surprise and the opponent's overwhelming strength, he was sent flying several meters away, shattering a rock behind him. The man who was yelling a second ago was now bleeding from his eyes, nose, and ears, nearly knocked out cold. His head was spinning indescribably, and the sword flew out and stuck into the ground right between Chu Tong's legs, scaring him so much he collapsed to the ground. The berserker didn't stop. He carried his imposing sword and walked towards Old Zhang. When they were less than a meter apart, Old Zhang struggled to his feet and burst out laughing. To the berserker's confusion, he mumbled, "I shouldn't have come to the abyss. After all, it's death either way." As if using all the strength he had left, he roared, "Your death will clear the debt." This time, it's actually a relief. "Come and kill me, consider it granting his wish." The berserker attacked him without hesitation. Just as the sword was about to swing down, he was held fast by a purple stream of power. He glanced towards the source of the power and growled, word by word, "Can't move." "It's him." Chu Tong was struggling to control the power. He was confused but still spoke up. The target was caught correctly this time. "I'm using an immobilization spell." "Old Li, make your move, quick." But what answered him was Old Zhang's cursing. "You've got me pinned down too, you bastard." Over on the side, Ye Qing was speechless. What on earth are they doing? Next to him, the enemy necromancer, glowing with a crimson power, laid into him. "No matter what powerful hidden abilities you have, kid, your mana is ultimately limited. You can't maintain high-intensity combat forever," he thought to himself. "The summoning spell is a type of magic that continuously consumes mana. I already used a lot summoning the clone, and summoning the spider is also a constant drain on my mana." At that moment, he took a cup of water out of his inventory space and calmly drank it with a straw. The enemy necromancer saw this and was stunned. "What is that?" "Soda." The enemy necromancer furiously cursed out loud. "I don't care what you're drinking. It's too late to replenish your mana now anyway." As he spoke, the necromancer forcefully cast his zombie control spell, smugly showing off his power. A necromancer is a proper S-rank class. Their power is immense. Creatures controlled by spirit magic will fight relentlessly until they are completely destroyed. He kept sipping his drink. Hearing the new term, he tilted his head with an innocent and completely harmless-looking curiosity. Corpse control, mana replenishment complete. But then, a mysterious and brilliant purple-black flame rose from his feet. The empty cup was dropped, and behind him, something appeared through the purple flames. A hand wrapped in spell talismans reached out and, to the necromancer's horror, absorbed his horde of corpses. "Since you are already dead, you should rest in peace." The enemy necromancer screamed. "What kind of dark magic is this? What happened to all my corpses?" From a distance, Ye Qing suddenly charged forward. In a flash, he was in front of the enemy necromancer, throwing a punch at him. The man coughed up blood and fell. On the other side, another monster was also losing its life at someone's hands. Kaisat crushed the monster's head in his hand. his gaze shifting to him. Interesting. Your little farce is quite amusing. No wonder I happened to notice you back at the soda shop. He looked at the man's hand, which was still dripping with blood, and spoke without expression. If this was just about everyone making some money, we could have gone our separate ways and gotten along just fine. But you wanted to use people's lives to get the crystal, and that's where you crossed me. Especially, he looked at the man coldly, his voice chilling, when you treated me like a human shield. The man looked at him with utter disdain, smirking contemptuously. What's wrong? You think that little bit of strength means you can't be used as a human shield? What a joke. Even these pathetic underlings of mine are treated better than how I treat the ones above. Let me remind you, this is a dog-eat-dog world. Only by playing the villain can you stand at the top. Suddenly, a shout rang out, drawing Kai-sat's attention. Don't kill me. I'm just a grunt. Over here, Chu-tong held a sword, but his legs were shaking like a leaf as he stared at the berserker's back. Kai-sat spouted more nonsense. Given the current situation, there's absolutely no way you fought her, and us can both walk out of this abyss alive. Of course, but his words were quickly cut off by old Zhang's loud voice. Don't listen to his treacherous words. From the moment we started fighting back against them, there was no way out. Pick up that sword and cut him down, Chu-tong replied cowardly. I'm just a support. Forget killing people. I've never even killed a single monster. Kai-sat didn't care. He looked at him with a meaningful expression and said, one of our two sides has to fall. As if watching a comedy, he let out a contemptuous laugh. I don't really understand your grand principles. I only know that every single person has the right. At that moment, a blade of energy appeared in his hand, and the power around him increased significantly. He continued seriously. To enter the abyss, and then get out alive. Kai-sat threw a punch at him, mocking, naive. He steadily blocked the powerful punch, but was still knocked back a fair distance. Although he was unharmed, he became more vigilant, thinking to himself, so strong, just based on intuition. I know this is the strongest creature I've ever seen. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Kai-sat was right in front of him, like a monster. Yi-ching quickly jumped up to dodge the blow. His punch shattered the rock behind him. Kai-sat looked up at him with contempt. In the face of my power, you are nothing but trash. Chu-tong's eyes narrowed as he heard the insult, still hesitating. The berserker charged forward and shattered his shield. He spoke with disdain. You're too weak. Chu-tong quickly staggered, nearly collapsing to the floor. His eyes were dazed, and blood flowed endlessly. The berserker raised his sword high. Just as the sword was about to fall, a figure rushed forward to block his attack. Old Zhang, covered in blood, screamed, do something, you bastard. The berserker turned and slashed at old Zhang. Even then, old Zhang kept screaming, do something, you bastard. A trembling hand reached towards Chu-tong, who was still standing motionless. Aren't you supposed to be strong? You're the team captain. He was still lost in a memory. Back then, he had said, our human shield squad needs to pick a small team leader. I feel that as a wandering bard, I'm well suited for this role. He answered old Zhang with a trembling voice. I just thought that if I could be the captain, I wouldn't have to kill monsters myself. He fell to his knees in fear, blurting out, I wouldn't have to personally touch those dangerous things, and I wouldn't have to personally prove what a useless person I am. I'm not strong at all. I'm really just a complete noob. Chu-tong screamed, slamming his head on the ground before the berserker. Please, spare me. He remembered how that guy had told him he was the only one in the team with zero luck. Just leeching a little EXP isn't enough, is it? Then someone next to him replied, this guy only knows how to leech EXP. Shameless. Get out of my party. He was sadly berated for being a noob. Get lost. Later, as Chu-tong was sitting there, dejected, someone approached him. It was Kai-sat, who had asked him back then, Kid, what's your class? He was suspicious, but answered anyway. Level 3, Wandering Poet. The guy smirked and said, follow me. But just then, Yi-ching was sent flying, crashing hard against a rock behind him. In that instant, Kaiser rushed right in front of him. Then he roared, this is the Azure Dragon's infinite might of the duelists. It inflicts continuous true damage to the target's vital organs. If you use any more mana, the wound will deepen. You might just drop dead. He threw a powerful punch at him. After all, a single blow like this was enough to disable the signature skill of a mana-wielding master. He thought frantically, too fast. I have to get some distance. Seeing him dodge, the guy quickly gave chase, taunting, think you can run? As he moved, he observed, so the debuff drains my health every time I use a skill? I'm actually kind of curious to try it. He suddenly realized he should buff himself. He yelled at the dazed guy, hey, Zhou Tong! Yi-ching was sent flying by Kaiser, right towards him. He ended up collapsing right at Zhou Tong's feet. Lying there, he said, if you want to escape this weakness, this powerlessness, pinning your hopes on someone else's charity is useless. That kind of incredible power. I've dreamed of wielding it more than anyone. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yi-ching smiled and said, that's why I, too, have been disappointed by my own powerlessness. He remembered himself struggling, lamenting, I'm so damn useless. Ignoring Zhou Tong's stunned expression, he continued his speech. But I never planned on running away. Being weak isn't an excuse to be afraid. Back then, he was being crushed by a monster. And he'd said, the moment you admit you're scared, your heart grows weak along with it. The next words seemed to awaken something in him. A notification panel appeared, announcing 0 damage dealt. At that time, he ignored the notification and fought back with everything he had, even though the only thing in his hand was a short sword on the verge of shattering. I won't accept this. I won't. Notification. Critical hit. 1 point of damage dealt. Even though it was just a short sword, it plunged directly into the monster's eye. He recalled watching the monster fall and continued. And it worked. In that moment, I found the courage to take that first step. He wiped the blood from his lips and grinned. He glanced at Zhou Tong, who was also getting to his feet, and encouraged him. My whole life has been preparation for becoming a king. Even when I was just a good-for-nothing scrap collector, Zhou Tong was still a bit dazed. Become a king. He looked at the sword in his hand and mumbled, if I don't get stronger, I'll die. Better than being mocked by others, hiding who I am, and running from a fight. Then, Zhou Tong's gaze turned serious. The more I want to change, the stronger I'll get. I want to become a true powerhouse. The berserker stood there contemptuously and joked, just a level 3 support? How could you possibly cut through my level 17 main tank armor? I'll just stand right here and let you have a swing. But Zhou Tong just tossed the sword away, an action that left the guy dumbfounded. A moment later, a microphone appeared in his hand. He gripped it tightly and cast, Poetic Art Grand Banishment. The berserker's eyes widened in surprise. Even Kaiser was taken aback, blurting out, what's going on? But he just smiled confidently, as if he'd leveled up. Because I found the best support in the entire world. A notification panel appeared before him. Gained encouragement status. Damage increased by 15%. Defense increased by 15%. Speed increased by 15%. Resistance increased by 15%. A strange phenomenon manifested from his hand. Fresh blood nightmare, he called out, and a stream of liquid immediately wrapped around the berserker. The guy glanced behind him and saw something that looked like a harmless version of him, but in the next second, that thing latched onto his arms and legs and wouldn't let go. A shriek echoed, "Let me go!" Zhou Tong watched, stunned, as the berserker was constricted by Ye Qing's power like an octopus. He stopped paying attention to that side and glanced over at the other fight. Over there, Ye Qing was clashing with Kaiser, the outcome still undecided. Kaiser roared, "You're asking to die!" He quickly dodged the guy's attack. In that moment, he took the chance to think, because my mana is full, my regeneration speed is changing very quickly. He gripped his dagger tightly once more and charged forward. The two of them were locked in close combat, trading blows a punch for a dagger strike. It was only then that Kaiser finally noticed something had changed, he thought. My armor. It's useless? It was actually pierced by a punk like you with a broken dagger? He also quickly assessed the situation. The flesh and blood effect that ignores defense is working, but the health drain debuff is still active. After a moment of calculation, he shot forward like an arrow. In his mind, he needed to end this fight quickly. Kaiser laughed with delight, praising him. Interesting. He leaned back, perfectly dodging Ye Qing's attack. Then, he used one hand to block the arm holding the dagger. He said, I've trained in grappling for 20 years. How could I possibly lose in technique to a little brat like you? Then he threw a devastating punch and said, Feel the difference in our power? That one punch made him spit blood and sent his dagger flying. He staggered, listening to the guy drone on. On the path of leveling up, a duelist can advance to either the strength-based destroyer or the skill-based street fighter. He quickly stabilized himself. Ye Qing spun around to face him head-on. Their fists collided. His face was a mess of blood, but he didn't back down an inch. Kaiser roared. Because I truly despise those weak technique-based fighting styles, I put all my stat points into destructive power. Then he unleashed his ultimate move, Overwhelm. Heaven-shattering fist. Zhou Tong watched nervously as he was sent flying backward, dust exploding everywhere. But through the cloud of dust, the young man hadn't fallen. Though the clothes on his body were torn to shreds, he was still standing. Kaiser sneered. Idiot. You want to meet my overwhelm head-on? You actually dare to compete with me in raw strength? How could I possibly lose to a little punk like you? He grabbed his collar, his voice turning grim. Put all stat points into strength. A notification panel appeared. 176 free stat points have all been allocated to strength. He ripped off his tattered shirt, revealing his solid, well-defined muscles. Over on the other side, Kaiser didn't quite hear what he said and asked, Put what into strength? By now, his eyes had changed, becoming paler. Looking down at his abs, he thought to himself, my strength value skyrocketed in an instant. My muscle mass has changed a bit too. Seeing that the situation was no longer the same, Kaiser grew even more excited and battle-hungry. He laughed loudly and yelled, So what? Seeing him charging forward, he calmly focused his power into his fist and thought, although he didn't know the effect of a fighter's combat skill on destructive power, He figured that pouring 300 free points into strength all at once should be enough to handle this punch, right? Kaisar still thought it would be no different from before, so he laughed gleefully and swung his fist straight toward him. When their fists met, the immense power they carried collided violently, shattering one of them. With a single blow, Ye Qing had utterly crushed Kaiser. He looked in agony at his mangled hand, blood pouring from his orifices, and stammered in disbelief. This artless punch. How is this possible? Zhotong, watching from the side, was completely shocked. Ignoring that Kaiser was already on the ground, he leaped towards him again. He pounced on top of him, straddling his body and looking down. He held his head in place with one hand and raised the other. He said, "I'm not giving you time to be shocked, because this fight needs to end. Fast." The guy's eyes held an unspeakable emotion, mixed with a hint of terror, as he heard him say, "From this day on, you can join the cannon fodder squad, Kaiser." Flashback. 8 years ago, a voice rang out, "Clean all my gear, spotlessly. We've got a deeper dungeon to run after this." A much younger Kaiser was polishing a weapon when someone walked up and threw more weapons down at his feet, telling him to clean them carefully. The rule of the Lion's Heart Hunters is that the weak are only fit to shine the shoes of the strong. The person turned to leave, adding that if he wanted to become an official member, he had to prove himself. But when faced with a giant monster, that same person said, "Looking at you now, I see you're destined to be cannon fodder for the rest of your life." At that moment, he thought that if he could just prove he wasn't useless, he could crawl out of this mud pit. He then used his fist to take care of that monster, determined to prove himself. He looked at the hand that had just dealt with the monster and belatedly realized, "It's not as hard as I thought." Then, with a loud crash, another monster appeared beside him. Without a word, the monster swung its blade at him. He was beaten beyond recognition. Sometime later, he vaguely heard someone speak. Shattered lower jaw, 8 broken ribs, heart pierced through, liver, kidneys, and lungs completely destroyed. "This body of yours cost quite a few crystal stones, you know." By then, his face was already covered in scars as he slowly opened his eyes. Before him was some research scientist. He himself was floating in a lab solution. He heard the man say that abyssal technology could now extract the regenerative cells of abyssal creatures and implant them into the human body. Luckily, your DNA compatibility with the demonic beast is a perfect match. The good news is, you get to live. The bad news is, you're now a mongrel. A burst of malicious laughter followed. It was Director Tong, his eyes darkening as he spoke. A badge shaped like a lion's head was thrown onto the floor, accompanied by a deep, somber voice. "You've simply proven yourself worthy of becoming a member of the Lionheart Hunt, an official member." The organization's leader, a colossal figure in armor with 2 horns on his head, sat enthroned. He waved his hand and commanded, "Put it on. Become my strong right arm. Become my hunting dog." Kai Tat picked up the badge with a gleeful expression and asked, "Where are my comrades?" Hearing this, the leader narrowed his eyes in anger and replied, "You useless piece of trash. They're all dead." Kai Tat broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "This is a dog-eat-dog world." In the present, his head was being crushed by a hand, the immense pain accompanied by a single thought. "If I can't prove my worth, I'll be treated like trash." Drawing strength from that memory, Kai Tat pulled Ye Qing's hand off his head. Just then, the system announced, "Unshakable." Defense significantly increased. Destructive power significantly increased. Speed significantly increased. Seeing his state, Ye Qing's eyes widened in surprise. Kai Tat threw a punch at Ye Qing's chest, but he didn't even react. Looking at Kai Tat's fist, he thought to himself, "He's recovered." A roar echoed out. With bloodshot eyes, Kai Tat frantically threw punches at Ye Qing. He quickly backed away, slamming his hand onto the ground and causing it to shake. At that moment, magical energy seemed to gather in Kai Tat's hand as he spoke. The essence of a mana crystal is condensed power, surging magic. During a blood moon, the purest mana crystals are especially powerful. Kai Tat's entire body began to transform, resembling a demonic beast. He continued, "Because the trachea of a demonic beast was implanted in me, I can transform as well, allowing me to absorb the power of this mana crystal." Kai Tat bared his sharp teeth and spoke in a low voice. "In an instant, I've surpassed the power of an abyss boss." He aggressively advanced. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. "Boss Roderick, Kai Tat detected. Demonization process complete." Kai Tat let out a roar that shook the very space around them, and another system notification appeared. "Berserk has ended. Entering 30-second fatigue state." After hearing the notification, Ye Qing frowned and whispered, "The system actually classified him as a boss-level demonic beast. What the hell happened to this guy's body? This is bad." Just then, Chutong ran over from a distance, asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" At that moment, Kai Tat stomped hard on the ground, shattering it, and roared aggressively, "All you have to do is abandon your human dignity." Suddenly, Ye Qing glanced over, signaling to Chutong. Immediately after, Kai Tot kicked large chunks of rock toward the two of them. Then he shouted, "Abandon your human body and become a demonic beast, unbound by any morality." The rocks hurtled towards them, but the two quickly dodged. Kai Tot then leaped up, charging straight for Ye Qing in an attack stance as he loudly affirmed his decision. "I accept this price for power." Yi Qing glanced back with a worried expression as Kai Tot, like a ferocious demonic beast, charged in to attack him. Seeing this, Chu Tong's whole body trembled in fear. He thought to himself, "Strong. He's too strong." He was like a ferocious demonic beast, stomping on Ye Qing, who lay motionless on the ground. He thought to himself, "There's no doubt about it. Against truly powerful players, trash like us don't stand a chance." Even Ye Qing, who had far surpassed his companions, still couldn't fight back against him and was even killed in a single punch. It was clear he'd used all his strength, yet he was still terrified by this unshakable power. Even I unconsciously want to submit. At that moment, Kai Tot tilted his head back smugly and declared, "The weak bow before the strong. That is the unchanging truth of the ages." Kai Tot touched his own face and laughed maniacally, his eyes glowing red as he spoke. To become this strong, even this pathetic appearance is worth showing off. Suddenly remembering, he glanced over and said, "Oh, I almost forgot there was still one small fry left." Seeing him walking his way, Chu Tong said fearfully, "You suddenly changed like this." I didn't see anything." Ignoring his words, he advanced while saying, "In any case, this mana crystal collection mission has been ruined by you guys. You are the last witness to this cannon fodder tragedy." With that, he rushed toward Chu Tong and shouted, "Let me grant you a glorious death." Seeing this, the terrified boy raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Wait, if I have to die, I still have something to say." Kai Tot walked over and grabbed him by the collar, speaking with contempt. You worthless wandering poet. You sure talk a lot." Lifting him into the air, he asked, "Any last words?" He didn't notice that behind him, Ye Qing's body was reforming. Choking, Chu Tong struggled to speak. "I want to leave the abyss alive." Looking at the splattered red blood behind Kai Tot, he tried to stall for time, speaking slowly. "Also, I can't die." Chu Tong's eyes widened in shock. He said, "Actually, you're not the only witness to this cannon fodder tragedy." Sensing something strange about the boy, Kai Tot glanced in the direction he was looking. He was stunned to see the drops of blood coalescing together. Yi Qing emerged from the pool of blood, his eyes cold and sharp, and said in a low voice, "Thanks to our wandering poet for buying me some time. The fatigue state has just worn off." Yi Qing held a small drop of blood in his hand and said in a low voice, "Before, I couldn't get all the information about your body through visual observation alone. So, I had to use my fresh blood nightmare trait to gain hidden information through physical contact with the target." Seeing his attitude, Kai Tot frowned, took a sharp breath, and asked curiously, "Fresh blood nightmare? You mean the guy I just killed was just an illusion? Since when?" Yi Qing's eyes grew dark as he said, "The price of this transcendent power is probably heavier than you imagine. The Berserker's Berserk skill may significantly increase my strength for a short time, but the price for forcibly borrowing power beyond my body's limits is a 30-second weakened state." He glanced at him coldly and warned, "And you are limited by your ambiguous body, caught between human and demonic beast. A greedy hand from the abyss will reach for you, and it will make you pay the price." Not believing his words, Kai Tot laughed boastfully. "Don't be ridiculous. This power belongs to me. What does it have to do with the abyss?" Suddenly, Kai Tot's expression changed, and he glanced behind him in alarm. Kai Tot let out a loud roar of pain as the arm holding Chu Tong was knocked away. While Kai Tot stared in shock at the arm that had just been hit by a lightning-fast attack, Chu Tong quickly fled. Glaring at Ye Qing, he gritted his teeth in anger and spat out, "You!" Immediately after, he angrily launched himself toward Ye Qing to attack. But before he could even get close, Ye Qing had already leaped up and struck him hard on the head. Despite taking the hit, he was unharmed and immediately leaped up to counterattack. As soon as Ye Qing landed, Kai Tot rushed forward, swinging his arm to attack. Watching him approach, Ye Qing thought to himself, "The physical transformation has reduced his speed." It was true. He frantically swung his fists at him, but Ye Qing still dodged with ease. He struggled to fight him barehanded, thinking to himself, "If only I had a weapon right now." Just then, a figure was seen running from the distance. Seeing Ye Qing get sent flying by Kai Tot's punch, a stunned Chu Tong shouted out. Ye Qing looked toward the voice, his pupils contracting in surprise. Chu Tong then threw the sword hard in his direction, shouting, "Catch!" Though still surprised, Ye Qing quickly caught the sword. Back to the fight between Ye Qing and Caesar, the latter was now leaping forward, swinging his arms to attack him. Immediately after, Ye Qing jumped up to counter, swinging a fist at him, then slipped behind and slashed hard at Caesar's shoulder. Hit by the blow, He staggered forward. Ye Qing landed firmly on the ground. Calming himself, he gritted his teeth in anger. Every single one of his strikes was a precise, critical hit. Ye Qing looked at him coldly and reminded him, "Don't forget, I'm still that agility-type character you didn't bother putting any points into." Seeing his attitude, Caesar charged forward even more frantically, shouting, "Humiliating me will only make your death more pathetic, because I am a being superior to you." He swung his arm to attack, but he easily dodged it. At this moment, Ye Qing's fist was engulfed in a blazing fire. He spoke with contempt, "A superior being?" Then he powerfully swung that mighty fist into Caesar's face with a mocking tone. He said, "In my eyes, you're 100% a monster." Caesar was hit, his entire face enveloped in flames as he let out roars of pain. The fire had burned his head, leaving only pitch-black eyes, but he wasn't destroyed yet and continued to roar ferociously. Seeing his current state, Ye Qing said with disgust, "You've fallen too far. There's no coming back." Standing before Caesar, the space around him suddenly grew dark as his voice rang out. "Have you heard the call of the abyss?" Caesar's eyes shot wide open in agitation, and he roared in anger. "All of you, just die. Don't drag me down with you." Then, as if he'd lost control, he roared and swung his arms wildly in the air, constantly muttering, "I've already proven my worth, so why won't you let me go? I'm not cannon fodder. I shouldn't have to die." Suddenly, Zhou Tong peeked out from behind Ye Qing and said, "He's had a complete mental breakdown. Now's our chance." His eyes turned cold, as if waiting for the right moment to finish him off. Caesar laughed maniacally and then attacked the empty air. At that moment, Ye Qing's body began to transform. He spoke up, "Hey, Captain, is my main body and the fresh blood nightmare exchanging places?" Zhou Tong turned his head and saw his appearance, stammering in shock. "You! Him!" At that moment, Zhou Tong's eyes welled up with tears as he thought, "I thought you were dead." Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Challenge. Do not kill KER. Achieve victory in battle. Obtain a rare reward. Looking at the notification panel, Ye Qing pondered, "How is that even possible?" His eyes grew cold. Ye Qing assessed the situation and thought to himself, this crazy bastard would absolutely not leave any chance for survival, not even after seeing his own comrade in this state. Wait, if I can complete the challenge, I'll get a rare reward. I should at least give it a try. His entire body turned into a pool of blood as he gave instructions to Zhou Tong. "Remember my words. Find a way to draw his attention. 5 seconds is all I need." At that moment, Ye Qing's mouth opened in a dark, quiet whisper. "There's no need to kill him anymore." He then calmly explained, "Monsters belong to the abyss. Monsters cannot leave the abyss." Looking back at Caesar, who had completely turned into a monster and was rampaging around, he spoke. "When a human forsakes their humanity and falls into the abyss will also accept them. This is the law of the abyss." As he finished, he watched Caesar walk into a dark cave. Seeing him continue deeper inside, he explained further, "It is said that during a red moon, the demonic beasts in the abyss will enter a frenzied state. But during this red moon, the one who fell into a frenzy was clearly a human." Suddenly, a voice echoed from inside the cave. "It's true that if you survive a great catastrophe, good fortune will follow. This time, it's finally my turn to strike it rich." Deep inside the cave, a figure was silhouetted against a sparkling golden light. The person opened a treasure chest and exclaimed, "It's full of treasures and mana crystals." Looking at the pile of treasures, he said happily, "I'm finally rich this time. Freedom, new equipment, a new identity." He then laughed greedily, exclaiming, "I'm about to defy the heavens and change my fate." Lost in his joy, he didn't notice Caesar approaching. Meanwhile, in a certain tavern, Zhou Tong suddenly slammed his head on the table and pleaded loudly, "Please let me call you boss. I want to roll with you from now on." Ye Qing, still holding a mug of beer, said helplessly, "This sudden, grand gesture. I can't accept something like this." Hearing that, he smiled and said, "My whole life has been a preparation to become a king. I'm determined to follow you for the rest of my life." Seeing this, Ye Qing could only sigh and say, "I was being too dramatic back then. Thinking about it now is just embarrassing." Zhou Tong didn't think so. He said urgently, "Absolutely not, boss. It was only with your encouragement that I discovered my own worth and a goal to strive for." Ye Qing looked at him and asked, "So, what do you plan to do from now on?" Zhou Tong pointed to himself and replied excitedly, "Didn't you say I was the best support?" Hearing that, he was stunned and asked back, "Did I say that?" At that moment, Zhou Tong clenched his fist, showing his determination as he spoke, "I also want to become the king of supports." Looking at his attitude, Ye Qing thought helplessly, "This guy with 2 points in agility and 1 in luck. It's already a miracle he can survive on the battlefield. If I keep encouraging him to go to the front lines, I'd basically be killing him." Zhou Tong smiled happily and said, "Imagine this scene. You're at the front, boss, and I'm at the back of the team, buffing you. We'll form a party." Ye Qing immediately tried to dissuade him. "I advise you not to enter the abyss again." Hearing that, he asked with some disappointment, "What did you say?" Yi Qing looked at him, thinking seriously. If your ability is only to make others stronger, but you yourself are still so weak that you need others to protect you. Sorry, that's still not the model of a proper support. I'm sorry, Zhou Tong. I just don't want you to keep risking your life. Seeing his attitude, Zhou Tong fell silent, looking dejected. A notification panel appeared. 1,000 mana crystals. Yi Qing said generously. This is all the mana crystals. It's enough for you to live on for a long time. But promise me, don't take another step into the abyss. Even so, he kept his head down and said sadly, I know. It's the truth. You're only saying these things for my own good, boss. Suddenly, Zhou Tong's spirit returned. He lifted his head and spoke with determination. But no matter what, I can't accept living in this world like a piece of trash. Even in death, I don't want to be looked down upon. Seeing his resolve, Yi Qing smiled with satisfaction, thinking, that look in his eyes is very convincing. It makes it impossible for anyone to refuse. After careful consideration, he spoke. If you can't protect yourself, how can you protect others? Taking out a sword from a void space, he asked. If I remember correctly, your staff only takes up one hand, right? Although surprised, Zhou Tong quickly replied, that's old Li's one-handed sword. Before his astonished eyes, Yi Qing slammed the sword down onto the tabletop. Standing on the table and looking down, Yi Qing explained authoritatively. According to the intelligence I have on the bard profession, by using a magic-type weapon, you can cast enhancement and weakening spells. You can also master certain attack-type spells. Facing Zhou Tong's admiring and determined gaze, he said, you couldn't draw your sword for old Li back then. From now on, strive to draw it for him. That is the debt you owe him. Gripping the sword tightly, Zhou Tong explained, Boss, I actually never needed these mana crystals. Hearing that, Yi Qing smiled with satisfaction and said, then give them to old Zhou's and old Li's families. After all, we'll be earning a lot more in the future. Zhou Tong quickly agreed. Yes, boss. Sometime after that incident, the secretary reported that after the Blood Moon event, a squad of S-class job changers was dispatched to eliminate all the monsters in the abyss. The 8 bodies of the Blood Oath Pioneer team were found in the abyss. Captain Che was severely infected by the abyss and had completely turned into a monster. He has now been confirmed for elimination. In addition, countless bodies of unrelated personnel were discovered, among which was a very familiar face that made him curious. Who was it? The secretary replied, it's Chen Xingdian, the one we recently accused of being a team killer during the infiltration of another abyss zone. When he was discovered, the body was wearing high-end gear. It's likely that after Xie Jia transformed, a fierce battle broke out with him, but he was ultimately killed. It seems a random element has appeared in our plan. He picked up the newspaper and looked at it. Just one random element? The secretary nodded. Yes, just him. He nodded back. I see. Just then, a curious person beside them chimed in to ask, so, has our plan failed? He replied, Xie Jia was just a useless dog. Since he couldn't prove his worth, we'll just have to find more people. Scene change. Shenfeng City People's Hospital. In a corner of the hospital, near an exit, a man was crying into his hands. Please, forgive your dad. I was pushed into a corner this time. I had no other choice. In his hand was a black key. Suddenly, the key activated, hovering in mid-air. Its power then erupted, spreading throughout the area around the hospital and catching pedestrians completely off guard. What's going on? Then, someone noticed a mysterious purple smoke enveloping the entire hospital building. It's an abyss portal. Someone call the police. And just a moment later, monsters started pouring out. People panicked, scrambling to escape. Hold my hand tight. Listen to me, and don't look back. Ye Zhou, run! A young man held his little sister's hand tightly, but they hadn't gotten far before a scorpion monster attacked. The blow sent them flying apart. He fell, his head hitting a rock, while his sister was swallowed whole by the beast. Brother! Suddenly, Yi Qing shot up in bed, his forehead drenched in sweat. He quickly laid his head back down, feeling uneasy. That dream again. He looked at his phone screen. That's right, I remember. Today is. A while later, at a flower shop, Yi Qing entered, neatly dressed in his uniform. Sister Zhang, can I get a bouquet of flowers? Seeing him, she smiled. Little Ye, you're here. To visit your sister, right? He even smoothed down his hair. Yes, that's right. I'm running a little late because I had a lot to do. Hearing this, Sister Zhang couldn't help but remark, that's so sweet of you. She's so lucky to have a great brother like you. Did you get a haircut? It looks good. This reminded him of what happened earlier. I was just passing by when Uncle Quan pulled me in to try out a new style. Little Ye, I just learned a new style. Come on, let me try it out. But I have to go to Sister Zhang's to buy flowers. Then, he offered to help her. You set these up outside, right? Let me help you carry these out. Sister Zhang was grateful. Thank you. And so they moved the displays outside together. Just then, a lot of ambulances drove past, making Sister Zhang curious. It looked like a lot of cars were heading to the hospital. I even saw a lot of job changer vehicles. I wonder if something's happened. A sense of dread washed over Yi Qing. The hospital. He took off in a flash, not even saying goodbye to Sister Zhang, weaving between buildings and using them as footholds. When he arrived, he saw a massive purple portal and heard the guards shouting, "Put up the caution tape!" Yi Qing was horrified. Why is there an abyss portal here? He landed on the ground, and a security guard immediately approached to stop him. "Civilian, please stay back. This area is cordoned off." But a second later, the guard was stunned as the young man calmly walked right past him and into the abyss portal, making the chief of security furiously shout, "What are you doing? Why did you just let an outsider walk right in?" The guard whispered to his chief, "Don't ask. That kid's just like the others who went in before. They're not people we can afford to mess with. Just let it be." Inside, Ye Qing's face was set with determination as he muttered, "Wait for me, Ye Ye Zhou. This time, I will never let you go." Once inside, he analyzed his surroundings. The abyssification had created a separate dimension within the hospital, one that far exceeded the building's physical footprint, just like that shopping mall before. "This room's already been cleared. A squad of job changers must have entered before I did." Then, Ye Qing took a shimmering blue potion from his bag. Those rich hunters. A large mana potion like this isn't something a normal job changer could afford. Rebirth. Convenient mana potion. Large bottle information. Instantly restores 85% of mana points, removes most fatigue, and reduces mana consumption by 50% for the next 30 seconds. He thought to himself, if I'm going to clear this abyss by myself to find Ye Ye Zhou, it's going to take a massive amount of mana. I need to be fully prepared. When he reached the main hall, Ye Qing hesitated. The path had already split to the left and right. He used his observation skill, and a system notification popped up. Once you enter a branching path, you cannot return. Seeing this, Ye Qing crouched down to think. I have to pick a path, and it's a one-way trip. These markings are fresh. I'm guessing the hunter team ahead marked this path. I'll assume for now that they're here on a rescue mission, so it's better for me to take a different route. That should increase my chances of finding Ye Ye Zhou. This abyss is incredibly deep. Who knows how long it'll take to reach the end? Worst case, I'll just have to explore every single path. He narrowed his eyes. No more time to waste thinking. A normal person wouldn't survive long in here. I have to move fast. Yi Qing noticed the pristine red carpet under his feet and deduced, this brand new carpet means no one has been here yet. He then glanced back toward the entrance, only to see it was obstructed. The way back was consumed by darkness, creating an impassable barrier. Yi Qing decided to take out the Eye of Argos, muttering, right, I've seen what this thing can do before. If I'm really stuck in a maze, I can at least use this to mark parts of the map. A second later, the system responded, you have used the Eye of Argos. He then commanded it, open map. However, the system replied, cannot display map data for this area. At that moment, Ye Qing understood. No wonder they had to carve marks with their swords in this abyss maze. The system's navigation is completely useless here. This must be one of those legendary rule abysses. Seeing a monster advance toward him, he wondered, did I walk into a trap? Yi Qing listened intently to his surroundings before speaking. No, I don't hear any mechanical noises. Just then, a phantom spirit appeared behind him, completely unnoticed. Yi Qing added, in fact, this room is eerily quiet. Taking advantage of his distraction, it lunged at him from behind. Fortunately, he was fast enough to dodge aside. Yi Qing steadied himself and glared at the phantom spirit before lunging forward to strike it, but a system notification popped up, ineffective. Yi Qing froze. Physical immunity? His attack had enraged it, and the phantom spirit let out a roar. A system notification appeared. Berserk state. The moment it roared, Ye Qing was struck by its rage. Blood started trickling from his eyes, nose, and mouth as he thought, there's no way to hear this sound through my ears. My perception has been drastically reduced. He looked at the phantom spirit, cursing himself. I nearly underestimated how dangerous this abyss is. Ye Qing now understood the challenge. This time, I'm up against a physical rule. I remember now. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, and he thought to himself, I ran into this 3 years ago. Back then, Ye Qing had been working sorting trash when he stumbled upon some strange, angry-faced statues that made him jump and yell. What the hell? You scared me to death, Yi Qing grumbled as he sat up. So it's just a pile of creepy statues. I thought it was some kind of monster. He went back to his box, picked up a scrap, and said, can't waste another day. Just then, Yi Qing heard a noise and turned to look behind him. Yi Qing saw the statues from before suddenly come to life. As they advanced on him, he quickly grabbed his cardboard box and backed away step by step, saying in fear, am I hallucinating? Weren't they just lying scattered over there a second ago? Luckily, a kind colleague suddenly appeared and shouted a warning. Don't turn your back to them! Don't blink! These are weeping monster statues. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, a weeping monster statue? What the hell is that? The name alone is creepy. And when Ye Qing looked toward him, the colleague snapped, Look at them, not me. He quickly replied, right, right, right. Meanwhile, the guy explained, the actions of monsters from the abyss follow a certain logic. The higher the level, the stronger that logic is. The weeping statues in front of you are recorded as S-class creatures, and they actively attack based on a person's movement. Their rule is this. As long as you're looking at them, they're stone and locked in place. The kind colleague was warning Ye Qing, the moment you look away, they'll rush you. They can kill you in a single second. He shouted in fear, so what do we do now? Keeping his eyes locked on the weeping monster statues, the colleague said, listen to my command. Back up slowly until we're out of this room. Do not blink. Yi Qing agreed. Got it. According to the plan, they both backed away toward the door, step by step. However, since he couldn't look where he was going, he stepped on a rock behind him. Just like that, Ye Qing fell to the ground. And then, the weeping monster statues roared and immediately lunged toward them. Luckily, his colleague quickly grabbed the switch pole. A second later, he managed to slam the door shut. Ye Qing was still staring wide-eyed straight ahead. It took him a moment to relax. Lying on the ground, he said, thanks, man. You saved me. The colleague replied cheerfully, you got lucky this time. If you had tried to attack the weeping statues like others do, you would have realized you can't even scratch them. They would have killed you in the blink of an eye. Then, the colleague added confidently, we may not have the best combat skills, but when it comes to experience, we're second to none. Back in the present, remembering what the guy had said, Ye Qing rushed forward, thinking, I absolutely refuse to lose to any of these other job changers. He clenched his fists and said with determination, if this thing has a rule that makes it immune to physical attacks, then magic must be its weakness. Yi Qing glared at the evil spirit and yelled, Grand explosion! The moment the words left his mouth, his hand suddenly grew hot, making Ye Qing ask in surprise, what the? He then turned and ran, yelling, so hot! Damn it! Can't I even use the fire element properly? Seizing the opportunity, the evil spirit moved to attack Ye Qing, while he muttered to himself, it's a shame. When it comes to magic attacks, I've only mastered the fire element. Quickly, he noticed its intent to attack and threw out a wolf card. At the same time, as the scythe swung close, Ye Qing swiftly dodged it. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, Ye Qing muttered angrily, I still haven't found where Ye Zhou fell. There's no way I'm getting stuck on the first floor. This evil spirit is immune to physical damage, but its main method of attack is physical. That's a weird combination of rules. The evil spirit charged forward to attack Ye Qing again. Just like before, Ye Qing managed to dodge, putting some distance between them. But the scythe in its hand kept pressing in on Ye Qing, and after successfully dodging one more time, he said with a look of surprise, I can block it. I finally understand the rules and mechanics. It only materializes when it's in the middle of an attack, he deduced while dodging, and it hasn't pulled the scythe back yet. Right now, not only have you lost the protection of your physical nullification rule, but physical attacks have actually become your weakness. He then rushed in to attack it, inflicting a considerable amount of damage. After that critical strike, the monster grew weaker, then vanished into thin air. However, things were not that simple. Just then, the monster began to form a new ego, forcing Ye Qing to praise it. A second form, huh? Interesting. In a flash, it created a red screen that blocked his vision. It made him think, after losing my hearing from that scream, now my vision is messed up too. Should I activate my fresh blood clone first just to stay alive? Suddenly, Ye Qing changed his mind. No, I just used it. The skill has at least a 30-second cooldown, and my remaining mana can't handle the double drain from summoning it again so soon. Before the monster could counterattack, Ye Qing quickly used a flimsy shield to block the blow. But what he got for his mistake was a wound on his shoulder, he thought to himself. It gives me absolutely no time to react. I can only rely on my luck stat to avoid a fatal blow, and here I am, stuck at a tough stage that a bunch of stats can't even solve. Then, Ye Qing activated the super regeneration ability of the man-eating flower. A system notification popped up. Tip: wound has been healed. Abnormal deafness status has been removed. You must increase your health pool to avoid being instantly killed. Seeing its opponent's body brimming with vitality made it hesitate. It turned out the thing it was afraid of was light, and Ye Qing had managed to figure that out. The evil spirit, in its second form, is afraid of things that glow. Even the faint light from the healing ability was enough to keep it from getting close. He grinned sinisterly. I get it now. It left the monster dumbfounded as he used his own power on his body, causing his entire frame to glow brightly. Ignite. Now I can at least see a little bit. With that, the young man charged madly toward it, making it shriek in terror and flee for its life. He thought to himself, the evil spirit is afraid of fire because fire is its fatal weakness. It's made of the vengeful souls of those who died in a great fire. But its scream curses fire element skills, so they can't be used normally if you can't cast the flame. Then, using Soul Shock, he pounced on it in one swift move, making it cry out pathetically. It was all because he figured, In that case, I'll just become a flame myself, and then use my ultimate move, Grand Flame Burst, to blow up both me and my opponent. The end result was that his clothes were burned to a crisp. He completed the stage by defeating the evil spirit, and he got a notification that his health was below 10%. The system notified him, arms severely burned, unable to hold weapons or cast spells. However, Yeching just laughed, amused. That's a pretty steep price for victory. I'll just wait for Super Regeneration's cooldown to finish and heal it then. Then he cried out in alarm as he saw the fire he'd created. Hey, don't burn it to a crisp. I still need to collect the drop. With that, he put its corpse into his inventory and collected it, creating a divine artifact card. Death God summons an evil spirit that rushes forward and throws a scythe for a large-scale harvest, dealing true damage equal to 5 times the base damage value. When any target is killed by this skill, the special effect, Desperate Harvest, will be activated immediately. Restores 5% of HP and magic points. If Desperate Harvest is triggered more than 5 times simultaneously, you will enter an invisible state for 1 second. In this invisible state, you are immune to all physical attacks and cannot be blocked by other entities. If the attack is not fatal, the user will suffer recoil damage equal to the true damage dealt. Divine Artifact cannot be equipped, is bound to the user's soul, and cannot be traded. He held it in his hand, curious. Whoa, the card I got this time is really different. This is the first time I've ever seen a soul-bound Divine Artifact card. The Soul-Reaping Scythe seems to be able to convert killed targets into HP and mana. If I use this in the middle of a huge mob of enemies, I could turn the tide of the whole battle with a single move. But the price for using the divine weapon is that if the attack fails to kill the target, you'll suffer an equal amount of backlash damage, or even just die instantly, so you have to time it perfectly. Then, Yeching looked ahead of him. The seal on the great door had been broken once again. He then used his power as the cooldown for Super Regeneration ended. Super Regeneration! Then he activated the joints in his arms and legs. Yeju, I'm coming. At the same time, in another place deep within the secret realm, the butcher was gleefully chopping meat into small pieces when suddenly, a suspicious noise came from his bucket. It turned out to be Yeju, hiding and intentionally making noise on the other side to distract him. After hearing the sound, he left to check it out. Seizing the opportunity, she pushed herself up from a pile of sacks, but suddenly slipped and tumbled to the floor, making her clutch her head in pain. Not wanting to waste any time, she quickly got back up and clumsily crawled over to grab her fallen teddy bear. Brother, I will absolutely not let you be bullied. However, the butcher had already returned. He put on a demonic face, staring at her and then roaring furiously to intimidate Yezu. In the gloomy space filled with the smell of blood and the eerie clanking of iron chains, a giant monster holding a knife stared menacingly at the white-haired girl lying prone on the cold stone floor. Yezu looked at the giant with pointed ears in front of her, trembling as she stammered, "Go die, monster." Instantly, the giant seemed to be provoked by the girl's frightened voice. He swung his knife, screamed, and charged forward. But just as he moved, a figure swiftly rushed in from behind, swinging a blade at him, much to the giant's surprise. A single, decisive slash came down, slicing off the right side of the giant's body. That decisive and merciless action from the newcomer created a crack on the floor right near her face, causing Yezu's jaw to drop in astonishment. The young man who had just arrived had a fierce scar across his face, a stern gaze, and a massive blade. He was the dual-wielding swordsman, Wu Ming. He glanced indifferently at the girl on the ground, who was quietly sighing in relief. A hunter? While she was lost in thought, he had already turned majestically, shouldered his blade, and walked away coolly, not even sparing the beauty a second glance. Ye Zhu hurriedly crawled forward and grabbed his leg, shouting, "Hey, please get me out of here, save me!" He glanced over, a hint of impatience in his eyes as he explained, "The monsters are all gone. You can hide properly, but if you follow me, you will definitely die." But Ye Zhu wouldn't listen, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. "Sir, I have to survive. I have to live until I can see my brother again, because that was a promise." Time rewound, following her memories. 7 years ago, in a warm room, a doctor with a half-bald head clasped his hands together, speaking thoughtfully to the young boy in front of him. "The spinal nerves have been severely damaged. I'm afraid she won't be able to walk like a normal person anymore. It's already a miracle that she can still move her upper body," a teenage Ye Qing asked nervously. "In other words, she'll never be able to stand up again. Is that right?" The doctor replied calmly, "That's right. The spinal nerves are severely damaged. Theoretically, it's incurable. Theoretically, that is." The boy frowned and quickly asked, "Theoretically?" Hearing a glimmer of hope, he jumped up from his chair excitedly and said, "Does that mean there's still a chance to heal her? Doctor, what should I do?" But the answer to that hope was a significant challenge. The bald doctor closed his eyes and sighed. "Theoretically means that it's impossible with scientific methods. But I've heard of cases where blind patients regained their sight in the abyss. In the world of the abyss, a way to cure incurable diseases has recently appeared. It could be a type of medicine or a piece of equipment. This mysterious power doesn't conform to the scientific theories we know. If your sister's disability was caused by a monster from the abyss, then the cure might also be in the abyss. Yi Qing hurriedly confirmed it again. The abyss. There might be a cure for this illness in the abyss. As long as I have the ability to enter the abyss, I can cure my sister's illness, right? The doctor rubbed his slightly aching bald forehead and replied, Only class holders can enter the abyss. You fool. For someone like you with no class, going into the abyss is no different from walking to your death. Instead of worrying about that, you should think about the problem at hand. Even the treatment costs at a regular hospital are already a huge expense. The daily treatment fee is at least 8,000 yuan. The young boy was very sensible. He bowed 90 degrees to the doctor and sincerely pleaded, I will definitely find a way to earn enough for the costs. I'm leaving my sister in your care, doctor. The bald doctor saw him out of the examination room, put his hands in his pockets, and called out to the departing boy, I'll do my best. But remember to pay your medical bills on time. The boy looked back and replied, I understand. I'll also do my best to earn enough. As he left, he heard the female nurses whispering behind him. Are you talking about that kid? That's right. They were using someone else's life as entertainment during their work hours, regardless of the person's feelings. Both his parents died on the same day, and his sister is sick, leaving him all alone. He walked towards a hospital room. Standing before the door, he put on a smile, preparing himself, ignoring the exclamations from the people behind him. How pitiful. After composing himself to look cheerful, he opened the door to the hospital room and said enthusiastically, Yi Zhu, your big brother is here. The little girl on the hospital bed asked, Brother, where did you go? He casually sat down beside her bed, smiling and talking comfortably. I went to the doctor's to listen to his instructions. Oh, right. Let me tell you something. I'm about to go to a place called the Abyss. Ye Zhu asked him worriedly. The Abyss? Is that place safe? He smiled, carefree, his eyes shining brightly as he gave her an affirmative answer. Seeing her lingering doubt, he added, It's not dangerous at all. You just have to follow from behind. Then he got off the bed and said as he walked, Oh, right. I almost forgot. At some point, a cute teddy bear had appeared in his hand. He smiled happily, holding it out to the little girl on the bed as a surprise. It's just that lately, I won't be able to come see you every day. When I'm not around, let this bear protect you in my place, okay? But she was still young then. Her small hands clutched the edge of the blanket as she spoke, worried for her brother. You're the only family I have left. I don't want you to be in danger again. Please don't go to places with monsters, okay, brother? Amidst her worries, he placed the bear beside her, leaned his hands on the bed, and smiled reassuringly, trying to hide the truth. How could I? I found a job where I can earn a lot of money, enough to heal your legs. If you just wait for me a little longer, you'll be able to stand up again. She hugged the bear he gave her, her innocent eyes looking at the boy as she held out her pinky finger and said naively, If you're doing extremely dangerous things to earn money, then Ye Zhu would rather be in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. You absolutely cannot go to a place with monsters. Their two small fingers intertwined. She said, This is your promise to Ye Zhu. Pinky promise. He replied, I will never risk my life. This is my promise to Ye Zhu. Back in the present, Ye Zhu was hugging Wu Ming's leg, telling him her life story, much to his exasperation. If it's in the abyss, my brother will definitely find a way to charge into the abyss. I don't want my brother to risk his life for me anymore. I can't die. She looked up at him and said with conviction, And you absolutely can't either. Wu Ming was helpless. He spoke up. Quite the will to live, huh? Though his words were indifferent, the hunter still used one hand to lift the frail girl from the cold tile floor to her wheelchair, then chuckled, Interesting. If a monster tries to attack you, I won't lift a finger to protect you. Sitting in her wheelchair, Ye Zhu placed the teddy bear on her lap and checked the wheels. She sighed in relief. Luckily, the wheels aren't bent. He continued to speak coldly to the weak but resilient girl before him. You're not my client, so I don't care if you live or die. She replied, Just do your thing. I'll only follow you from a distance. I swear I won't get in your way. Since they would be seeing each other again, he gave her a brief introduction. My name is Wu Ming. I'm a dual-wielding swordsman. Meanwhile, Ye Qing walked through an endless corridor, torch in hand, lost in thought. Even though I worked as a healer for a while and saw plenty of medicines that could cure physical illnesses, there was never an exception. They could only heal wounds inflicted by the Abyss monsters. He remembered one of the rules of the Abyss. It was impossible to treat any physical conditions that existed before entering. Also, if you had a burn beforehand, no matter what, it couldn't be healed beyond its original severity. A pang of regret hit him. Otherwise, I would have found a way to cure Diep Chu's body long ago. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he stared ahead in shock. Before him was the aftermath of a chaotic battle, with dead bodies strewn everywhere. He was stunned. Looks like a brutal fight happened here. The monsters here were a higher level than the job changers. The theory that the job changers were completely wiped out makes perfect sense. Perhaps because he was so used to this, the young man was more mature now, scanning his surroundings to confirm his suspicions. There's no sign of any monsters lingering around. Someone must have been lucky enough to survive and leave this room. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a shocking sight. He shone his torch on a monster that had been sliced in half to get a better look. This giant beast was cut in two with a single slash. The cut is clean, and there are no traces of magic. His eyes scanned past the pile of bodies, speculating. Most of the dead were agility or intelligence-type job holders. Was this done with pure physical strength? The young man's gaze sharpened, a hint of unconcealable interest in his eyes. In that case, this person is on a whole other level compared to those job changers. This bastard. To be precise, he's in a league of his own. The sound of footsteps echoed through the quiet space. Diep Chu sat in her wheelchair, pushing the wheels to follow the strong, steady back in front of her. Suddenly, those steady footsteps stopped, startling her. Wu Ming's eyes were like radar. A single glance was enough to spot the shimmering lights flashing towards them. They shot forward like lightning, heading straight for him. Diep Chu was completely floored by what she saw. She screamed, tears and snot running down her face. Terrifying cracks appeared on his body, but strangely, they didn't bleed and slowly began to close up. Diep Chu asked worriedly, "Are you okay? Does it hurt a lot?" He repeated the word as if he'd heard something not in his vocabulary. Hurt. The time flashes back to 4 years ago, in the A-rank abyss, the tomb of the ancients. Before the group stood the boss-level Corpse King, gripping a man's head in its hand. In the next instant, they watched as it effortlessly tore the head from the body without the slightest hesitation. Wu Ming was in that group, and even he broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. The old bald guy bellowed, "You useless idiots! I spent a fortune hiring you morons, and you're all good for nothing. You're mercenaries! Just take the money and risk your damn lives for me!" The old geezer stood behind the protection of Wu Ming's group, pointing and cursing at them. "And remember this, I paid double to buy your lives," he thought to himself. "Because I'm a criminal with no legal identity, I can only join private hunter parties as a mercenary." Among this frantic group was a smaller bunch of absolute madmen who had a complete disregard for life and death. Wu Ming's gaze grew distant, filled with pity. They were facing a near-suicidal job, which was why they had to be paid double. The old bald guy once again used money to pressure them. 100,000 credit points to whoever kills the Corpse King for me. We've come this far. I absolutely can't give up on this final treasure. No, whoever kills the Corpse King, I'll give them 200,000. Back then, Wu Ming had accepted the reality that a dual-wielding swordsman would do anything for money, like a gambler constantly doubling down, getting their blood pumping. Then the bald geezer spoke again. 250,000, paid in cash. Wu Ming's group got ready. "But the collateral is our own lives," he lamented. They gripped their weapons, preparing for battle. 250,000. I can do this. Son of a bitch, nobody better try and steal this 250,000 from me. The Corpse King's eyes glowed as it tensed its muscles and let out a ferocious roar. Just then, a guy who looked like a monk swung his weapon, laughing confidently. 250,000, that's 250,000, kill it for me. He and a companion leaped up, rushing towards the Corpse King, but they had clearly underestimated it. The beast just opened its mouth, sucked in the surrounding air, and in a flash, sliced both of them in half with a single attack. Wu Ming, facing the beast, was far more cautious. The Corpse King gritted its teeth, raised its fist, and a single punch sent him flying backward. The guys who were talking big just moments ago were now lying in pieces all over the place. The Corpse King struck a pose, surrounded by a powerful golden aura. By now, the old bald guy was drenched in sweat, screaming with all his might. "Save me! You'll only get your pay if I'm alive!" Wu Ming frowned, using his blade to prop himself up as he listened to the old geezer ramble on. "Remember that I'm the one who paid for your lives." Taking advantage of the Corpse King's distraction, he charged forward again. He roared, even as warm blood streamed down his body. He brought his blade down on the beast's waist, taking it by surprise. Seeing victory right before him, his eyes lit up. "I finally killed it." Then, the reward appeared before him, along with a magic necklace. The old bald guy ran over and shoved him aside, yelling, "Get out of my way! Don't you dare stop me from opening this box!" Wu Ming, still bleeding, coughed weakly and tried to speak. "The double pay you promised." The old bald guy smirked slyly, glancing at him as his hand touched the treasure chest. He laughed maliciously and said, "You're about to die anyway. What do you need money for? Gonna spend it in the afterlife? You damn bastard." He laughed gleefully as he slowly opened the chest. "I'm about to be rich!" It was totally worth buying the info on this hidden abyss. As he opened the chest, streams of light shot out instantly. But the moment his eyes fell upon the contents, the bald geezer fumbled around frantically inside and screamed, "Damn it! The chest is empty!" Why is it an empty chest? He was so furious he started to cry, his greasy face scrunching up as he screamed in disbelief. "I went through all that trouble just for an empty chest?" Just as the man was having an emotional breakdown, Wu Ming saw his body begin to contort. Then, the old bald guy suddenly exploded. He recognized it as the curse of sand. He was surprised too. So it was a curse. Just then, a small stream of sand trickled from the corner of his eye. Wu Ming touched it and guessed, did I get hit too? He covered his mouth to stop the sand from pouring out, his eyes fixed on the necklace with the green gem. He thought, this is the Corpse King's jewel. I'll have to see if this can break the curse. Wu Ming reached out and grabbed the gem. Artifact. The immortal, soulbound, transforms the wielder into an immortal being. Warning, holy and healing magic will now inflict critical damage upon you. Normal damage cannot kill an immortal being. The price for this transformation was the loss of my sense of pain and the alteration of my emotions. Back in the present, the cracks had closed. Wu Ming's expression was filled with sorrow. He had become someone who could not die. Diep Chu saw the strange sight and asked, your blood? It's sand? What kind of curse are you under? His eyes met hers for a moment before he turned away. Diep Chu pouted, clearly unhappy. Hey, why are you ignoring me? Shattered, blood-stained weapons lay scattered on the floor. The monsters roared and charged forward. With a single leap, he swiftly took the head of one of them. Since I left in such a hurry, I couldn't really assign my stat points properly. I just had to keep evenly distributing the free points I'd saved up. I should have over 200 by now. He was growing tired. Raising his weapon, he continued to think to himself, even so. He brought his blade down on the monster's body. Before entering the next room, there's absolutely no way to know what kind of monster is inside. The slightest miscalculation in judging my own condition could get me killed in an instant. They weren't just going to stand there and let him hit them. They started to attack him too. He thought to himself that while the power of the monsters in the abyss was manageable, he couldn't handle the mana drain from continuous battles. He leaped up to dodge an attack, kicking one of their big, stupid heads on the way. The fight continued with no end in sight. He unleashed a skill, a flurry of daggers. A notification panel appeared, warning him that his mana was below 5%. He tensed up. Damn it. Is my magic completely drained? Can't I use any skills? The monster roared, and he quickly calculated his options. If that's the case, he clenched his fist, gathering his strength for a punch that could shatter iron armor and crush stone. Then I'll just have to finish this with a simple attribute-based combat skill. In the end, they got scared and ran away screaming. He sighed from behind them. Damn it, there's no end to killing these things. He frowned thoughtfully. After 4 consecutive battles in the monster room, the fatigue in his body was constantly accumulating. His maximum magic points had now dropped to only half of his full state. All the magic potions in his backpack were gone, leaving only the large flask he had recovered when he first entered the abyss. He pushed off with all his strength to chase after them, but he knew he had to save that for a critical moment. Each one took a full-force punch that sent their eyeballs flying from their sockets, their faces distorting as they were sent flying in all directions. He jumped up, holding the head of one of the monsters, which made the rest of them recoil in fear. He summoned a card, the divine artifact, Reaper. Due to the side effects of this massive scythe, he didn't dare use it carelessly. If he was facing a beast that still had blood, perhaps this Harvest of Despair trait could activate its recovery effect. A wave of power, sharp as the Reaper's scythe, swept through the remaining monsters, lopping off their heads with ease. His Reaper showed neither mercy nor hesitation. Meanwhile, he relaxed and watched the show. A notification announced the activation of the special effect of the divine artifact, Reaper of Despair, restoring his HP and mana points. He breathed a sigh of relief as his HP hit 100% and his mana hit 100%. He'd saved a magic potion and reduced the number of times he'd have to use super regeneration. Suddenly, a notification popped up, warning that the cooldown time for skill cards would be longer due to cumulative use. He felt something and looked down at his feet. He was confused. Glasses? Then a sound drew his attention. Yi Qing looked at the wooden crate nearby and asked, "Who's there?" A small hand reached out from it, and the person inside quickly spoke up. Wait, hold on! Don't kill me! I'm human! A flicker of interest showed in the man's eyes as he asked him, "Did you see my glasses just now?" He picked up the glasses, one side of which he had just crushed, and handed them to the man. Qingshan took them and confirmed it. "That's them. I'm a doctor here, and also a researcher. My name is Song Qingshan." He explained, "I don't know what happened earlier, but a huge group of monsters suddenly appeared in my ward. It was a massive crowd. The very same ones you just killed." Qingshan continued as he climbed out of the crate. "I was so scared I ran for my life into a completely unfamiliar room. To escape those monsters, I had no choice but to hide in this wooden crate." He paid him no mind, only asking indifferently, "Have you seen any other survivors?" The man reacted as if he'd heard something impossible, replying in surprise, "Other survivors? How could that be? This hospital has been corrupted by the abyss. People without a class probably couldn't survive, let alone those who are disabled with broken arms and lame legs." He suddenly became agitated, striding forward to grab the man by his collar and yelling, "What do you mean? Disabled with broken arms and lame legs? You're a doctor." "It's pretty damn weird for you to say something like that," Qingshan answered in a panic. "Weird? What's weird about it? I'm a doctor, not a class holder. Of course I can't deal with these monsters at all." You have to prioritize your own survival before you can save others, right? He replied with a helpless laugh. Look, if I had the strength to fight, why would I need to hide in this wooden crate? So, are you here to save me? Through his cracked lens, he warned with a superior air. If you were commissioned to come here and save me, then cut the crap. The Lionheart must have promised you a handsome reward, right? Just get me out of here, and it's all yours. He was confused. Lionheart? Then he thought to himself. A notification screen appeared. Successfully defeated C. Received 150 free attribute points. He held a metal badge in his hand, showing it to Qingshan and asking, "What is this? Did that bastard drop it?" He replied, "I think I've seen this before. It's the symbol of the Lionheart Hunter Group." Yi Qing replied, "Lionheart is the elite hunter group that only accepts the strong." Qingshan spoke up nervously. "The requirements for those major hunter groups are astonishingly high." Qingshan shouted from behind him, "Hey, hey, hey, didn't you come from that way? Shouldn't the exit be in the opposite direction?" He glanced at him and asked, "You ran here from the hospital ward?" Qingshan stammered in reply, "Right, that's right. Stop trying to save those cripples. Even if you save them, they don't have any money to pay you. They're all just a bunch of poor devils." He said calmly, "Sorry, but I have to go that way because my sister is in that direction." It was then that Qingshan started to realize, "Your sister? Wait a minute. You didn't come here for me, and you're not from Lionheart." He stated coldly, "That's right. I just collect trash." Then, a powerful purple energy emanated from his cold eyes. He spoke, "I don't save garbage." In a long corridor, Ye Qing was walking towards a door that radiated immense magical power, with Qingshan following behind him. At that moment, he ran closer and said timidly, "Hey, expert, you must know that this place has become a massive maze. If you keep going in the direction I came from, you'll definitely run into a lot of forks in the road, and you'll surely get lost." Ignoring his indifferent attitude, Qingshan continued to ramble on. "But I can guide you. We can go together. We can look for your sister together. It's on the way. I mean, since it's on the way, how about you lead me out too?" Then he immediately moved to stand in front of him, speaking anxiously. "I'll take that as a silent agreement, okay? Come on, it's this portal. This is where I came from." With that, he quickly ran through the mysterious doorway. Following right behind, Ye Qing also stepped through. Seeing him, Qingshan approached and asked, "May I ask which hunter team's ace you are?" Hearing this, he just replied indifferently, "I'm not part of any hunter team." Seeing this, Qingshan adjusted his glasses and asked awkwardly, "A solo hunter? Who even goes solo in this day and age?" Ignoring his annoyance, the man continued his speech. "Anyone with a bit of skill gets scooped up by the top hunter teams. Tatis, Lionheart, Cloud Summit. These top teams offer extremely high salaries for hunter-class professionals. Plus, you can form a party to fight in the deepest parts of the abyss. How about this? When you get out, I'll help introduce you to some good hunter groups. After all, you did help me." Losing his patience, Ye Qing snapped, "Listen up, my sister's name is Ye Yezhou. If you want to be my guide, then shut your mouth." At that moment, Qingshan broke out in a cold sweat and blurted out guiltily, "Ye Yezhou?" He recalled a time in the past when reports were brought to him. He had asked about the condition of the two test subjects, noting from the records that both were minors. A fat man with a cunning face spoke up, "Why worry so much? The families of these two kids probably can't afford to care that much. One is named Ye Yezhou. She lives with her only brother." He laughed with a scheming, contemptuous look. "This brother of hers is a trash picker who wanders the abyss to earn money for her medical treatment. Who knows? He might have already died in there." Pointing to the picture of the other girl, he introduced her. "The other one is Lin Shuyan. Her father just got out of prison not long ago and is unemployed, relying on borrowing money from everyone to get by." Hearing this, Qingshan smiled and asked, "So, they both have no social background at all. How did you convince them to agree?" The fat man replied in a mocking tone, "You think they needed convincing?" He held up the papers and explained with a vile smile, "I just had to say, you don't want to be a burden to your family like this, do you? And that was enough. Your father is unemployed, so raising you and paying for your medical treatment is an incredibly difficult thing for him." His eyes grew even more cunning as he gave a savage smile. "This isn't very nice to say, but your dad has been visiting you less lately, hasn't he? He must see you as a burden now." Pointing at Ye Yezhou's picture, he said, "And as for this little girl." He remembered the scene, the man sitting there, putting on a righteous act as he spoke to the little girl. Back then, he'd coaxed her, "Just think about it. To cover your daily treatment costs, your brother has to risk his life out there every single day. Don't you want him to be as safe as possible?" The naive Ye Yezhou, believing every word, agreed, "Yes." Looking at the two innocent little girls before him, he smiled and spoke softly. "What if I told you that we now have a new treatment that can completely cure your disability, so that you two will no longer be a burden to society and might even awaken to become class changers? Are you willing to participate?" Bai Yu immediately spoke up. "Then let me be the first test subject." Yeyejo also quickly raised her hand, agreeing. I want to sign up too. I want to stand on my own 2 feet and stop being a burden to my brother. Hearing this, he walked over, pointed at the paper on the table, and smiled wickedly. Such good little girls. Now this is model. Here's the agreement, kids. Go on and sign it. Staring at the girl in the large test tube, the fat man spoke calmly. Isn't it simple? All it takes is a little deception. Director Tong, standing beside him, added, the dregs of this society still have value in bringing benefits to the upper class, don't they? You've done very well. Hearing this, the man replied cheerfully, not at all, not at all. It's the director who's brilliant. This research result can help class changers overcome their obstacles and quickly obtain greater power. You're the one who's a benefactor to society. Director Tong observed and then laughed boastfully. Every single abyss cell is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. It will create a shortcut on the path to becoming stronger. This is my greatest contribution to this society. A doctor holding a syringe with a strange substance called out, Director, should we begin the experiment now? Hearing this, he agreed. Begin. While injecting the strange solution into the blood bag, the doctor announced, Experiment number 1, commencing. Suddenly, streams of liquid shot out from the arms of the person in the test tube. The person cried out in agony, causing the observers to become extremely confused. Director Tong stepped forward, gritting his teeth in shock. Shit, what the hell is this? A woman's voice spoke towards the two men. The abyss cells are rejecting the host. No energy fluctuations detected from the powerless individual. Looking at the person in the test tube slowly decaying, she reported, the abyss cell injection has failed. Seeing this scene, Director Tong forced a smile and tried to reassure them. Don't panic. This is just one test subject. It's no big deal. We still have other backup plans. Then she announced in a panic, It's bad, Director. Someone is causing a disturbance. Hearing that, he was stunned and asked, Who? On the surveillance monitor, a man appeared, shouting, Where have you taken my daughter? She pointed at the man and said, That's the little girl's father. Hearing this, he just said indifferently, What a nuisance. Bring him in. The fat man quickly turned and replied, All right, I'll bring him in. Stepping outside, he ordered, Hey, what are you two guards doing? How can you beat a patient in the hospital? The director told you to bring him inside. The two guards, who were pinning the man to the ground, replied, Understood. The fat man glanced at the man and said with a wicked smile, Your daughter is in there. Follow me. The man entered the laboratory, and Director Tong turned his head to speak. Hello, sir. I am the director of this hospital. Your daughter is right here. Hearing this, the man stepped forward and asked, Where? Where is Nahan? Director Tong pointed to the test tube with the shapeless monster and said, Your daughter is right here. We just put her in. He smiled and continued to present it like a work of art. This was an agreement. We are also following the rules. I sincerely apologize. An error occurred during the test. We will compensate you according to the agreement. The man cried in agony while he continued to speak calmly. But we still need to retrieve this body to study it. He swung his fist hard into Director Tong's face and roared, You're a piece of scum! Give me back my daughter! But the surrounding guards shouted, Restrain him! He cried out in anguish. Why is this kind of harmful experiment allowed to be performed on ordinary people like us? Do you have any humanity left? The man was quickly restrained. Director Tong, holding his face in anger, yelled, You useless piece of trash whose limbs don't even work. Instead of living a meaningless life, it's better to use your body to contribute something to society. The death benefit in the agreement is enough to pay off all your debts. You should be thanking us for your daughter's death. Now take the compensation money and get lost. Hearing this, the man screamed in agony, My daughter isn't even a legal adult. An agreement to give up her life is no different from murder. I don't need money. I just want my daughter to live a good life. Ignoring his words, he gave a cold command, causing a disturbance in the hospital. Throw him out. He was dragged away but still tried to shout, You scum! I'll drag all of you to hell, so you'll fall into the abyss forever and never be reborn. Director Tong glanced at the fat man and asked, What's the situation with Diep Chu? Looking towards a test tube with a girl inside, he replied, There are no energy fluctuations at all. It seems we still need to observe her more. Looking at Director Tong, he asked, Director, this girl's older brother will probably kick up a huge fuss, won't he? Unconcerned, he replied indifferently. It's fine. What kind of trouble can a level 0 employee cause? Besides, he's just a scrap collector. At that moment, Ye Qing cut through the memory, asking, You know her? Startled, Director Tong fearfully backed away from him, scratching his head as he replied, Diep Chu? I really don't know her. Maybe she was in the next room. As he finished, he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, didn't they say Diep Chu's brother was just a jobless scrap collector? How does he seem so strong now? The demonic beast slaughtered in the room earlier. That was just a mistake, right? Not daring to look at Yi Qing, he thought in terror, Shit, if this bastard is really strong, then I'm dead for sure this time. I was the one who pushed that girl, Diep Chu, into a pile of monsters before I abandoned her and ran away by myself, In a dimly lit hallway, Director Tong walked awkwardly, scratching his head and looking around. Seeing his behavior, Ye Qing asked, "What's wrong? Did you forget the way too?" Seeing his cold expression, he broke out in a nervous sweat and stammered, No, of course not. I'm just worried something might have happened to your sister." A lot of monsters appeared over by the hospital rooms, so I had no choice but to run outside. Turning his face away, Director Tong cried internally, "Asterisk, I'm dead. I'm so dead this time. If he finds out Miss Diep is dead, I can blame it on the Abyss monsters. That way I won't have anything to do with it." Asterisk. Yi Qing's sharp gaze fixed on the end of the hallway, where strange sounds were coming from. As if realizing something, his eyes grew even deeper. Suddenly, Ye Qing pulled Director Tong to the side. Immediately after, a sword shot out from the darkness at the end of the hall, straight towards them. Yi Qing stood firm and said warily, "This time, it's not the aura of a demonic creature." Director Tong, sitting on the ground, asked nervously, "Who is it?" A pair of large feet stepped towards the two of them, and a voice said, "Sorry, I thought you were a wild monster." It was Wu Ming approaching. He spoke coldly. "Director Tong, correct? I was commissioned by the Beastmaster Guild to come and rescue you." Staring at him, Ye Qing said indifferently, "So you're the one who came to rescue this guy?" Director Tong spoke up in terror. "You really came to save me? You almost sliced me in half." Yi Qing glanced over and said coldly, "I should have guessed that this great sword was the one that left the marks near the maze entrance. Even after his entire team was wiped out, he could still break into the deepest part of the abyss by himself. That ridiculously strong bastard." Wu Ming stepped forward and introduced himself with a weary expression. "My name is Wu Ming, a Songshin mercenary. The commission is high, so the death of a few teammates is no big deal." Watching him lead the man away, Ye Qing thought with annoyance. Asterisk, I've met mercenaries from Songshin before. They're madmen who live in the abyss, willing to sell their lives for bounties that constantly double. According to some of their bounty rules, they can even claim the entire reward for themselves after all their teammates are dead. Asterisk. Director Tong quietly trailed behind Wu Ming, then he spoke hesitantly. "I'm the one you're supposed to save. You can take me with you." Suddenly, Ye Qing pulled Director Tong back. He looked at Wu Ming and said suspiciously, "This bastard doesn't look like he's here to save anyone. That sword. It seems to have killing intent." Still not understanding the situation, Director Tong asked blankly, "Killing intent? What killing intent? I don't feel anything at all." At that moment, Ye Qing spoke grimly. "I, on the other hand, have no intention of stopping you from completing your mission. It's just..." He then slowly approached Wu Ming and said coldly, "Director Tong has to show me the way." Model. "Because my sister is in a room somewhere behind him." He stood motionless, the greatsword in his hand gleaming. Suddenly, he spoke, "Sister, glancing at you," Wu Ming recounted, "I did meet a little girl." Hearing this, Ye Qing became agitated and asked, "Please, tell me where." At that moment, Director Tong, standing behind him with tears streaming down his face, thought to himself, "She's still alive. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm so dead." Suddenly, Wu Ming spoke, "Catch." Then, a teddy bear was thrown toward him. Looking at the slightly torn item resting in his hand, Ye Qing asked anxiously, "Where did you get this teddy bear?" Wu Ming closed his eyes, recalling the memory, and said, "She was a very sweet girl, but unfortunately, she didn't make it." Hearing that, Ye Qing was stunned in disbelief and choked out, "What?" Right behind him, Director Tong was overjoyed, thinking, "Perfect, the brat's dead, which means I get to live." As his body trembled uncontrollably, Wu Ming continued his story in a low voice. "I told her, if a monster tried to harm her, I wouldn't lift a finger to protect her. Her life or death had nothing to do with me. However, I did promise her that if I ever had the chance to meet you, I would pass on her last words." Hearing those words, Yi Qing froze. He continued, "This is what she said. I hope that before my brother gets here to save me, I can wait for him at the hospital gate. That way, he'll see that I'm okay and won't have to risk coming inside." At that moment, Ye Qing's eyes opened, radiating a dark, chilling aura. His gaze was filled with bitter resentment. Yi Qing gripped the sword in his hand and charged forward, shouting, "You just stood by and watched? Even when you saw her in danger?" Faced with his attitude, Wu Ming remained indifferent. A mercenary's job is simply to complete the contract and get paid. Everything else is none of my concern. As Ye Qing lunged to attack, he swiftly raised his own blade to block, speaking in a cold tone. "The curse I bear means that anyone who follows me is guaranteed to die. That's why I'm always the last one left alive." Wu Ming swung his greatsword, sending Ye Qing flying, and said calmly, "Even after I told her that, she insisted on following me. In a way, she brought this on herself." Losing all control, Ye Qing charged forward again, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Tell me where she is." As their swords clashed violently, Wu Ming looked at him and calmly proposed, "You can hand Director Tong over to me, and I'll point you in the right direction." Yi Qing gritted his teeth and replied angrily, And what if I say no? Behind them, Director Tong fearfully raised his hand and stammered, I, I agree. Just then, Wu Ming attacked, swinging his sharp blade with immense force. In a deep voice, he said, I have no sympathy for anyone who gets in my way. Even if they're a comrade I've fought and died with, I won't hesitate to send them to hell. Unfazed by his power, Yi Qing charged forward and swung his blade directly at Wu Ming's sword hand, knocking the weapon away. At that moment, Yi Qing raised his fist and said grimly, Let's see what you can do to me now that you're unarmed. Wu Ming's eyes coldly watched the fist fly towards him, and in a flash, he caught it. But Yi Qing immediately attacked with the hand holding his sword, only for Wu Ming to catch that arm as well. He squeezed with immense force, causing Yi Qing to drop his sword in pain. Suddenly, the system displayed a disarm warning, prohibiting weapon use for the next 8 seconds. Immediately after, Wu Ming headbutted him, sending him stumbling back. Yi Qing planted a hand on the ground, struggling to stay upright. He said with difficulty, I thought your greatsword was your main weapon, but I guess you're pretty good with your bare hands too, huh? Wu Ming glanced at him contemptuously and said, Before a dual-wielding swordsman has complete intel on a monster, they're always the first ones to die. Even if their weapon is knocked away in a chaotic battle, they must be able to use their own body as a weapon to keep fighting. These are combat techniques that can only be mastered after countless life-or-death battles, and I wasn't even using my full strength just now. Wu Ming picked up his greatsword and pointed it directly at him. He declared, This time, you won't be able to handle my winless greatsword. With that, Wu Ming unleashed his rock-shattering slash, and a golden aura of spiritual energy enveloped the blade. Seeing this, Yi Qing pondered grimly. Even though the greatsword is ferocious, it's limited by its immense weight and slow swing speed. If I attack before he can execute his skill, I should be able to interrupt it. Dust flew everywhere as several figures were thrown into the distance. Yi Qing gritted his teeth, thinking anxiously, He's too strong. He leaped into the air, swinging his arm to create a purple rift. Strange spiders emerged from it. Wu Ming stared at them, wondering, he has summoning abilities too? The bizarre spiders began to spit out threads of silk. Wu Ming was quickly entangled in the thick, massive webs. Ha! He shouted, using all his strength to break free from the silk. Wu Ming crouched and leaped high into the air, his voice dripping with contempt. If you think you can stop me with these little monsters, you're just being ridiculous. He twisted in midair and dove down, gripping his sword tightly and shouting, rock-shattering slash. Wu Ming narrowed his eyes. If you thought you could control me with these lackeys, you've seriously underestimated me. Wu Ming glanced behind him, swiftly blocking a sneak attack from Yi Qing. Wu Ming stood there, looking at him, and said, If the length of my blade wasn't enough to block a full-force blow from hundreds of accumulated strength points, that punch would have gone right through my body. Looking at Yi Qing, who was burning with rage, he continued without fear. You're not one of those useless level zeros. Your power is far, far beyond that. Yi Qing stared at him intently and retorted, And I won't back down from those combat skills you're so proud of. He gritted his teeth and demanded, I'm asking you one last time, where is my sister? Elsewhere, Ye Zhou sat in her wheelchair, smiling. Mister, you're super strong. I wonder if you're stronger than my big brother. Wu Ming, who was practicing with his sword, asked, Your brother? Ye Zhou's face beamed with a little pride as she explained, I have the best big brother in the world. Even though he's just a scrapper, he works hard every day to get stronger. He's always trying to change his fate. I really admire him, and I dream of becoming a strong person just like my brother. Wu Ming turned his head and said, Strong? From what I know, scrappers are a bunch of level zeros and the lowest tier class holders. That's the only work they can get. That has nothing to do with the word strong. Ye Zhou quickly retorted, Shut up. He's stronger than you, no matter what. A look of contentment on her face, she said, I just have to look into my brother's determined eyes, and every time his warm hand touches my forehead, I know he's a strong man. Wu Ming's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly, From the way you describe him, I'd almost like to meet the guy. Ye Zhou's voice was teasing. Oh, really? Well then, when I get the chance, I'll introduce you two. Back in the present, Wu Ming stared at Yi Qing and said, There's no mistaking those eyes. That look only appears on people who have survived countless life-or-death trials. I respect you, you ruthless son of a bitch. After he spoke, they both fell silent. Yi Qing wiped his face, thinking seriously, Looks like I have to use my last potion at a critical moment like this. Based on his stats, this guy is also classified as a dual-wielding swordsman. His health pool isn't exactly the tanky type either. A hint of hesitation appeared in Yi Qing's eyes as he thought, if I stack the damage from my berserk skill, get lucky with a critical hit, and strike a weak spot, I can probably beat him in 3 moves. But he seems different from the other class holders I've faced before. He looked at Wu Ming standing motionless before him. He wore no armor and had no other protection except for the sword in his hand. Seeing Wu Ming suddenly charge, he was stunned, thinking, if he attacks with his full power, he'll leave himself completely open to a counterattack. Is this some kind of suicide bomber fighting style? As his sword came slashing down, Ye Qing quickly dodged out of the way. Nimbly, he appeared behind Wu Ming. He turned his head, his mouth agape, then spun around and swung his sword towards him. Yi Qing frowned, thinking, asterisk, he's fast. Asterisk, a card shot out. Soul shock. Wu Ming was hit, and 3 notifications rang out. Weak point hit, lucky critical, and berserk damage boost caused a large gash to split open on Wu Ming's neck. Yi Qing watched him thoughtfully. He had made no attempt to dodge. Asterisk, this guy didn't mind getting hit by me. How strange. Asterisk, Wu Ming's eyes were now completely white, and he stood there with his mouth agape. Yi Qing noticed the gash on his neck. He was stunned. It wasn't blood, but golden sand. Asterisk, what the hell is this? Asterisk, as if losing control, Wu Ming leaped and charged at him. Yi Qing nimbly jumped high to evade. He tilted his head back, gritted his teeth, and waved his hand. Massive arms began to reach for Wu Ming. A hint of madness showed on his face. Asterisk, how interesting. Asterisk, he opened his mouth wide and grabbed the reaching arms with his hands. Ye Qing's eyes widened in surprise. Wu Ming forced the arms down. A flash of fire appeared, and an explosion erupted in front of him. Yi Qing now looked at Wu Ming with a puzzled expression. Then Wu Ming loudly revealed a truth to him. I have a trait that prevents me from being killed by normal attacks. Yi Qing asked in return, You're immortal? Wu Ming simply explained, The abyss. There are many things that modern science and technology can't explain. Classes, skills, attributes, equipment. Next, he said with a serious expression, Actually, there's something even more special. Curses. It's a kind of divine punishment one must bear in order to obtain even greater power. A second later, Wu Ming looked at his hand and uttered what he considered to be a principle. So terrified of death, yet unable to stop exploring its very edge, taking treasures that don't belong to you, vowing to seize everything for yourself, refusing to share even the slightest profit with anyone. The gods, who never play by the rules, just so happen to notice you, perhaps just for fun, or maybe just to mock your fate. Wu Ming suddenly laughed loudly and said, In short, you got the power you always craved. Immediately after, a look of horror crossed his face and he screamed, But they never told you. He would also take the most precious thing from you. After hearing these words, Ye Qing's expression turned serious. Asterisk, the trait of an immortal creature. Asterisk, Wu Ming confirmed something with him. The rumor that traits from abyss monsters can transfer to class holders is true. Immortal creature is an incredibly powerful trait. As long as my power doesn't run dry, I can revive endlessly. Just as he finished speaking, a hand suddenly shot up from the ground at Ye Qing's feet. In an instant, another Wu Ming suddenly emerged from the earth and rock, saying, In the moment before death, I reached out and touched eternity. He began to tell Ye Qing about his past. When they learned that Wu Ming had come back to life, the swordsman loudly insulted him. That bastard managed to come back alive alone again. Is this guy some kind of walking curse or what? Every mission he's on, the whole team gets wiped out. Although there's no proof, among the mercenaries of Shuangxin, if the entire team dies, doesn't he get to pocket the whole reward? It's hard not to think he's the one killing his own teammates. If he's on this mission, I'm definitely not taking it. I don't want to be his sacrificial lamb. Returning to the present, Wu Ming admitted to Ye Qing, I have borne the price that eternity has brought me. He even told him cheerfully, I died, but I can continue to exist forever. After speaking, Wu Ming shot a piercing gaze at Ye Qing. Immediately, Wu Ming attacked him with his blade, and the system quickly displayed a notification. Death's Wish, when HP is below 33%, can be activated, increases vulnerability to damage taken, increases damage dealt by 100%. Realizing its true power, Ye Qing looked tense, gritting his teeth and thinking, Asterisk, this skill combined with that cursed trait, it's totally broken. Asterisk. Wu Ming succeeded in wounding Ye Qing, and his blood flowed right before his eyes. A second later, Ye Qing quickly retreated, activating his self-healing skill. A moment later, Ye Qing brought out a shield to block Wu Ming's blade and yelled, Is the immortal trait really impossible to counter? Hearing this, he replied confidently, In this contest of strength, my victory is certain. Yi Qing took out the Death God artifact card to fight Wu Ming. In an instant, the Grim Reaper with its familiar scythe appeared and took action. However, he asked calmly, manipulating a divine artifact? Wu Ming quickly engaged the Grim Reaper in battle. A moment later, the Grim Reaper wounded his arm. Wu Ming glanced at the wound and said, Not a physical weapon, this is just a skill effect. Yi Qing replied, Any target that dies from this skill can activate the Despair Harvest trait. My HP and MP have recovered a little thanks to the effect of Despair Harvest. Because your body is already dead, the skill activates instantly with every successful hit. He then looked at Wu Ming's dazed expression and said, The reason an immortal creature can exist forever is because of its mana. In other words, for someone like you who has become an immortal creature, the health bar is just for show. Your real health bar must be that unfathomable mana pool of yours. Am I right? Wu Ming didn't hide it. I didn't expect you to figure it out. It seems your ability to see through things far exceeds that of an ordinary person. Ye Qing laid out everything he understood about the Abyss. Because the Abyss is filled with the power of rules, every seemingly unsolvable puzzle must ultimately have a solution. Those with great power can be brutes, clumsy in their actions. A glass cannon, due to its extreme power output, probably has a fragile body, a brittle shell that shatters with the slightest friction. Besides, I know you're deliberately leaving openings. As he spoke, Ye Qing summoned a card and continued. A body that seems invincible might have a weakness outside of itself. And you wear no armor at all and prefer a reckless, all-out attacking style. That's what misleads your enemies into fighting you head-on at their absolute limit. But they don't realize that trading blows, blood for blood, can't easily kill you. On the contrary, that's the very opening you intentionally reveal. At this point, Wu Ming had to praise him. Indeed, the wisdom to survive in the Abyss is to be good at exploiting the rules. Therefore, you also have a fatal weakness. You're no exception. Hearing this, Ye Qing let out a puzzled, "Oh?" Wu Ming quickly explained. Strength, agility, intelligence, constitution, willpower, luck. Among the 6 attributes, there will always be one angle you can't cover. Ye Qing loudly declared that he was different. Sorry, but I'm a little different from most other class holders. I have too many points. Every time I level up, I like to distribute them evenly. My class is a hexagonal warrior. And then he charged at him with a single thought. Asterisk. While Wu Ming's wounds haven't healed, I'll end this quickly. Asterisk. He saw Ye Qing rapidly approaching him. Moreover, his strikes were precise. He looked worried and thought to himself. Asterisk. His speed, strength, and reflexes are far beyond those of other class holders his age. Asterisk. Asterisk. This kid wasn't bluffing. Asterisk. Luckily, he managed to block the opponent's attack. However, Ye Qing was still very confident. Weird skills, hard skills, even trash-tier talents that no one cares about, I know them all. A second later, he successfully left a scar on Wu Ming's back. As Ye Qing stood his ground, he said loudly, Physical attacks can't kill you, but constantly draining your mana is enough to slow down your regeneration. Given enough time, your mana pool will run dry, and then you'll die for good. Wu Ming ignored these words and continued to charge at him, forcing Ye Qing to bring out the Grim Reaper card once more. The Grim Reaper appeared and took his arm, and when it failed to regenerate, Wu Ming asked sadly, My mana consumption can't keep up anymore. Ye Qing replied, If it's a battle of attrition against me, I'm the one who has the advantage. Wu Ming still didn't fully understand, so he replied hesitantly, Every seemingly unsolvable puzzle must ultimately have a solution. Just like you said. Your weakness isn't in combat, but something else entirely, isn't it? Just then, a teddy bear fell to the ground. It inadvertently caught both of their attention. Yi Qing turned to look at the teddy bear and said, When did this fall out? Just as Wu Ming lunged forward, grabbing his head and slamming it down. I have no sympathy for anyone who gets in my way. Even comrades who faced life and death with me, I'd send them to hell without a second thought. But you're different. Yi Qing, you still have the qualities of a human, a living, breathing person. Even knowing the man you're protecting is scum, you still wanted to try and stop me. If you could only choose one between your sister's life and Tong Director Tong's, what would you choose? Leaving Ye Qing stunned. Wait, what do you mean? Choose one. Tu isn't dead yet. Then, Wu Ming let go of his head. When did I say she was dead? This bear is just proof, so you'll believe that I know where she is. After all, that little girl isn't as easy to kill as you are. This left Ye Qing even more bewildered. What the hell are you talking about? The scene changes to a few hours earlier. While Wu Ming was busy fighting monsters, Tu had been captured by those savages. She remembered what Wu Ming had just said. If a monster tries to harm you, I won't lift a finger to protect you. Because you are not my client. I couldn't care less if you live or die. And then she remembered Ye Qing's words. I found a job that pays a lot of money, enough to heal your legs. Just wait a little longer and you'll be able to stand again, which made her feel even more conflicted. I don't want to be a burden to everyone. I don't want to be useless either. Even to my own brother, I don't want to be a burden to him. I'm sorry. Please, God, please help me. Even if it's just for a moment. I want to be strong. Please, I'm begging you. Suddenly, a purple light erupted, making the monster clutching her neck recoil. Unexpectedly, Tu transformed into a giant teddy bear. Awakened Transcendent Job Class, Metamorph. She then furiously tore each one of them to shreds, causing Wu Ming, who was fighting other monsters, to stop and look over at her. When an ordinary human successfully resonates with Abyss cells, they can easily awaken a job class. Don't tell me that little girl is also one of the victims, just like that father said. Suddenly, Tu burst into tears and ran wailing towards him. Wu Ming immediately entered a combat stance. I've heard that this abyss cell transformation causes the host to lose their consciousness, turning them into a monster that attacks indiscriminately. But then, Chu cried out with tears and snot running down her face. What's happening to me? I feel so much taller. I can walk freely now. This feeling is so strange, which made him freeze. You still have your human consciousness? Tell me your name. Chu. Hearing that, he sheathed his sword, just as I thought. A moment later, Wu Ming led Chu to a mirror. I've turned into a toy bear, making Wu Ming feel awkward, not knowing how to explain. I don't know if I should congratulate you or, when she burst out crying again, I don't even look human anymore. Now I can't face my brother like this. What am I going to do? Wu Ming could only say, this is your transcendent job class. Of course, I wouldn't know the details, but if you don't want to come with me, that's fine. I'll continue my mission to find that person. Chu then held out her small teddy bear to him. If you can give this teddy bear to my brother, please tell him. I might need some time to get my head straight. I still can't get over this lightning strike of a shock. Hearing this, he took it. If I see him, I'll be sure to give it to him personally. Back in the present, one of Wu Ming's arms was slowly disintegrating. If we continue fighting, the one in a precarious situation is actually me, Yi Qing. I wanted to witness your abilities, but right now, we no longer have a reason to interfere with each other. Hearing this, Director Tong's jaw dropped. Chu isn't dead? Are you telling the truth? Wu Ming then began to explain to Ye Qing. To be precise, it was the doctor behind you who put your sister in this dangerous situation. The appearance of the abyss is largely thanks to this man. Returning to the events of a few days ago, I was at the end of my rope, so I had to resort to this. Just using this key to open any door will cause the abyss's power to permeate the entire experimental area, ultimately turning it into a complete abyss. However, considering Director Tong's physical condition, a rescue team will definitely come for him eventually. I want to ensure that both the body and soul of that bastard remain here forever. I won't just bury Director Tong's research in the depths of the abyss. I'll also make him pay for my daughter's pain. After hearing this, Wu Ming asked, "Are you aware of the price you'll have to pay?" The man replied, "To me, that price is nothing." Back in the present, Director Tong's face was growing pale. "Are you talking about Lam Thu Yen? Didn't I already offer a compensation plan? I even fired her father. Besides, she was a useless child anyway. It was costing an unreasonable amount of money beyond his means to treat her. So, does he even know what maximizing benefits means?" Hearing this, Ye Qing glared at him and said, "So Chu was also one of your victims?" Director Tong stammered, "Don't talk nonsense. She just happened to fall into the abyss. I really couldn't help her. Even if she was a test subject before, that was her own decision. If you're not satisfied, I can compensate both of you. Everything can be compensated. Whether it's life or death, I can." Yi Qing cut him off. "Compensation? Easy for you to say." He then landed a punch right in his mouth, sending him sprawling to the floor. But he could still talk. What's so precious about a cripple who can't even walk? Even if I used her a little, I was maximizing her value as a human being, sacrificing for scientific research, contributing to the team of transcendent users. Shouldn't she feel honored? This enraged Ye Qing even more, and he lifted him up with one arm. Chu is the only family I have left from that accident. You could never understand that in a million years. This flustered him. "That's not what I meant." Yi Qing then angrily slammed Director Tong's body to the ground before grabbing him by the collar. "You're non-burnable trash, with no recycling value. Even hell wouldn't take you." Yi Qing then glanced at Wu Ming and threw Director Tong's body towards him. "He's all yours." Seeing this, Wu Ming grabbed Director Tong by the face. "Then we have an agreement on this matter," Yi Qing replied. "I just want to confirm my sister's safety as soon as possible. Nothing else matters." Wu Ming smirked. "A mercenary's duty is to complete the contract, so you have to die here. This must be that father's wish as well, causing him to struggle in fear." "What contract? I can hire you too. I'll give you double the pay. Tell me, how much did that old man give you?" Wu Ming heard this and asked, "A person only has one life. Tell me, how do you plan on doubling that payment for me?" Leaving him speechless. "What did you say?" Wu Ming then ignored him and turned to Ye Qing. "Next time, let's have an all-out fight." With those words, Wu Ming crushed Director Tong's face. At the same time, Ye Qing had already moved to another location. Upon seeing her brother, Chu's eyes welled up with tears. "Brother, even if I can't be a hero who can handle everything on their own like you, at least I want to get out of this wheelchair so I'm not a burden to you anymore." Xiao Chu apologized for turning into something weird, which made Ye Qing let out a sigh of relief before explaining. "Those people may look human, but on the inside, they're no different from demons. And some people might look like a monster on the outside, but on the inside, they're still my adorable little sister, right?" "However," Xiao Chu insisted, "this is what I look like now." Hearing this, Ye Qing chuckled. "My job is dealing with monsters. Trust me, I can tell what a monster looks like." Then he looked at the pile of monster corpses. "You seem pretty strong. Did you do all this?" This made Xiao Chu blush. "I didn't kill all the beastmen on the floor. Then she pointed to a corpse on the ground. Bro, I killed this one. I killed it in one hit right after I transformed, which made Ye Qing praise her excitedly. Ah, Xiao Chu, your rank isn't low at all. Suddenly, Xiao Chu's hand dissolved and returned to its normal form. What's happening? Seeing her change back, Ye Qing explained, the magic power needed to maintain your transformation has run out. When your magic runs out, you naturally change back. So you're not a monster at all, Xiao Chu. It's clearly an ability that lets you turn into a bear and walk freely. This is the ability of the shapeshifter class. Congratulations, you've had a class change now. You're someone who can stand on their own 2 feet, which made her face light up with joy. Really? I can be like you, bro? But Ye Qing pouted. I won't let you take a single step into danger. Then Xiao Chu suddenly remembered. Oh, right. Bro, did you meet someone? Ye Qing asked. Who are you talking about? Someone a little like you. He told me he wants to meet you in person because he said you and he would get along. This confused him. Is that so? She continued. He said, I'm sure he's a tough bastard to kill, just like me. This made Ye Qing curious too. Doesn't sound like someone I could have a heart-to-heart with, does it? Scene change. The next morning, while Ye Qing was fast asleep, his phone suddenly rang. Who is it? The person on the other end yelled, Ye Qing, you brat. How many days have you taken off work? Ever since the job at the People's Shopping Center started, I haven't seen you. Then I heard from the foreman that you started working privately with that Blood Oath guy. You've got some nerve. He shot up in bed. I'm sorry, uncle. I was really short on cash, so I had to find some jobs to make money. Then his uncle asked, So, are you still working as a corpse collector? He grunted in confirmation that he was still a corpse collector. Then his uncle launched into a lecture. You're still young, working without any limits. I worry about you. If you have a new job, I don't have to worry about you all the time. You need to be careful from now on. After all, you still have a little sister who depends on you. Hearing this, Ye Qing held the phone away from his ear. I know, uncle. Thanks for thinking of me. Then he looked at his phone and his jaw dropped. A full 2 million yuan. Liu Xingran has transferred 2.4 million to you. As expected of a rich young lady, so efficient. He then clicked on his inbox and read, The items are sold. They were under my name, so don't you forget to thank me. After reading it, he couldn't contain his excitement. So many zeros. All the equipment he'd recently gotten from venturing into the abyss was listed for sale on the market under Liu Xingran's name. After all, Liu Xingran was a famous figure. No one would dare question the origin of that equipment. Last night, a whole pile of equipment suddenly appeared. Seeing it, Xingran asked with her jaw dropped, What on earth did you do in just one night? I can't believe you brought back a whole pile of gear. Then he said, I went to the abyss to collect corpses and picked up a few things. This left her stunned. Huh? Say that again, he replied. It's the truth. He then explained that he really had no use for this high-level equipment right now, so he had no choice but to ask for her help. Liu Xingran asked curiously, You're still a level 1 corpse collector, right? How embarrassing. Then she poked him in the chest. She was surprised to find his body was much firmer. Ye Qing then chuckled, I've been through some things, so I've matured a bit. She then pondered, I guess the corpse collector job must be a new profession that hasn't been added to the official list. On the surface, you can't level up, but it follows a different path to get stronger. However, Ye Qing just affirmed, I'm just a corpse collector, getting stronger by collecting corpses. That makes perfect sense, right? Then, Xingran suddenly suggested, Oh, right. Do you want to go to the World Guild and take the Hunter certification test? After all, the treasures you risk your life for in the Abyss need a legitimate status. Hearing this, he asked, If I get a Hunter license, I can enter the Abyss as a Hunter, right? She nodded. Of course. Before, you were basically poaching in the Abyss as an individual hunter. If the management had caught you, you would have ended up in jail. Isn't this a challenge for you to convince the examiners that you're qualified to be a hunter with your level 1 status? I have complete faith in your abilities. Besides, the annual hunter exam requires a sponsor. I'll be your sponsor, so you're guaranteed to pass. What do you say? This made Ye Qing a little embarrassed. Can I really do it? She then said, Just say that I collected all that equipment. Then she gave an order to the guard behind her. After hearing it, he replied loudly, Yes, miss. Then she turned back to Ye Qing. You've helped me a lot this time, so consider this my way of repaying you. Back in the present, Ye Qing scratched his head, feeling a bit guilty, as if he owed her a huge favor. Then, as he stepped out of his room, a package suddenly appeared right in front of him. Food delivery? Xiao Chu then walked over and said, Your apartment doesn't even have a kitchen, bro, so I had to order your favorite food. Seeing her, Ye Qing asked, You're up early, huh? Xiao Chu pouted. Of course. Today's the day I came home from the hospital. I don't want to spend the whole day in bed. He then opened the food container and asked while chewing, How are your legs? Since my body changed yesterday, I can move a little now, probably like this. After saying that, Xiao Chu stood up to show him, which surprised him. Wait, how can you do this after just one night? She then said, I was afraid I'd wreck your apartment if I turned into a bear, so I was extremely careful and only made small changes, focusing the magic power on my knees. Hearing this, he advised her, there's nothing you need to handle all by yourself right away, Xiaochu. I'm here, so you don't have to force yourself. Hearing that, she smiled sweetly. I know. I'll practice my body's transformations gradually. I hope I can stand up soon, but I'm not forcing myself. Then Ye Qing opened the door to leave. Everything you do needs to be a process, huh? Seeing this, Xiaochu hurriedly asked, Bro, are you going out? He replied, Yeah, I have to go out for something today. This made her ask worriedly, You have to go out even on the weekend? He then said awkwardly, Your big brother definitely has things to do. No rest even on weekends. Then he slammed the door and left, making Xiaochu suspicious. Being so secretive. Don't tell me he's going to meet a woman. A girlfriend? A while later, on Ye Qing's end, he stood on a bridge looking down at the crowd of hunters and couldn't help but scoff. Has the hunter profession become this flashy now? Suddenly, someone appeared behind him and called out, Are you also here to take the hunter certification test? Which hunting team are you hoping to join? It was the blue-haired guy, Zhou Tong. He asked excitedly, Big bro, what are you doing at the hunter exam site? Don't tell me you didn't have a hunter license before. Big bro? He replied, I've been a little better off financially lately. It costs quite a bit of money just to register for the hunter exam. But you should have gotten your official hunter license a long time ago. How have you been? He replied, I listened to you, big bro, and practiced close combat for a while, but my current license is only for support. Most hunters think I'm just here to gain experience, so I can't even get on a team. I have to convince them that I can fight in close combat. If you're here to get a hunter license, big bro, you'll definitely be the main DPS. He listened and nodded. I was thinking the same thing. Just then, a bunch of punks below started making a scene. Move it. Out of the way. Tam Ta was huffing and puffing. A damn certification test and we still have to wait in line? Make way for Boss Tam. Do you have any idea who he is? He's a god-chosen wanderer. If you slow down our boss's leveling path, you'd better watch out, because my fists don't have eyes. This made Ye Qing, who was standing nearby, start to wonder. A god-chosen class. I just met someone with one. Behind him, Zhou Tong couldn't help but run his mouth. What's this crap? My big bro is definitely way more badass than him. Ye Qing continued his thoughts. Liu Xingran, a god-chosen knight. Besides the normal knight functions, she can also use ice magic and create healing and recovery shields. Her stat growth is also significantly higher than other classes, which is why she's S-ranked. The traits of these classes are combined with a base class. Sometimes, aspects of the class will even cover its weaknesses. The parts that were already strong become even stronger, as if they've received a god's favor. That's why it's called a god-chosen class. Then he turned to Zhou Tong and said, When that guy's done, I'll go apply. Zhou Tong was a little annoyed. What's the big deal? He just got lucky. Meanwhile, Tam Ta was yelling, Hurry up and process my license. The staff member sighed at the sight. What license are you applying for? He then smugly puffed out his chest. I'm God-chosen. What other license could I possibly apply for? The all-purpose license. This made the other class changers curious. An all-purpose license? This guy is actually applying for an all-purpose license. He's God-chosen, so it's possible he could get the all-purpose license in one go. Hearing this, his two lackeys with green and red hair started shouting, What are you looking at? Our boss is a top-tier figure. You guys are a bunch of nobodies. Just then, someone else appeared. The top-tier figure instantly turned into a suck-up. Well, look at the beauty we have here. Want to team up? Seeing this, she waved him away dismissively. You, team up with me? Piss off. This only made him more excited. Don't be like that. I'm a God-chosen class user. You'll see. My skills are incredible. And my skills in bed are top-notch too. This just made her even more furious. Then, with just a snap of her fingers, she made Tam Ta instantly explode, causing him to scream in pain and his underlings to scramble after him. Aren't we all newbies here for the test? Why is she so ruthless before we've even started? Does this girl not know how amazing our boss is? Even Ye Qing, who was enjoying the show from the side, couldn't help but be surprised. An instant cast of burst flame. She's no simple newbie. Seeing him lose, the other class changers burst out laughing and mocking him. What? So this is all a god-chosen is? Look at him. I'm dying of laughter. This sent him into a rage. You bitch! Humiliating me in front of everyone! You insolent woman! I need to teach you a lesson to get my dignity back! But before he could make his move, someone suddenly stopped him. Damn it, you got a death wish? You dare to stop me? But after sensing the killing intent from the person behind him, he immediately backed down. Seeing this, Ye Qing warned him, there are supervisors here. Using skills recklessly will get you in trouble. Hearing that, he gave up, but he was still a bit scared. What was that? That aura was terrifying. Just then, that staff member appeared, flanked by two huge guys. The use of class abilities is forbidden in public areas. Hearing this, Ye Qing quickly tried to defuse the situation. It's nothing. It's just hot in here, so everyone's getting a little heated. However, the girl had no intention of letting it go. That's not true. This guy was trying to mess with me. The staff member's face soured. If you violate the rules again, we will arrest you in accordance with the law. State your class and the license you're applying for. She replied, Fire Elementalist, applying for a transportation magic license. The staff member then pulled out a stone. Due to your uncontrolled behavior, place your hand on this. The purple-haired girl complied. Abnormal power level. The staff member continued in a cold voice. Due to the recent appearance of high-level ability users who aren't registered as hunters, all of whom have left trails of destruction in various abysses, this inspection is now more stringent. Please come with us. This made the purple-haired girl's face fall, and she pleaded, The detector must be malfunctioning. Can you please let me test it one more time? After retesting, it showed a different number. What just happened? This device has always been accurate, but the reading is normal now. Seeing this, the purple-haired girl beamed. Awesome! I passed without a hitch! Meanwhile, Ye Qing was still staring blankly at the person in front of him. That's strange. Why do I get the feeling she just turned into a different person? Just then, Jotong called out curiously, Big bro, the person they're hunting for is… At that moment, the staff member spoke up impatiently. All right, the farce is over. Who's next? He raised his hand. Me. Seeing this, Jotong teased, With your strength, there's no way you can pass the crystal's test, right? When he got to the desk, she asked, What license are you applying for? The all-purpose license? What's your class? You want to apply for the all-purpose license? That's something only the God-chosen can even attempt. He answered calmly, Scavenger, current level 1. This made everyone in the area burst out laughing. What, a newbie scavenger? What kind of trashy job is that? Sounds like something you'd pick out of a dumpster. Seeing this, Jotong also jumped in. Shut up! My big bro could crush all of you with one hand. But Ye Qing remained calm and replied, I just want an identity that can fit into any team, so I can handle whatever problems arise. Is there a problem with that? The staff member replied, There's no problem with your reasoning for the license, but do you know what the test for the all-purpose license entails? This left him looking blank. Huh? There's a test for it? Of course. This made the purple-haired girl standing nearby curious as well. Scavenger. Is that a new class? The staff member then explained to him, Other people form teams according to their licenses to complete an abyss exploration mission. You, however, have to complete it alone. Even a simple difficulty key is suicide for one person to complete, let alone a high difficulty one. He then walked over and fixed his eyes on the keys on the board. If I clear this abyss, I can get a hunter license, right? She replied irritably. That one is a difficulty level for veteran hunter assessments. You going in there would be suicide. Seeing you so confident, you're either a hidden master or a complete idiot. Place your hand on it. A moment later, the staff member looked at him with utter contempt. So, you really are an idiot. That's why we only allow one person into the difficult abyss. Here, the staff member is referring to Ye Qing and Santa, the two who are entering to increase the difficulty. Even if the abyss before you is a commercial grade 1 controlled by the World Association, refreshing the abnormal rules can introduce more uncontrollable factors, like unpredictable changes in the abyss's structure or monsters appearing with special enhancements. Even knowing this, do you still wish to challenge it? After hearing that, he thought to himself, special enhancement clauses. So, that's what they call elite monsters. Some clauses will significantly enhance the monster's health and combat power. Others will make them immune to certain attacks, and you might even have to exploit specific mechanics to win. I've seen one or two of those before. Then, that Santa guy pulled out a fancy box. I'm decked out in top-tier gear. This kind of trash obviously won't have any effect on me. Big bro is right. He looked at their increasing physical strength and thought to himself, indeed, only high-end equipment could provide such powerful stats. Obviously, the gear enhanced by these clauses is no simple matter. Strength plus 100, agility plus 200. Even a newbie could quickly raise their stats to the max with such ridiculously overpowered equipment clauses. This is the advantage of a pay-to-win hunter. Seeing Ye Qing's blank expression, the staff member asked, What are you thinking about now? He then replied, I don't care. I'm just a hunter after all. The more the merrier. He figured that if the hell-level enhancements could produce some rare creatures, then he should be able to get more interesting corpses. Hearing this, Chutong asked, Bro, this is a bad idea. What if we roll a fatal rule, like a boss appearing without warning, or our mana getting locked at 0? Even my Dispel magic can't remove that kind of debuff. Yi Qing replied, You have the gear advantage now. We can use him if we need to. Don't worry. And so, they entered. Santa took the chance to say to him, We're competitors. If you're about to die, I won't lift a finger to help you, because only one of us can pass this test. Don't you forget it either, Yi Qing retorted. Since you're so eager to show off, I'll let you have the honor of opening the door. I trust the luck of a chosen one will draw a good rule, which amused him. Looks like you know your stuff. They call me the Hand of God. Then he pulled out the key and inserted it. Suddenly, a series of system notifications popped up. The Abyss has been enhanced by rules to the hard difficulty. Monster spawn rate plus 300%. Monster health plus 150%. Monster damage plus 70%. Demon sealed land within the Abyss has appeared. Elite monster spawn rate increased by 300%. Spreading decay. Health gained from any source within the Abyss is reduced by 75%. The rapid decay effect kicked in, making his eyes widen. Holy shit, what the hell is this rule? I specifically prepared a bag full of potions, planning to chug my way through the test. If potions don't even work, what the hell am I supposed to do? Seeing this, Ye Qing also took a look. It wasn't just that potions were useless. Health recovery from any source was severely cut. My man-eating flower's supernatural regeneration and the Grim Reaper's lifesteal will be greatly reduced. Even more dangerous, the burden from the health drain effect of my rage ability will be heavier. It might even become a pure negative, and must be used with caution. So he had to leave it behind. Since I brought so many potions, I bought the biggest backpack. Now I can only go into battle with lighter gear. Then he put on a flashy outfit. Kid, my indestructible diamond suit can still crush these mobs like usual. Watch and see if you don't believe me. Then he rushed into the portal. I'm going in first. Difficulty has increased. Second person has joined. Difficulty increased to hell. Legendary challenge. A legendary grade monster will now spawn in the Abyss. It will not be confined to a specific room. Defeating it will grant a legendary reward. Seeing this, the staff member cried out in alarm. A legendary challenge clause. Even with a luck stat of 300, there's only a 0.01% chance of that strange clause appearing. What level is this guy's luck? Notify the higher-ups immediately. A legendary clause has appeared in the Hunter license exam. The system displayed, simple level Abyss door. Hearing this, Chutong tried to rally everyone's courage. Our team has to do our best too. Then he looked towards the other gate. I hope Big Bro can return safely. Meanwhile, on Ye Qing's side, Santa said casually, well now, opening the door reveals a super spacious room, almost on par with my 2,000 square meter mansion. He couldn't help but flaunt his family's wealth. What's this about breaking some stone tablet? This is just an entrance hall. There's not even a damn thing in here. It's less impressive than the garden in front of my house. Then Ye Qing replied coolly, this is the boss room. This made his eyes widen. The boss room? What? Straight into the boss room right after opening the door. Then he looked up and read the information on the two large statues. Infinite swift attacks, bleed, extremely powerful. Ye Qing thought to himself, 4 affixes right off the bat. Huh. As expected of a hell-level Abyss. This guy looks tough to deal with. I'll summon a spider in front of the monster to draw its attention, then use my speed advantage to circle around to its back. The Noble Knight's armor looks very long from the front, but the weak point of armor is usually at the back. Since I can't use my bloody berserker armor break method right now, I can only attack its weak spot. However, just as he was about to summon the spider, Santa suddenly pushed him aside and rushed forward. All of you, die for me. I'll be damned if I let you get the token that drops from this boss. Today, I'll let you witness what it means to be pay to win. Then he used the skill King's Crush, leaving Ye Qing speechless. Holy crap, this guy's insane. But after he charged in, the statue noticed him and slammed its blade into him with a painful blow, distorting his face. Damn it. It then stabbed straight into the ground nearby. To be so vicious right from the start, can't you show some respect? Ye Qing thought to himself. Wu Santa's gear seems to be survival-oriented with high defense. A full power blow from the Noble Knight couldn't even break through his defense. Suddenly, the monster switched its target to him without any hesitation, forcing him to back away. The aggro's on me now. My plan is completely messed up. Then, Ye Qing leaped high into the air to evade the dangerous blows from the monster. With his agility, he gracefully dodged every single one in an instant. The Noble Knight's bloody slashes have a bleed effect. Just getting grazed by the blade will cause unstoppable bleeding. With no way to recover health in this abyss, it's a fatal wound. He dodged in such a way that all of the monster's attacks ended up hitting Santa, making him complain, "You're the one it's attacking, so how come I'm getting caught in the crossfire?" Ye Qing then replied, "The Noble Knight's attacks aren't very accurate. If you don't want to get in the way, stay back a bit." This made him even more furious. He said, "Me? In the way?" My feet just slipped a little. Just then, the monster went berserk and slashed at him with all its might. Brave Knight's unbreakable iron wall defense. Attack nullified. Ye Qing observed silently. A/ with a defense-breaking effect. Seems like it's a hard counter to the shield tank class. Then he used the soul shock card. However, before he could retaliate against the monster, Santa eagerly rushed forward again. "Just looking at you is depressing. Let me handle this." This made Ye Qing reconsider. This guy is actually sharing some of the combat pressure for now. He's not completely useless. To deal with 2 bosses, I have to consider all the functions of a party. But just a few seconds later, he was sent tumbling to the ground again. And so, Ye Qing returned to his initial state of contempt. The shield tank position, extremely high defense, avoids being one-shot by the monster, and draws the monster's aggro. Surprisingly, Wu Santa is quite suitable as a meat shield. Meanwhile, Santa was whining in the background. It hurts so much. The monster then roared, and a system notification appeared. Taunted target can only deal damage to the taunter. Targeted spells will be forcibly redirected to the taunter. After seeing that, Ye Qing felt like he was in a tough spot. He couldn't focus fire on just one monster, so he had to just stick with dealing with this tankier one. And so, before the monster could charge at him, he managed to leap high into the air and slash at its arm, even though it only did 1 point of damage. The system displayed a prompt. Iron Wall Defense. Reduces slash damage by 95%. This left Ye Qing stunned. His dagger slashes were useless against it. Even when Tam Ta jumped in, he did the same amount of damage as him. Why is he nothing like when he fought me before? 1 point of damage. Back in the abyss, trash mobs would die in just 2 hits. Just then, Ye Qing realized, damn it, the other one is making its move. He analyzed silently. Did he put all his stat points into defense? This is hopeless. How the hell did you even level up? And how are you not emitting any energy at all? I fought my way up here with my own damn strength. Tam Ta shouted, "Idiot! Don't get distracted during a fight!" With that, he took off at full speed, but unfortunately, he tripped on a rock and fell flat on his face, leaving Ye Qing speechless. If your playstyle is agility-based, wearing armor that thick would definitely hinder your movement. But he just replied like an idiot. Didn't anyone tell me the abyss was this hard? I used to win just by lying on the ground. Side information. New Tam Ta, boss of the Kim Do-an. After inheriting a massive fortune, he paid others to power level him. He has no skill and put all his points into defense. As long as he doesn't die, he can win just by being carried. The monster swung its massive blade in a powerful slash, tearing the ground apart. Luckily, Ye Qing managed to pull Tam Ta out of the way just in time. He yelled, "The abyss isn't a place to mess around. This is where people trade their lives with blood and sweat, you idiot." After saying that, Ye Qing started running while muttering his analysis. Since slashing is useless, I'll have to resort to the most primitive method, smashing it. Immediately after, he dashed towards the monster's head, a blue light trailing from his movements. Ye Qing raised his right fist and shouted, "The boost from my strength stat alone should be enough to deal damage." As he yelled, he punched its left shoulder. This was the signature fighting style of a poor, bare-handed fighter. Tam Ta watched in astonishment. The monster with such thick defense was actually knocked back, and he had managed to damage it with his bare hands. Immediately after, Ye Qing kicked its left shoulder and effortlessly left a deep gash. He then dashed over to the other monster right next to it. That one was also hit with a long gash. Ye Qing then landed a punch that distorted its face, and the system panel appeared. Critical hit. Weak point strike. Stun. He looked at his hand in surprise. This punch actually caused a status effect. It must be thanks to my enhanced luck stat. The system displayed a tip. Landing a critical hit on a target's weak point has a chance to inflict a corresponding status effect. This is related to the luck stat. But before he could celebrate, Ye Qing had to quickly dodge the monster's sword. Unfortunately, his body was sliced in 2 by the attack. The monster then struck him again. Tam Ta screamed in horror. "He just got torn to pieces!" Suddenly, Ye Qing's body transformed into a red liquid that splattered into the air. A moment later, he reappeared on the ground, his body completely intact, undoubtedly thanks to that red liquid. Ye Qing mused to himself, "No, Tam Ta's damage is too low. He can't hold the monster's aggro. As a tank, just having defense isn't enough. Of course, I can't completely rely on him for this fight anyway. I should be the one controlling the pace of this battle." A second later, the 2 giants charged at Ye Qing again. He ordered him, "Get back," and Tam Ta immediately ran for his life. "Yes, sir." Then, Ye Qing leaped high into the air, circling behind the 2 monsters' heads. In an instant, he turned around, and a stream of blue light shot out from his body. A second later, Ye Qing unleashed his attack, and a beam of blue energy shot straight at one of the monsters. The one that was hit had its head shattered and crashed to the ground. The other one just stared up at him in confusion, but it didn't hesitate for long. The monster swung its blade, nearly taking off Ye Qing's leg. He continued to masterfully dodge the monster's attacks. Then, Ye Qing landed a decisive slash on its right leg. Tam Ta watched him in a daze. This guy just avoided all the heavily armored parts, and every single one of his attacks hit a weak point. This technique is even more impressive than the pro players I hired before. At that moment, he finally asked, "Wait a minute, aren't you a newbie? How can you use such masterful skills?" Ye Qing said smugly, "As someone who just changed classes, I am indeed a newbie, but the years I spent in the gathering team, fighting magical beasts at the very limit, gave me enough experience to improve by leaps and bounds after my class change. In any case, my current body is developing at a speed hundreds of times faster, amplifying all the combat awareness I earned through my own blood and sweat." Tam Ta asked again in disbelief, "You make it sound so complicated. Can't you just put on some gear and naturally get stronger?" As Ye Qing explained, not noticing the two monsters that had approached from behind, gear is just something that changes with your level. The system panel appeared. Two monsters appeared, emanating killing intent. Frenzy. Attack speed is greatly increased. Each attack makes the next one stronger. Thorns. Each time melee damage is received, similar retaliation damage is dealt to the target. Yi Qing just smiled arrogantly and continued lecturing Tom Ta. Only a body that grows stronger and stronger is my ultimate gear. He ran closer to him. Huh? Another monster with mechanics? Yi Qing explained with a cold expression. Retaliation damage. When you deal melee damage, you'll receive the same amount of damage back. The only way to counter the Thorns effect is with ranged attacks. Hearing that, Tam Ta's confidence surged. Well, it's finally my turn to shine. Don't think I'm just a dual-wielding swordsman. Who would have thought I can also use magic? When you run into a monster that can only be hit from a distance, you'll have to rely on me. He boasted while gathering currents of electricity around his hands. I can use powerful magic like lightning arrow. Let me show you what I can do. While Tam Ta was still running his mouth, Ye Qing was already one step ahead. Eat my lightning arrow. Instantly, he set off a huge explosion right on one of the monster's heads. Seeing this, all he could do was stand there with his jaw dropped. Yi Qing hovered in the air, his yellow aura still active. When Thorns is activated, all of the Courage's elemental resistances are lowered. It'll definitely be easy to land an elemental critical hit. Finishing his thought, Yi Qing launched another attack at its neck. Grand explosion, another blast. Tam Ta, who was right beside it, scrambled to dodge the monster's head, letting out a terrified yelp. He quickly asked Yi Qing, "Was that fire magic just now? Or was that a tier 3 or higher grand explosion cast instantly without a chant?" Ignoring his shouting, Ye Qing flew off somewhere. No way. A physical class user normally can't learn elemental magic, so how did you do that? It turned out he had gone to finish off the remaining monster, but it also swung its arm, intending to crush him. Strangely, Ye Qing narrowly dodged its axe blade. He used another skill that sent the monster's head flying. The system panel displayed thorns. With the next one right behind it, Ye Qing didn't show any mercy. He slashed its neck to pieces, and the system announced, "Thorns reflects all attack power." Tam Ta once again acted as the commentator, using the Courage's thorns to reflect damage. That's a technique I never would have expected, but Ye Qing's luck didn't last long. Another huge monster was winding up for an axe swing right behind him. Ye Qing cursed in annoyance. Damn it, my soul shock skill is still on cooldown. Immediately after, he took out a card with a shield on it. Yi Qing summoned the shield and used it to block. Take this. As expected, the shield shattered the moment it took the hit from the monster. He couldn't avoid being knocked back. Even so, Ye Qing tried to resist. The noble's attack patterns are unpredictable. It even targets a player's weak points first. Its power is many times greater than the elite monsters I've faced before. If my body didn't have enough supporting stats, I'm afraid that hit would have been truly dangerous. I doubt I would have survived. That monster bastard swung its arm again, intending to finish him off, but Yi Qing was still focused on studying it. The attack speed kept increasing, only starting to slow down when it hit its target. He was still frowning, deep in thought, seriously analyzing the monster's every motive. The monster's hidden mechanic. The more you try to dodge, the easier you are to kill. So that means I definitely have to find a way to take the hit directly, right? No wonder they call it a twisted, hell-level mechanic. Yi Qing pulled a small knife from his back. Seeing this, Tam Ta shouted, "Are you an idiot? You're gonna try to fight it with a blade? If you're looking to die, you don't have to do it right now." Ye Qing ignored his words, coldly facing the enemy. A second later, a loud explosion rang out, the impact sending hot sparks flying. The giant stone man let out a huge roar. Enraged, it charged straight at him. Luckily, Ye Qing managed to leap up in time. He looked towards Tam Ta. "I don't want to die like this." Next, his pupils dilated, his purple eyes filled with determination. "I have to be faster than it." Huge arms appeared in front of him, and he thought to himself, stronger than it. Witnessing the scene before him, Tam Ta was stunned. Another new skill. The system then displayed a notification. Living being cannot be retrieved. The next second, the stone man's eyes glowed with a purple light. It let out a roar that echoed through the space, Yi Qing's reflection visible in its eyes. He tossed it into the air, accompanied by the system's announcement, "Berserk, flesh, and blood splatter." While in a berserk state, he becomes unstoppable. Yi Qing, holding the knife, yelled at the stone man, "Take a full power attack from me!" He plunged the knife straight into the opponent's eye. Cracks appeared, and its remaining eye was glued on Ye Qing. He hovered in the air. Armor break. Weak point critical hit. He looked at the tip of his knife and said firmly, "Compared to bleeding out, this is more than enough time for me to defeat this guy." The system announced that he had enough health to last for 2 seconds. The stone man swatted Ye Qing down with one hand, clutching its wound with the other and roaring. Suddenly, its entire body began to rapidly regenerate. Seeing this, Ye Qing's eyes filled with astonishment. I've been hitting it nonstop this whole time and only took out 70% of its health? The boss's attributes will continuously accumulate over the course of the fight. If this battle can't be ended quickly, we'll have to face a stronger boss as new attributes are added. Yi Qing slowly stood up, his face becoming expressionless. If I just end the fight, I'll die. If I just accept my fate, I'll die. If I hesitate, I'll die. A second later, he exploded with power, shouting, "Double rage! I'll bet all my remaining health on this. I can't let all this effort go to waste. I have to use these 7 seconds." A moment later, the system announced, the effects of the 2 health-reducing buff states have shortened the berserk duration to only 7 seconds. Yi Qing launched himself at his opponent like a rocket, intending to end this fight in one go with his most powerful attack. At that moment, the giant stone man clapped its hands together as if swatting a mosquito. Yi Qing appeared, leaving behind the opponent's severed fingers. The two faced each other, the air falling silent. Yi Qing then powerfully pierced through his opponent's body. Witnessing this, Tamta's jaw dropped. Just now, this guy clearly surpassed the boss's power. Am I hallucinating? Tamta looked at Ye Qing's exhausted body and yelled, and I actually thought about challenging him. Just then, the system chimed in, announcing, "Congratulations, you have defeated the Gatekeeper Guardian, the Twin Knight. Gate challenge complete. Abyssal difficulty has been removed. Health reduced to 10%. Can you use a health potion?" With that, Ye Qing chugged down potions with both hands, one after another. A moment later, a few empty bottles were thrown to the ground. He stood with his hands on his knees, laughing loudly. That was a close one. Yi Qing turned towards the pile of rubble, thinking, "It's probably been a long time since you all had your fill, right?" As he finished speaking, the large arms appeared behind him. Well then, time for the long-awaited collection phase. Begin. The pile of rubble was gradually sucked downward. Tamta was astonished. He exclaimed, "Those are the hands of some of the monsters from before. The knight's corpse is being devoured by the void." After speaking, he turned to look at Ye Qing. "This guy is eating the boss's body. That's right, those summoned tentacles. This is a weird class skill I've never seen before." Tamta's eyes were filled with suspicion as he thought to himself, this person, to be precise, is an existence even more terrifying than a monster. Yi Qing stood there with a sigh, looking at the system notification about his new skills information. He looked at the card and spoke softly. A swordsmanship skill symbolizing the nobility used by knights. Just as expected, it's a retrievable item. The system continued to display information about the next skill card. Yi Qing's gaze was faint. This is a skill that revolves around using a shield, but it seems I don't use shields often. However, this ability to transfer debuffs is also very powerful. I'll just keep it for now. Over here, Tamta was sweating profusely. Those 2 giants were devoured in an instant. Besides the pools of blood splattered everywhere, there was no other trace left. Suddenly, another object appeared, causing him to turn his head warily. A second later, something landed forcefully. Tamta jumped aside in fear. The system displayed another notification. Insert an equipment piece, and the knight's essence will merge with it. It has the potential to create a new, random piece of equipment. Yi Qing looked at the item in front of him and spoke. This is a legendary event with an extremely low appearance rate. He approached it coldly. I remember back when I was a scavenger. I heard the construction foreman mention that after clearing a room in the Abyss, he stumbled upon an Abyss bonus event. The Forging Altar must be a type of legendary bonus event. On the other side, Tamta was utterly shocked. This is an incredibly rare bonus event in the Abyss. He looked at it with envy. How did you get so lucky to encounter this? Hearing this, Ye Qing couldn't help but think. Could it be that the continuously accumulating difficulty attributes increased the rate of bonus events? On top of that, with my luck stat being off the charts, low probability bonus events have now become high probability events for me. With that, he gave a meaningful smile. As long as I keep getting stronger, I can keep getting unexpected surprises. Well then, let's try putting this normal dagger in and see what happens. Tamta quickly tried to stop him. Are you stupid? You should definitely put in your strongest piece of equipment. That purple weapon. You must have some good armor pieces too, right? Yi Qing looked at him and replied, right now, this complementary dagger is the only thing I can use. I usually sell any equipment that requires a level higher than 1. Hearing this, Tamta broke into a sweat. I almost forgot, you're only level 1. Does that mean you've been fighting this whole time without any high-level gear? Yi Qing replied nonchalantly as he tossed the dagger in. It's not like I have any other choice. Enhance it. At this moment, the system displayed a notification that the enchantment could fail. The failure rate is related to your luck stat and the level of the base weapon material. Detecting your weapon requires level 1. Weapon type is dagger. Predicted success rate for this enchantment is 200%. Ye Qing looked at the dagger in his hand and spoke. 200%. Can that number even go over 100%? The system chimed in again. Do you wish to execute the transformation command? If the knight's blood essence is attached, the weapon type will be changed to a longsword. Yi Qing looked at the dagger and confirmed, enhance. The system's voice announced a successful enhancement. The following lines left Ye Qing utterly astonished. Congratulations, you have enhanced it to the legendary grade. His expectant gaze was met with its quality. The appearance is indeed legendary grade. The system displayed information about the horn sword, with absolute durability and an attack power of up to 30. This flashy sword is actually a letdown. However, what's special is that it's a one-of-a-kind item of the legendary horn type. The system rotated it for him to see clearly. The horn sword, with absolute durability and an attack power of up to 30. This flashy sword is actually a letdown. However, what's special is that it's a one-of-a-kind item of the legendary horn type. Level 1. Ye Qing held 2 swords in his hands, a satisfied look on his face. Nice, I like 'em. Suddenly, Santa let out a soft chuckle from behind him. The stats on these 2 swords are complete trash. Looks like even his luck fails him sometimes. Ye Qing rested the swords on his shoulder and turned to look at him. You might think they're trash, but I think they're perfect. Just as he was about to leave, Santa suddenly spoke up. Hold on. Have you never seen any god-tier gear before? Without answering, Ye Qing threw a sword far away. He looked at his hand and said coldly, "Recall?" A black vortex appeared, enveloping the blade. A second later, it was back in Ye Qing's hand. He said excitedly, "A weapon that can be infinitely recalled. Isn't that a divine weapon that only I can use?" Santa stared at Ye Qing, completely baffled. This guy's ability makes him stronger using trash weapons, yet he looks down on actual divine artifacts. Is he the god of junk or something? Ye Qing looked inside and said, "This training altar has been used? I guess it can be considered leftover trash and packed up, right?" A second later, giant arms rose up. He quickly shouted, "My babies! Collect it all!" The large chest was quickly swallowed, and the system announced a successful collection. A card appeared in Ye Qing's hand. Notification. Training altar collected. You can now summon the training altar at any time. The card in his hand gradually vanished. He laughed and said, "Great. A one-time event has now become something I can use whenever I want. Next time I get items, I'll just use them to enhance these trash swords. Even if the enhancement fails and the weapon is destroyed, I can still use my recall ability to recreate a new one. I think that's the most broken thing about these junk swords." Ye Qing looked at the weapons in his hands. "I'm getting tired of daggers anyway. Let's try out a new weapon." Santa was completely shocked. Is this guy really planning to use 2 long swords? He then walked over to warn him. Using 2 weapons you're not used to at the same time comes with a huge penalty. Not only will your attack speed drop, but your accuracy and damage will also be severely reduced. That's why most people who change classes focus on a single fighting style from day 1. As he finished speaking, he thought to himself, this monster is insisting on choosing a fighting style he's not good at. With his E-rank proficiency, his stat advantages will be greatly diminished. On the other hand, with my C-rank dual-wielding proficiency, I'll definitely have a chance to regain the upper hand. Just then, Ye Qing said, "Open weapon panel." A panel appeared, notifying, "You are not yet proficient in using 2 one-handed weapons. When wielding 2 weapons, your attack speed and accuracy will be reduced by 50%. Ye Qing spoke. Can I spend BP to speed up skill learning?" The system replied, "Upgrade dual-wielding skill to D rank." Ye Qing thought, the BP I get from useless junk. Besides being used to repair weapons, it can also be used to increase skill proficiency. This is great. Spend 10 BP to upgrade the dual-wielding skill to D rank, then another 20 points for C rank, followed by 30 points for B rank, and finally 40 points to achieve A rank dual-wielding talent. A second later, he let out a breath. Might as well just max out the proficiency directly. Those words made Santa freeze for a few seconds. His pupils constricted. What did you just do? A second later, the system displayed notifications. Dual-wielding talent proficiency. C. Dual-wielding talent proficiency. B. Dual-wielding talent proficiency. A. Dual-wielding talent proficiency. S. Ye Qing confidently held the 2 swords. My dual-wielding practice starts at S-rank proficiency. The air fell silent, with only the sound of a few footsteps. Ye Qing walked ahead and said, "The room's challenge is over. A new door should appear soon." Suddenly, Santa stopped. "I've thought it over. I forfeit this match." With that, he turned to leave. If I'd known it would be this tough, I wouldn't have bothered throwing myself into such a difficult abyss. As he walked, he grumbled, "I've got a ton of money waiting to be spent outside. Why do I need to risk my life in here?" Suddenly, the system issued a warning notification. Extreme danger warning. Entering combat state, Ye Qing became wary of the fog. Something's not right. A second later, he ran towards Santa. "Danger! Get out of the way!" He quickly saved the other man's life. Unfortunately, his remaining arm was severed by that thing. Santa cried out, "My arm!" Ye Qing cursed in frustration. "Damn it, I was a step too slow." That thing began to gather itself. Ye Qing observed, "Was that a trap just now? Or was it a defense that even the Knight Santa couldn't break, yet it was shattered as easily as paper?" The door's challenge was just an appetizer. The real final boss wasn't the two knights, but the very thing they were risking their lives to protect. A strangely shaped portal appeared on the large pillar. A second later, it sucked everything in like a vortex, then transformed into an attack aimed at Ye Qing. He drew his two swords to block. He parried its strike. Yi Qing stared straight at the red eye. There's something there? The next second, a figure appeared. It was the dark elf Damaste. Traits: zero gravity field, unconscious control, death absorption, magic breaking strike, terror hunt, tide lock. Damaste relentlessly pursued Santa. Ye Qing quickly moved to intercept it. He used a skill card, his face slightly panicked. With S-rank proficiency, my attack speed with dual swords can be even faster than with daggers. I can use the extremely high damage frequency to draw its aggro to me. With that, he used his weapons to block the attack. Yi Qing spread his arms and shouted, "Draw aggro to me, multi-point." Damaste's eyes widened, followed by a system notification. Attack ineffective. Damaste can only receive damage from its aggro target while in the tide lock state. It brushed Ye Qing aside and continued to charge forward. Yi Qing was stunned. Attack ineffective. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, there's nothing I can do. Damaste was seen raising its weapon high towards Santa, and a second later, his entire body was split in two. Outside the gate, two figures were waiting. Han Luo pointed inside and said, "Looks like one of them is dead. There's only one life signal left." Gu Che spoke while eating. "You mean that level 1 noob who didn't know his own limits? I'm not surprised at all. This is an abyss for level 30 and above, and on legendary difficulty, no less. How could a level 1 noob who only relies on luck possibly survive?" He held a large chicken leg in his hand. At least he discovered an abyss where a legendary creature exists. I guess his death had some value. Once the hunting squad from headquarters arrives, we'll clear out this newly appeared legendary creature together. If that chosen one manages to survive, we'll demand a rescue fee. He looks pretty rich. Anyway, Han Luo replied, "Legendary creatures are the only beings that can drop legendary runes. Everyone wants one." He looked at the gate and continued, "In any case, it's a necessary item for an ordinary person to enter that world. No one should even think about taking it." Inside, Damaste stood silently. Notification. Death absorption. Damaste has dealt a killing blow. Its power has been enhanced. Its gaze was fixed forward. It had shifted its aggro to Ye Qing. His eyes were full of defiance. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Damaste had finally locked its aggro onto him, but at the same time, it had become much harder to deal with. Suddenly, he reached out his hand and said coldly, "Sorry, Wu Santa. I need to borrow your corpse for a moment." A second later, arms rose from the ground and enveloped Santa's body. At that moment, the system chimed with a series of notifications. Learned dual sword parry, learned swift wind slash, learned realm ruler, learned meteor strike. Yi Qing spoke. He learned by watching. I quickly picked up a few dual sword combat skills. With S-rank proficiency, it should be enough to master most of them. With that, he took a defensive stance and shouted, "Come at me!" Damaste readied itself, quickly charging towards him with its weapon. Suddenly, Ye Qing's eyes widened in surprise. "So fast!" He carefully parried its attack. A second later, Ye Qing vanished without a trace. A dark shadow appeared behind Damaste. Yi Qing appeared behind it with his sword. Meteor strike. Damaste easily dodged the attack. The system announced, "Damaste is immune to all surprise attacks from hostile targets." Suddenly, a clone of Ye Qing appeared in the path of the flying dragon slash. Damaste's eyes were locked onto him. It swung its weapon, cutting through the attack. He fell back, shouting, "Damn, even a clone can't fool this thing's eyes." Its eye widened as it aimed straight for Ye Qing and attacked. At that moment, his body was growing weaker. Damn it. Are my physical abilities dropping because I can't recover my health in time? If this keeps up, I'm dead for sure. Damaste's power was relentless. Gravity vortex! Seeing the skill, Ye Qing panicked. What? A second later, he was pulled towards Damaste. I'm being sucked in, Ye Qing thought. Just then, Damaste landed a devastating punch on him. Yi Qing flew back several meters. He struggled back to his feet and said, "Damn it. Are my physical abilities dropping because I can't recover my health in time? If this keeps up, the only way out is death." Yi Qing immediately used another skill card. Even if the healing effect was only 1/10 of the usual, he had to try and buy some time to recover. Suddenly, Damaste vanished, much to his surprise. A second later, it appeared behind him with its weapon. Yi Qing dodged instantly, but it then unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks. Ye Qing took a few steps back, but Damaste used gravity vortex again, pulling him in. He braced himself against the opponent's pull. Ye Qing was drawn closer and closer to Damaste. Its shadow appeared right behind him. It unleashed a mana break strike, interrupting his casting. The system announced, "Super regeneration casting interrupted." The ground was covered in battle scars. Yi Qing coughed a few times from the ground as the system chimed, announcing that the super regeneration casting process had been interrupted. His face was pale. He couldn't heal. With only one health point left, even the slightest tap would kill me now. He laughed out loud. No matter how smoothly a fight goes, the next moment will always teach you a harsh lesson. He looked at Damaste. That's the unpredictability of the abyss for you. Thanks for teaching me a real lesson, Damaste. A second later, Ye Qing reached out his hand to recall something. Damaste's gaze shifted to his sword. Instantly, two swords were in Ye Qing's hands. He shouted, "Bring it on!" He charged at Damaste as the system chimed again. Meteor Pierce proficiency has increased. With a cold expression, Damaste raised its weapon and brought it down decisively. The system announced, "Emergency evasion proficiency has leveled up." Yi Qing shouted, "Again!" He thought to himself, "I have to keep learning and growing in battle." He fiercely attacked Damaste again, repeating in his mind, "I have to keep learning, growing in battle." He aimed his blade at the enemy, and I have absolute faith in this body. System announcement. Whirlwind sword proficiency has leveled up. The sword grazed Damaste. I can see it now. It's stronger than what my naked eye can perceive. The system kept chiming, announcing that multi-sword proficiency had increased. Yi Qing attacked faster. Damaste's eyes widened as it swung its weapon around underneath him. He flew up high, thinking, harder to break through. System announcement. Dual sword parry proficiency has increased. The two sword tips aimed straight for Damaste's eye. Not to be outdone, it charged straight at its opponent. They were face to face, swords clashing. Just then, the sound of cracking came from between the two blades. Damaste knocked Yi Qing away, and he used the momentum to leap backward. He looked at the broken sword in his hand and said, "The durability of these swords can't keep up with the strain." But then his expression turned serious. "But it's fine. As long as trash can be recycled." A surge of power emanated from his body, because there are always endless chances to start over. Reforge. A second later, two new swords were formed. Yi Qing swung them, his eyes sharp and cold. His eyes widened with determination. The tips of his swords pointed straight at Damaste. Its eyes widened in shock. Two lightning-fast strikes hit it, and a second later, it collapsed to the ground. Yi Qing stood before it and spoke. "The health bar has appeared." He looked at it defiantly. "Damaste, you're not so scary anymore." As he finished speaking, the enemy's eyes changed. System announcement. Damaste's rage has leveled up. It slammed its weapon down hard. Over here, the gate turned green and a few figures stepped out. A man in a cloak spoke. "Thanks to you. That diffusion spell was just in time. I never thought you could handle both close combat and magic at the same time." Chu Tong politely pointed behind him. "The one we should really thank is her. She dealt 99% of the damage." Yiling crossed her arms and said, "Just a bunch of useless people." She noticed the crowd at the gate. "That's Big Bro's abyss entrance. Why are so many people gathered around it?" "Over there," the commander spoke up. "What's the situation?" Han Luo replied. "The last life signal has been confirmed lost. There are definitely no survivors in the abyss." He replied, "This is just a standard incident, not an accident." Then he turned to leave. "As long as we clear out the abyss before nightfall and make sure we retrieve the legendary grade monster core, there won't be any problems." The subordinate immediately replied, "Understood, sir. Leave the cleanup to us." Suddenly, Chu Tong shouted, "What did you say? No survivors?" A soldier quickly stopped him. "Stand back." Chu Tong strained his voice, yelling, "You have to at least try to rescue them." The commander turned back with a sneer. "Go rescue that piece of trash?" He then stated decisively, "If one of the God-chosen sent a rescue signal, we could save them. After all, their equipment is quite valuable. Why would we go save a bunch of worthless trash?" Chu Tong retorted. "My big bro is not trash. He said he would come back from the abyss alive. He always keeps his promises." The commander stood before the gate of fire and ordered the soldier holding Chu Tong, "Ignore this lunatic. The two who followed him are already dead inside. If you find their bodies, just treat them like garbage." He made a welcoming gesture and said, "Let's move. Prepare to depart carefully." A white-haired man eagerly replied, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, a voice came from within the sea of flames, making everyone jump. No need to bother. Right after, a young man in sneakers stepped out. To everyone's astonishment, Yi Qing emerged from the firestorm. Other than his slightly scorched clothes, he was completely fine. "I've got the item. Does that mean I've passed the test?" When Chu Tong saw it was really him, he burst into tears. "Big bro, I knew you could do it." As soon as he finished, a dead silence fell. Yi Qing kept walking towards them, but no one said a word. Finally, he was the one to break the silence, holding up the item in his hand. "I've retrieved the token. So, I guess my test is considered passed, right?" The commander finally snapped out of it, exclaiming in disbelief, "Impossible! How is he still alive? You're that level 1 scavenger?" Suddenly, the commander seemed to realize something, his eyes widening. Wait a minute. Only now did the commander notice the orb Ye Qing was holding. "That's a golden rune stone. How did you get that?" But he didn't seem to care about the treasure at all, directly handing it over to him. "This is for you. My mission is complete." However, the commander couldn't easily believe him, muttering, "A golden rune stone. Only a legendary monster drops this kind of token. You? You killed the legendary monster?" Annoyed, Yeching growled, not even glancing at Chu Tong as he shoved the soldier's hand away. "I killed it. I went all the way to the end of the abyss and killed every last monster in there." Hearing this, the commander was even more incredulous, holding the treasure in his hand with suspicion. "No way. Absolutely impossible. That tone is obviously fake. Maybe it was the weakest legendary monster. But even if it was the weakest, the more he thought, the more convinced he became. A scavenger class, nobody couldn't possibly kill it. The commander stubbornly shouted, trying to prove himself right. Yi Ching just found it annoying and didn't want to argue. "No, that's not it. It's more likely you're a kill stealer. You must have used some method to snatch the victory from the God-chosen professionals and are now claiming you killed the legendary monster. That has to be it." He pointed at him and accused, "The God-chosen Wu Sangzi. You probably killed him in this abyss, didn't you? I have reason to suspect you're a team killer." Behind them, Zhu Tong was furious. "Team killer? How can you use such a filthy word to frame my boss? He clearly survived on his own strength." But after all was said and done, the examiner still suspected Ye Qing of cheating. How could a rookie scavenger have that kind of power? You probably only survived this long thanks to Wu Sangzi, but you repaid his kindness with hatred. That's the only explanation. Zhu Tong was trembling with anger, but Ye Qing raised a hand, signaling for him to stop. "You can go in and investigate. If there are no signs of murder on the God-chosen's body, then my boss hasn't been falsely accused." Gu Sha also spoke up for Ye Qing. "He's right. The report from the front said the abyss is empty. There are no other monster corpses at all." The examiner was completely flustered now. "The abyss is empty?" Hearing this, Ye Qing went along with it. "If there's nothing there, then I guess I really don't have any evidence to prove my case. You can say whatever you want. Whether my opponent lived or died, I have no responsibility for them. Those are the rules your supervisors set. So where does this team killer accusation come from?" With no way to argue, the examiner could only grit his teeth. "There's really nothing there? Damn it." Yi Qing pressed his advantage. "So, tell me, did I pass the assessment or not?" He cursed while trying to convince himself. "Damn it. Even though I don't want to admit it." The examiner forced a bright, trembling smile. Congratulations, you, Yi Qing, the Level 1 scavenger. You've received your hunter certification from the World Association. Your level certification is for the all-rounder class." But after one compliment, he added a sarcastic jab. "Now all the official hunting parties can accept your application to join. You must be very satisfied, huh?" Suddenly, Xing Ran appeared, cutting in for him. "Satisfied? I think it's more than just that, isn't it?" Gu Sha and Han Luo were both stunned. "The Liu family's young miss, Liu Xingran? Why is she here?" "Oh my god, I'm seeing Liu Xingran in person. What an honor." The moment they saw her, their attitudes changed completely. "Miss Liu, what are you doing here? This isn't a place for someone like you." Xingran, however, paid them no mind. She asked directly, "If you obtain the golden runestone, you get the right to register an independent hunting party, correct?" The examiner answered obsequiously, "That's right." Then Xingran continued, "Ye Qing doesn't need to join a party at all. He can form one himself." Then she pointed to herself and asked him, "When you got here, did you mention my name?" Yi Qing replied politely, "I did not." But a second later, he changed his answer. "I forgot." Xingran was exasperated with him. "Are you an idiot?" Then she turned to reprimand the examiner. "The registration day for the World Association's hunter teams is about to begin. Job changers who hold a golden token have the right to register and form a team. If you're not an idiot, then you must have done this on purpose." Faced with someone from a powerful family like Xingran, he didn't dare act recklessly. I didn't mean it like that. I was saving this golden token for someone powerful. Wouldn't it be a waste for this scavenger to take it today?" Hearing that, Zhu Tong exploded. "A waste? What gives you the right to say, it's a waste for my boss to take it? So it's only natural for you people to take it for yourselves?" The other participants, seeing this, also cried out in protest. "You supervisors just want to abuse the rules you yourselves set, don't you? This whole assessment was unfair from the start. If the rules didn't force me to, I wouldn't have come here. That's right. We can't even keep the good gear we find. It's not like we're working for you guys." In response to these comments, not only did he not repent, but he grabbed Ye Qing by the collar. "All of you, shut up! Even if he takes this golden token, it's as good as stealing, isn't it? You know that to form a hunter team, the leader needs to be at least B rank, right?" Then the examiner turned and glared at him. Behind them, Han Luo took the opportunity to verify Ye Qing's power. "And you, before you entered the abyss, you were only D rank. The energy stone absolutely does not lie. If you dare bring this up in front of the World Association's elders, I'm afraid you'll just be laughed at." But after a few moments, he hesitantly announced, "Sir, the The energy scanner has detected a massive attribute fluctuation from A plus to S. It's exceeded the standard limits. As soon as he finished speaking, the device in Han Luo's hand exploded. The examiner whipped his head around in shock. What? He slowly, timidly glanced at Ye Qing. As Ye Qing approached him, his face filled with killing intent, the examiner cried out in fear. What are you trying to do? Don't you come any closer! Han Luo tried to explain from behind, but the examiner was in no state to listen. He was now trembling, looking utterly pathetic. I don't know what's happening either. No one was even touching it, but the readings just kept climbing. It must be broken. However, Ye Qing wasn't so forgiving. A dark purple aura emanated from him. You people think I'm trash. Naturally, you have your reasons. Besides, I've heard it so many times I don't even bother arguing anymore. I just came here today to get my certification. I didn't want to cause too much trouble. Seeing Ye Qing raise his hand, the examiner's face went pale. Was my perception wrong? We're clearly outside the abyss, so why do I feel such an immense pressure, like it's coming from the very depths? What are you trying to do? Are you going to attack a supervisor? You've got some nerve. Then, Ye Qing formed a purple energy orb in his palm, its power radiating terrifyingly. I just want to take back what's mine. Ye Qing extended his hand, and a dark purple energy orb instantly appeared in it. Then, the examiner watched in shock as Ye Qing snatched away his golden treasure. He frowned, holding it in his hand without saying a word. Seeing this, Han Luo pulled out a stone, hurrying to re-verify. Was there a problem with the machine's reading? I have to check with an energy stone. No way. He stared as cracks began to appear on the stone and shouted, This energy stone is unstable. I think it's about to break. A second later, Ye Qing's eyes widened, a purple light flashing from his pupils. As for whether I'm worthy or not, then he released his energy. Purple energy tendrils, like lightning, appeared. Han Luo continued to update the examiner. It exploded. The final reading was S+. Ye Qing, however, turned to leave instead of attacking them further. His face darkened as he growled, I suggest you switch to a better quality instrument. Only then did the examiner hazard a guess. Could he be someone who was hiding his strength? No way. Absolutely impossible. Xing Ran, who had been watching the argument from the side, now walked over and patted his shoulder. I knew you could pass the test easily. They only gave you a hard time because you refused to mention my name. He looked at the relationship between the two in disbelief. He's that close with the Liu family's young miss? Is this kid really a scavenger like they said? Thinking she was being helpful, Xing Ran advised Ye Qing. If you wore better gear, that supervisor would treat you more fairly. But he retorted, how could I dare mention your name? It's much simpler to convince them with my own strength than to make them believe in our relationship. Xing Ran thought that made sense. You're right. He had only taken a few steps when Zhu Tong hurriedly pulled him aside to talk. Boss, is that Liu Jingdian? It's a real honor to meet you here. After she cheerfully greeted us, I introduced my friend, Chu Tong, who was also here to get his certification. Suddenly, Jingdian froze. You? I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. He immediately brightened up. We have met. I attended your birthday party as one of the performers. Have you forgotten? However, Jing Dian's expression soured the moment she heard about that party. You mean that awful party? I remember it being ruined by some disastrous rap performance. Wait, which performer were you? Chu Tong froze solid when he heard that. Disastrous rap. Ah, speaking of the party, she turned to Ye Qing with a suggestion. I just remembered something. Speaking of parties, shouldn't we celebrate you passing the hunter exam? How about we have it at your place? He repeated. Huh? My place? Then, startled, Ye Qing said it again. Ah. My place. He suddenly realized the problem and his spirits sank. His place was just a cramped, rented, ground-floor apartment. Wouldn't Liu Jingdian laugh at him on the spot? Seeing both of them looking so defeated by her suggestion, Jingdian was utterly confused. What's wrong with you two? She quickly added, If it's not convenient, but Ye Qing cut her off. He was trembling, trying to pretend everything was okay. Oh, of course, it's not a problem. It turned out Ye Qing was only acting so generous to save face. He took a deep breath. I absolutely cannot let her know the truth. Then, Ye Qing even volunteered Chu Tong. There'll be an amazing performance and a fantastic venue. I would be more than happy to have you. Oh, right, Chu Tong. He had completely lost all morale. Huh? Jingdian was still suspicious. Why are you two so stiff? So, tomorrow night it is. Okay. With his hands in his pockets, Ye Qing declared confidently, No problem. She went on. Anyway, I'm relieved you passed the exam. I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow night. I'll bring a gift. With their plans made, Jingdian didn't stay long. See you tomorrow. He replied, See you tomorrow. After that, Jingdian got into her car and left. The three of them even waved goodbye to each other. When she was gone, Ye Qing lowered his hand, a brilliant smile still on his face. A moment later, Ye Qing switched into preparation mode, as if meeting someone important. I have to change my look. Right now. That night, at the small house he shared with his sister, Ye Zhu saw him come home and immediately peppered him with questions. Bro, didn't you just go on a date? Startled, Ye Qing tried to play it cool. Oh, of course. Something like that. But she wasn't easily fooled. With a goblin or an ogre, don't tell me your date was in the abyss. Yi Zhu finally lost it. You lied to me and went to the dangerous abyss again, didn't you? Yi Qing feigned innocence, muttering, isn't that a good thing? We barely have any money left to live on, at least 4. But she shot back. How is it a good thing when you're this badly hurt? You need to go to the hospital, now. Terrified, he bolted into his room. There's no need. They're just surface wounds. Yi Zhu pouted at his closed door. He then rushed into the bathroom, where steam was billowing everywhere. The floor was stained red with so much blood that it wouldn't all go down the drain. Ye Qing's body was covered in a web of countless wounds and scars, but he didn't complain once. As he showered, he thought to himself, good thing Ye Zhu didn't see what a pathetic state I was in. The old and new wounds from the abyss were slowly becoming permanent, untreatable injuries. He called out, and his system status window appeared. In reality, it would take months of rest to recover completely. Yi Qing looked at the line on the Rebirth tab. I remember getting this after I defeated Damas, the Dark Elf King. The memory flashed back to him. After he defeated the king, cards appeared. The system also displayed a notification. You have slain the Dark Elf King Damas. He couldn't believe he'd actually done the impossible. I defeated the Dark Elf King, Damas, without taking any damage. Dismissing the system window, a purple orb of energy appeared. Notification. You have obtained Gravity Vortex. Ye Qing couldn't help but smile. This is Damas's signature skill. I totally scored. The system pinged with another notification. You have received 100 attribute points. Current points, 140. He then generously spent them, distributing all the points to his attributes as usual. Ye Qing looked over his stats window for a moment. After all, his attributes totaled 512 points. The plus signs next to them turned gray. He tried to add another point to an attribute, but the system rejected it. Notification. Your attribute value has reached its upper limit. No more points can be added. I can't raise them any higher. The system pinged again. Notification. The conditions for rebirth have been met. The rebirth option is now available to you. Clicking yes will immediately reset your level to 0, allowing you to undergo a second awakening. The level cap will be raised by 5 levels, and the corresponding attribute limit will also be increased. Back in the present, he muttered to himself. A scavenger who maxes out at level 1 has an upper attribute limit of 512. To break past that growth limit, I have to reset my level back to 0. So I have to go back to level 0, all the way to the starting point, just to awaken again. And only then can I break through the attribute limit. Yi Qing considered the information. Resetting his level while in the abyss would have been too dangerous, so he'd put it off for the time being. But now that I'm back somewhere safe, I don't have to worry about that anymore. Isn't this the perfect time to try the rebirth? He suddenly recalled the official's words. Even if you take this golden crest, it will be considered an act of theft. If you dare bring this before the elders of the World Guild, I fear you'll only be laughed at. You are one of the God-chosen. Wu Sanxie was likely killed by you in the abyss. I have every reason to suspect that you are a team killer. How could a rookie scavenger possibly have that much power? You probably only survived this long thanks to Wu Sanxie, and then you repaid his kindness with betrayal. That is the only explanation. The more Ye Qing thought about it, the angrier he got. I've worked this hard to get stronger. I want to live a decent life and protect the people I care about from being pushed around. That goal is still so far away. He finally made his decision. I can't accept my growth limit as it is now. I have to break through this threshold. Ye Qing frowned, his voice heavy with discontent. I can't accept my growth limit as it is now. I have to break through this threshold. I have to become stronger than I was before. The sound of his voice carried through the door, making Ye Zhu jump. Dazed, his trembling hand moved across the screen. Reminder. Rebirth successful. Your level has been reset and your growth limit has been expanded to level 5, so I didn't have to start from level 0 after all. Yi Qing looked down at his body. His wounds, even his scars, had completely healed. His sister burst through the door, demanding, "Stop lying to me! If you weren't hurt, where did all that blood on your shirt come from?" He froze and turned around. Yi Zhu let out a scream, her eyes wide and her face flushing bright red. In that same moment, a violent aura erupted from her. She covered her face, sobbing. Her voice choked. "Bro, I think I'm transforming again." Ye Qing's voice grew heavy, his eyes glinting with a mix of helplessness and sarcasm. "Congratulations, now we have to burn the house down." At the Shenfeng City Equipment Auction House, a lone figure appeared, walking calmly through the crowd. He stood silently in front of a monitor. The various items produced in the abyss must undergo a detailed appraisal before they can be traded. Therefore, if an item isn't circulated on the black market, it must be brought to a legitimate trading post. The best pieces of equipment are put up for public auction, where they are bid on by many wealthy individuals. Suddenly, a tall man stepped forward to block his way. His eyes were cold and sharp, his voice like steel. "Hey, you! What are you doing here? Outsiders aren't allowed in here." Without a hint of panic, Ye Ching answered, his tone calm and steady. "I'm a collector. I'm here to get some equipment appraised for auction." The man raised an eyebrow in contempt, lifting his chin arrogantly. "You? A collector?" Every word dripped with killing intent. "Who the hell do you think you are, running your mouth like that?" A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Even after reincarnating and reaching level 5, I still can't get a better evaluation than this? Temporary rank 1. The man stubbornly grabbed Ye Ching's sleeve, yanked him outside, and growled, "Do you have any idea where you are? This is the exchange. This is a place where only the richest of the rich come to spend their money, and only the highest tier equipment is worthy of being auctioned in our exchange. Why is a newbie like you here causing trouble? Get out now." He just raised an eyebrow slightly, slowly pulling a glowing object from his sleeve. "So, would you like to appraise it first?" The man paused, then let out a contemptuous laugh. "Hilarious. You want me to appraise some newbie gear? Fine. I'll humor you, and then you can get lost." A cold, mechanical voice rang out. "Zero rank." An arrogant laugh erupted. The man threw the item to the ground. "Did you hear that? Worthless. Do me a favor and get in the trash can. I'm already doing you a favor by not charging a disposal fee for your junk." But in that very moment, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. "Wait a minute. This dagger is really sharp. Something's not right. Not right at all." He immediately got down to examine it. "Hold on. Let me see. Appraisal monocle. When equipped, appraisal plus 1 rank." His breathing instantly quickened. His once arrogant face changed color. His eyes filled with terror. "This is a special, unique item." The beauty of the item flared to life the moment it was appraised. Void-rending yin. A special, unique dagger. Its blade, dark as an abyss, revealed faint glimmers of starlight. Death, like an incarnation of the void. It is said that when an assassin was hunting her, a woman with a huge bounty on her head. Finally, when she was cornered with no escape, the woman vanished like a puff of smoke, leaving him with this dagger on the ground, emitting a demonic glow. Damage 421. Void paralysis. Leaves behind a portal, allowing the wielder to teleport within a 30-meter range. Level requirement 31. The once arrogant man was now nearly hysterical, screaming with excitement. "Unbelievable!" My eyes weren't wrong. Was I mistaken? Yi Ching just smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "And to think you almost tossed aside such a rare masterpiece." Half an hour earlier, the door opened slowly. He let out a sigh of relief, setting the heavy crate down on the basement floor. These past few days, I could only leave Diep Chu at a hotel, while I had to put up with a day in the landlord's basement. Yi Ching flopped onto the old bed, sweat drenching his forehead, his eyes heavy with exhaustion. "Otherwise, this meager amount of savings won't be enough to pay the demolition fee. System. Cost to repair the house, 2 million. Remaining, 200 yuan. His eyes rested on the system screen. "First, I need to find a way to make money from the gear I've picked up. I'm desperate for cash right now." Yi Ching fell silent, deep in thought. "However, there's definitely a lot of this kind of non-masterpiece quality gear on the market. Most people who've changed classes rarely switch to a new set after buying one." His eyes narrowed in thought. In the eyes of the rich, this kind of low-quality gear is no different from trash. It's very hard to sell. It has poor practical use and can't be sold for a high price. But who knows, if I can pick out a few good pieces, I might be able to sell them for tens of thousands. An idea flashed in his mind. Yi Ching paused, falling silent. The icon of the crafting altar. A flicker of interest appeared in Ye Ching's eyes as his finger gently touched the screen. "So, equipment from the abyss can be used out here, huh?" The moment that thought crossed his mind, a heavy sound echoed from the void, and a massive object suddenly fell. He was stunned. It actually summoned it. For a crafting altar to suddenly drop into such a narrow space, it nearly fell right on my face. Unidentified crafting altar. Notification. Equipment potential unlocked. Can upgrade low-quality weapons into high-quality ones. Yi Ching's eyes lit up with a mix of interest and satisfaction. He slowly placed his hand on the longsword. It can raise the quality of equipment. It can enhance a rare grade item to precious grade and upgrade an epic grade to legendary. If the quality of the equipment is raised by 1 tier, its value could increase tenfold. Hunter's longsword. Rare. One-handed sword. She relied on this sword to track and defeat many beasts that threatened her village. But in the end, they all ended up in the belly of a dragon. Damage, 48. Level requirement, 17. Wild Slaughter. Deals an additional 3% damage to beasts or demonic creatures. He tossed it into the crafting altar. This sword isn't considered a masterpiece. It's worth about 100,000 on the black market. Still, it's just junk anyway. Let's take it and give it a try. Add 30 base points for the crafting cost. If it succeeds, the value should at least double for me. A system notification rang out. Crafting failed. Received. Hunter's longsword fragments. Junk. His eyes widened. It failed? Yi Ching immediately tightened his epic-grade gloves. Frustrated. Is it because the equipment's quality is too low, or are the attributes insufficient? This item has a starting value of 100,000. Please, it has to succeed. This is 100,000 we're talking about! Hand of the Titan. Epic gauntlets. Forged from the fingertips of a Titan, it contains the giant's immense power. When wearing these gauntlets, you will inadvertently grasp the largest and heaviest of weapons. Defense, 172. Level requirement, 34. Sustained charge. When wielding a two-handed weapon while wearing these gauntlets, attack power is increased by 15%. His face filled with dismay as he watched black smoke curl upwards, obscuring the light in the room. No, it can't be. Notification. Received. Hand of the Titan fragments. Junk. Ye Qing's eyes flew open, and the tears he had been holding back finally streamed down. My 100,000 is gone in a puff of smoke, he pondered. If it's not a problem with the materials, then it might be a problem with the crafting altar itself, or some strange, unidentified mechanism. Yi Qing gradually calmed down, taking a deep breath, his eyes lost in thought. This crafting altar has affixes too. His expression changed. Observer's eye. Appraise this crafting altar. Notification. Appraised. Its true form is now revealed before you. The spiritual energy forms a demonic face. Trait. Reforged scrap. The success rate decreases as the quality of the item increases. The junkier the material, the higher the success rate. The higher grade the material, the higher the failure rate. Yi Qing smirked. So this is a crafting station, specifically for recycling trash. Am I cursed by the god of trash or something? All the rewards I get are weird junk. The system announced the trait Reforged Scrap. The success rate decreases as the quality of the item increases. The junkier the material, the higher the success rate. The higher grade the material, the higher the failure rate. Yi Qing observed calmly. No, wait. If it can only forge junk equipment, then this trait might actually be its advantage. He smirked triumphantly. What a weird setup. It has to be junk to succeed, so why not just throw actual trash in? Discarded longsword. Junk. The blade, covered in the marks of time, lies silently on a desolate battlefield, surrounded by withered flowers and endless memories. Damage. 5. Level requirement. 1. A powerful longsword slowly took shape. Without hesitation, Ye Qing immediately lifted the heavy hammer in his hands and slammed it down with all his might. Notification. Great success in crafting. Eclipse. Unique longsword. Its blade resembles a hazy sky, said to be forged from fallen stars. It can emit a faint light in the darkness and radiate a faint darkness in the light. Damage. 422. Flame enhancement, shadow enhancement, armor melt, elemental resistance. Level requirement. 32. His breath caught in his throat, stunned. A unique weapon, a one-of-a-kind item in the world, was made using a piece of junk longsword as the base material? So it turns out this trash crafting altar is the real divine artifact. I've really found a treasure. Yi Qing's gaze shifted to the crafting altar, his pupils flashing with greed and excitement. And now I have a ton of junk equipment. Isn't this thing basically a money printing machine? Immediately after, he raised the hammer high and brought it down forcefully. Time to print some money. System notification. Crafting successful. Knight's Serenade. Unique longbow. A bow shaped like a beautiful harp. With a string like silk, it can play a moving melody in the night. When the young elven hunter draws the bowstring, the sound of music, like the whisper of the stars, can instantly awaken the power of nature. Damage 397. Whispering Heartstring. This bow fires invisible magic arrows that deal sonic damage. Level requirement 29. The sound of a hammer striking, a tremor, announcing a successful craft. A stream of light poured out, and a unique staff appeared. Motto of the unique staff. This staff is made from the roots of an ancient tree and is topped with a very hard crystal. The wooden handle is carved with the ancient runes of wisdom and the ancestors of the ogre tribe. The ogre tribe believes that they can communicate with great nature by waving this staff. Of course, the finishing blow is usually a crack on someone else's skull. Damage 400. Starfall Magic Mace. Physical attacks are supplemented with magic damage. The higher the intelligence value, the higher the damage. Level requirement 30. The sound of the hammer striking was as rapid as war drums, echoing throughout the altar. Announcement. Successful craft. The hammer appeared. Thunderclap. A unique one-handed hammer. The hammer was forged by the dwarves of the abyss, containing the essence of lightning. It can summon storms and lightning in battle. After leaving battle, it will turn into a bolt of lightning and escape, disappearing like thunder. Damage 577. Lightning enhancement. When attacking, it will create chain lightning damage and its speed will be enhanced. Level requirement level 41. Then a series of sounds rang out, announcing successful crafts. His breath hitched, his heart pounded as if it would tear through his chest. All the junk equipment had been used up, and all the non-junk equipment had been recycled and turned into base points. After taking inventory, there were already dozens of enhanced unique weapons. Yi Ching raised his head and looked at the system notification screen. You have reached level 1 blacksmith. So even if I don't kill monsters, I can still get experience points by forging? With just a few hours of forging, I've already passed the most difficult job advancement period. Great. So the remaining task is how to turn this equipment into money and get my new hunter's license. The scene changes to a lavishly decorated room. The manager bowed, a fawning smile on his face, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. May I ask where you acquired this equipment, sir? Yi Ching sat up straight, his expression calm, his voice indifferent. Haven't I introduced myself? I'm a collector. But even at just level 1, I can still collect some high-end goods, can't I? If I said I made them myself, it would probably be even more troublesome. His eyes immediately lit up, and he nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, you are absolutely right, sir. Collectors are not distinguished by rank, only by the quality of their taste. The fact that you can present such a powerful collection is surely a reflection of your own strength. He smiled arrogantly. I still have a lot more here. If the auction price is right, you could earn a lot of commission. He stared in horror at the equipment appearing one after another, his eyes gleaming. He stammered, unable to speak. You unique. Immediately after, he ran off in a panic to give orders. Prepare the most luxurious VIP room for me. Prepare the treatment for a platinum VIP. In the luxurious corridor, Ye Ching raised an eyebrow slightly, the corner of his mouth curling into a sarcastic smile. He held up the VIP ticket in his hand and chuckled. What? This little card is all you get for being a platinum VIP? As he turned around, Yi Ching unexpectedly bumped into a man. Xiao Feng turned his head and cursed. Fuck, where did this asshole come from? Watch where you're fucking going, you motherfucker. He paused for a moment, his eyes calm. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. He frowned, sizing him up. His clothes were ordinary. He didn't look like someone who could afford to be in a high-class place. His eyes were filled with arrogant contempt. You dare to block my path? Spit it out. What's your hunter team's name? Yi Ching wasn't in a hurry, he replied calmly. Yi Ching, a freelance hunter. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow. No wonder you look so shabby. Turns out you're a freelance hunter. With that, he arrogantly pulled out his badge, holding it right in front of his face. See this? A-rank hunter team, Tatus. I'm Yi Ling, also known as Tatus the Berserker. Yi Ching's eyes narrowed, hesitating for a moment. Tatus is known as a guild of berserkers. It seems they only recruit simple-minded madmen who specialize in strength, huh? I've cleaned up the battlefield for them a few times before, but it was never pleasant. It's better not to mess with them. Thinking this, he decisively turned to leave. My apologies. Xiao Feng got angry, pointing his sword straight at him. Do you really think a simple apology is enough? You bastard named Yi, looking at your clothes, it's obvious you snuck in here. Let me remind you, only job-advanced people with high-level hunter teams can enter this place. Scum like you should use the lane for your kind. Yi Ching remained calm. This is a World Guild venue. If you use force without reason, you'll be in big trouble. His eyes darkened, full of malice. Motherfucker, does a piece of shit like you really think you deserve to walk the same path as me? Xiao Feng immediately shouted. Security! As a high-ranking member of Tatus, I demand you throw him out, and then carefully check this poor bastard's identity. 2 guards immediately approached. Sir, please come this way. Nearby, the staff member was beaming. I've struck it rich. He hurried forward. Sir, why are you using the regular member's pathway? Your pathway is the platinum one, not here. Everyone was horrified. What? Did you say he's on the platinum path? Are you mistaken? Damn it, restrain him. Xiao Feng, being restrained, still screamed in defiance. A freelance hunter with no hunter team backing, how could he possibly afford the fee for a platinum VIP card? He struggled. Don't touch me. I'm a high-ranking member of Tatus. You can't treat me like this. A sharp voice rang out. This is an auction house belonging to the World Guild. If you insist on causing trouble, we will immediately notify the supervisor and revoke your membership. He approached, his voice polite. If you wish to go to the auction room, sir, you can go this way without any problem. However, a low-grade venue like this won't have any equipment that suits your eye. He smiled smugly. I wouldn't be so sure. My taste is a little different from ordinary people. What you consider trash, I might just find to be a treasure, you know? He laughed heartily. You have a point, sir. This way, please. In the luxurious waiting hall, he spoke slowly. I heard that an auction house has put out a series of unique pieces of equipment. As soon as they were listed, they were snatched up by wealthy bidders. Any single item had a starting price of 1 million or more. The best item was sold for an astronomical price. Even a pair of boots was successfully sold for a figure in the tens of millions. The old man in front raised an eyebrow and replied casually, Oh my, is that true? It used to take months to find a single unique piece of equipment. Where did the auction house get it from? He replied gently, I heard that a mysterious collector sold off his entire stock. The old man sighed softly, his voice heavy. In front of true masters, small fries like us can only bid on this junk. After all, Those people have the massive gold reserves of their hunter groups to back them up. The system immediately announced, "Your equipment, Thunderclap, has been sold for a hammer price of 317,500. Your equipment, Falling Star Shield, has been sold for a hammer price of 28,100. Yi Qing smirked, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Those items are really popular in this auction house. If I'm short on cash later, I can just take out a few items to sell. In the center of the stage, the host announced joyfully, "First, I would like to introduce the rules of the blind auction. All abyssal equipment is in an unidentified state. It could be a high-quality item, or it could be junk. Therefore, after the auction is complete, we do not support returns or exchanges, and you will not be able to refuse payment of the auction amount for any reason." He shouted excitedly. The blind auction will now begin. Sparkling gear instantly appeared, an ornate, unappraised ring with a starting bid of 500,000. A flash of interest sparked in Ye Qing's eyes. A rather interesting ring. He watched quietly from the second floor. The first item auctioned was usually just to warm up the crowd. The real treasures came later. The chance of it being a dud was huge, so no one was bidding. Ye Qing smirked, his lips moving. Maybe I'll join in, stir things up a bit. He casually rested his chin on his hand, a hint of arrogance flashing across his face. I bid 1 million. Nearby, Tu Fong ground his teeth in frustration. That bastard Diep really thinks he's some big shot. This piece of junk ring can't be anything good. We have a bid of 1 million over here. Do I have any other bids? Immediately, calm and slow voices began to rise. The Platinum VIP has made a move. The people who can sit there must be loaded with money. But for him to bid 1 million, could it really be a treasure? He can afford the exorbitant Platinum VIP fee, so he must have seen all sorts of treasures. A hand suddenly shot up. I bid 1 million. 100,000. The auctioneer's voice grew excited. A bid of 1,100,000 from this side. Below, a series of paddles were raised one after another. 1,200,000. 1,400,000. Yi Qing then spoke in an arrogant tone. 2,500,000. This was an astronomical price. He shouted in shock. The Platinum VIP has bid again. This must be something amazing. Tu Fong's expression darkened, veins popping on his forehead. Damn it, is he trying to show off at this auction? I want that gear, too. He immediately stood up, slamming his hand on the table in frustration. 3 million. With a price like this, there's no way I have a competitor. This thing is definitely mine. He smirked, his eyes arrogant, and said in a low voice, 4 million. Hearing this, Tu Fong was instantly enraged, clenching his fists and pressing them to his head. Son of a bitch. His underling quickly stepped forward to stop him. Calm down, boss. For an unidentified ring, 4 million is already an absurd price. He glared sideways, his voice sharp. This guy's background is no joke. I really underestimated him before. If he's set his sights on this ring, it proves this is an ultimate grade item. I absolutely cannot let him get what he wants, Tu Fong roared, slamming his fist down on the table. 5 million. The crowd immediately erupted in murmurs. A price of 5 million is usually only used to buy gear that's confirmed to be special grade. Spending so much on an unappraised ring, this could bankrupt a small hunter team. He pointed directly at Ye Qing. What do you think? You bastard Diep, you're just a freelance hunter. At most, you've only got a few million on you. How can you possibly compare to me? Someone who's backed by a major hunter team? He fell silent for a moment, his eyes darkening. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow and spoke calmly. 10 million. Tu Fong's eyes went wide, veins bulging in fury. Holy shit, did I hear that right? I don't believe it. How can a freelance hunter casually bid 10 million? 10 million is enough to establish a decent-sized hunter team. He turned his gaze to the auctioneer and demanded, I demand a check of his funds. He must be bidding maliciously. To disrupt the order of the auction, even a Platinum VIP has to follow the rules. If not, then get the hell out. The auctioneer loudly announced that the bid was valid. The crowd was instantly outraged. Holy crap, he really has 10 million on him. I really messed with the wrong guy. Is he some hidden tycoon? Tu Fong's eyes darkened as he schemed to himself. I absolutely cannot let this self-righteous bastard look down on me. He frowned, veins popping on his forehead. I am Lang Tu Fong, the Blade of Tatis, and I'm here representing a high-level hunter team. Tu Fong's eyes, full of hatred, were fixed on Ye Qing. How can I let myself be trampled under the foot of a freelance hunter? He stood up decisively, his voice authoritative. 100 million. Hearing that, he staggered back in shock. 100 million. Yi Qing's eyes were full of pride. Even if I blow all my money on a piece of junk, I can just pull out another special grade item of equal value tomorrow. Is that all you've got? Don't let a freelance hunter look down on you like that. The auctioneer announced loudly, 100 million. Going once. Tu Fong's killing intent erupted from his entire body. No, he's stubbornly buying this ring, even offering the unthinkable price of 100 million. Doesn't that mean this ring must be an incredibly rare treasure? 100 million. Going twice. A memory flashed by. Not necessarily. My perspective is a little different from most people's. What you might think is trash, I might see as a treasure. The manager spoke respectfully. You are correct, sir. This way, please. His eyes were blatantly dissatisfied as he cursed under his breath. Fuck, I've run into an expert. This could absolutely be a heaven-defying, team-defining divine artifact. Otherwise, there's no way it would go for that price. I have to keep bidding on this. On the main floor, the auctioneer shouted, 100 million, going 3 times. Tufong immediately shouted, his eyes resolute. 200 million. The crowd instantly erupted. How much? This guy's got a death wish. 200 million could bankrupt a mid-tier hunter team. Him, isn't that Lang Tufong from Tatus? He's a high-ranking member of that major hunter team. So Tatus is that rich? No wonder. He raised his head arrogantly, his voice taunting. Aren't you loaded? Don't you love acting like a big shot? Come on, keep bidding. I'll show you the financial might of a major hunter team. Yi Ching sighed, a hint of weariness in his eyes. You're good. The treasure is yours. Tufong's expression turned smug as he jutted his chin out arrogantly. You little brat, Diep, still want to compete with me? You're not even close. The underling looked confused. Boss, we came here to bid on gear for the guys. You just bid 200 million on a ring. How are we going to explain this to the chief? He smirked. Don't worry. This is definitely a divine-grade item. Your big bro here doesn't make mistakes. The auctioneer announced excitedly. Congratulations to the buyer, Lang Tufong from Tatus, for winning this ring. Please, let's give him a round of applause. He smiled faintly, watching with a dark amusement. An unappraised item. There is indeed a chance of it being a divine-grade item, just like a crafting altar. If a crafting altar is a divine artifact that looks like trash, then this thing right here is a sparkling ring that appeared. An iron ring with an ornate, trashy appearance. Attack +1. Tufong looked smug. My discerning eyes wouldn't deceive me, because I already knew the appraisal result. He shouted excitedly. Become a divine-grade item for me. Show everyone here what you've got. The card slowly vanished, beginning the appraisal. A black aura emanated from the completely ordinary iron ring. He froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. Tufong's face turned pale, his expression twisting. It's an iron ring. Tufong was furious, shouting an accusation. It's all because of that bastard Diep. It's all his fault. He's the one who tricked me into misjudging. I demand a refund. He immediately turned to the auctioneer with a sycophantic smile. This 200 million bid. It must have been just a slip of the tongue. Let's just call it a mistake. What do you say? His expression became grave, his voice heavy. According to the rules, you are representing Tatus. After the transaction is complete, we will inform your Tatus hunter team to pay all fees within 24 hours. If you fail to pay in full, you and your hunter team will be severely punished by the World Guild. Even an A+ hunter team will be delisted or even disbanded. You will be charged with violating the auction order and sent to a labor camp to pick up trash as a punishment. The auctioneer's voice was sharp. Because the price you offered is so high, we will dispatch personnel to escort you to the guild to make the payment. Tufong struggled in terror, trying to break free. Wait a minute. Dissatisfied curses rang out. You bastard, Diep. You ruined me. You ruined me. It was you. Everyone who witnessed what happened was horrified, their faces pale. This guy, without lifting a finger or shedding a drop of blood, he destroyed an entire hunter team, a platinum VIP. Are they really that terrifying? He immediately returned to his usual self, his voice cheerful. All right, let's continue the auction. A special necklace appeared, the Wild Transformation Necklace. When this special necklace is worn and its transformation ability is active, the wearer becomes immune to all movement control effects and cannot be knocked back. When the transformation state is active, the wearer gains the ability to self-heal. A flicker of interest flashed in Ye Qing's eyes. This savage transformation necklace is simply the perfect divine weapon for Diep Chu. Should I just take it as a small gift? He immediately spoke up. I'll bid 1 coin. The crowd instantly erupted in a flurry of discussion. That platinum guy is about to mess with us again. Maybe this is some kind of reverse psychology. What if he's trying to trick us into thinking it's trash? I heard Lang Tufong from the Santatus Hunter Squad spent 200 million on a piece of junk. Besides, his freedom has been restricted, and he's now waiting for the leader of the Hunter Squad to come and bail him out. Everyone was on guard, wary, and absolutely refused to follow his bid. Which of you idiots is going to bid? I'm not stupid. This platinum guy is clearly a shill for the auction house. Am I right? The host trembled with rage, grinding his teeth. Is no one else going to bid? In the crowd, he thought for a moment. This is an obvious scam. Only a fool would fall for it. A smug look appeared on Ye Qing's face. Is it because I was misunderstood for making a fake bid earlier that no one is bidding now? Sometimes, being misunderstood has its own unique advantages, doesn't it? He excitedly shouted, Sold! Congratulations to this mysterious platinum buyer for acquiring this strange transformation necklace for just 1 coin. The crowd was stunned, questioning him with dissatisfaction. He got a special necklace for just 1 coin? Damn it. I'm an idiot. Why didn't I just try shouting a bid? He calmly glanced at his phone screen. This is just ridiculous. A notification popped up. Now that I've earned enough money, a spark of interest lit up in Ye Qing's eyes. Next, I need to buy myself something really good. At the high-rise building, a voice rang out. Are you talking about this one? This is the most beautiful building in our community. It's the best real estate in our entire Thomfong city. This is a luxury apartment of 1,000 square meters. Only the rich can live here. It's on the top floor and overlooks the city's most prosperous central business district. The girl spoke in a polite and gentle voice. You know, this is the apartment that the city's top wealthy individuals are fighting over. It has a list price of about 100 million. However, compared to such unrealistic options, I would recommend a more traditional apartment of about 80 square meters. With a 30-year mortgage, it would be more suitable for an ordinary person's budget. Yi Qing spoke decisively, his voice calm. No need to look at that one. I'll buy this one. Her eyes flickered with hesitation. Sir, based on your current credit rating, you can't get a loan for 100 million. This is only for the rich. A look of arrogance flashed across his face as he said firmly, 100 million in cash, paid in full immediately. Yi Qing's voice was low, his gaze shifting. But I have one condition. Get everything ready for me before this afternoon. I want to move in right away. Chu Tong excitedly walked into the luxurious room. Big bro, what's going on? I didn't see you this morning, and now this afternoon you're in a mansion? Bro, when will we ever be able to afford a big room like this? How much is it per night? Yi Qing spoke with an arrogant tone, a smug look in his eyes. This place is very spacious, so even if Diep Chu transforms, we don't have to worry about him breaking through the roof. Anyway, I bought it under your name. If you break it, I'll just buy you another one. Diep Chu's eyes widened in disbelief, a look of bewilderment on his face. You bought this house for me? He looked around at the decor in shock. Holy crap, this room is huge. Every word I say echoes. He looked out at the city through the night, his voice somber. Because from today on, I will never let you live a hard life again. The two of them were lying leisurely and comfortably in the middle of the living room. Jing Dian slowly approached Ye Qing. Her eyes held a hint of doubt. Ye Qing, you seem a little different today. He turned his head slightly and replied casually, Go get some fresh air. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow and lowered his voice. You see, even when you buy a place in the best location, the air still feels polluted. I can see the effort you've made to change your living situation. You should be happy. Jing Dian smiled gently. Congratulations again. You've officially become a hunter. We said we'd celebrate today, so don't put on such a serious face. He replied calmly. Thank you. A sparkling stone appeared. This is for you. Yi Qing paused for a moment, stunned. This stone is? Jing Dian beamed. That's right. I was thinking about a gift today and decided to give this back to you. I've kept this crystal stone safe for many years. Every time I go down into the abyss, I wear it. She quietly looked at the prosperous city at night. It constantly reminds me that I am in this world. There are still people who are not content with the status quo and will never accept the arrangements of fate. Even if it costs them their lives, they must challenge fate. Jing Dian's voice grew heavy. So I believe that wearing it can bring me good luck, so that I too can overcome all challenges safely. He smirked. Staying alive really does require a bit of luck. She turned to meet Yi Qing's eyes and spoke sincerely. But ever since you said that instead of making them believe in our relationship, it would be simpler to convince them with strength. Now I understand that getting out of there safely wasn't a matter of luck, was it? It's always been like that. He replied with equal enthusiasm. I believe that direct action is more effective than trying to persuade them. Only by standing before them, alive, can you silence them without having to open your mouth. Jing Dian's voice was low. Yes, that's what I like about you. Whenever I want to appear as a hunter, I'm always labeled as a member of the Liu family. They would rather believe in my background from a great family than accept the results of my own efforts. I simply want to be respected for my abilities alone. And one day, I'll be able to say the same words to my brothers and sisters. So, the one who should be saying thank you is actually me. Yi Qing listened quietly as she shared her thoughts. In terms of value, this crystal stone is truly priceless. But Ye Qing, your value is just like this crystal. It can't be measured by money alone. Jing Dian's gaze shifted. So whether it's a mansion or a rented house, a luxury car or a shared bicycle, I value you. The person I like is still the super strong expert who picks up trash. Hearing this, he also spoke calmly. It's true that suddenly becoming rich isn't as interesting as red wine and steak. I probably prefer street life with barbecue and beer. It's just that I really need a lot of money. You said it yourself. Yi Qing clenched the sparkling stone, his voice deep and sincere. As long as I have more money, I can form my own hunter squad, right? She paused, surprised. That's right. To become a hunter squad captain, you need a lot of money. His eyes immediately darkened, filled with passion. I want to form a hunting party, to truly venture into the abyss and challenge it. I can't become strong on my own. As you said, Yi Qing held up a special device. If I can't adapt to the rules of this world's game, then His expression changed, a flash of determination and confidence crossing his face. We'll have to become the rules of this world. So, even though it was night, the buildings were still brightly lit. Yi Qing slowly walked to the household waste collection station. He complained, even though this is a high-end residential area, taking out the trash is a real pain. Not only do you have to take the elevator downstairs, but the nearest trash can is actually 100 meters away. Do rich people not take out their own trash? Fa Heng appeared out of nowhere, questioning him. Whose servant is this? Doesn't he know the rules? He grumbled. There's a designated place for the help to take trash out of the luxury compound. Don't be so ignorant of the rules, bringing filthy things out here. If outsiders see us, they'll think we live with those lowlifes. Ye Qing just smiled and explained, I'm not a servant. I'm the new owner here. Fa Heng looked disdainfully at Ye Qing's outstretched hand and suddenly placed a banana peel in it. Even then, Fa Heng insisted, this is a wealthy area. How could an owner take out their own trash? You're the help. He turned his back and ordered, clean up this trash for me. And get out of my sight. Diep Kin sighed softly. Words were useless. It was time for violence. He decided to give this dude a taste of what real power feels like. As he was restrained, Fa Heng cried out, what the hell is going on? With a murderous look on his face, Diep Kin said, you threw the trash. Now, you're going to pick it up. Fa Heng was yanked down hard, his head slamming into the ground. He gritted his teeth. Son of a bitch. How dare a lowly servant like you even touch me? Despite his tough talk, Fa Heng was already trembling at Diep Kin's feet. A notification panel appeared. Suppression. Target is physically restrained and cannot use combat abilities. Diep Kin looked down and shouted, I told you. He manipulated the orb in his hand, forcing Fa Heng to prostrate himself on the ground. Diep Kin repeated, pick it up. Fa Heng, still trying to resist, snarled, you bastard. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? System notification. Titan power has erupted, momentarily increasing enhancement value tenfold and nullifying physical control skills. But just as quickly, that moment of glory was crushed by Diep Kin. Notification. The nullification effect of Titan power is ineffective against legendary grade control skills. Fa Heng's face went pale with fear. How could some hick from the sticks possess a legendary grade control skill? Diep Kin explained cheerfully. This is Gravity Vortex. It's a skill I learned from a legendary monster, so of course it's stronger than some skill from a job class talent. Calling it a legendary skill isn't a stretch at all. 1,000 questions raced through Fa Heng's mind. This kid doesn't look like a powerhouse. Could he be a support class? He tried to justify it to himself. Damn my luck, getting taken down by some trash support player. Plus it was a sneak attack. No wonder I couldn't react. Diep Kin ignored him and simply repeated, did you hear me? Pick up the trash. Lying on the ground and crying out in pain, Fa Heng finally gave in. I'll pick it up, he screamed. To finish things off, Diep Kin sent him flying straight into the trash can, saving him the walk. Diep Kin walked away, disgusted. Even in the rich district, you still run into trouble, he muttered. A voice came from his phone. Hey man, where'd you go? This house is huge. I can't find you, Diep Kin replied. I just went down to take out the trash. I remembered something, so I'm heading back to my old house for a bit. The person on the phone sounded surprised. Your old house? But didn't the landlord already clear that place out? Diep Kin answered vaguely. Just a few things I forgot. I'm going to grab them. It was a beautiful sunny day when Diep Kin finally arrived back at his dear old home. He sank comfortably into a chair. It may be old, but there's no place like home. The landlord heard him and said, I can't rent this place to you anymore. Even if you could pay, this whole block of buildings isn't mine now. A major client just bought the entire property, paying for more than 50 years of the land lease up front. Diep Kin didn't hide the truth. That would be me. This land is mine now. Later, at a meeting in the World Guild headquarters, a man with a scar on his face looked surprised. Tatus was swindled out of 200 million by some buyer at an auction. The masked man replied. Tatus then used an illegal personal bid to pin the blame on Lan Xiaofeng. Now, Tatus has completely washed its hands of the matter. Scarface looked a little worried. Tatus is the guild we're focusing our support on. I don't want any trouble at a time like this. Have you identified this person yet? The masked man replied. He appeared at the hunter examination and was just recently licensed as a full-time hunter. He continued his analysis. According to our prior records, this person also had deep ties with another guild, the Crimson Vow Guild, but it has since been annihilated. The masked man projected Diep Kin's information. We recorded his mana fluctuations from the examination stone. He then brought up Caesar, comparing the mana signature left at the scene of his death with the one from the examination. The results are frighteningly consistent, Scarface asked in disbelief. It's the same person? Is he some kind of special job class? The masked man explained. A special class that doesn't appear on the job board. It has the potential to completely destroy the existing job power system. It won't be long before he brings unprecedented chaos to the rules of the game we've established. If he cannot be controlled by the rules, then we'll make him an enemy of the rules, Scarface stated firmly. Don't worry, he will have to play our game. He was supremely confident. We are the gods of this era. In the order we gods have created, everyone has a role to play. One morning, in a waiting hall, Diepkin presented a token to the receptionist. I want to establish a hunter team. The receptionist asked, are you aware of the requirements for establishing a hunter team? The establishment fee is a one-time payment of 50 million to the World Guild. She added, you also need to be qualified to lead a team, meaning you must be a licensed hunter. Each hunter team may only enter and lead expeditions into abysses, approved by the World Guild. Diepkin was unfazed. The money's the easy part. I can wire it. The receptionist immediately suggested, there are many newly licensed job class users in the main hall lining up to fill out applications. If you need to recruit team members, you can go over there to start your hunter group. In that case, you'll need to recruit at least 4 other members today. The information board displayed, the scrap collector's house, registered members, 1, rank, E-class, status, currently recruiting. No one was interested. Who forms a hunter team at a time like this? The hunting season is almost over. Good grief, what's that? Even the name sounds like trash. I doubt anyone would want to join such a small hunter group, especially one with only a single member. And wait, it's E-class. Could it be? The receptionist forced a smile. Based on the system's allocation, your hunter team will be assigned to E-class sectors. That's the lowest tier of resource recovery. Your team will not be able to participate in any other abyss hunting activities. Aside from activities stipulated by law, this means your hunter team can only serve in a support role for the main hunter teams. Diepkin looked disappointed. After all that running around, I'm right back to my old job. Collecting garbage? Fa Peng walked over to taunt him. Well, I just saw you taking out the trash downstairs. Looks like now you'll actually be collecting trash for a living. Your name's Diep, right? Fa Peng laughed arrogantly. Today, I'm going to show you what true humiliation feels like. You're going to pay dearly for offending me. Today, I'm going to make you eat shit, and you're going to wag your tail happily and lick the bowl clean. The crowd started buzzing. Isn't that Fa Peng, son of Elder Fa Tianlin? I heard he recently started his own hunter team. What's it called again? Oh, right, the Hunt. Yeah, that's it, the Hunt. His father, Fa Tianlin, pulled some strings to get the Hunt's A-rank license application approved smoothly. Countless veteran hunting parties congratulated his team for getting access to the most lucrative abyss for their hunts. The man didn't dare to stare. Anyone who gets on Fa Tianlin's bad side meets a terrible end. They get assigned the worst jobs and can't even recruit members. He just formed an E-class team today, and it's already about to be disbanded. Diepkin remained calm. I'm here to recruit for my own team. This has nothing to do with you, Fa Peng. We can settle our personal issues somewhere else. Fa Peng pressed on, making a scene. Settle your issues? This young master doesn't even consider you an issue. In fact, this can be settled very easily, right here and now. If you get on your knees, kowtow to me in front of everyone, and promise to pick up all the trash my team, the Hunt, leaves behind, then I'll give you a chance to recruit your members. If not, I, Fa Peng, will personally see to it that your hunter team is disbanded today. Diepkin struck back at his pride without hesitation. To be honest, you're not even worth recycling. Fa Peng lunged forward in a rage. You dare act so high and mighty in my presence? His 2 lackeys struggled to hold him back. Boss Hung, there are too many people here. Don't lose your cool. There's no need to get angry over a piece of trash like him. We'll just watch. When he can't recruit enough people, his team will have to disband on its own. Just then, Chu Tong came up and said, Boss, I heard you're starting a hunter squad, so I rushed right over. I want to join your team. The henchman scoffed. Isn't that Chu Tong? He was on my team for a while, but the guy's a total daydreamer. Couldn't catch a thing. Just a piece of useless trash. Chu Tong continued from behind. Boss, I want to be the first one to join, Ye Qing asked, confused. Haven't you passed the test yet? A melee fighter who can control the situation should be in high demand, right? Are you still worried about not finding a team? Chu Tong confessed. It's probably because I was on a private hunter squad and got a bad reputation, so other teams don't want someone like me. His expression filled with life again. But as long as you'll have me, boss, I'm willing to go through hell and high water for you. Yi Qing was still skeptical. You mean after all that searching, not a single squad wanted you? Chu Tong leaned in and whispered, I was just going around checking out the recruitment situation for the big squads. That's how I found out you pissed off Fa Hung. Your squad's future is going to be pretty bleak, boss. I remember that legendary token should have been enough to form at least a B-rank team, but now it's classified as E-rank. It's definitely that bastard Fa Hung's doing. Yi Qing suggested slyly, even if it's just a scavenging job, it's still good work for us. It doesn't matter if we're E-rank or B-rank, he analyzed. On the contrary, the really dangerous work that requires facing monsters head-on should be done by those who call themselves the main force. We'll just handle the cleanup. That works out fine for us. Chu Tong questioned, but the really valuable stuff always goes to the heavy hitters. How much can we really make just picking up scraps? For you to get so rich all of a sudden, boss, you must have pulled some kind of trick. Yi Qing didn't mind revealing. Even with money, there are still problems you can't solve. The only thing they recognize is your own strength. Fa Heng's loud announcement cut into their conversation. I won't explain any further. All A-rank hunter squads know that this is a symbol of power. I am Fa Heng, leader of the Search and Hunt Squad. Today, we are only recruiting 10 new members. Remember, I only choose the absolute elite. Those who aren't up to par shouldn't even bother joining the fun. A flood of hunters rushed in. Level 41 hunter, I want to sign up. Level 46 healer, let me join. I'm a level 49 warrior. I want in. Chu Tong saw it clearly at a glance. These old-timers are just trying to suck up to Fa Heng's dad. Everyone knows his father manages the hunter squads around here. These guys who are almost level 50 are hardly rookies, just a bunch of bootlickers. Just then, Fa Heng's henchman noticed something. Boss Fap, look over there. It's the newest rookie, Yi Ling. A lot of hunter squads want her. In the distance, Yi Ling complained. Are there really only 2 teams to choose from today? She mumbled, displeased. The scavenger's home. What kind of time is this to be starting a hunter squad? Chu Tong also noticed. That's the beautiful sorceress from the hunter exam. Is she here looking for a team too? Ye Qing recognized her immediately. That's the one who can unleash flame magic in an instant. Chu Tong boasted proudly. I know her a little. Right now, in our abyss, she handles almost all the transport jobs. We've pretty much got this in the bag, because she's seriously strong. How about this? Let me try to invite her to our team. Yi Qing encouraged him. Go on. Chu Tong walked forward confidently. Don't you worry, boss. Unexpectedly, Fa Heng got there a step ahead, blocking the beautiful lady's path. He immediately started his pitch like a sleazy salesman. It's unfortunate there are only 2 hunter squads to choose from today. I am Fa Heng, leader of the Search and Hunt Squad. Please allow me to sincerely invite you to join my team. Having a beautiful lady like you join will certainly brighten up my hunter squad. As for that scavenger's home, it's just a trashy option that no sane person would choose. Chu Tong was dejected. Damn it, the Search and Hunt crew beat me to it. Yi Ling refused bluntly. But I already have somewhere else in mind. Fa Heng couldn't believe he'd been rejected. What did you say? You want to join those scavengers? Isn't that guy just E-rank? Why would an outstanding sorceress like you decide to join a trash collection squad? That trashy hunter squad scavenging work has no place for your talents. Yi Ling walked up to Ye Qing. The scavenger's home. I like the name. Chu Tong waved from the side. Remember me? It's Chu Tong. We met not long ago. Yi Ling ignored him completely. Let me join your hunter squad. My name is Yi Ling, a fire element sorceress. Yi Qing also introduced himself. Yi Qing. Chu Tong chimed in cheerfully. My name is Chu Tong. Yi Qing shook Yi Ling's hand. Welcome. The scavenger's home always welcomes everyone. The handshake lasted a bit too long, making Yi Ling a little flustered. She quickly turned her face away. Isn't anyone hungry? So Ye Qing replied, let's eat while we wait. He waved his hand. Can I order food here? The receptionist replied, of course. Yi Qing's eyes widened at the menu. So expensive. Meanwhile, all Yi Ling could think about was food. Bring one of everything. Fa Heng was still in shock. What the hell? Why did she refuse? His henchman tried to console him. Boss Fap. There's definitely something wrong with that woman. Our team isn't short on magic types, so it doesn't matter if we have her or not. Just then, a large figure pushed past them. Excuse me, let me through. This must have been some formidable character to make them look like they'd just seen a ghost. Even Yi Ling and Chu Tong, who were stuffing their faces, couldn't help but notice the man. The person who walked in was Wu Ming. The crowd buzzed. Where's the priest? I need an exorcism. The rumors started flying. That's the guy who gets all his teammates killed, Wu Ming. He's a total jinx. Anyone who gets involved with him meets a bad end. He's a cursed bastard who deserves to die. Yi Qing recognized that iconic figure at a glance. It was him. Wu Ming walked over to start a conversation. I happened to see you at the World Guild, and I realized it seems we still have an unsettled score between us. Yi Qing smiled knowingly. My hunter squad is recruiting members, and you suddenly show up right now. Could it be? Are you interested? Wu Ming casually grabbed a piece of cake and popped it in his mouth, making Yi Ling cry out, my cake! Wu Ming continued. If I were interested, would you dare to take me? At that moment, the system registered him as an unlucky person. His luck points would decrease significantly, and the curse's effect would also affect all nearby creatures. According to them, when your luck points drop, not only do you fail checks easily and take critical hits, but the equipment drops are also terrible. Fa Heng's henchman spoke up. See? All these years and Wu Ming still doesn't wear any gear. It's definitely because he's incredibly unlucky. All the equipment he finds is just trash. Fa Heng chimed in. No one would ever want that kind of guy on their team. Yi Qing was curious. Does your reduced physical stats and luck make the items you drop turn to trash? Wu Ming grabbed another piece of cake and replied, huh? Why do you ask? I guess it's possible, he confessed. I make a living by taking a commission from clients. As long as the reward is generous enough, I never even look at the gear dropped by monsters, even if it's all trash. But for other people. Behind them, Yiling was furious. This is infuriating. Chutong had to hold her back. Calm down. After hearing that, Ye Qing became interested. Perfect. He held out his hand. Join my hunter squad. My team needs special talent like you. Yi Qing thought, for me, the worse the dropped equipment, the better the final forged quality. Wu Ming can make the equipment quality drop to its lowest, which increases my chances of getting the best quality. Fa Heng laughed contemptuously. He actually wants him? What a psycho. His henchman also laughed his head off. Just how desperate for talent are you to need a guy whose luck will drag the whole team down? Fa Heng continued, true to the name Scavenger, specializing in picking up things no one wants. Wu Ming calmly declared, your team will be swallowed by the abyss and die like dust in the wind. However, Ye Qing, you'll have to die by my hand before that happens. Then Wu Ming extended his hand. That's why I've chosen to join the team. Ye Qing had a smug look on his face. You're bound to be disappointed then. I won't let the abyss take anyone from me. Wu Ming replied enthusiastically. We'll see. The cloaked underling remarked. This guy looks pretty strong, huh? The black-haired underling continued. Every time Wu Ming's team was wiped out while hunting in the abyss, he was the only one who returned, so they call him the Cursed One. The teams he's joined have a 100% annihilation record. Fa Heng couldn't believe his ears. You'd actually take someone with a reputation like that? He commented contemptuously. That idiot Ye Qing only recruits morons or psychos. Who would dare join his team? Meanwhile, Yiling screamed in frustration. You dare touch my cake? I'll kill you! Wu Ming spoke leisurely. Captain, I'm hungry. Ye Qing called out. Waiter, bring the food. Chu Tong awkwardly tried to salvage the situation. All right, stop fighting. We're all teammates now, Ye Qing announced with satisfaction. Right now, the team has recruited 3 members, Yiling, Wu Ming, and Chu Tong. We just need one more member to meet the team's minimum requirement. In the time we have left, we just need to recruit one more person to get our hunter team license. In a flash, it was already afternoon, but there were still only the 4 of them on the team. Chu Tong started to worry. Our appeal doesn't seem to be very good, Yiling complained in frustration. To be more precise, it's because of you 2 that our appeal is so bad. Fa Heng, who hadn't let up on them, said, see? What did I tell you? Time's almost up. If you still don't have enough team members, your application will be invalid. I'll make a special announcement that the review board will reject your future applications due to character flaws. You're unfit to form a hunter team, he declared smugly. From this day forward, not only will you not be a captain, but even with a hunter's license, there will be restrictions. And this is the punishment for crossing me. So, Ye Qing, do you regret it yet? Ye Qing unexpectedly retorted. My team is already full, of course. Fa Heng froze for 5 seconds. You're full? He listed them off one by one. A little chick like you. Fa Heng was even more delighted. He continued. The dumb girl, Yiling. Fa Heng shouted. The jinx Wu Ming, and also an idiot. You're clearly still missing one person. You think I can't count to 4 or 5? Yi Qing smirked contemptuously. It's 5, you moron. A figure walked in, stunning everyone. Sorry, I was trapped in the abyss just now. I nearly died, but luckily I made it out alive. If anyone's to blame, it's you for the short notice. As a result, I wasn't prepared at all. After her introduction, Jing Dian concluded with, forget it, whatever the case, you've got me now. The crowd buzzed to the point of shouting. Lu Jing Dian. The man with the buzz cut said, the Lu Corporation is one of the sponsors of the World Guild. Even Lu Jing Dian, the youngest member of the family, holds a top-tier status. Fa Heng's eyes widened. How could those 2 be on the same team? Weren't people like them supposed to have been scouted by top hunter teams long ago? The man with the buzz cut explained, Lu Jing Dian is a notorious rebel. After rejecting her family's training program, she no longer receives the family's special resources. But even if she's not valued by the Lu family, she doesn't need to join that garbage hunter team. So, one can only say that this Ye Qing guy must actually have some skill. Fa Heng refused to admit it. Skill my ass. He just knows a few shady tricks. If he hadn't attacked first last night, he'd be lying in a hospital bed right now. Let's go. The underling asked his boss. The scavengers assigned by the guild haven't arrived yet. Should we wait a bit longer? We're doing an A-rank mission. Only top-tier items will drop, so there won't be any trash for those scavengers to pick up. The receptionist announced clearly, congratulations on the establishment of your scavenger's house. There are currently 5 members registered at E-rank. A license has now been issued to Hunter Team Leader Yi Qing and members Wu Ming, Chu Tong, Yiling, and Lu Jing Dian. Henceforth, the scavenger's house may accept E-rank jobs. Ye Qing leaned one hand on the counter. I'm applying to follow Team STM into the A-rank abyss, taking full responsibility for the cleanup work. Fa Heng smiled on the outside, but was fuming on the inside. How can a hunter team like yours with an E-rank license possibly take on my A-rank mission? Yi Qing said nonchalantly. E rank is just our business scope, but there's no limit on the abyss level. As long as there's an opening on the cleanup crew, why can't I apply? The receptionist announced that the application was approved. The scavenger's house has been granted permission to join the mission with STM. Fa Heng immediately exploded. Son of a bitch! How dare you exploit this loophole in the rules? Yi Qing had a mocking expression. Well then, why don't we put our prejudices aside and cooperate nicely this time? After all, this is an A-rank abyss with bountiful rewards. Fa Heng immediately pulled his hand back. Cooperate my ass. If you said you want to pick up my trash, then fine. He left in a huff. I'll be sure to leave some trash for you to pick up. That damn dog. Yi Qing was completely unfazed. Then I'll gladly accept, Chu Tong asked anxiously. Boss, are you really willing to be his workhorse? Yi Qing reassured and explained. Of course not. Only by obtaining the status of a scavenger can you join any abyss hunting mission without restrictions. He continued, even with the worst qualifications, you still have a chance to enter the highest level abyss as support. This is clearly an advantage. Chu Tong was enlightened. No wonder you're the boss. Yi Qing reasoned, if you consider becoming a scavenger as part of the plan, then my cooperation with STM is purely a coincidence. He chuckled softly, because his mission also includes the Black Tower keystone. Jing Dian was shocked. The Black Tower key? Yi Qing continued to analyze the situation. The guild's announcement indicates there's a Black Tower key in a certain abyss hunting mission. STM must have received special treatment to get such a good job. Wu Ming added, the Black Tower's key is the ticket to challenge the Black Tower. Challengers receive rewards based on the number of floors they climb. For example, it can remove curses and cure incurable diseases. Yiling also had some knowledge. It can even resurrect those who died in the abyss. I know countless hunter teams have tried their best to find the Black Tower's key from abyss gates all over the world, but very few have ever managed to obtain it and enter the Black Tower, Jing Dian added. But without exception, all of them have become the most powerful beings in existence right now, just like my siblings. After hearing this, Chu Tong was suddenly bewildered. It seems like everyone knows what the Black Tower key is, but how am I the only one who knows nothing about it? I just want to know if this key can turn me into a superstar in a matter of seconds. The rest of them said in unison, sorry, you can only rely on your actual strength. Chu Tong sighed in disappointment. What a buzzkill. In that case, I'd better choose to become stronger. Only then can I shut everyone up. Yi Qing was extremely determined. Now it's right in front of us. If we're lucky, we can find the Black Tower's key first. In any case, the members of Team STM will lead the way, which will give us time to find the hidden room. Jing Dian's eyes lit up. So this was your plan, including my appearance? Yi Qing confessed honestly. Of course not. I thought the scavenger's house would have an easy time recruiting enough people, but his words left everyone speechless. They were all surprised. After a tedious recruitment process, they arrived at the location of the A-rank Abyss mission. At the entrance to the Abyss Gate, they stepped out one by one from a purple black hole. Chu Tong spoke up. Whoa, I can actually see the sky in an abyss. He was skipping along like he was on vacation. This is incredible. Aren't abysses supposed to be enclosed spaces like dungeons? Yi Qing replied. Occasionally, open-type abysses appear. There are no buildings or structures here, but there are also no landmarks to guide you. This type of abyss is extremely dangerous. If you can't find the way back, you'll be completely lost inside, Wu Ming sighed. Sand. I hate sand. Yi Qing turned around and was startled. What in the world are you girls wearing? Jing Dian replied. Don't you know how much damage the sun does to a girl's skin? Yiling explained. It's for sun protection. A song began as they walked. In the desert, I wander alone, the endless wilderness where my dreams shine bright. My soul wants to fly in the sky, chasing the wind through the heavens. On Fa Heng's side, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Damn it, I just love this kind of wide-open terrain. We'll have to walk forever to find the mission objective. Fa Jiao reported, according to our intel, the center of this abyss is at a fortress oasis in the desert. Fa Heng asked, bewildered, an oasis? He was in disbelief. We haven't seen a single speck of green on the way here, and no monsters have shown up for us to fight either. And this is supposed to be an A-rank abyss? Soon after, the group got the brawl Fa Heng had wished for. In this vast landscape, these flying monsters have a natural advantage over us. Get behind me, a henchman shouted in astonishment. You scavengers, shouldn't you be hiding somewhere quiet? Are you looking to die? Yi Qing replied calmly. What's there to be afraid of? Besides picking people up and dropping them from the sky, these bird people are practically harmless. Jing Dian added another stinging remark. If anyone in your group gets caught, it just means their footwork sucks. At this, the man in golden armor shouted, how dare a bunch of support members mock Leap Tam's main force? Our boss allowing you to scavenge our leftovers is already a huge favor. What are you bragging about? A flock of vulture-like birds swarmed down, looking like they wanted to eat them alive. And so, they charged forward, determined to wipe out the bird people. Someone drew their bow and shot at one of the birds, but this only made it angrier. The bird snatched the archer. The archer screamed in terror. "It's got me! Help me, you bastard!" The man in the golden armor heard him and rushed over, but things didn't go as planned. He lamented with regret. "Damn it, I was so close." Yiling felt this was the perfect moment for her to act. In a flash, the bird exploded like a time bomb, and the archer fell with it. He made a miserable landing, unable to do anything about it. Yiling looked down at the archer's pathetic state. "And here I thought all Leap Tam members were elites." She took a cool drag from her cigarette and exhaled. "Looks like you're just here to fill a spot." The archer got angry at his own savior. "It's all your fault for distracting me. I totally could have dodged that." Ye Qing threw a bucket of cold water on him. Bad footwork and great at blaming others. Is this how Leap Tam's main force operates? The bird people hadn't given up on them. They all rushed towards the panicked Leap Tam group. Just ignore him. He brought this on himself completely. Let's see just how agile his footwork really is. Yi Qing wasn't worried. He just looked up at the sky in silence. A drooling bird person, probably starved for a while, dove down. They wouldn't learn their lesson until they were dead, so don't blame Ye Qing for quickly drawing his sword. The action was so fast that the man in the golden armor wondered, what just happened? The archer trembled. It's dead. In one hit. He was still deluding himself. Luck? You just got lucky and hit a weak spot or something. I could have done that easily, too. Another bird suddenly shrieked, startling the archer. Shit! He yelled frantically. Help me! Yi Qing walked over and decisively stomped it flat. He explained, harpies are extremely sensitive to noise. Keep screaming and you'll just attract more of them. If you don't want trouble, shut up and keep moving. The remaining birds were something Fa Heng's side could handle. His underlings continuously attacked and destroyed them. Just then, a mage unleashed a stream of electricity, ending everything. The bird people seemed to fear this energy. They all fled to get away from it. Fa Heng's pride was wounded. Who the hell recruited that knight and warrior? What a capable pair. The moment this mission is over, kick them out of Tulip Tam's group. We don't keep idiots. Fa Jiao replied, got it, boss. Chu Tong looked around worriedly. Are we really safe now? Are we really safe now? Are we really safe now? Yi Qing immediately reassured him. It must be because that unlucky knight was screaming so loud that he became a priority target. Jing Dian provided more information. This type of monster, while not strong, will prioritize attacking classes that speak loudly. For example, warriors who need to chant spells, or bards. Chu Tong's face turned pale with fear. Isn't that a direct counter to someone like me? Jing Dian continued. Because they can easily break through the defensive line of meat shield classes. They specialize in cutting down the backline, so it's a definite danger for the squishy classes in the rear. Chu Tong wished he could sew his mouth shut. Okay, I'll shut up right now, Fa Jiao confidently declared. After being scared off, the harpies won't dare to come near us again. But then, Fa Jiao was immediately proven wrong by his own words. The crowd became extremely agitated. What's going on? It's an earthquake. Jing Dian was a bit confused. That's not right. The harpies weren't scared off. They must have run into a stronger opponent. From a distance, a huge cloud of dust seemed to be rushing towards them. A horde of orcs was scrambling to get to the front. They bared their sharp teeth and roared. Each orc held a weapon. Seeing this, Fa Heng yelled, It's a horde of man-eating orcs! He turned, raised his sword, and shouted to his team, Healers, get to the back line immediately! Tanks, form a line in front of me! Vanguards, spread out and find the enemy's magic units! Fa Heng looked at the figures on the cliff and muttered, I'm a professional commander. I can command over 20 people at once. Yi Qing and Wu Ming stood there with unchanged expressions. Jing Dian crossed her arms and angrily ground her teeth. Yiling was still observing the orcs. There's so many of them. Chu Tong was already trembling and had collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, someone shouted, Let's show these scavengers the true power of Leap Tam. Roger that. Fa Heng led the formation to meet the orc horde. He shot forward like an arrow, sword in hand, yelling, Titan strength! Fa Heng lopped off an orc's head and seemed to enjoy it. He looked arrogantly at the orcs, too weak. On the other side, Yiling suddenly spoke up. Aren't we going to join the fight? Beside her, Chu Tong was terrified. There are too many. It's too scary. I want to go home. As soon as he finished speaking, Yiling smacked him on the head. Didn't you say you wanted to get stronger? Yi Qing turned back, not paying attention to the figures flying towards them. Fa Heng loves to show off, so just let him. We're just in charge of scavenging. Thump! An orc landed, sprawled out in front of Ye Qing's group. It bared its teeth and roared, its face ferocious. But before it could even attack, an explosion took its life. Seeing this, Ye Qing got angry too. Did that guy do it on purpose? Fa Heng turned back with a radiant smile. Oh my, you're still alive. Hurry up and clean that up. You're here to pick up my trash, after all. Pieces of equipment appeared in front of Ye Qing, all of them trash quality. All 4 members of the group stared. Wu Ming reminded him, Your luck stat is clearly dropping. Chu Tong picked up a shield. Leap Tam would probably just leave this on the ground. I heard they only pick up purple quality gear or better. Look at this stuff, it's gray. Not even white quality. Yi Ching held the cards in his hand, his eyes lighting up as if he were looking at money. Our scavenging targets are these gray items. To me, they're very useful. Over on Fa Hung's side, as he fought head-on, he started to find things strange. How come there's no blue quality gear or better dropping? This is weird. Not only can I not land any critical hits, but even the gear drops are all gray trash. Fa Hung screamed as he looked at the two cards that dropped from the ogre he just killed. They weren't even worth opening. Fa Jiao, while casting a spell at the ogres, turned and said, "This is a bit strange. To be precise, not only can we not land any critical hits, but the ogres can't either." Fa Hung's hands trembled as he picked up his two swords, his face dark. Damn it, what shitty luck today. My damn luck gear that cost a fortune is completely useless here. Diepkin looked at the ogres in the distance. The main monster force didn't seem to be planning an all-out attack. Something felt a little off. Tin Niem added from the side. Monsters are supposed to be mindless creatures. When hunters enter their territory, they should just charge without thinking. He tilted his head slightly and murmured, "Ever since I ran into those dark spirits during the last hunter exam, I've had a vague, strange feeling that some monsters can communicate in their own language." Diepkin pointed into the distance. "Everyone, look. In that cloud of dust, two ogres are actually standing there talking to each other." Fa Hung was still commanding the fight. "Tanks, hold the line! Healers, heal the meat shields now!" He blocked an ogre's attack with his shield as an archer behind him jumped out. The archer laughed heartily. "Got another one, and another one." Suddenly, behind them, a patch of ground cracked open. By the time someone noticed, they could only ask, "What is that?" "Watch your backs!" Ogres had crawled up from the ground, mumbling something under their breath. Two people who couldn't run in time were caught in nets thrown by two ogres. They screamed, "The enemy has broken through to the backline. Help us! Damn it!" Fap Jiao was a little stunned by the scene. "Boss, our backline members are in danger. Should we counterattack?" Fa Hung turned around, swords at the ready. "Idiot. On the contrary, we should keep attacking. Push forward." Fa Jiao worried. "But what about the members in the back?" Hearing that, Fa Hung immediately snapped. "Just leave those damn cowards to them. Shift the aggro over there. We just focus on attacking what's in front of us. Don't stop." The man in the brown cloak caught in the net took out a smoke bomb. "Understood." The other, heavier set man also took out a smoke bomb and shouted, "Understood." At the same time, as if on cue, they both threw their bombs into the air. The bombs exploded, creating a large area of purple smoke. The smoke spread everywhere, and after the ogres came into contact with it, their aggro value dropped to 0. They stood there dumbfounded for a moment, having lost their targets. From behind, Diepkin's group was laughing and talking cheerfully. Upon hearing them, the ogres turned around, their eyes shining like stars. One of them excitedly pointed at the sky and chattered in their language. Those ogres turned and immediately ran towards Diepkin's group. Vo Min lowered his head, noticing something approaching from below. Chu Thong beside him also looked down. Is it a leftover monster from the front? Wei Lang, impatient, had already formed a fireball in her hand. No, it feels more like it was deliberately led here. Tin Niem laughed with excitement. "We haven't had a chance to fight since entering the abyss, so this time it's our turn to show our strength." Diepkin walked over, placing a hand on both of their shoulders. "Everyone, don't stop moving for now. Conserve your mana and health points. Don't engage in combat unless absolutely necessary." Wei Lung was puzzled. "Don't use mana first?" Diepkin moved forward to observe. "It seems the ogres are luring us into a trap. In that case, let the main hunting team test the waters first." He slung one sword over his shoulder, another in his other hand, and turned back to remind everyone, "Just stay behind me. I'm all the defense you need." As soon as he finished speaking, Diepkin shot off like a rocket. He dropped like an arrow. An ogre noticed Diepkin and pointed at the sky, and a net shot upwards as if to catch him whole. But in a flash, Diepkin's figure was just an afterimage before the ogre's eyes. Suddenly, he appeared behind them, his murderous aura spreading so intensely that even the ogres trembled in fear. They all turned to look behind them, towards the source of the terrifying killing intent. The moment their eyes met, Diepkin sent one ogre flying with a powerful blow. Seeing this, its two comrades rushed forward to slash at him. Diepkin simply leaped lightly into the air, dodging the attack. His swords moved, trailing killing intent behind them. Diepkin landed, having already dealt with the two ogres in front of him. Wei Lang watched from above, filled with admiration, while Tin Niem next to her was in disbelief. "Diepkin, it's only been a few days. How have his skills gotten even stronger?" "Diepkin is like a dancer, twirling and spinning freely among the ogres," someone commented. "He's so fast I can't even see his movements clearly." The two swords in his hands were like divine weapons. Wherever Diepkin went, the ogres howled in pain. Their limbs and heads were severed, flying through the air like toys. Now, only the heroic figure of Diepkin could be seen sweeping through the ogres. The remaining ones looked at him as if they had seen the Grim Reaper, trembling. Fear was written all over their faces. They cried as they turned and fled. Diepkin looked at the fleeing ogres and wondered, huh? Why are they running? Back with Fa Pung's group, the ones who threw the smoke bombs were still gloating. Those cowards must be having a really hard time. It's thanks to their sacrifice that we can fight safely. Suddenly, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed as the fleeing ogres turned and ran right back towards Fa Pung's group. The two who were just laughing now had their expressions changed drastically. No, this isn't right. What kind of joke is this? By the time they understood, the ogres had already charged right up to them. Are those damn ogres coming back to kill us? The archer started shooting, but it had no effect. From behind the thick cloud of dust, piercing screams rang out. Help me! Over on his side, Diepkin calmly watched the scene unfold. As expected, compared to other monsters, they seem to know to attack the weaker targets first, and when they encounter a target that's too strong to fight, they'll proactively retreat. These ogres have some intelligence, huh? On the other side, the man with the shield was stunned. His jaw dropped wide open. From within the dust cloud, a giant mace was moving forward. A massive ogre holding the mace brought it down on the shield user, crushing him flat in a single blow. A member of Fa Pung's team screamed in shock. The MT was killed that easily? Fa Pung angrily turned to criticize the team's healer. Why weren't you watching the MT's health bar? The healer, drenched in sweat, stammered in response. I didn't even see his health bar move. It was gone in just that one hit. From within the cloud of dust, the massive figure advanced. One of its feet finally became visible to Fa Pung's team. The huge ogre was Apma. It was carrying a smaller ogre on its back, which was gleefully holding a magic staff. Following them were two more shadows approaching through the haze. Fa Pung's team looked like ants before them. Fa Pung looked up at the ogres and faltered for a moment. These high-grade ogre warriors were obviously too strong, and there were too many raiders. It was as if these newcomers were on a completely different level of difficulty. He quickly turned his head and shouted, "Reform the ranks! Maintain formation!" Fa Pung's pupils contracted violently at the sight before him. An ambush had occurred from behind. His team was seemingly surrounded by these ogres, their rear cut off by the raiding party. We're completely surrounded by monsters now. From a distance, Diepkin observed the chaotic scene and muttered, the ogre raiders were just bait. On the battlefield, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. Bolts of lightning shot out from the explosion, striking the ogres. Fa Pung leaped high into the air, swinging the two swords in his hands with all his might. He charged into the horde of ogres, slashing relentlessly like a whirlwind. Fa Pung stopped in front of Apma, who was carrying Octella on its back. He laughed maniacally, his tone triumphant. Some blind behemoth you are. Before my titan strength, all of you are nothing but trash. The two ogres in front of Fa Pung, whether they understood him or not, grinned, baring their teeth. Seeing this, he leaped up, intending to cut them down. Die! Fa Pung's swords were ready, and Apma's fist was already swinging. The two forces collided, creating a massive shockwave. Fa Pung was shocked to his core as he was sent flying by Apma's punch. Fa Pung got up from the rubble, his two arms and his swords nearly blackened. This damn thing. How can it be so powerful? Fa Pung's pupils contracted violently as he witnessed the horrifying sight. Apma gave him no time to wonder, rushing forward as if it were about to kick a ball. Fa Pung's face met Apma's massive foot directly. The kick sent him flying for what seemed like thousands of meters. Fa Hung lay collapsed amidst the rubble, his body covered in grime, blood streaming down his face. Fa Jiao and the others on the team could only stare in horror. The leader of a nearby ORG squad began to close in as Fa Hung struggled to sit up. Someone yelled, "We need backup, now!" Ignoring the danger, his teammates charged onto the battlefield. They surrounded Fa Hung, providing cover for their captain. The nearby org members had been dealt with. He could only just now stumble to his feet. The archer roared as he shot the org in front of him. Die, you filthy mongrels. Ayaya, scepter in hand, began to activate her skill. Lightning struck from the scepter, hitting the ORG that the archer had shot in the head. Its eyes were bloodshot. Even with an arrow stuck in its head, it was still alive. It was like it got a power-up, charging forward like a bullet. It grabbed the archer, making him scream in agony. Wasn't it already dead? The other ORG corpses that were hit by the lightning began to swell at an alarming rate. The orange-haired girl looked behind her when someone screamed. What is this? Why can it still move? The orange corpse on the ground had swollen to a grotesque size. The body began to glow like a bomb. The orange-haired girl finally realized what was happening and screamed, "This is bad. It's necromancy. It's dangerous." The moment she finished speaking, a series of explosions went off. Screams echoed one after another. Damn it! Someone yelled to Fa Hung, "The healing can't keep up at all!" Hearing this, he ordered his team members, "Throw the aggro-clearing smoke! Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" Following the order, Fa Jiao and the others threw smoke bombs into the air. "Let's get out of here!" From a distance, Ye Qing watched the smoke bombs explode in the air and muttered, turning corpses into bombs. That's gotta be necromancy. He turned back to the people on the cliff and warned them, "Everyone, stay away from all the corpses." A half-dead Oarj crawled towards Ye Qing's feet, startling him slightly. Ye Qing looked at it with disgust and coldly commanded, "Withdraw." Hands emerged from the ground and grabbed the ORG. The remaining corpses were also dragged down and swallowed whole. When it was done, the battlefield, once littered with corpses, looked as if nothing had ever happened. Yi Ling took off his black glasses, watching the scene without a change in expression. The bodies are gone. Chu Tong beside him was overjoyed. "Boss, you're amazing!" Wu Ming walked up from behind. "So, a skill like this exists? How interesting." Yi Qing looked at him with a weary expression. "There's no time to explain. First, we clear all the bodies to prevent the necromancer from suddenly reanimating them." He looked at the clouds of dust rolling towards them and sighed internally. "I thought I'd have some leisure time to collect the cores, but it looks like I'll have to retrieve them after I'm done with this." Fa Heng, leading the way, was delighted to see Ye Qing's group. "Hey, you scavengers!" He walked up to him and tempted. "I'm feeling generous, so I'll give you lot a chance." "And what's that?" Ye Qing asked calmly. "Let's hear it." Fa Heng rambled on excitedly. "You guys have always wanted a chance to make a name for yourselves, right? So, how about I write in bold, colorful letters that you made an outstanding contribution in this A-rank mission with the Heart Hunters? What do you say? Who knows, when we get out, I might even get you scavengers a promotion." After hearing this, Ye Qing rubbed his chin, pretending to think, "I'm just a garbage collector. If I start branching out into other businesses, what happens if my one and only hunter license gets reported and revoked?" Fa Heng rolled his eyes and laughed. "Brother, what's all this talk about reporting or not reporting? Didn't you say we should put aside our prejudices and work together?" He winked, as if making a heartfelt invitation. "This time, I am sincerely inviting you to join us as a partner hunter team with the Heart Hunters. I guarantee it." Yi Qing's whole group looked on, completely fed up. Everyone was giving Fa Heng the dead fish eye. A few minutes before, the explosions had started to go off like a series of miniature atomic bombs detonating all at once. Standing in the middle of the explosions was Apma. Sitting there, Fa Heng felt extremely frustrated and spoke up. "Son of a bitch." Standing in the thick dust, Apma sensed trouble and said, "This thing is not going to be easy to deal with." But instead of worrying, Fa Jiao flashed a devilish smile. He said to Fa Heng, "We don't actually have to fight these high-level monsters head-on. This is an open abyss, and we don't need to defeat the leader to get inside. We can totally go around them to avoid the fight and head straight for our objective." Fa Heng seemed very worried and asked, "Go around and avoid the fight? But these things will attack us on sight." Seeing Fa Heng still hesitating, Fa Jiao tried to persuade him. "Haven't you been itching to get rid of those scavengers anyway? Just lead them over to that blind behemoth over there and pull a classic bait and switch." Hearing Fa Jiao's sweet-talking persuasion, Fa Heng's mind seemed to clear up as he exclaimed with excitement, "Brilliant! Well said. That's my old man for you." Fa Jiao added, "It doesn't matter if all the scavengers die. With my dad backing us up, who would dare hold our team leader responsible?" It seemed Fa Heng's joy hadn't faded. He said smugly, "So, I'm making you a very sincere offer." On the other side, Chu Tong was very suspicious. He whispered to Ye Qing, "Boss, these guys just want us to charge in and be cannon fodder. Don't think I can't see through it." Standing behind them, Wu Ming spoke up. "Even if the Heart Hunters went all out, they'd be nearly wiped out, and now they're inviting us to join? It's obviously a trap." Jing Dian then put her arm around Ye Qing's shoulder and added, "There are plenty of powerful monsters there to challenge. I think this is a good opportunity to train. Don't miss it." "Yi Qing?" Fa Heng seemed to be eagerly awaiting the answer. He raised his voice and asked, "What do you think of my offer? We can provide you with the same treatment as an A-rank hunter team, and we'll even give you a share of the crystals in the end." Hearing this, Ye Qing seemed utterly bewildered, not because of Fa Heng's offer, but because his own teammates were completely at odds. Standing on either side of him, Chu Tong and Jing Dian were constantly shaking Ye Qing, leaving him totally confused. Chu Tong kept advising him to refuse. "Don't do it!" Meanwhile, Jing Dian really wanted him to join. "It's too good to pass up," Ye Qing said. "We can." But before he could finish, Fa Heng eagerly cut him off. "That's more like it. No wonder you're the one Fa Heng chose. Let's move forward together and witness our friendship." But all the while, Ye Qing, with that weary look on his face, seemed at a loss for words with both sides around him. One person was laughing, another was holding his head after being hit, looking utterly disappointed. One spread his arms wide and shouted, "It's fine, just cut 'em all down," while the other couldn't care less. But then, Ye Qing put his arms around Chu Tong and Jing Dian's shoulders and said, "Wait a moment, we need to have an internal meeting." Fa Heng could only scratch his head and reply with a clueless look. Okay." Beside them, Chu Tong could only state his case. From the very beginning, that Fa Heng guy has had bad intentions and has always wanted to get rid of us. Seeing Ye Qing holding some kind of yellow card, Chu Tong asked again, "Boss, Are you really serious about joining them? Yi Qing then opened the card and handed Chu Tong a shield, leaving him completely stunned. He instructed, "Take this small shield. It might save your life when it counts." After taking the shield, Chu Tong's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Boss, this shield, it's a legendary item." Standing next to him, Yi Ling was just as impressed. "That's the first time I've ever seen a legendary grade item." Holding the shield, Chu Tong was suddenly overcome with emotion. He was so moved that he started to cry, saying, "I've got some crystals saved up to repair it. I can't let this legendary shield get destroyed." In contrast, Yi Ling had a look of pure fascination. "Let me see that for a sec." Hearing that, Ye Qing generously replied, "Repair what? If it breaks, just throw it away and I'll give you a new one." He immediately walked up to Jing Dian and asked, "You have healing abilities, right?" "Knight class talent," she replied. "I guess so. I'm just not very good at healing skills." Although healing magic is supposed to be a core skill for knights. And then, to everyone's surprise, Ye Qing made his decision. "All right, you're the healer." Hearing the word healer, Jing Dian reacted fiercely, shouting, "Healer? I've always ventured into the abyss alone. I'm not cut out to be a healer at all." But then they both looked over at the other two, who were still struggling over the shield. "Let me borrow it for a bit." Yi Qing spoke up again, making his request. "This time, I won't have to charge into the fight. Your mission is to protect our backline, Chu Tong and Yi Ling. You're the only one with a class skill that can protect others. Only you can get everyone out of the abyss safely." Meanwhile, Chu Tong, amidst their bickering, turned and said, "Sis, I'm leaving this with you." Yi Ling added, "Hey, I'm not that weak, you know." They look just like parents fussing over their kids. Yi Qing placed a hand on Jing Dian's shoulder, entrusting them to her. "We're counting on you. Take good care of them." Jing Dian could only sigh. "I get it, but where am I supposed to get a healing skill first?" Seeing Chu Tong slump down dejectedly, Ye Qing said, "Your fire magic is instant cast, so prioritize attacking the melee monsters, and don't let them die too close to us. Its mark on a corpse can make the body get back up after 5 seconds and turn into a corpse bomb. You need to keep a safe distance. Got it?" But Yi Ling, lighting a flame in her palm, said confidently, "Melee mage, remember? I can burn them straight to a crisp. They won't even get the chance to explode." Feeling reassured, Yi Qing turned to Wu Ming, who was standing behind them looking completely oblivious while picking his nose. Then, he coldly flicked it right in front of Yi Qing and said, "What are you looking at me for? I'm not gonna die." Yi Qing was speechless. He said, "Forget it. Do whatever you want." Then he confidently declared, "From here on, our mission is simple." Standing before his teammates, he said their mission was to independently take down the Ogre and Octella without help from the Heart Hunter team. Fa Xiong seemed incredibly eager. He said, "Our Heart Hunter team will be in charge of flanking from behind. You guys just need to draw the big guy's attention. Oh, right. Whatever you do, be careful of the little one riding the big guy. It can make corpses explode." But it seemed Ye Qing's squad didn't give a damn and charged straight ahead. Are they trying to finish this in one go? Fa Xiong seemed annoyed. "Hey, are those pieces of trash stupid or what? Just rushing forward like that? Not even gonna grab a single buff?" But then he watched helplessly as their figures charged straight ahead and gradually vanished into the thick dust. Fa Xiong also gave an order. "We need to hurry and take the long way around. Otherwise, when they get wiped out, all the aggro will fall on us." His subordinates replied, "Yes, Captain. Nephew, come over here." Amidst the dust and smoke, Ye Qing spoke with a hint of sarcasm. The ogres, their eyes blazing with killing intent, let out a roar as a nearby explosion rocked the area. But it seemed these ogres were no match for Ye Qing. He stood there, unfazed, without breaking a sweat, while they lay motionless, as if they didn't know what hit them. But as if that wasn't enough, another one in the group quickly drew a sharp knife, ready to fight. Sitting on the back of an ogre, it uttered strange characters. Hearing it, Ye Qing didn't understand a thing. He said, "Huh? What?" Translate the content of that sentence. The system interface immediately appeared before his eyes. Intelligence check successful. Monster language comprehension acquired. And now, he understood what the creature was saying. "You fools, we are the Ogre tribe, entrusted by the heavens to guard the valley where kings rest. Any who dare trespass must atone with their lives and wash the path to the underworld with their blood." With that, it shot out a bolt of lightning, manipulating the remaining ogres and causing them immense pain. From behind Ye Qing, Chu Tong offered a solution. "This must be a mind control spell, a type of high-tier control magic. There, that shaman must be the brains of this whole operation. If we just kill him, the entire ogre squad will no longer be a threat." Just then, in the distance, 3 ogres were lifting a giant axe. As their feet stomped the ground, it shook as if there was an earthquake. Seeing this, Chu Tong panicked and screamed, "Oh shit, look at that axe!" As they held the axe, even the smaller ogres were stunned. The giant one held the axe in its hand and rested it on its shoulder. Meanwhile, Octella was dancing wildly on its head. Life recovery. Slowly regenerating health. Chu Tong felt a wave of fear and whined. Holy crap, with that much health and that thick armor. And look at that executioner's axe. It's as big as a person. Seriously, if we even get touched by that, we should just call the Heart Hunter team over. And he turned to look into the distance, where the streaks of white smoke still lingered. As expected, they're using us as cannon fodder. But that doesn't mean we should actually act like cannon fodder, right? Over here, Wu Ming asked Ye Qing what to do now. Yi Qing replied, the Necro Shaman creates meat shields too. Not only can they hold back enemies, but when they die, they can become material for corpse bombs to continue dealing massive damage. So, I'll be in charge of taking out the head. The rest of you just need to clear the surrounding area. Wu Ming, his expression unchanging, replied, understood. But instead of following orders, he suddenly charged forward like a madman, ignoring Ye Qing, who was shouting from behind. I'm not done talking yet. But he remained calm and said to the others, everyone heard that, right? Gripping his blade tightly, a murderous aura flared around him. With a determined look in his eyes, he said, we won't let a single one get away. Jing Dian replied enthusiastically, don't worry, leave the rear to me. Yiling was the same, laughing loudly as flames erupted around her. I'll turn them all into charcoal. Wu Ming, as always, did his own thing, charging in to get into close combat with the ogres. The only one left was Chu Tong, still hiding behind a rock in fear, but he still talked tough. I'll do my best, too. The ogres charged forward in a unified, stormy assault. As for Wu Ming, he didn't hesitate, charging straight in and swinging his blade with powerful strikes. With every swing, a body fell. Suddenly, an ogre rushed out to sneak attack him, but Ye Qing noticed and dashed in just in time to save Wu Ming's life. He sliced the ogre in two, a smug smile still on his face. I'll leave the small fry to you. While fighting, Wu Ming glanced back and replied, yeah, amidst the chaos he'd left for Wu Ming to clean up, he alone ran towards the giant ogre over there, radiating an incredibly powerful killing aura. Facing the beast, Ye Qing showed no sign of hesitation or fear. Meanwhile, his teammates in the back were cheering him on. In the middle of the chaos, Jing Dian said, I want to go charge in and fight too. Chu Tong threw his hands up in encouragement. Big bro Wu Ming is so cool, while Yi Ling, sitting on a large rock, looked bored. Can't you let a few of them get over here? Suddenly, Chu Tong sensed something and glanced behind him. It was truly a case of be careful what you wish for, as the ogres split up and charged to ambush the rest of them. He yelled, monsters behind us! Without another word, Chu Tong shot several chains from his back. Serpents killing chain dance, bind their fate! Power of the underworld, time, stop! Soon enough, those monsters were instantly bound. One tried to struggle forward, another tried to flex and break the chains, but they couldn't break free. Chu Tong started to get cocky. He said loudly, no exaggeration, my chanting skills have improved again. But Yiling still had a backhanded compliment for him. Not bad. You're not a complete burden, I guess. Hearing that, Chu Tong whipped around and shot back. Who are you calling a burden? Then, she suddenly unleashed a series of special moves, causing the area to explode. But then she yelled at him, forcing Chu Tong to scramble to another spot. Get out of the way, you idiot! After reaching safety, Chu Tong pointed an accusing finger at Yi Ling, expressing his dissatisfaction. I was right there. Couldn't you see me? But Yi Ling acted like she didn't care, even raising a flaming finger and blowing on it mockingly. The boss already said we have to deal damage. Otherwise, the corpses will self-destruct. Whose fault is it that you didn't give me a shield? But before he could finish complaining, an ogre suddenly burst out from the ground, making Chu Tong yell in alarm. Another one? Are these ground rats digging holes everywhere? But before Chu Tong could even regain his composure, Yi Ling leaped up unexpectedly. Seeing her right in front of it, the ogre's jaw dropped in terror. Yi Ling, on the other hand, looked absolutely thrilled, as if killing these monsters was a daily hobby for her. She asked, you guys love digging holes, don't you? Then she immediately blasted powerful flames straight through the hard ground. I wonder if these holes are all connected? After finishing her task, she turned to taunt Chu Tong with a smug look on her face. And that's that, he clapped back at her in the cutest way possible. I think you're the real ticking time bomb here. As for Jing Dian, she gave a satisfied smile at the two of them and praised them. Not bad at all. Immediately after, she reminded the two of them, just hide behind me. I'll help you block the monsters. If you get hurt, I can help heal you too. From a distance, Yiling said politely, yes, big sis. Meanwhile, Chu Tong saw the orcs behind Jing Dian and shouted a warning. Watch your back! But it seemed Jing Dian already knew their intentions. She held out her hand, snapped her fingers, and said confidently, if they're frozen, they probably can't explode, right? As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of the snap stopped, and at that moment, the monsters around her had become motionless blocks of ice. After dealing with the immediate problem, both of them raised their hands in applause and cheered in unison, much to Jing Dian's delight. Big sis is awesome. But suddenly Jing Dian turned to look into the distance, her expression becoming worried as she wondered to herself, Yi Qing is over there? Over on Ye Qing's side, that giant monster was relentlessly attacking him. The system interface appeared again as the monster landed a world-shaking punch, forcing him to dodge with some difficulty. Rage, attack power plus 100%. As soon as he dodged the fatal blow, he shouted, "If just touching it means death, then multiplying the attack power by 100 doesn't change a thing. As long as it can't touch me, the damage is still 0. Oella also gave an order at this moment. Just then, a swarm of monsters emerged from the ground and surrounded Ye Qing. But what were they to him? With a single move, he eliminated all of them. Seeing this, Oella was astonished by the sight before her. But it didn't stop there. Yi Qing unleashed his ultimate move. The trash you threw away, I'm returning it to you now. Recycle and reclaim. After Ye Qing's attack was launched, it caused Oct immense pain, making it writhe in midair. Before it could recover, an explosion was immediately set off. Over here, feeling the explosion created by Ye Qing, Fa Heng stood there like a fisherman reaping the benefits. He laughed with great satisfaction. From the sound of it, they've probably been completely wiped out. After that explosion, only the upper half of its body remained. Atma picked it up, expressing sorrow for its lost comrade, but surprisingly, it then shoved it into its mouth and began to chew ravenously. Seeing this gruesome act, Yi Qing was also taken aback. He said, "Devouring its own kind to strengthen itself? What a barbaric way to survive." Immediately after absorbing it, Atma became more terrifying and ferocious than before. Those streams of energy continuously radiated from its body, causing Ye Qing to instinctively take a few steps back. He narrowed his eyes and said, "No." Instead of saying Oct was the controller, it's more like it was limiting Atma's power. It seems to have successfully evolved, taking on a completely new form, the true form of the withered bone demon. Atma. The surrounding monsters were subsequently burned away, leaving only their skeletons. Jing Dian was currently healing Yiling, and her health was visibly increasing significantly. Contact healing can restore life points, so this burn of yours will heal in no time. While healing, Jing Dian reassured her. Yiling replied, "Thanks." As for Chu Tong, he was still full of energy, swinging his sword at the monsters while asking, Hey, where's that old man with the big sword? I haven't seen him for a while. Don't tell me he's dead?" Suddenly Wu Ming sneezed. Then he asked coldly, "Are you trying to jinx me?" As for Yiling, she spoke up, "The weird old man you're talking about is still alive and well. No need to worry about him." But even so, Chu Tong continued to curse and blame Wu Ming relentlessly. "Do you have any damn team spirit, old man? We're fighting our asses off here, and you're not lifting a finger to help us." Despite this, Wu Ming maintained an expression of complete indifference to everything around him. But then he gave his reason. "When I fight, not standing with you times is times how I help you. My curse will turn every scratch you receive into a fatal blow. Your luck stat drops, and the amount of health that Miss Niem can heal isn't enough for the two of you, right?" Hearing this, Jing Dian felt a little inadequate. "I guess I'm really not cut out to be a babysitter. Definitely not. I originally joined the hunter group just to add to the numbers, but I'm a mercenary class." As Wu Ming was speaking, behind him, those giant monsters were charging towards him at high speed. It was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Wu Ming immediately swung his sword with great precision and accuracy towards them. After finishing them off cleanly, he turned back and continued, "Every monster killed will be billed separately." While the others still had time to talk, Yi Qing was still struggling to deal with Atma, an evolved monster. His attacks were incredibly powerful, raining down on Atma continuously, but unexpectedly, his feet were trapped by the sand on the ground. He thought in shock, "What is this? The sand is restricting my movement." Although Ye Qing was having some difficulty moving, he showed no fear when facing a powerful monster like Atma. At this moment, he gathered a sphere of energy in his hand to use as a pivot. "I need to borrow gravity to increase my mobility." It was a close call. If he hadn't thought quickly, he would have been crushed by Atma's sword. But then, it seemed he had a plan. "This kind of attack is easy to dodge as long as I'm not on the ground." Yi Qing used the ground as a launching point to leap up with incredible agility. "To deal with this Atma, I just need to maintain my distance to gain the upper hand." But with his current abilities, Ye Qing seemed very disappointed, and at the same time, he wanted to become even stronger. "This isn't enough. I need to be more proficient. Activate Berserk State." Immediately, he shot towards the monster at incredible speed. After closing in on the monster, he slashed while dodging its attacks. After dodging its blow, he followed up with another slash, leaving Atma no time to react. It seemed to have gone berserk, gathering a powerful energy in its hand, and it brought down an incredibly powerful blow on Ye Qing, but he dodged it with ease. Instantly, he circled behind it and landed another slash, causing it immense pain. Gotcha. After a series of slashes, Ye Qing happened to notice something strange about its wound. Inside the gash, something purple was gradually crumbling, but while Ye Qing was distracted, it got into position to attack him again. Although Ye Qing's reflexes were sharp, and he managed to block Atma's arm with his dual blades, The force of its attack was too great. The system interface appeared again. Perfect parry, but damage from Atma's crushing blow cannot be fully nullified. You still take 30% damage. Its blow was so powerful that the sword in Ye Qing's hand cracked as he blocked its arm. A second later, the sword shattered before his astonished eyes. And then Atma sent him flying dozens of meters away, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. After he was sent flying, the system announced, "Immobilize debuff effect, emergency evasion disabled, movement skills disabled." After taking the hit, Ye Qing's hand had now turned a mysterious purple color. He immediately said, "Recall." At that moment, hands emerged from the ground, grabbing onto him. Then Ye Qing sat up and commanded, "Let's get out of here first." As he left, he thought, "First, I need to use healing to recover the health I lost from going berserk." While Ye Qing was retreating, Atma continued to chase him. He shouted again, "Weapon recall." Then he suddenly turned back and slipped behind the monster to attack. Now, he was much more cautious, aiming for its weak point. The system continued to announce, "Hamstring successful." Atma's movement speed and turning speed are reduced. While it was still in agony from the last attack, he jumped up from behind, aiming to strike its head. After landing a few more slashes on the back of the ogre's head, he saw its health drop to 75%. Without stopping, he seized the opportunity to land several more blows. The ogre, now in agony, let out a savage roar. As for Ye Qing, he felt a surge of joy and said, "Its health has dropped significantly, so let's just stick to this method." The monster bared its sharp teeth and lunged forward with ferocious streams of power. The system simultaneously blared a red alert. Its power erupted, sending a few people standing nearby flying backward. The ogre initiated a four-limbed stomp. That thing, with its violently erupting power, launched the person high into the air as everyone watched. Not only that, but a long crack was torn through the ground where the crowd had been standing. Witnessing this, Ye Qing smirked calmly. As expected, it's not that simple. When Chutong saw the person who was thrown go over to him, he asked anxiously, "Boss, are you okay?" "Okay." Once again, the system announced, "Ogre has activated super regeneration. Tendon rupture has been removed. Health is rapidly recovering to 83%, 93%, 100%. As the ogre slowly charged forward, its strength was gradually being restored. Seeing the situation turn serious, Ye Qing spoke up. "Super regeneration activates automatically if it doesn't take damage for 3 seconds. So, anytime it's not active for more than 3 seconds, it gets to heal?" Wu Ming added, after which the mages made the wise choice to take a detour. "We don't have to kill the boss in this side quest. Let's just go. It's not too late to catch up with the hunt." Yi Qing stood nearby, his voice tinged with frustration. "If I don't get the reward, I won't be able to sleep tonight from regret. I've already figured out its combat mechanics." Wu Ming also nodded gravely. "If it doesn't take damage within 3 seconds, its health will be fully restored. How are we supposed to kill it then?" He curled his lips into a confident smile. "With my current strength, I really can't do it alone. But if the team coordinates well, it's entirely possible." Looking up at the massive figure of the ogre, Ye Qing continued, "The ogre has a different aggro mechanic than traditional ones. It will only react to the last person who attacked it. If the melee fighters take turns attacking, constantly drawing its aggro, we can significantly reduce the frequency of the ogre's attacks. Then we just have to maintain a continuous, uninterrupted process to prevent the ogre from activating its super regeneration ability." The people beside him all nodded in unison. "Understood." Hearing this, he continued, "Me, Wu Ming, and Jing Dian will take turns attacking to draw aggro. Yi Ling's job is to add supplementary damage between attacks, preventing the attack interval from exceeding 3 seconds so it can't heal. Then we can defeat it." When Chu Tong didn't hear his name assigned, he asked blankly, "What about me?" Yi Qing gave a short reply. "Your priority is to stay alive." Hearing this, Chu Tong gave a forced smile. "I know you have a special ability to find out specific information about targets, boss, so I'll take the liberty of asking. What are our chances of defeating this boss?" Yi Qing glanced over confidently. "About 20%. A girl who overheard the conversation exclaimed, "Huh? A 20% chance of winning at the cost of instant death? We might as well have just joined the mages who deserted. A 20% success rate is actually huge." Yi Qing held up a single finger, his expression showing disappointment. "We only have one chance. If the ogre's health regenerates again, we stop fighting and retreat immediately. I'll try to get as close as possible to hold the ogre's aggro and ensure everyone's safety. Even if it's dangerous, it'll only be me." Jing Dian gently cast a spell, and a blue light radiated around his body. "I'll give you a slightly better chance of winning. I believe in you. So I'll do my best and will never back down." Chu Tong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. "If you say so, boss, then of course I'll trust you unconditionally. I won't run away." Yi Ling gently pulled down her hood, a resolute smile on her lips. "I have plenty of mana left, so count me in too." Wu Ming then let out a cold, harsh remark. You're all a bunch of idiots with a death wish. After receiving the magic buff, Ye Qing felt refreshed and stronger. Your healing spell can be combined with my lifesteal. It just so happens to offset the double blood loss effect from Berserk. Jing Dian smiled and replied, if I can be of help to you, then that's great. He now looked more vibrant, with a healthy glow and a more handsome appearance. No, you've actually helped me a great deal. Jing Dian. With this healing effect, I can use triple Berserk without any worries. She suddenly noticed something, stammering in surprise. Triple Berserk. Wu Ming, his eyes as sharp as a knife, said in a low voice, the effects of Berserk self-consumption are stacked. Although you can barely balance the health loss and recovery right now, if you activate triple Berserk, I'm afraid you could die at any moment. Yi Qing nodded. This really is a gamble. I have to get stronger. As the dust and smoke gradually cleared, Ye Qing was standing face to face with the ogre. At that moment, a system window popped up, announcing, Blazing Form activated. Significantly increases the damage of all fire-type spells, while also reducing health by a certain percentage. Yiling seemed to be floating, a sea of scorching fire behind her. Ranged fire attacks, leave them to me. She quickly unleashed powerful fireballs that flew at high speed, simultaneously shouting the name of the skill, multi-layered fireball. The ogre flinched the moment it saw them. It reacted quickly, swiping with its bare hands and shattering the fireballs. Not stopping there, the ogre directly unleashed a terrifying power that shook the entire space. Jing Dian immediately rushed forward, shattering that thing with her sword. I'll protect the back line, and then, continuous waves of power exploded violently right in front of her. Over here, Chu Tong used his large shield, from which glowing lines emanated. Ye Qing didn't hesitate and started running, shouting as he went. Use your ice attribute to reinforce the ground. I'll draw its aggro and relieve the pressure on the backline. Hearing this, Jing Dian obeyed. Countless streams of sea blue ice emerged from her sword. Understood, they converged to form a long, runway-like object. He then used his power to launch himself forward, moving across it at dizzying speed. Yi Qing's figure was a blur, gradually closing in on the ogre. From above, fireballs were continuously launched to distract and harass it. Yiling panted and chuckled, I can still fire more. A second later, a fireball with a scorching surface neared the ogre's face. It furiously swatted it away and attacked the spot where Ye Qing was standing below. He leaped up in response. Suddenly, an intense red beam of light shot out from nowhere, carving a long trench in the ground here. Jing Dian was on high alert, while Chu Tong's jaw just hung open. The red light came right at her. Jing Dian reacted fast, using her ability to block it. She gritted her teeth, panting heavily. It's no good. Jing Dian cast a spell and created a massive ice wall, several heads taller than her, to block the beast's attack. Fall back! The more she tried, the more she knew she was losing ground. Damn it, I can't hold it anymore. Suddenly, the system displayed a bright red status window, announcing, Aggro has shifted. Just then, Wu Ming came forward, placed a hand on Jing Dian's shoulder, and said, Get out of the way. Without a second thought, he used his own sword to shatter the ice wall she had created. Ahead, the brilliant light from the ogre shone relentlessly. Wu Ming stepped forward, glancing at her. I've got the rear. You'll be fine. You're fast, so get to the front. Amidst the spatial chaos, its terrifying weapons rushed forward at blinding speed. Just as it lunged, Wu Ming drew his sword, and at the same time, Jing Dian leaped up, creating an ice barrier right in front of them. Out of nowhere, Ye Qing leaped up, unleashing a dark aura as he yelled, Your fight is with me! He slammed a special move right in its face before Ogrima could even react. Its eyes glowed bloodshot red, its palm gripping its sharp weapon tighter. However, Jing Dian managed to freeze one of its arms just in time. The ice spread across its body and then crept up to Ogrima's face. The system blared a warning, frost accumulation at 15%. Someone shouted, Fall back for now. Jing Dian nodded, moving with agility. Got it. Appearing suddenly from behind, Ye Qing radiated a murderous aura. As he landed another attack, the creature reeled from the blow. Yi Ling, lay down some more damage. Yi Ling, who was sipping a drink, felt her fire aura suddenly surge. Got it. She quickly launched her signature fireballs, which detonated and engulfed the entire area. Struck by the continuous barrage, Ogrima was slightly dazed even as it dodged the last blow, but it wasn't over. Ogrima lashed out in fury, shaking the very ground and forcing Yi Ling to fall back. Yi Qing seized the opportunity to pummel Ogrima a few more times. The system registered its rapidly depleting life force, 78%, 69%, 63%. Ogrima couldn't take it anymore, balling its hand into a fist and charging forward. In an instant, it easily snatched Ye Qing. Just then, Wu Ming made his move, raising his sword. He rushed in, and without hesitation, sliced clean through its arm, freeing Ye Qing from its grasp. Yi Qing landed lightly on the ground, not forgetting to praise his comrade. Nice one. He smiled, his eyes curving in admiration. Very good. You kept the damage window under 2 seconds. Ogrima hasn't entered its super regeneration state yet. That means taking it down is just a matter of time. The very next second, Ye Qing's expression did a complete 180 as he barked an order. Everyone, keep up the attack. Wu Ming, standing nearby, replied in a low voice, understood. Jing Dian clicked her tongue. I'll restrict its movements. Meanwhile, Yi Ling was chugging water, overheating from her fire attacks. The Ogrima's eyes blazed like car headlights, sending a chill down the spine. Yi Ling hurled a fireball straight at it, and a second later, it exploded. She let out a breath and clicked her tongue. This thing's screaming is so damn annoying. A system notification popped up. Aggro has shifted to Yi Ling. Flames erupted violently from Ogrima's head as it let out a series of horrifying roars. Its axe swung fiercely toward her. Yi Ling's eyes went wide. She could only watch, unable to react. Yi Qing saw it and yelled out a warning. Jing Dian, block the axe! Jing Dian used her skill to conjure a massive wall of ice to block it. I can't hold it. Meanwhile, Chu Tong stood on the sidelines, watching it all unfold, his mind a chaotic mess. Wu Ming and Jing Dian are taking turns attacking to draw its aggro. Yi Ling's job is to fill in with damage, making sure there's never a pause longer than 3 seconds so it can't regenerate. That's how we'll beat it. He remembered what Ye Qing had told him. And what about me? Chu Tong, your only job is to stay alive. Those words felt like the sky was falling on him. I know our leader has some kind of special ability, that he can get information on the target. I have to ask, what are our chances of beating this boss? Ye Qing's answer echoed in Chu Tong's head. I'd guess. About 2%. And then there was Yi Ling's stunned reaction. What? You're betting on a 2% chance of victory, where we die a horrible death if we lose? We'd be better off joining Fa Heng's deserter squad. Chu Tong couldn't stand it any longer. He charged forward, blocking the rampaging axe with his shield. He roared, draw its aggro to me! Hey, you motherfucker! In a pitch-black room, Chu Tong sat all alone. Damn it. I just wanted to make a little money, all for an impossible dream of becoming a star. In the end, it's because I'm not worthy. His eyes were utterly lifeless. Because I'm a failure. Even when I rap, I have a lisp, my pronunciation is terrible, and my rhymes are all wrong. It was a struggle for Chu Tong just to get on stage and hold the microphone, but a hand stopped him. It was another version of himself, from deep inside, holding him back. I don't think you're cut out for this at all. Hearing this, his present self could only manage a bitter smile. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The demon spoke as it slowly faded away. Useless as a musician, useless as a support. You just shouldn't be here at all. You have to understand, to be on stage, you need the spotlight, and it's the same on the battlefield. Do you know what that moment in the spotlight really is? Chu Tong gripped the microphone and answered in a low voice. Ah, that's something I heard recently. People say that those who stand in the spotlight are the real stars, and the real heroes. But I've always wanted to ask, what exactly is that spotlight illuminating? Is it talent? Dreams? Courage? Or is it just magnifying a shadow? I used to think that if I just stood on stage and held a microphone, the spotlight would shine on me. The terrifying demons all said the same thing. Chu Tong, you're not cut out for this. And what's the reality? At those harsh words, Chu Tong froze for a moment. You're just trash. He gritted his teeth, feeling his pride being utterly crushed. I admit it, I've never been able to captivate an entire audience with just my opening line, but I can't accept it. I can't accept just standing in the wings, watching others shine. When I'm not even worthy of getting close to the spotlight, I want to stand near the center of the stage too. I want to feel the spotlight on me, just once, at least for a single moment. The formidable demons clung to him like leeches, whispering their awful criticisms. Why are you risking your life? Trash belongs with trash. You piece of trash. Chu Tong reached out, wanting to grasp it, even for just a second. He wanted to touch the spotlight, the place where his unreachable dream still lived. It doesn't matter. Even if I can never be a rap star shining on stage, at least here, on the battlefield, I can be the main character for once. Fueled by this emotion, Chu Tong charged forward, a curse on his lips. For this goddamn spotlight, you motherfucker. As the sharp axe swung down, he quickly raised his shield to block it. This is my moment to shine. Unable to withstand the force, Chu Tong coughed up blood, and then, predictably, he was thrown back. Seeing this, Ye Qing cried out in horror. Chu Tong! A dark light erupted violently from his hand, shaking the very ground. Gravity vortex! In an instant, the massive axe was bound tight by Ye Qing's magic. He flung his hand forward, and the massive weapon shot into the air under his control. It flew right past the Ogrima, whose eyes rolled back into its head as it bared its hideous teeth. Yi Qing was now completely enraged, his power fully unleashed. Triple berserk! Chunks of rock from the ground below began to rise, floating in the crimson-tinged air. They seemed to dissolve like liquid, merging into the torrent of magic. Ogrima stood silently. In this crimson world, only its eyes were visible. Yi Qing gritted his teeth, slowly spitting out each furious word. I'm going to crush every last one of your bones. Nearby, Jing Dian, who was healing Chu Tong, watched with wide eyes. That's not ice. It's crystal formed from superheated sand. He's too powerful. Fuming, Ye Qing leaped into the air. Tentacles shot out from Ogrima to attack him, but he dodged them easily. But it didn't stop there. As he pressed forward, a tentacle suddenly shot out and struck him. Of course, the blow landed. He quickly regained his balance, grabbing the tentacle and hoisting it high. Then he drove its sharp tip straight into Ogrima's body. The creature's agony was indescribable. A piercing shriek echoed across the heavens. Jing Dian watched with joyful admiration. Niswan. Ye Qing didn't just stab it once. He stabbed the ghoul over and over again. And the more he stabbed, the more the system reported its endurance status. 40%, 30%, 20%. As the number gradually dropped, Ye Qing used all his strength to land a fatal blow on the ghoul, which was down to its last 10%. His eyes widened. All his effort poured into this final strike. The sharp shard instantly pierced straight through the ghoul's body. At the same time, Ye Qing raised his hand, formed a purple orb, and crushed it to dust. He threw the magic orb directly into the hole in its body. Now, the ghoul could only scream in absolute agony. Its head flew off, and its entire body was torn apart into gruesome pieces. 0%. After everything had stabilized, Ye Qing's voice rang out softly. "How's Chu Tong?" Jing Dian observed and replied curtly. Luckily, the shield's brief invincibility effect gave Chu Tong a fighting chance to live. She's still frantically using healing arts on him, but my healing ability is too weak. I can barely keep him alive. Seeing this, Ye Qing couldn't help but blame himself. It's my fault. I should have understood the rules of survival in the abyss better. I shouldn't have been so reckless and put you all in this kind of danger. Just then, Chu Tong weakly opened his mouth. "Boss, I'm happy I could be of use. I finally got to stand in the center of the stage." Ye Qing narrowed his eyes, a clear sadness welling up within them. He turned his back directly and started walking, saying, "Lu Jingdian, Wu Ming, Yi Ling, your mission is cancelled. Take Chu Tong back to the entrance of the abyss immediately. I'll go into this abyss by myself." Jing Dian was stunned. "What are you talking about? You're planning to go alone? Look at that mess over there, the ghoul's corpse being compacted inside that magic vortex. Every moment of that fight was like dancing on a knife's edge, my heart pounding like a drum. If it weren't for a will of steel and a strong heart, I couldn't have handled any of this. I've gotten stronger, but in the corners no one sees. I've also quietly lost something." Just then, a system notification arrived, announcing the acquisition of White Bone Mastery. I stared into the abyss, and the abyss stared back at me from the darkness, as if mocking my smallness and helplessness. Hearing those words, Chu Tong could only weep helplessly. "I'm sorry. Even though I gave my all to rush to the center stage, I still ended up being a burden to you. In the end, I'm still the most useless one." With a contemplative look in his eyes, Ye Qing found that, in that moment, he couldn't bring himself to say any words of encouragement to cheer Chu Tong up. What am I hesitating for? Am I encouraging him to continue risking his life to enter the abyss, or am I truly thinking about his safety? Meanwhile, the system was collecting the ghoul's corpse. The cruelty of this world, the cruelty of the abyss, has never shown mercy to anyone, which is why I couldn't say those words. Ye Qing stepped inside the deep purple orb, his hair flying up with the motion. As he came out, he happened to spot something that had been left behind. Approaching it, he found a scene littered with decomposing corpses. Ye Qing scanned the area. Although the Heart Hunters team had avoided a direct confrontation with the ghoul, they still encountered scattered groups of monsters on their detour. Examining the bodies, he noted with relief that he didn't find any corpses belonging to the Heart Hunters. Their path seemed to have been smooth so far. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Used smoke bomb. Yi Qing immediately picked up the object. The King's Ravine was shaped like a checkpoint. If you wanted to go deeper, there was no way to avoid the monster's line of sight to pass through safely. Looking at the object, he muttered to himself, avoiding combat. The Heart Hunters really came prepared. His original plan was just to use stealth to get the reward in the final room of the abyss. Then, Ye Qing's eyes became vacant as he activated Observer's Eye. Warriors and raiders aren't the same. They are enormous, and their attack speed is quite slow, but their attack power is enough to one-shot a high-level OG berserker of the same rank. Looking at this old piece of junk, Ye Qing was visibly annoyed. I have no intention of avoiding this. Before him, countless massive figures appeared in broad daylight. A black aura quickly spread around him, making Ye Qing's expression impossible to see. The beasts opened their mouths wide, revealing sharp fangs. Ye Qing grew cautious and raised his sword. The scene changes to a brown, rocky mountain where a group of people has stopped before an ancient-looking area. One of them walks up and slams his hand against the wall. Furious, Fa Heng asked through gritted teeth, "What's going on? Aren't we at the end of the abyss? The final treasury should be right here. There's just this damn stone door." Fa Jiao stepped forward, touching the solid wall. Boss, the prompt says we need the Guardian's amulet to open the door. Fa Heng's brow furrowed deeply, his voice filled with extreme annoyance. The Guardian's what now amulet? We didn't run into any damn Guardian this whole way. He pointed to a line of strange characters on a corner of the stone wall. Boss, we've been avoiding all the fights along the way, so of course we didn't pick up any amulet. With sweat rolling down his cheeks, Fa Jiao continued uneasily. According to the description, the amulet is probably on one of the patrol units outside the ravine. Fa Heng's jaw dropped in surprise. The ghoul, didn't we leave that thing for those trash-tier teams to draw aggro? Don't tell me we have to go back and kill it just to come back here and open the door? Fa Jiao sighed in frustration. I'm afraid so. He wouldn't have it, turning around and shouting, how many smoke bombs do you guys have left? How many will we need to get back in stealth? A bald guy raised both hands and said, all out. The one with the helmet on also confessed. Mine's gone too. Fa Heng gritted his teeth hard. Then we'll just have to fight our way back. Hearing this, Fa Jiao gave a forced, uneasy smile. Our team is missing several key positions right now. We definitely can't fight a boss. Our main tank is already dead. Our DPS, the Sorcerer and the Ranger, are also gone. We only have one of our two healers left, and he's currently out of mana. Hearing that made him even angrier, and he cursed them out with the foulest language. A bunch of useless bastards. Why the hell am I so unlucky today? Did I get stuck with that jinx? Just then, a familiar figure appeared, holding a strange object in his hand. The amulet you're looking for is right here in my hand. Fa Heng, who was grabbing Fa Jiao by the collar, froze at the sound. Even at this moment, he still couldn't believe it was him. Holy shit, you're still alive. Yi Qing was calmer than ever. Thanks to you, I'm not just alive, I'm doing great. Fa Heng burst out laughing. Only one of you? Don't tell me you had to leave your own brothers behind to survive. Your team had it even worse than mine. A total team wipe. Yi Qing wasn't bothered, walking right past him. That's the pot calling the kettle black. I'm not like you. I won't let them die so easily. I had them retreat for their own safety. He placed the amulet into a hole in a brick on the wall. Immediately after, a secret door swung open. The three of them slowly stepped through the mysterious gateway. Fa Heng spoke up. That amulet in your hand. Don't tell me you stole it from the boss outside the canyon? Fa Jiao also looked serious. A job-change thief's legendary grade steal skill can indeed take materials from an enemy without having to kill it. He frowned, clearly displeased. Isn't his public class scavenger? If you told me it was a legendary grade scavenging ability, I could accept that. But stealing too? Yi Qing turned to look at them, his voice frank. Stop overthinking it. I killed the ghoul, and some other obstacles. As if in disbelief, Fa Heng put a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. That thing, how did you kill it? Even all of us combined were no match for it. How could you? To prove his point, Yi Qing slammed his fist into the wall next to him, creating a loud boom. Seeing this, the other two stood with their jaws agape. He asked calmly, you want a taste too? Fa Heng immediately changed his tune and started sucking up. I know you're the real deal now. You're seriously strong, huh? So, as of right now, we're at least partners, right? My group. Well, the ones who are still alive can at least fill a few team roles. What if the final room has a puzzle that requires multiple people to solve? Yi Qing replied dismissively, bored, whatever you say. He continued, inside the abyss, of course, someone as strong as you calls the shots. But once you leave the abyss, you'll still need my status to pull some strings, to raise your guild's rank assessment. Isn't that right? As they descended the stairs, Fa Heng wouldn't stop grumbling, so we can consider this a fair partnership. Traditionally, the final treasure of the abyss is divided equally among the members. My Leap Tam guild has 5 people, the scavenger team has 1, so that's a 5-to-1 split. Just then, 3 beams of light shot out from nowhere. He sensed them and shouted a warning. Spread out! It's a trap! Someone couldn't react in time and was hit. Their body was sliced into several pieces, and they fell instantly as the others watched in horror. Yi Qing could only let out a frustrated sigh. Well, I guess it's a 4-to-1 ratio now. A moment later, after getting off the stairs, Fa Heng and his crew sat down to rest, panting and complaining. Damn it, we finally made it somewhere safe. Those traps were terrifying. They must be all gone now. Yi Qing, who was focused, suddenly noticed something. The system was issuing continuous warnings. Trap detected. This pissed him off. For fuck's sake, are these traps free or something? Detecting a trap, he directly punched the rock next to him, creating a huge crack. The pillar immediately collapsed, while the system kept announcing, trap activated. In an instant, bright stars appeared high in the sky. Fa Heng and Fa Jiao's jaws dropped at the sight. Holy shit. Yi Qing remained calm, his expression cold. Everyone had to frantically dodge in terror as a wave of power erupted from Yi Qing, protecting them from the arrows raining down. The wave of power enveloped each of the weapons. Another tendril latched onto the arrows, causing their descent to slow. Yi Qing snapped his fingers. All the traps have been destroyed. You can go now. Fa Heng's mouth hung open in shock. Are all your stats and strength? Fa Jiao was just as surprised. What was that skill? I've never seen it before. Walking down the dark corridor, with only a few slivers of light filtering in from outside, Fa Heng still couldn't figure out what kind of monster this guy was. He destroyed the entire mechanism with one punch and still looked so calm. Fa Jiao spoke up from the side. Boss, we should probably keep our mouths shut. We might still need his help with traps. He clicked his tongue and cursed. What's there to be afraid of? He's just one guy, and there are 4 of us. After his little tirade, Fa Heng walked forward with a friendly laugh. My good man, why the sudden stop? Is something wrong up ahead? Suddenly, something made him freeze. Before them was a massive, glittering pile of gold. They ran forward greedily, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the gold. The deeper they went, the more astonished they were by the mountain of treasure. Holy crap, Fa Heng said, picking up a diamond. I've never seen a crystal with such high purity. Fa Jiao was the same. With all this, why would we ever go back to scavenging? Another one laughed with delight. We're rich. Seeing everyone starting to gather the jewels, Fa Heng snapped his fingers and shouted, Hey, you guys! Empty your backpacks now. We're filling them all with this treasure. We're gonna be legends when we get back! Everyone cheered in response. Yes, sir. Looking at all the gold, Ye Qing felt no interest. Instead, he found it strange. Something's not right. Watching the gold coins fall from above, he sensed a slight disturbance. The coins began to fall faster and in greater numbers. He thought he saw something terrifying, and the system alerted him. Dragon detected. Yi Qing immediately went on guard. Dragons are extremely rare creatures in the Abyss. Currently, they have only been recorded in S-rank Abyss worlds, with fewer than 5 sightings worldwide. From within the glittering pile of gold coins, a pair of horns slowly emerged. It was Novelis, and she did not look pleased. Someone has disturbed our slumber. Atop the pile of gold, seeing a person and realizing it was a woman made Fa Heng even more excited. The woman, Novelis, rested her chin on her hand, her tone cold. You lowly creatures. Leave all of your fine equipment behind. She lay down on the gold, then respectfully withdraw. As she spoke, Novelis seemed to drift off to sleep. I can pretend I never saw you. The group fell silent. Fa Heng couldn't believe it. Did I hear that right? A monster that can talk, and in human language, no less. Novelis suddenly woke with a start, a look of panic on her face. I almost fell asleep. Huh? But I'm pretty sure I did fall asleep. She didn't forget to look down, where she happened to see the 4 humans still standing there dumbfounded. Oh? You haven't left yet? Such a greedy species. Even the air you breathe carries a foul stench. It's truly nauseating. Novelis's eyes glowed with a mesmerizing golden light. Oh, she slowly stood up and took a graceful step. Dressed in rags, yet you dare set foot in my domain. Novelis's tone remained calm. You're truly dirtying my golden floor. Ye Qing's expression didn't relax in the slightest. Seeing this, Fa Heng wasn't scared at all. Instead, he smirked. A humanoid monster, a rare type recorded in the monster database, and a beautiful one at that. Brothers, if we're the first to kill one and get it in the monster codex, it wouldn't be too much to show off a bit, right? Fa Jiao, sensing something was off, tried to reason with him. Boss, I think we should just listen to her. This woman doesn't seem simple. She might even be a boss. He glanced over, a look of excitement in his eyes. What's there to be afraid of? She's just a pretty monster guarding a pile of treasure. And there are 4 of us. Why would we be scared of her alone? Besides, her aggro seems to be locked onto that scavenger, so we can sneak attack her. However, just as Fa Heng finished speaking, Novelis bluntly raised her hand, summoning a bolt of lightning-like energy. The power formed a sharp arrow that shot violently towards them on a faint breeze. Fa Heng's jaw dropped, and he started screaming his head off. What the hell is this? Yi Qing was also attacked by the arrows and quickly took a defensive stance. From the top of the Golden Mountain, Novelis's figure shot straight into the air, scattering coins everywhere. She created a terrifying wind, so powerful it kicked up all the surrounding dust. She slowly flew towards Yi Qing. Looking at him, Novelis spoke slowly. Well then, little brother. Gold coins, crystals, or other shiny things. She placed her hands in front of her chest in a modest gesture. Surely you must have something to offer me, right? Fa Heng was stunned when he heard that. What? This monster is actually a money-grubbing demon? Novelis suddenly noticed something tucked inside Ye Qing's pocket. Without a word, she used her magic to teleport the object right out of his pocket. Ye Qing was horrified and quickly tried to grab it back. Don't touch my things. Novelis looked slightly annoyed, her expression clearly unhappy. It's just a piece of junk. Why do you treat it like a treasure? How ridiculous. A lifeless glint appeared in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. As long as it's a monster, it must have a weak point. Even a dragon. As long as it has a health bar, nothing is unbeatable. The eye of observation. Novelis pursed her lips, seemingly recognizing her opponent's special technique. Of course, she snapped her fingers, causing one of Ye Qing's eyes to explode. Novelis caught the eyeball, trying to use a scouting skill on me. She was immensely pleased with herself. Your eye will serve as an offering. Yi Ching quickly clutched the side of his face, writhing in pain. But she wasn't done. Novelist threw the eye straight into her mouth. Yi Ching saw everything. He was furious, his anger reaching its peak. The power within him erupted, activating Berserk mode ×2. Just when it seemed to have maxed out, it didn't. His power surged to ×3. Waves of purple light enveloped Yi Ching, and in the dark space, a sharp glint flashed in his remaining eye. Yi Ching raised his sword and, in an instant, was right in front of Novelist. He showed no mercy, swinging his sword straight at her with full force. However, Novelist just gently snapped her fingers. This stunned Yi Ching, and in the next moment, his entire body was sent flying, skidding a long way across the floor. Yi Ching crashed to the ground, forced to admit that this was a power that couldn't be measured by numbers. This one is a true god. Witnessing this, Fa Heng shouted, "This woman isn't some monster we can just add to our illustrated library." He was holding something in his hand and threw it directly. "I've got enough. I'm out of here." The object quickly exploded upon being thrown, creating a thick cloud of white smoke. The smoke was so thick it obscured Novelist's vision. Though the smoke was dense, her silhouette could still be faintly seen. Fa Heng, carrying some diamonds, urged, "You idiot! How are you supposed to carry something that big? Let's go." A jaw filled with countless sharp teeth appeared, scorching magic glowing within it. It immediately spat out a terrifying blast of power, aimed straight at the two of them. The other mage over here was also hit by the blast, his body completely incinerated, and the area was engulfed in a sea of flames. Fa Heng was lucky to escape, sitting and watching his comrade burn to a crisp. His eyes widened and he ground his teeth. "God damn it, that son of a bitch." Fa Heng's gaze immediately fell upon a diamond lying on the ground over there. A bunch of morons. "I told them we'd be fine if we just grabbed the stuff and ran." So he took the opportunity to crawl over and grab it. "I just need to get this one and I'm set." Just as he touched it, another violent explosion erupted in front of Fa Heng. He looked up, his eyes wide open, staring unblinkingly at the scene. Now, Novellis was in a completely different form, a dragon with piercing eyes. "To think you dare sneak around and steal my sacred treasure. You've got some nerve." Before Fa Heng's eyes, Novelist's ugly-looking foot gently touched the ground. That foot gradually transformed into a human one, far more pleasant and beautiful to look at. Novelist transformed back into her human form, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. A dragon's sacred treasure. It burns to the touch, doesn't it? After she spoke, Fa Heng jumped in shock as he realized the diamond in his hand was radiating heat. It was so hot it scorched his hand black, and he immediately threw it away, screaming in agony. A sharp sword suddenly shot towards Navilis from out of nowhere. Her reflexes were incredibly fast. A mere turn of her head caused the sword to shatter into tiny pieces. Novelist clicked her tongue, sighing that it was such a pity. The one who had thrown the sword was none other than Yi Ching. She spoke with contempt. "Even trash like you dares to attempt a sneak attack." Novelist's hand began to glow with a green light, while that guy Fa Heng was cautiously trying to escape with the diamond. "Perhaps I need to teach you what true rebirth is, hmm?" This power quickly enveloped Yi Ching's body, and the spell left him completely stunned. Novelist noticed and, knowing full well what was happening, simply raised 2 fingers, summoning another power. The blast of power instantly struck Fa Heng, making him scream in terror. In the next moment, Fa Heng was engulfed by a fierce explosion, with only his wretched scream echoing from within. Done. Novelist looked over at Yi Ching and said, "Compared to the maggots licking gold coins, I much prefer a stray dog that can dig a crown out of a pile of corpses." She slowly walked towards him. "What is it that you've sniffed out?" Yi Ching answered truthfully, "The key to the Black Tower is one of your hidden treasures." This made Novelist freeze, and then she grabbed him by the collar and yelled, "Insolent! How dare you! A lowly scrap picker dares to speak of our treasure? We are dragons." This time, Yi Ching didn't resist, a pitiful look of pleading in his eyes. "Give me the key to the Black Tower, and I will stay away from your treasure." Novelist's expression remained as cold as ever. And why should a proud dragon care about the request of a stray dog? He gently summoned a black magic orb in his hand. "I have a reason you cannot refuse." In an instant, ghostly arms suddenly appeared all around, along with a large portal that was slowly opening. The golden treasures were sucked into the portal, all of them being taken away. Seeing this, Novellis shrieked, "No!" She kept running from one side to the other to reclaim her treasures, then ran back again, even biting one of the ghostly hands like a coward. "Stop it! Stop! You deserve to be cut 1,000 times." Yi Ching's lips curled into a faint smile. "Even if you kill me, you can't stop the devouring power of the void. Just admit defeat." With tears welling in her eyes, Novelist's tone was still defiant. "Bastard!" He continued to press her psychologically. "Or you can just stand there and watch as the treasures you've collected for tens of thousands of years turn into a real pile of junk." He clenched his fist, and the vortex of power seemed to squeeze the treasures it had just taken. Novelist could only watch helplessly, letting out a furious scream. Stop it, you shameless corpse-eating stray dog. She furiously stomped her feet, unable to do anything. Meanwhile, Ye Qing was triumphant. A surge of power quickly converged towards him, just as the system announced, Eternal Frost sarcophagus retrieval complete. Novelist raised her hand, her voice weak and bitter. That was the 18th birthday gift we had prepared for the 1352nd generation dragon. The magic hand opened slightly, and a wisp of white smoke gently drifted out. The undying flame. The system reported, no longer has any recycling value. It has extinguished itself on the edge of the void. And it didn't stop there. Another hand grabbed a book with the intent of taking it away. Novellus fought desperately to get it back. The ancient scroll, that, and those sapphire boxes. Don't touch them. Inside are our lost baby teeth. That spear. The tassel on that spear is made from dragon scales. She cried like a child, tears streaming down her face like a river. Spit it out for me now. A sharp glint appeared in Ye Qing's eyes. Then trade the key to the Black Tower for it. You wouldn't want to see the first reverse scale of the Snow Dragon King turn into junk, would you? A smile played on his lips as he spoke. Novellus finally submitted, nodding repeatedly. I'll give it to you. I'll give you anything. It's just a stupid raggedy key anyway. A while later, the two of them arrived at an old, dark building. This is the repository of knowledge for the dragon race, Novelist explained as she and Ye Qing walked down the hallway. Besides accumulating treasure, our dragon clan are also collectors of knowledge. Novelist quickly opened the dusty door. But it's been 300 years since anyone has been here. Because the room was so dark and dusty, Ye Qing coughed a few times. He scanned his surroundings. Shouldn't you have cleaned up a little, say, about 200 years ago? In front of him was a huge library, lit by candles. Ye Qing walked past a messy pile of books on the floor. You light candles in a library like this? Are you trying to say the paper in these ancient scrolls isn't flammable enough? Novelist chose a spot in the middle to sit. Sit. He waved his hand in refusal. No, I'm good. Thanks. She immediately took out a mysterious box. This is the key to the Black Tower you wanted. The mysterious box suddenly emitted a dark, ominous aura. As Ye Qing reached for it, Novellis stopped him. He asked suspiciously, what's the meaning of this? She gave a faint smile. But, don't think you can take it that easily. Novellis still remembered her lost treasures. Resting her chin on her hand, she began to negotiate. That's half of our treasure that you swallowed. No matter what, you should at least return some of it to us, right? In the vast, quiet library, his voice echoed. Didn't you call me a trash-eating, stray dog? Where would someone like that get any treasure to return to you? Novellis chuckled and said, my nose is very sharp. Even though you're covered in trash, when you get close, I can still smell the scent of a legend hidden deep within your bottomless pockets. How about this? You take out 100 divine artifacts and trade them with me, and I'll give you the key to the Black Tower. If you're quick about it, I can even throw in some additional services. What do you say? Hearing these terms, Diepkin forced a smile. You really are obsessed with money, Novellis, but what if I refuse? She crossed her arms, her usual confidence unwavering. You stray dog, I know what you're capable of. 100 divine artifacts are a piece of cake for you. As for me, if I could freely travel through gates to other worlds like you, I certainly wouldn't be lusting after your junk. Too bad I can't do that. Hearing her words, he could only let out a helpless sigh. So, Diepkin summoned the familiar sphere. Seeing it, Novelist's eyes lit up. With a wave of her hand, she released all the frozen treasures. They're all yours. Seeing this, she jumped up and celebrated. With that settled, Diepkin asked, satisfied, Novellis walked over and picked up a gorgeous treasure. I've never seen a divine artifact like this before. Seeing that everything was in order, Diepkin turned to the table and picked up the box containing the black key. However, the gem on the box emitted a terrifying blood-red aura. The system window quickly appeared. Announcement: you have been afflicted with the Death Shadow Curse. All attributes are reduced to 1 point, and skills cannot be used. After a 5-day countdown, the instant death effect will be activated. This completely shocked him. What? While Diepkin was reeling over here, Novellis was lost in the pile of treasures that had fallen to the ground. Isn't this the treasure that old geezer kept in his magic vault? When did it fall into your hands? This little stray dog really has some skills. Lying in the hazy aura, he gritted his teeth and turned back. What I want is the key to the Black Tower, not for you to set a curse trap for me. She turned back, her gaze chillingly cold. I gave you what I promised. Whether the box was clean or not has nothing to do with me. Hearing that, Diepkin felt like he had reached his limit. Truly, making a deal with a dragon never ends well. Novelist seemed to sense that something was wrong. Stray dogs that like to bite have never tasted honey, and the special service I promised. She hugged the item to her chest with delight. She was only ever meant for a child who could bring us treasure. Diepkin boldly grabbed one of her horns, making her scream and struggle. Let go! A dragon's horn is connected to the nerves of its reverse scale. You brute! This scene was witnessed by a figure standing nearby. Does that piece of trash really intend to add an ancient dragon to his collection? He was furious, his aura flaring with resentment. Don't give me useless junk. Otherwise, not only will you not get these 100 items, but I can also turn your entire library into nothingness. Novelist sat down seriously, her voice trembling as she explained, "You must find the gate to the other world. Hidden inside is the ultimate holy sanctuary that can rewrite the rules of life and death. Only that can help you break this death curse." Diepkin felt it was too vague and shouted louder. "More clues, you stupid dragon! Where is the gate?" He ground his teeth, panting with fury. "Don't you dare try to run from your responsibility. I'm carrying the most wicked curse you put on me. How am I supposed to fight monsters with this debuff?" She let out a forced laugh. "Little stray dog, an ordinary dragon can't break this curse. But I am Novelist, not an ordinary dragon. 500 divine artifacts, and I can help you suppress the curse's effects." Diepkin hastily let go, his jaw dropping as if he'd been hit by a second shockwave. Diepkin pressed his lips together and said, "If you get any greedier, I'll clean out your entire house right now." Novellus lowered her voice. "I can do installments, you stray dog. For someone I like, I can even lower the price a little." She flopped her face down on the pile of books, revealing a bizarre smile. "First, give me the remaining 100 divine artifacts in your inventory. You'll owe me 400. Diepkin's face turned green with rage, his whole body trembling. "You really know how to seize an opportunity." And so, with a direct wave of his hand, a torrent of weapons immediately flew out. "Here, they're yours." Novelist's face lit up as she gleefully reached out to receive them. Seeing her so happy, he couldn't stop fuming inside. "To think I'd get tricked by this dragon again. Don't you dare pull any more tricks." But it wasn't over. Novelist pressed her advantage. "You owe me 400 divine artifacts. How could I possibly let you go free so easily?" Then she coughed up an eyeball from her mouth. It was Diepkin's eye. And then, Novelist threw it without a second thought. "I will take responsibility for protecting my stray dog to the very end, because I am Novelist." The eye shot straight into his empty eye socket. Diepkin clutched his face, writhing in pain, while Novelist emphasized every single word. "I am a dragon." Diepkin noticed something was wrong. "What did you do?" In an instant, everything around him seemed to blur. He opened his eyes wide once more, but Diepkin was stunned. Before him was a hall full of illusions, the curse's physical domain. Staring at his body for a long moment, Diepkin couldn't believe his vision was restored, and so were his hands. Just then, a gloomy aura emanated, catching his attention. He didn't know what it was, but it made the very space here tremble. Diepkin observed for a moment before his gaze settled on one spot, his expression turning grave. The scene before him was a figure that looked exactly like him, and the system provided the answer. Announcement: Demon Diepkin. Diepkin spoke with a deep, hellish voice. "You lowly human, you can never defeat a powerful demon." Witnessing this, Diepkin understood. The way to break the curse is to defeat myself. The demon stepped out of the shadows. The system displayed Transcendent. All attributes increased by 30%. At that moment, he called out excitedly, "I have all of your attributes and skills, and in this cursed domain, my physical form is even a little stronger than yours." This left Diepkin dumbfounded. "He has the transcendent state, too." Then the demon raised his sword and sneered. "Facing me, you must know it deep in your heart. I am an absolute existence you can never defeat." As he finished speaking, he lunged forward, forcing Diepkin to admit one thing: he's incredibly fast. He quickly dodged to the side to avoid the fatal blow, simultaneously summoning 2 daggers to fight back. Fundamentally, Diepkin was at a disadvantage, and in just a moment, the demon pushed him back, facing this superior foe. Diepkin broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "He's one step ahead of me with every move. I can't gain any advantage at all." Just then, the demon shouted, "Seize soul!" and a faint aura enveloped him. "What?" The demon licked his lips, savoring the moment. "The scales of power are slowly tipping in my favor. My attacks can extract your attributes. Every sword I swing will tear your soul apart. And as we fight, I can slowly, bit by bit, become you, devouring your spirit little by little, until there's nothing left." He then charged forward again. With no other choice, Diepkin had to commit and jump into the fight. The 2 weapons clashed, creating a deafening sound. Diepkin was forced back, using his agility to aim straight for the demon's chest. However, the demon wasn't seriously injured. Instead, his weapon was slowly being absorbed. Weapon break. When Diepkin pulled back, only the hilt of his dagger remained. Announcement: Attribute lost. Announcement: Attribute lost. He had to pull a shield from his inventory to block a direct overhead strike, then risked it all with a frontal attack using his remaining dagger. The system continuously flashed notifications. Consumed 20 points to repair scrap dual blades. At that moment, the demon leaped overhead, not forgetting to lecture him. "Your will to survive is strong. It might just be enough to change the tides of victory. A very interesting soul." With that, he kicked Diopkin in the face, sending him tumbling across the floor before he managed to regain his footing. Then, he charged again. But in my domain, all your efforts are ultimately useless. And then, a continuous flurry of slashes was unleashed. Notification: consumed 20 repair points. Scrap sword repaired. Notification: consumed 20 repair points. Scrap sword repaired, while Ye Qing could only fall back to block the blows. Notification: consumed 20 repair points. Scrap sword repaired. Notification: recycling failed. Insufficient materials. After struggling with him for a while, the remaining dagger in his hand also began to disintegrate. What the hell? Then Novelist laughed, amused, inside his head. Installments are fine. I can always lower the interest rate for stray dogs that I like. First, give me 100 pieces of divine gear from your inventory. You can owe me the other 400. This made Ye Qing mutter in frustration. Is this guy doing this on purpose? In a moment of carelessness, Ye Qing was slashed across the shoulder, falling to the ground and coughing up blood. Notification: attributes have vanished. The demon pointed contemptuously at him as he absorbed a soul with his hand. Look, just look. In the face of the rules, all your resistance is useless. Absorbing souls, huh? Facing someone like me, who's only getting stronger. Starting to feel the pressure, are you? He stood there, rambling on. Now, kneel, bow, and submit. After I devour you, I might even preserve a small piece of your consciousness. If you don't, I'll wipe your memories and take your place, starting from the abyss. I'll destroy your family, then murder your friends, and torture the one you care about most. I won't feel any pain, because I'm not you. Then he moved forward, gripping Ye Qing's throat tightly. In his daze, old memories suddenly began to flood back. If you enter the abyss alive, you must leave it alive. Don't take any more risks for me. I'll complete the rest of the journey alone. I need you to live well. Mom and Dad are gone, so I'll protect you. I absolutely will not let you face any more danger. I promise. Suddenly, a red spark flared from Ye Qing's forehead, containing his memories. After seeing them, the demon exclaimed, "Interesting. I've changed my mind. I'll still leave a piece of your consciousness. For instance, I'll leave you one eye, so you can still watch everything that's about to happen. The original plan was just to break the curse, but now I've accidentally accelerated it. I really ran into a piece of trash." Gradually, his grip tightened. "Before gods, before demons, before nameless beings, you are simply weak. Good, become me. Give it all up." Then he raised his sword. "Give up everything you hold dear." He wore a triumphant smile. "Now, let me replace you completely." Then he stabbed directly at Ye Qing. As Ye Qing floated in this aura, his mind filled with thoughts. He originally just wanted to remove the curse, but he accidentally accelerated its progress instead. I really am useless. Before gods, before demons, before these nameless beings, I'm just a weakling. The demon let out a laugh. "Very good. Become me. Give it all up. Give up what you treasure most." In a flash, for some reason, Novelist's words appeared in his mind. "You owe me 400 divine artifacts. How could I possibly let you go free? You pitiful stray dog, you have nothing left to lose." Meanwhile, the demon, who looked exactly like Ye Qing, charged forward with his sword. "In that case, let me take everything that's yours." However, when the blow came, Ye Qing blocked it with his bare hands. This made the demon's eyes widen in surprise. "What?" He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with terrifying power. "My sword is your sword, and your sword is my sword." The demon, realizing something was wrong, took a defensive stance. "What the hell? What the fuck are you talking about?" Ye Qing said confidently, blocking the sword with all his might. "Your power is my power, and my power is also your power." He kept cursing at him with the foulest language. "What is all this bullshit? Why don't you just die already?" Unafraid and unflinching, he said, "I will not submit to anyone. I will not become you. I won't let anyone take me away. Only I have that right." Novelist had witnessed it all. "I told that stray dog I'd take full responsibility. I am Novelist." As she threw the eye, Ye Qing's own eyes seemed to become lifeless. The demon was utterly terrified. "What is that?" Power erupted from his body, and the head of a great dragon materialized behind him. "Dragon." The raging dragon blood surges. Ye Qing repeatedly shouted just one word, "Dragon." Flames radiating intense heat erupted around his body. "It doesn't matter if my flesh is torn. It doesn't matter if my bones are broken. It doesn't matter if my organs are smashed to a pulp. I will still devour you whole." The demon maintained his condescending attitude. "Who the hell is the demon here? You or me?" Ye Qing directly snatched the sword from his hand, making him jump. "My sword!" For some reason, the demon's entire body began to ache. "In my domain, no one can defy me." No one. He unleashed his terrifying power, forming tendrils that attacked him. "So what if you took my weapon? I'll still take all of your power." Ye Qing reacted quickly, bluntly swinging his arm and slashing through the large rock in front of him. The sword stroke, filled with immense power, shot out in a long line, attacking him. "What?" In a flash, the demon was hit and fell backward. A single drop of blood trickled down his cheek, but he just gave a meaningful smile. As Ye Qing panted, taking in the scene before him, the demon appeared out of nowhere behind him, lunging with a different magic spell. Point-blank range, grand explosion, flame. Let's see you escape this. The next second, the spot erupted in a violent explosion, and it seemed impossible for Ye Qing to survive the ordeal. For a moment, the demon was certain. He's dead. He's definitely dead. However, his last words were like a splash of cold water to his face. Yi Qing was completely unharmed. On the contrary, he stood calmly on a small rock. The demon couldn't believe it. Why aren't you dead yet? He was furious and summoned 2 more magic orbs. Under the demon's control, 2 nearby boulders moved violently toward Ye Qing. On high alert, he quickly deployed his own magic, stopping the 2 large boulders while imbuing his sharp sword with magic. He turned the tables, instantly lunging forward without holding back. The demon dodged the blow, vanishing in a flash and reappearing some distance away. He gritted his teeth when he suddenly realized Ye Qing had disappeared. Taking advantage of the demon's inattention, he appeared right behind him and drove his sword straight into his stomach. Ye Qing pushed harder and said, "Take it back. Take it all back." The demon screamed, and as Ye Qing slowly pulled the sword out, he said, "Stay away from me." Before his eyes, the demon collapsed to the ground, his body seeming to slowly evaporate. Even now, the demon couldn't believe it. "To think you actually managed to trade a few blows with me. This demon is really stubborn. Now, he's gradually transforming into a completely different form. This form is even uglier, and it can even steal my domain attribute points. Unbelievable." Yi Qing gently stroked the sword in his hand. "A weapon just slows down my attacks." Then, without hesitation, he used his teeth to shatter the sword's blade, leaving the demon dumbfounded. "You son of a bitch, my sword!" And then, after destroying his sword, Ye Qing entered a completely different state that terrified him. In an instant, with just the blink of an eye, Ye Qing flickered in and out of sight, appearing right in front of him and landing a punch right on his jaw. He didn't stop there. Ye Qing quickly used his calves to leap up, running towards the demon, and then drove a knee into its gut with agonizing force. It was down on the floor in less than a minute, but there was no way Ye Qing would give it a chance to rest. He pounced again. Seeing this, the demon immediately bound him with chains. Notification: the dragon binding formation can absorb the sealed target's power and use it to strengthen the seal. So he stood his ground and warned his opponent, "The more you struggle, the harder it'll be to escape these bonds. Because I'm not like those other greedy, foolish dragons. Listen to me carefully. My name is Deep Kin." With that, he shattered the chains into 100 pieces, making the demon tremble in fear. Deep Kin roared, "I am the king!" Then he flew at the demon again, and before it could react, it took the full force of Deep Kin's fiery claw across its cheek. Blood poured endlessly from its mouth. It lay motionless on the ground, but he had no intention of letting it go. He blasted the demon's body with explosive fire, creating a massive explosion that even cracked the surrounding floor into pieces. Once his opponent had no strength left to resist, Deep Kin tore out its heart and popped it into his mouth with relish. "Your power is now mine." At that moment, over on Novelis's side, she saw Deep Kin's body sparking with fire and grew weary. So the ritual was a failure after all. If this little stray dog turns into a shadow demon, the only thing to do is kill it as soon as possible. With that, she hurled her spear toward Deep Kin. However, he woke up just in time to snatch the spear aimed at him, startling Novelis. "Body snatching!" He sat up, frowning as he spoke. "The ritual is complete. I've regained all my power." Seeing Deep Kin emerge, Novelis curiously rushed over. "You're back?" she chattered nonstop. "What did that demon say? What did you trade? Did it turn into you? Or has your body been snatched? You're not you anymore. Come on, give me a woof." Only then did he scowl and reply, "I ate it." Hearing that, Novelis's mouth started to water. Was the demon tasty? You can eat those things? Deep Kin just turned away coldly. "Besides, I see through your little games now. I can't believe a single word that comes out of your mouth." "Novelis." His words left her a bit bewildered. Deep Kin exposed her bluntly. "This ritual was never about breaking a curse. What you wanted was for the shadow demon to break free from the wind dragon formation's control. You wanted my body to be possessed by it, and then you'd deal with me yourself." Novelis sighed, a little dejected. "What you're saying isn't entirely true. The shadow demon's domain manifests as something with strength equal to the original body. Even I'm not confident I could defeat a transcendent version of myself." At this, she smirked, honestly. "But you're different. Your strength fluctuates, and this contradictory nature of yours made me feel like you had a chance to win. You're a stray dog I took an interest in. Even if you lost, I could have easily killed you." Novelis suddenly frowned, looking a bit frustrated. "Well, this is great. The demon is dead, and my current state hasn't changed at all. Your instant death curse can't be lifted anymore. His expression changed at her words. It took a moment for the horrifying truth to sink in for Diepkin. The Zhongyan Holy Scripture. You said it could break the death curse, didn't you? You told me that yourself. She narrowed her eyes and stated the truth. That's not something you can find in a short amount of time. Besides, the Zhongyan Holy Scripture requires a deal with a shadow demon. The target for the deal is gone, so how am I supposed to break it? While Novelist was still rambling on, the unluckiest one here is actually me. With the shadow demon gone, my plan to escape the abyss is ruined. Just thinking about it gives me a headache, she thought, while beside her, he had quietly begun to transform. By the time she noticed the change in Diepkin, her eyes widened in shock. You. What? He morphed his face into the shape of a demon. Diepkin spoke hesitantly. What if the shadow demon is still alive? The scene shifts to outside the gate, where two people are standing around, talking non-stop. We've been waiting for over 15 hours. Aside from a few of the armor-clad guys who left a while ago, there's been no news from anyone else. We're dead if we just keep waiting. The Heart Hunters' leader, Fap Hung, is the son of the guild elder, Fap Tien Lun. If anything happens to him, we can't bear the responsibility. One of them complained. Why are all the ones who made it out just these trash-tier members? Not a single member of the Heart Hunters has been seen. Suddenly they shouted, Wait, something's happening. This made Tin Yim whip her head around in surprise. From the gate, two figures faintly appeared. Look, I see them! Fa Pung came out of the gate, trembling and leaning on a staff, with Diep Kin following right behind him. The other two immediately ran towards him joyfully. Thank goodness, you're still alive, he said flatly. He's all yours. She immediately ran over as well. Diep Kin! Tin Yim's face lit up with joy. I knew you'd pull through, he replied seriously. Sorry, but this time, I had to go alone. Diep Kin then pulled out a key and showed it off. The good news is, I got the key, he said, not noticing her darkening expression. Without a word, Tin Hiem punched him right in the gut. She screamed at him furiously. You idiot! You have a sister waiting for you at home. I don't need you taking risks like that. Reeling from the painful blow, Diep Kin could only mumble, Sorry. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. From the gate they had just exited, a mist billowed out, causing time to freeze. Novalis, moved to tears, emerged from behind the gate. Finally, I can breathe fresh air. Diep Kin, annoyed, snapped at her. Couldn't you have picked a better time to show up, Novelist? As if she didn't hear him, she approached Tin Yem. That's the smell of that armor necklace. Novelist smirked and pointed at her. So she's the close teammate you mentioned. Diep Kin didn't answer, instead demanding angrily, Change me back right now. I don't want to get into trouble outside the abyss. But Novellis refused to cooperate. No way. Right now, I only exist as a reflection in your left eye. My actual body is still rolling around in a mountain of money back in the King's Ravine. Flashing back to a moment ago, Diep Kin's demon form had made her eyes light up with excitement. If you can break the Wind Dragon seal and get me out of this godforsaken place. But before long, he had returned to his original state. It seems this form consumes even more magic than multi-layered berserking. She raised an eyebrow, looking confused. Wait a minute, stray dog. What level are you right now? Diep Kin silently held up one index finger. Novellis immediately started guessing. 1 finger? 1,000? 10,000? 1,000,000? 100,000,000? After listening, he had to explain, It's level 1. My class is Armor Scavenger, which has a level cap of 5, and right now, I'm only level 1. Her words made Novelis's jaw drop in shock. A level 1 shadow demon, an epic tier weakling. His pride wounded, Diep Kin yelled back in anger. Weak or not, I'm still the one who killed the damn shadow demon with my own 2 hands. Novelist just closed her eyes, deep in thought. Regardless, you are the 2nd-generation shadow demon. You should have the ability to take a part of my body with you. Diep Kin hastily made his demand. Give me the key. I'm not taking you out of the abyss, and I don't want anything to do with you ever again. But Novellis suddenly moved closer to observe him. Your eyes, they're dragon-perceiving eyes, just like my own beautiful eyes. She cheerfully pointed to her own left eye. Your eye is linked to my nerves. Your vision will resonate with mine. Our connection cannot be severed. This is the dragon pupil contract, the part of the dragon's eye. He was a little stunned. What the hell is that? Novelis's eyes widened as she made her decision. You once used a scouting skill to peek at me. Now, try activating that skill and looking at me again. Instantly, a surge of power flowed out from Novelis's eye. You used a skill to probe me, so now try activating that skill one more time. Diep Kin was indeed affected by her eye. He could no longer control his own, and just like that, he was forcibly pulled out in his soul form. Diep Kin was stunned, so shocked he couldn't believe it. While he was panicking, Novelis stood beside him, constantly joking around. My posture is so seductive, isn't it? Just look. She suddenly turned to look at him with a dangerous glint in her eye. From now on, your eye has been upgraded to a dragon sense pupil. If there are any differences from before, I can use my draconic knowledge to explain them to you. And besides you, no one else can detect our existence. This is a special offer right now. Later on, every time you use it, it'll count as one piece of divine gear. The more Ye Qing heard, the paler his face became. Novelist enthusiastically affirmed, "You now owe me 401 items." As soon as he heard this, he jumped up. "Oh, way you, my ass." Back in the present, while Ye Qing was holding his head in despair, she was laughing uncontrollably from above. He gritted his teeth and cursed in anger. "You shameless, greedy bastard." After saying that, Ye Qing realized Novelist had played him. "You stray dog, I'm out of here." Jing Dian rushed over to hug him tightly, crying, "I'm so sorry, I'm not worthy of being a knight. I couldn't even protect our backs." Yi Qing panicked, trying to calm the situation. No, I wasn't talking about you. It's not anyone's fault. It's my fault for putting everyone in danger. Before we can face stronger beings, we first have to become stronger ourselves." Fa Heng, who was nearby, suddenly froze at these words. A subordinate approached Hanan and asked, "Captain, what happened in there? What happened to your team members?" Fa Heng recalled hesitantly, "I seem to have opened the great door to the treasury." Then he frowned, trying hard to remember. There was a flash of golden light. That information left the subordinate speechless. Golden light, but there were supposed to be tons of treasures inside. Fa Heng quickly and firmly stated, "No, it was empty. This abyss has nothing. It was sand. That was the golden color of sand. It was all sand." The others looked skeptical upon hearing this. Sand? Fa Heng didn't answer. He walked over to Ye Qing and started a conversation. "That's right, you. I remember you now. You're very strong. I can't remember what you did or what you said in that golden treasury." Fa Heng stammered, piecing together the memories in his head. "You said, the treasure had to be split evenly among everyone. One from the Heart Hunter Legion, one from the Scavenger Team." "That's right, a 50-50 split." At this, he started laughing foolishly while muttering, 50-50. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes and reminded him dryly, "You should be thanking the Scavenger Team. At least you get half of that garbage." Fa Heng, Novelis, who had retreated earlier, suddenly popped her head out. "In order to hide the treasure in the Dragon's Canyon, you must absolutely not let anyone know of my existence." "Why didn't you just kill him then?" he replied bluntly. "Keeping Fa Heng alive is more useful to me. More precisely, he's useful to our hunter team. The Shadow Demon has the ability to read memories, and I can erase his memories. Besides, you also need a witness to provide some false intelligence, don't you?" She was finally convinced by Ye Qing's serious attitude. "Fine, but if I hadn't sent out the treasure signal, all of you would have been lost in this endless red desert. Not to mention, my lair is also protected by sandstorms." The scene slowly shifts to another location. Wu Ming, who was forced to sit outside, sighed. He was forbidden from entering the hospital because his luck stat was too low. Inside IQU Hospital, Chu Tong was now in a hospital bed. Yi Qing stood outside, looking a little anxious. "Chu Tong, he?" Yi Ling quickly explained. "Multiple broken bones, internal injuries." Jing Dian's healing arts slowed the worsening of his injuries, which is why we were able to wait for the ambulance from outside the abyss. She frowned with difficulty. However, his wounds have been contaminated by the abyss, making some of the critical injuries seem harder to heal now that he's outside the abyss. Yi Qing then uttered a simple question. "So, can't we just take him back to the abyss to treat him?" That innocence made Yi Ling sigh. "We're a scavenger team. Our members don't have these special healing privileges." However, Ye Qing pulled out a card and offered, "Money isn't an issue. I can pay." Jing Dian also chimed in, "I can too." She could only remind them helplessly, "No, this is a special regulation from the top brass of the World Guild. Captain, we are not allowed to enter the abyss alone. We need to wait for approval." After this recent abyss hunt, the entire Heart Hunter Legion was nearly wiped out. And yet, all the members of our scavenger team are still alive. Based on that alone, we're already lucky we haven't become the subject of a special investigation. Yi Ling hesitated before continuing. "If we cause any more trouble," he silently placed his hand on the glass. "Wounds from outside the abyss can't be healed inside, and wounds from inside are hard to treat outside." How ironic. Yi Qing suddenly pulled out a potion bottle. "If that's the case, then we'll just have to use a special trick." The item dazzled her. "This is a super recovery potion. I've only ever seen these at the highest level auctions, but this is an abyss item. If you drink it outside the abyss, it won't have any healing effect." He decided to pin his hopes on it anyway. It's true it has no healing effect, but his condition can be improved. Hearing this, Yi Ling's eyes lit up. "Condition improved?" Ye Qing confidently held out the potion. "This is a legendary grade potion enhanced with dragon's saliva. It can greatly increase physical fortitude. For a certain period of time," he silently resolved. "I originally intended to give this to Diep Chu, but I can probably get another one later." As expected, she showed great interest in the potion. "Oh my god, Captain, where did you get this?" Yi Qing got flustered and lied without blinking, picked it up from the trash. He remembered being in the library, when he spoke up to make a request. "Right. Before I go, there's something I need to ask you." Novellis replied lazily. What? He pulled out a potion and chose a roundabout way. I heard that a dragon's entire body is a treasure, and that many secret treasures in the hoard are made from materials from a dragon's body. As expected, those words stirred her pride. That's right, Yi Ching continued. I just saw a unique recipe in a corner of the secret tome in the library. Besides the super recovery potion used as a solvent, it also requires 1 drop of dragon saliva as the main ingredient. Novelist was a little surprised by this information. Dragon saliva? She immediately poured the potion into her mouth without hesitation. You mean my saliva? You make it sound so fancy. Novellis held it in her mouth for a moment, then spat it back into the bottle. The system then displayed a notification. Obtained dragon saliva, enhanced version of the super recovery potion. Potion is completely random. Besides fixed effects, it also has random chaotic effects, which will only be known after use. She excitedly showed him, it worked. We waste a lot of drool when we sleep, so if you need more, just take it. Yi Ching held the potion, feeling his skin crawl. He politely refused. According to the recipe, 1 drop of dragon saliva is enough. Back in the present, Yi Ching hesitated, not daring to act recklessly. Chu Tong needs to recover some stamina, but I'm not sure if this random effect will cause any harm. From inside the room, he suddenly coughed a few times. Chu Tong made a difficult request to him. I've already died once, so I'm not afraid of dying again. Even if it's poison, I'll drink every last drop. As he spoke, he sat up and conveniently took off his mask. Please, give me a chance. Big bro, Chu Tong pleaded earnestly. I want to get stronger. I want to become someone who can stand on their own. Yi Ching and Chu Tong were now at the underground training ground for job changers. With his hands in his pockets, he asked calmly, how does it feel? He looked at his own hands, his eyes filled with amazement. It's like I've been completely reborn. As soon as the potion took effect, all your old injuries began to heal. Yi Ching's eyes widened as he instructed. In the world of the abyss, constitution is a crucial attribute that determines your body's physical resistance. If your constitution is too low, your body will suffer permanent damage from your injuries. Chu Tong turned and stretched, indicating he understood. Even if you're being constantly healed by a healer, your health will keep dropping. The accumulated permanent damage will gradually reduce your maximum health points, sometimes even permanently. In other words, my body has gotten stronger, right? He answered vaguely. Yes, but not completely. He asked with wide eyes. My attributes have increased, so why haven't I gotten any stronger? Yi Ching explained with a deadpan expression that stat growth is only related to the outer muscle layer. In the abyss, fighting monsters isn't just about the size of your stat values, but also about your mindset and awareness. Every high-level monster in the abyss has at least 1 or more mechanics. If you can't figure out the mechanics and just rely on a stat advantage, it'll be useless. You'll die without a proper burial because of that arrogance of yours. With that, he took out 2 swords. Without another word, Yi Ching rushed forward. Only then did Chu Tong hastily draw his own sword. Seeing his panic, Yi Ching reassured him, I've used the perception ring to lower my level to match yours. Yi Ching immediately attacked without holding back, disarming him, and the sword in Chu Tong's hand was sent flying. He pressed both his swords against his neck, causing Chu Tong to break out in a cold sweat. Yi Ching sternly reminded him, attack me with everything you've got, including the intent to kill me. But he was a little confused. Big bro, what are you talking about? Are you trying to teach me fighting techniques? Why would I need killing intent? He just silently flicked his hand, stirring up the surrounding dust. Yi Ching glared and threatened, if you don't dare to kill me, then I'll kill you. Chu Tong froze in fear. Am I hallucinating? Big bro is like a demon. Yi Ching finally couldn't hold back anymore and yelled, pick up the sword! Startled by his voice, he scrambled. Why, yes, sir. Chu Tong rushed toward his sword. Damn it, I even drank that potion and got a little stronger. Yi Ching immediately gave chase. He grabbed the sword and warily turned back around. Yi Ching was already right on top of him. Even if your agility stat values met the standard, you'd still miss the best moment to act because of that split second of hesitation. Chu Tong was stunned and started to panic. Even when Big Bro's strength is reduced to 1/20th of his normal level, I'm still no match for him. After I got stronger, no matter how desperately I try, I can't catch up. He gritted his teeth. Am I still not strong enough? Yi Ching countered with all his might. Damn it! Immediately after, he struck with a blow that sent him falling backward, disarmed. The sword flew a few meters away from the momentum. Chu Tong quickly raised his hands to surrender. Big bro, I lose! But it seemed Yi Ching had no intention of letting him off. Pick up the sword. Chu Tong's lips curled into a smirk as he proposed. Let me drink that potion again. As long as it makes me stronger, even if there are side effects, I'll accept them. Contrary to his expectations, he just calmly asked, answer me again. Why do you want to become stronger? Chu Tong's face went blank with surprise. After a moment, he hesitated. Because I don't want to be laughed at by people again, Yi Ching said emotionlessly. Anything else? Chu Tong obediently replied. So that one day I can stand in the center of the arena and be the main character. He continued to ask, "Anything else?" He answered earnestly, "I want to become a peerless, mighty warrior, acknowledged by everyone. Aren't these reasons enough?" Yi Qing raised an eyebrow and told Zhu Tong a story. That obsession with getting stronger can also turn people into monsters, like the Crimson Moon. Because he was determined to gain power at any cost, he eventually fell into the abyss. "I don't want you to become strong like that." Zhu Tong was moved by those words. "What kind of strength are you talking about, big bro?" Ye Qing sat down in front of Zhu Tong and placed a hand on his shoulder. "To have a better life." Zhu Tong's eyes widened as he looked up in astonishment. A better life. Why is the reason so simple? He began to explain seriously. A better life. Even if you can't stand at the very top among all professionals, you don't need to put yourself in danger just to be acknowledged by everyone. I hope you become strong simply so you can live a better life. I don't want the desire for strength to become an obsession in your life, not to conquer the abyss, but to never lose yourself within it. With that, Ye Qing relented and offered the potion. The moment Zhu Tong saw it, his eyes lit up. Just one more small sip could raise his stats. He reached out for the bottle, but in the end, Zhu Tong overcame the temptation and decided to stand up on his own. "I'm strong enough. I'll finish the rest of this journey on my own 2 feet. He picked up his sword and affirmed seriously, "Let's go again. Even if it's a weaker version of you, big bro, I'll fight carefully, enter the abyss, and then I'll make sure to come out alive." Only then was Ye Qing satisfied with his response. Well said. Again, Novelist, who had been observing the situation from inside, had to sigh, "Why do I feel like he's saying his last words before death? Besides, you only have 3 days left to live. I've calculated that your probability of survival is only 1.7 in 10,000. She rested her chin on her hand. "Also, hasn't that potion already expired?" Remembering when Zhu Tong drank that potion, dragon saliva is a completely randomly concocted potion. Besides unwanted side effects, it also has chaotic, arbitrary effects that can't be appraised. You only find out what it does after you drink it. At that time, the system displayed, "Appraisal complete. The effect of this potion is nullified." Even he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Nullified? Then isn't this no different from drinking a bottle of water? After drinking it, he coughed twice. Seeing this, Ye Qing came forward worriedly. "Zhu Tong, are you okay?" After drinking it, not only was he fine, but he was actually excited. "This potion works. I feel like I'm okay again." System notifications appeared one after another. "You have consumed an unknown potion. Activating the legendary bard's song of searching for the unknown. Received 1 experience point reward. Experience bar from 99.9% to 100%. Level up notification." After feeling the recovery, Zhu Tong was ecstatic. "I feel like I'm okay again." Yi Qing's mouth curved into a faint, happy smile. Good thing it wasn't a deadly poison or sudden death side effect. In a way, nullified is good news. Suddenly, Novellus poked her head out and interjected, "Hey, are you mocking my saliva for not being clean or what?" He replied without any emotion, "Of course not." She looked at him curiously. "I'm a little curious as to why this potion was so effective despite clearly having no effect. Could it be that the human race has some kind of special recovery ability?" Yi Qing answered cheerfully. "It's a miracle. That's what it is." At this, his gaze shifted to Novelist. How could a dragon who makes her home in a treasury possibly understand a miracle that only belongs to humans? She smirked and proposed, "Then let me see what you call a miracle." Yi Qing just explained vaguely, "Live to the fullest, and a miracle will happen." The scene changes to the World Guild building. Yi Qing walks inside, hands in his pockets. He walks past Xiao Feng, their eyes meeting for a moment. He glares angrily at Ye Qing. "Ye, you piece of trash." With an unwelcome expression, he replied, "Xiao Feng, long time no see, huh?" He yelled furiously, "What long time? It's a small world, you piece of trash from the Ye family. I can't believe I ran into you at the World Guild. What, you finally came to your senses and realized you need a backer?" However, Ye Qing quickly walked past Xiao Feng. "Not interested. Move." Seeing this, he hurriedly blocked his path. "Where are you going? We still haven't settled our score from last time." Xiao Feng pulled out a ring and cursed loudly. "You bastard! Did you forget you scammed me out of 200 million for this broken iron ring? I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. That was 200 goddamn million. This piece of junk iron ring made me the laughingstock of all of Tatis." He nonchalantly pointed at a trash can not far away and suggested, "If you find it so embarrassing, then just find a place to throw it away. Like over there, for example." Xiao Feng was seen discreetly waving his hand, and 2 of his lackeys appeared. As soon as he saw them, Ye Qing's face showed clear disgust. "You were planning on keeping it to bother me again, weren't you? You really went through a lot of trouble." Emboldened, Xiao Feng rushed forward and ordered, "Bullshit! I'm ordering you right now to buy this piece of trash back for 200 million. He frowned, looking annoyed. "Isn't this just extortion? On what grounds do I have to buy it for you? Isn't that against the rules? But he was completely shameless. The rules you're talking about are for the auction house. This ain't an auction house. You don't have any of that bullshit platinum VIP privilege here. I'm from Tadas, and I've got backup. If I tell you to pay up, you pay up. If I tell you to eat shit, you'll eat it without a damn complaint. Xiao Feng ordered his men, strip every piece of gear off him until he gives me back the 200 million he scammed me out of. One of his lackeys immediately argued back. Boss, this guy's wearing nothing but junk. Even if we strip him down to his underwear, it won't be worth a damn thing. And he won't stop cussing us out. His entire set is junk? Isn't he supposed to be a collector of ultimate gear? So how is everything he's wearing complete garbage? Xiao Feng frowned and made a ruthless decision. So what if it's all trash? It just proves you're a good-for-nothing loser. Drag him to a black market hospital. I'll have your kidneys ripped out to settle this debt. While still dealing with these nuisances, Yi Qing's eyes suddenly widened. Novelist quickly emerged from within his body. Yi Qing snapped irritably. What is it now? She quickly got to the point. I think what this fellow says has some merit. This ring is truly an ultimate piece of gear. He confessed honestly. I already used my observation skill to appraise it, but it was just an ordinary iron ring. Novelist waved her hand with a bright smile, asserting, that was before. But I am a dragon. I can distinguish between a treasure and trash. With that, she opened her mouth wide and unleashed her magic. Sleeping spirit of fire, in the name of Novelis Galacron, break the lock of the ninefold seal, with red scales as the egg, with dragon's blood as the guide. Let the forgotten true name see the light once more. Let the sealed dragon's breath burn again, and release its true name. Novelist blew a breath onto the ring, and its true form was instantly revealed. She excitedly showed off her work. Look closely. This is its true form. The ring's information appeared. Breath of the Flame Dragon, the Ring of Annihilation. This seemingly rusty iron ring actually comes from the ancient Dragon Abyss clan, the secret treasure of the Dragon clan's high priest. He used his own flames to forge it over many years. Legend has it that at the end of the Crimson Flame era, to combat the extraterrestrial falling fire, the Flame Dragon clan compressed the breath of the last adult flame dragon of their clan into 3 rings. This is one of them. Because its power was too violent, the ring's true form was sealed with 9 layers, causing its surface to gradually rust into ordinary iron. Only those with truly exceptional insight can see its real value. Yi Qing was stunned. Something like this actually exists? Novelis boasted proudly. A normal person's identification skill only sees the surface attributes, but my dragon's insight is different. It can see through to the soul of the equipment. Things that are sealed, forgotten, even equipment that has forgotten itself. My power reminds them, and everything becomes visible. After time resumed its normal flow, Xiao Feng's voice rang out again. Son of a bitch, don't refuse my generosity. Unsurprisingly, Yi Qing made his decision. 200 million. I'll buy it. His decisiveness made Xiao Feng freeze. Say that again. I don't think I heard you right. Without another word, he directly transferred 200 million. Sent you 200 million. Xiao Feng's system displayed. Received 200 million. He stared blankly at his phone. It was that easy? Yi Qing smirked and prompted, the ring. Seeing this, the lackey shouted with joy, Boss, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give it to him. That's 200 million. Have you forgotten how much trouble that cursed ring has caused you? If you pay back the 200 million, the boss's reputation in Tadas will be restored. We can finally hold our heads high again. But Xiao Feng was still a bit wary. He turned to count again. You wait. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Yi Qing urged him again. Hand it over. Seeing the amount was correct, Xiao Feng was satisfied and handed it to Yi Qing. He didn't forget to add a sarcastic remark. 200 million, not a cent less. Turns out you're an even bigger sucker than I am. You piece of shit, Ye. Take this damn Jinx thing. This kind of trash is a perfect match for trash like you. He quietly touched the ring, and its shape transformed. Only then did Xiao Feng notice the ring's shape had changed. It looks like an ultimate item. He yelled in shock when he saw the ring in Yi Qing's hand. Yi Qing curled his lip and asked, a deal's a deal. We're all square now, right? He immediately tried to go back on his word, demanding, give me back that ring. His 2 lackeys couldn't help but remind him, boss, that's not how things are done. After all, we're from Tadas. We can't be so blatant about this. But Xiao Feng refused to listen. Shut up. Today you're not leaving with the ring or the money. Hearing this, Yi Qing irritably pulled his hand back. So you're going back on your word now? Tadas's bad reputation is well deserved. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth, his whole body beginning to glow. You're right. As he spoke, he transformed into a werewolf. This is a daylight robbery. What can you do about it? Seeing this, Novelis pouted and sighed. When humans become this greedy, even we dragons feel ashamed for them. Yi Qing could only feel helpless. Some people are just born unable to listen to reason. One punch was enough to send the man flying several meters. I just want to clean up this world a little. Xiao Feng crashed to the ground as his lackeys panicked. "Boss," Ye Qing calmly threatened, "are you going to carry your boss out of here? Or do you want a taste too?" Hearing that, the lackeys were terrified. "We'll carry him out right now." Suddenly, a figure appeared right behind him. Someone who can easily take out 200 million and defeat Xiao Feng in a single blow. "Your reputation is well deserved, Captain Ye of the Fated House." The moment the lackeys saw him, they shouted, "Chairman, it's the chairman!" "Sir, what are you doing here?" This man was the chairman of the Tatu's Hunter team, the Iron Fist Arbiter, Yuk-san. As soon as he appeared, he made an offer. "That ring. I'd say it's worth at least 500 million. To add to his credibility, Yuk-san made sure to add, "A third-rate hunter group probably couldn't even afford one-third of that amount. But I am willing to pay 500 million to buy the ring on your hand." Lying on the ground, still trembling in pain, he still managed to interject. "Boss, even the legendary grade Blood Moon ring only goes for about 250 million on the black market at most." Yuk-san paid him no mind, taking out a check and writing on it. "Because I appreciate talent." Yuk-san held it out to Ye Qing and proposed, "Have you considered joining Tatis? I'll add another 100 million and buy out your hunter group as well." Xiao Feng was so stunned he shot up. "You're recruiting him? Boss, this brat has been nothing but disrespectful to Tatis. Have you forgotten how he scammed me? Recruiting him now will just demoralize the brothers." As expected, Yi Qing rejected his sincere offer. "I am the captain of the Fated House, not some freelance hunter waiting for the highest bidder." Hearing this, Yuk-san casually suggested, "If you're hesitant to join Tatis because you're a captain, then just disband your garbage hunter group right here. It's a good chance to get rid of the dead weight holding you back." Those words did not please Ye Qing in the slightest. He retorted, "They are not trash to be thrown away casually." When the hunter group was at its lowest point, they still chose to stand by the Fated House. That is a friendship like family. But the man's opinion remained unchanged. The Tatis family is the most elite team, with the most complete intelligence network. We have rights to dozens of A and C+ grade abysses. What can those foolish family members of yours give you? It's only because I value you that I'm willing to give them a place to stay at all. Listen closely, I only want you to join." The moment Yuk-san finished speaking, Ye Qing stomped his foot hard on the floor. He frowned, showing no respect for the man. "I simply feel that you people are not worthy. Tatis isn't worthy of any of us." Ingukson was stunned. "What did you just say? Are you rejecting me to my face? No one has ever dared to do that to me before. An F-rank hunting party that doesn't even have the right to hunt independently is nothing more than a low-class group that can only survive on handouts from a major hunter party." Diepkin's brows furrowed tighter and tighter at his words. "It seems you've forgotten something. Even if a captain has the lowest evaluation score, he is still the captain. To maintain the most basic respect between two independent hunter groups, what right do you have to speak to me like that?" Hearing this, Ngukson smirked and burst out laughing. "Well said. Very well said. Elder, he's not wrong. You really are a stubborn one I've had the pleasure of meeting today." A crazy idea suddenly popped into his head. "I forgot to tell you, Elder Thienlan has appointed me as the temporary acting captain of the hunting team. That old man is still thinking about what happened to his son, and it looks like he's planning to pin all the blame on the House of the Pale. Before the lightning strikes, you need to learn how to be a stray dog. I take back my previous offer. How about we, as the president of Tatis and the captain of the House of the Pale, renegotiate a mutually beneficial agreement?" However, Diepkin turned to leave. "Is there anything for us to discuss?" Not letting him leave, Gukson quickly laid out his terms. "The final feast, am I right? You came to the association for this, didn't you?" Diepkin finally stopped. He turned his head warily. "Don't tell me you're the one with that information." Having achieved his goal, he gloated happily. Not only that, but the ownership of this abandoned abyss just so happens to belong to Tatis. That is the abyss that was sealed due to an accident many years ago, and I am the only one with the authority to restart the hunt. Ngukson smirked and made his demand. "I've shown you my chips. Now it's your turn to make an offer." Time passed. Back home, Diep Chu was so shocked hearing the story that her jaw dropped. "Bro, did you really agree to their terms?" Diepkin sighed helplessly. "The intel is in their hands. I had no other choice. This means it's another joint hunting mission for the House of the Pale, and we're only allowed to send 2 members. Who are you planning to take with you?" He squinted and sighed repeatedly. "This really is a difficult problem. The demon-haunted abyss. According to the information Tatis provided, it must be an abyss ruled by an immortal being." Diepkin felt frustrated as he recalled Vomin's attitude upon hearing the news. "I myself am an immortal being, and you want me to deal with my own kind? Do you believe I'd kill even you?" Diepkin grimaced as he assessed the situation. Vomin is out. He then thought of Chu Thong. And that guy Chu Thong is currently in a special training course, and he even confidently swore that he could make me see him in a new light after a month, so I postponed all of the team's hunting missions. The more Diepkin thought about it, the more of a headache it became. It seemed he really had no choice. Tin Niem, the ice-type knight, and Wai Lung, the fire-type sorceress. When dealing with immortal beings created from magic, elemental damage is indeed more effective than pure physical attacks. Diepchu's face darkened as she sneered sarcastically. 2 girls and 1 guy. You really know how to have a good time, don't you? He was startled and quickly tried to explain. What are you thinking? I seriously have no other choice. Who was it that made my brother's hunter team so pathetic? You don't even have the right to choose your own members. She frowned and sighed. If only I could help you right now. Diepkin immediately sat up straight to comfort her. Don't worry, just take it slow. One day, you'll be even stronger than me. Diepchu suddenly bared her sharp teeth. She growled. Are you still determined to go on a mission alone with 2 girls? As she spoke, a cloud of smoke rose up, knocking his chair backward. She transformed into her monster form and looked at him threateningly. If you do that, I'll be the first to forbid it. Diepkin was already having a hard time with Diepchu, and now he had novelists mocking him on top of it all. It's not easy being you. How are you going to explain to your little sister that there's another woman inside your left eye? He was so angry his hair stood on end. The scene shifted to a city street with 3 drunkards. One of them suddenly noticed the alleyway beside them. He smirked and spoke in a teasing tone. Hey, little lady, lonely drinking all by yourself? Hearing this, Weilong glared and coldly ordered, Get lost! In the otherwise quiet alley, an explosion suddenly erupted from within. Weilang waved her hand, unleashing her powers, causing the 3 men to scream and curse. Shit, it's hot, so hot, you rotten bitch! She gritted her teeth and clenched her fist. Scum, like you should just go and die. But in the next moment, Weilang's other hand reached out to stop herself. Her personality changed a complete 180 degrees. Don't do this. It was Lung Wai who had appeared. She looked at the men apologetically. I'm sorry. My sister didn't mean it. She's just a little upset. Please, just go. I'm begging you. They were let go, but they didn't forget to curse as they ran. Crazy bitch. Those words successfully provoked Wai Long to reappear. I will never let those filthy hands touch a single hair on your head. But right after, Long Wai intervened and reassured her. This is my choice, sister. We are one body, aren't we? In the end, under her persuasion, she had to concede. One day, I will return this body to you intact, Lang Wai. Whatever it takes. The appointed day arrived quickly. On the road now was a group of people. On one side was the captain of the Celestial Throne of Light, Jian Bai, the wind-chasing wanderer. He was arrogant the moment he appeared. Just the 3rd-ranked Tears of the Cold Night from Thunfong City dares to block the 2nd-ranked team. On the other side was the captain of Cold Burial's Tears, Sinver the Righteous. He replied with an O. If you can't even say that, how about I help you cut out your tongue so you don't have to be embarrassed in front of your little brother? One of Jianbai's underlings suddenly cut in. I recognize this guy. He has the 2 sharp spikes from the Phantom Fortress Abyss on his waist. Isn't that the legend where no one could see the Abyss's boss, but it was broken by the tears of the Dark Knight? He quickly drew his sword. Looking for a fight? Nonsense. The rank of Celestial Throne of Light surpassed you sewer rats a long time ago. Celestial Throne of Light is number 2 now. Sinver's subordinate recognized the sword as soon as he saw it. That's the Oath of the Holy Arbiter. This legendary top-tier divine set that comes with holy damage was once auctioned for a staggering 400 million. This Xianbai's full set of equipment, I'm afraid it's worth more than 10 billion. Damn it. As expected, without some family backing, you don't even have the right to compete. While the situation was still tense, a cloud of white smoke appeared beside them. A person slowly walked out of it. This is all that second-rate hunter teams can do when they come to fight over scraps. Nguk Son curled his lip, standing before them. But at least you all know who the real boss is. At his appearance, both of them stopped their squabble. Nguk Son ignored their reaction and got straight to the point. An S-rank, demon-level abyss. It requires 4 hunter groups to send their most elite warriors to participate. Each hunter group is limited to only 3 people. If it weren't for the World Association's request, second-rate hunter groups like yours wouldn't even get a turn. Sinver immediately understood the implication. Director Loi, it's not right for you to say that. Are you saying we came here just to be your background props? Nguk Son didn't mind admitting it. There's a reason I invited you. I've applied to the Council of Elders to participate in the Joint Hunter Initiative. Abyss technology can transmit and record everyone's vital signs and combat data in real time. Our hunter teams are being treated as observable specimens. As expected, both Jianbai and Sinver were not happy with this proposal. It's like they're treating us like lab rats. I was wondering how such a good opportunity could fall into our laps. Let's go. But just as they were leaving, he made his offer. Your 2 hunter teams have been stuck at A rank for too long, haven't you? After completing this hunt, you can obtain S rank qualifications, with special approval from the Thunfong City branch of the World Association. He trembled at the thought. For 3 years, Dark Knight's tier had been stuck at A rank, unable to touch any of the truly high-level missions or rare resources. He was moved to the point of tears. Just last week, he'd been publicly humiliated by the S rank hunter group, Cloud Summit. He could only think of the S-rank mission board in the hall, something he could never reach. In the end, they both turned back at the same time. If they could just get that S-rank qualification, Dark Knight's tier could take on this one deal. Heavenly Light needs this S-rank evaluation, but if Tadas dares to tamper with the data, I won't let it slide, Niuson added with a satisfied look. Relax, relax. When Tadas gives their word, it's as good as gold. Besides you guys, we have another honored guest. Diep Kin appeared as the people around him started whispering. Damn, it's that Jinx. Look at his raggedy-ass gear. Is he seriously worse off than our Heavenly Light's janitor? I heard that on their last mission, out of all the A-rank hunters, he was the only one who came back. That was with Boss Fa Hung of the Heart team, too. I think he went nuts or something. They quickly made their unwelcoming feelings known. Shut your mouths! Keep it down! Tufong sneered the moment he saw him. Well, if it isn't the famous scavenger's house, I thought you'd be too chicken to come, Yin sighed, clearly not welcoming him. We scavengers need a time scavenger times to join us? Even Jianbai looked down on Diep Kin, asking a bunch of garbage collectors to join in S-rank. Are the old geezers at the guild on drugs or something? He roared. What's the deal? How can we from Heavenly Light possibly team up with scum like this? Jing Dian strode forward, her voice laced with irritation. What is it? You got a problem? The moment Jianbai saw her, his eyes lit up. He rushed over to talk to her. Well, if it isn't Liu Jingdian from the Liu family, it's really been a while. Instead of a warm welcome, she just mocked Jianbai. Long time no see. But your stutter hasn't improved one bit, has it, Jianbai? Jingdian's words made him turn red with anger. You bitch. Don't you call me a stutterer. Are you looking for a death wish? Jianbai sneered back at Jingdian. I don't want to argue with the abandoned dog of the Liu family. Your brother is the head of the Liu family now, but what about you? You've been reduced to digging for scraps in the trash. How pathetic. She scowled and snapped. Shut your mouth. This is the path I chose, and it's none of your business to tell me what to do. Jingdian cursed again. Stutterer. Jianbai was so furious he gritted his teeth. I told you, don't call me a stutterer. He stammered as he retorted. Didn't your Liu family always want a marriage alliance with the Ngiet family? Such a pity. Such a shame. Now that you've lost your valuable bargaining chip, your father must be so disappointed, right? If you hadn't broken off our engagement back then, you'd be the most famous and admired person right now, able to have anything your heart desires. But to Jing Dian, his words were nothing more than a dog barking. Regret? What kind of garbage are you? Behind them, Yin's team kept adding fuel to the fire. Stutterer, it suits you perfectly, Jianbai finally snapped, drawing his sword to take a life. You insolent brat, how dare you insult me in front of my men? Let's see if I can't make you bleed today. Too bad for him. It wasn't even a few seconds before Diep Kin sent his sword flying with a single hand. His face darkened as he spoke. The sword is fine, but the user. Appraisal complete. 100% living. He froze, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. When he realized his sword was broken, Jianbai screamed, My divine sword! What did you do to my beloved oath of holy judgment? Diep Kin, however, seemed unfazed. He replied calmly, It shattered. Just a careless slip of the hand. Jianbai furiously grabbed Diep Kin by the collar and yelled, Careless my ass! It turned to dust the second you touched it. You know that? How dare you disintegrate my favorite treasured weapon? Do you have any idea about the status and power of the Induyet family? Niuson quickly stepped in to smooth things over. He already said it was an accident. You're all teammates, after all. You have to fight side by side. It's not good to be drawing swords the moment you meet. But his words only enraged him further. Now that I've lost my sword, I can't fight. You tell me how you're going to pay for this. Niuson, playing good cop, bad cop, seized the moment to make a demand of Diep Kin. Since you broke his weapon, it's only right that you compensate him. Am I wrong, Captain Diep of the Scavenger's House? He just replied nonchalantly, If I had been the one to attack first, I'd have no problem paying up. Jing Dian immediately cut in. That's not right. He was obviously the one who drew his sword first. Diep Kin continued calmly, But it's no problem. He held out his hand, and an entire armory of treasures instantly appeared. Captain Nuyet, feel free to choose. Any one of these is better than that sword of yours. Jianbai was dumbfounded at the sight of the armory. Holy shit! Where did you get all this? Novelist suddenly appeared and chided him. How could you so easily show a dragon's hoard to others? Diep Kin frowned and shot back. What are you talking about, dragon's hoard? This is clearly my inventory. She retorted just as stubbornly. Your bag is part of our hoard. Anything you put in there belongs to us. He whipped his head around to scold her. Stop being so high and mighty and stay out of other people's stuff. We already agreed last time that I'd give it back to you, and I was the one who offered. Novalis flew over to the weapons and tried to persuade him. We will carve the dragon's seal upon them in the name of Novalis Galacron. Anyone other than us who dares to steal a dragon's property will be punished by soul-devouring flames, and I'll be on the exempt list. Hearing this, Diep Kin was startled. and tried to stop her. Hold on, don't just cut me out and make decisions by yourself. Meanwhile, Jianbai was still staring intently at the weapons. What is this? The faint markings of these ancient runes are emitting a trace of primordial magic. Yin was so stunned he turned pale. Compared to these, the weapon in my hand is just a piece of junk. Niuson confirmed it with a smirk. Impressive. Your collection of equipment is truly extensive. These are clearly top-grade items that you can't find on the market. Diepkin looked at the pile of weapons for a moment. Since there was no way to explain it clearly, he figured it was best to just bullshit. With that, he decided to spin a tale. The truth is, my perspective is different from most hunters. I'm best at recognizing the value in discarded items that others overlook. Diepkin confidently pointed to his right eye. Then, I used the extraordinary power of my eye of truth to appraise them. Tufong was flabbergasted. Wait a minute, so you were serious at that auction? That ring, you weren't trying to scam me after all. He frowned, thinking to himself, asterisk, don't get carried away, asterisk. He suddenly grew curious. So where on earth did you get all this divine equipment? Diepkin gave a quick-witted reply. That's a trade secret. Don't pry. Meanwhile, Jing Dian was excitedly pulling on his arm. I want one. Niuson burst out laughing, delighted. Wonderful. Surely you understand the importance of a plentiful supply of divine equipment for a top hunter group, right? Regardless of where you get it, our #1 hunter group must have control over this. And I will absolutely not allow you, a person with so many divine artifacts, the chance to cooperate with any other hunter groups. Diepkin, completely unafraid, asked directly, are you praising me or threatening me? He repeated his earlier offer, perhaps a bit of both. We, Tatus, are willing to pay you above market price for your divine equipment. Just think about it carefully. And of course, if you want to enter the abyss, I'll figure out a way to make it happen. With that, Niu-sun turned to remind Jianbai. Captain Bach, don't you know when to quit? Captain Diep is my honored guest. Do not be disrespectful to him or the members of the scavenger's house. He looked like he was at a loss for words but complied anyway. Why do you keep speaking on his behalf? Model. All right, I'll let you off the hook just this once. See? I'm not trying to take advantage of you. After looking for a bit, Jianbai casually picked up an item. This one. Once everything was settled, he returned to the original topic. Our people are all here, so there's no need to waste time with small talk. According to our intel, this abyss demon uses divine gear, which means it's guaranteed to have some drops. Therefore, we need to agree on how to distribute the loot, and I have a proposal. Niu-sun took out a die and explained. According to the traditional loot distribution rules of the world guilds, the spoils are determined by individual roles. The person with the highest score gets the loot. Then Niu-sun tossed one to each person. Yins took it and remarked, no wonder they're a veteran hunter team. Even their distribution method is old school. Jianbai, however, was still a bit confused. Dice. Meanwhile, Novelist raised an eyebrow, looking at the die in Ye Qing's hand. Just like fate itself, it may not seem very useful, but it's a divine artifact that carries the power of law. When the moment of fate comes to a stop, its judgment is like a fixed setting. Even with a dragon's seal, it would be difficult to break the law of power this die holds. Hearing this, he asked curiously, the power of law. What kind of ability is that? She quickly gave a brief explanation. If it infuses into a weapon, it creates different grades, from low-grade iron and rotten wood all the way to true divine artifacts. It's because the rules reside within the equipment that all sorts of trashy divine gear with varying qualities are created. If it binds to a person, it forms thousands of classes, giving you a ladder to the heavens but also erecting insurmountable walls. Because these rules have hosts in humans, many different types of class changers are born, allowing people to gain power far beyond mortals, but also limiting their potential for growth. If it binds to a monster's body, it creates a catastrophe, allowing ants to devour dragons and demon kings to shatter the void. This is what creates monsters with all sorts of suffixes, like elite or legendary. As for the abyss itself, the power of law can also turn it into an eternal prison. The more dangerous, the more valuable. Because the rules reside within the abyss, it makes the abyss more dangerous, but also increases the likelihood of treasures appearing. These four are the known laws, but there's still a higher, more ethereal law that governs the cause and effect of events within the abyss. Yi Qing was stunned by this information. Even the law of causality can be controlled by it. Novella smirked and continued, but do you remember what happened when we activated that treasure mechanism? If you're perceptive enough, you can see the key mechanisms in the dark and skillfully avoid them. If you have luck on your side, even an activated mechanism might be randomly interrupted. Someone who is extremely agile can stroll leisurely even through a rain of arrows. Every moment of every hour, fate is passing its judgment. At this point, she put her hands on her hips and stated confidently, the luck of a dice roll is nothing more than cheating with dice. You just need to unleash the true name of the dragon's eye to see through it. The system also displayed information. Dice of fate. Humble throw. The effect of the dice roll must be lower than the score of the arrogant throw. Yi Qing looked thoughtfully at Niu San. So that's how it is. Is that how Lei Niu San got the title Iron Fist Arbiter? If we use the dice of fate from now on, then all future judgments will be left to fate. It's completely fair for all four hunter groups, and there will be absolutely no situation where the strong can bully the weak. With that thought, he curled his lip and spoke up. Appraisal complete. This is indeed a genuine treasure. The other man turned back curiously. Captain Diep, what do you think? You're a knowledgeable appraiser. I want to hear your assessment. Yi Qing tossed the die in his hand and slowly opened his mouth. Catching the die, he replied firmly, I think it's very fair. According to Niu Sun, this place was once Ashen Town, on the outskirts of Thonfang City, over 10 years ago. It was a town with a population of over 100,000 people, until the Abyss event occurred. The Abyss Gate opened and tore reality apart, creating a massive rift with a 5-kilometer radius right here. Overnight, the entire town and its 100,000 residents vanished. 10 years ago, the Santatus Hunter team, much smaller than it is now, was the first rescue group to discover the cause of this small town's destruction. The leader sent an elite team of 12 members to explore the Forbidden Zone. After entering the abyss, they discovered the entire space was shrouded in a thick fog. Gray snowflakes floated in the air like countless unburnt remnants of life. What was even more terrifying was that the vanished townspeople hadn't actually died. Instead, their souls were trapped here, transformed into distorted, vengeful spirits that wandered through the fog, wailing. Their agonizing screams echoed in the team members' ears, as if countless hands were tearing at their nerves. The original plan was to delve deep into the heart of the abyss, but after only 3 kilometers, the leader ordered a retreat. The fog in the abyss was so thick that their compasses had stopped working. Even the most experienced hunters couldn't determine their direction. The 12-person team quickly became completely lost. To survive, they decided to split into 4 groups of 3, with each group exploring in a different direction. They agreed to leave an ash marker at their starting point and return to it every hour. However, one of the teams consisting of Kwa Den, Hotap, and Bak Lin Nu was attacked by an unknown monster in the thick fog. Kwa Den recalled hearing bells from within the fog, as if from a great distance. Nearby, the silhouette of a dilapidated Gothic church emerged from the mist. The church spire pierced through the thick fog. Black and red vines coiled around the outer walls like blood vessels, and some irresistible force pulled them inside. On the altar lay a huge, heavy grimoire, and hanging above it was the gate key, made from 7 human finger bones. As he trembled and tried to take the key, the shadow behind the altar suddenly twisted, slowly forming a horrifying, indescribable shape. It had no fixed outline, as if formed from countless pained faces, wandering and overlapping, each one screaming in silence. Quaden said that at that moment, he heard the moon whispering outside the window. Then the bells rang again, and a flock of birds swarmed in. His 2 teammates collapsed to their knees, blood pouring from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Terrified, he hastily grabbed the key and stumbled out of the church. Quaden didn't dare to look back, not even to confirm if his teammates were following. He just ran like a madman. Then, a miracle occurred. He stumbled upon the marker they had left at the start. He waited at the designated spot for 6 hours, but the other teams that had split off never appeared. What was even stranger was that the bone key in Quaden's hand began to heat up, becoming so hot that he couldn't hold it and dropped it to the ground. The head of the key spun on its own like a compass, carving a long line in the dirt before stopping and pointing in a specific direction. He had no choice but to follow the key's guidance, and eventually, he found the exit of the Abyss Gate. The moment Kwa Den leaped out of the abyss, the rift behind him contracted violently, as if something was furiously slamming against the boundary. With his last bit of strength, Kwa Den plunged the bone key into a keyhole in the void. The Abyss Gate slammed shut, silent and soundless, and the ruins of this Abyss Gate have remained sealed here, never to be opened since that moment. This sealed the ruins of the Abyss Gate here, and it has never been reopened since. Niu San pulled out a key and introduced it. The key in my hand is the only clue that Kwa Den left behind. Besides, we're planning to reopen it now. Just then, the system appeared and used the Mystic Bone Key. A portal opened accordingly, the Mystic Rank Abyss, Black Prison Mausoleum. Before going inside, he made sure to ask if the Abyss's technology could transmit everyone's signals to the system interface in real time, if their positions could be tracked in real time inside the Abyss, and even if they could communicate remotely. Now then, you all need to clarify your responsibilities and roles in the team. Yin was the first to speak up. How are we dividing the tasks? As for us from Knight's Tiers, we only do sneak attacks. We've never failed, so we're all assassins. Let me make this clear one more time. We will never be on the front lines. Then it was Bach's turn. My class is Swordmaster. I chose to bring 2 members with me, one to be my sword sharpener, and the other to be my sword keeper. To his right was the sword sharpener, and to his left, the sword keeper. Jing Dian raised an eyebrow, stunned by Jian Bai's sheer weirdness. A sword sharpener? This is the first time I've ever heard of a sword sharpening class. And there's a dedicated sword keeper just to carry his sword? Is that even a real class? Ye Qing pouted and confirmed it. One is an enchanter, and the other is a bottomless backpacker with an extremely large inventory capacity. That's a rare class, indeed. Niu-san felt a bit speechless with him. You only brought 2 pieces of trash with you into a dangerous situation like this? But Jianbai didn't care at all. I'm the only one who needs to fight. Those 2 are just here to witness my elegant combat techniques. As a support, that's really unnecessary. He turned helplessly to Ye Qing. Don't tell me you also brought 2 people along just to watch the show. Captain Diep. Yi Qing quickly introduced Jing Dian and Yi Ling. Jing Dian is an ice attribute knight, a melee main who also focuses on control, healing, and her frost domain. Yi Ling is a fire elementalist who handles magic. He conveniently claimed the position for himself. As for me, I'm an all-rounder, which means I can handle any position. Hearing that, he cleared his throat and yelled, "All-powerful? You talk big, kid. Don't think you can fool me just by handing me 1 sword." Jianbai smirked arrogantly. "I've got a whole arsenal myself, and my collection is no worse than yours." The lackey next to him confidently chimed in. "To make sure the boss has enough potions, I brought 1,500 different kinds." He repeated with satisfaction. "That's right, 1,500. When he realized something was off, Jianbai roared, "Shut up! Who the hell uses potions in a fight? When did I ever say I needed to drink a potion before I fight? Who said you can't fight without drinking potions?" Meanwhile, the guy who got yelled at could only reply weakly, No one. "You didn't say anything, boss." Tufong then proudly made the introductions. "Our boss is a dark knight, I'm a wolf shapeshifter, and the one behind me is a priest of light. No matter which one, you can consider us top class." Seeing the judgmental looks on the faces of Ye Qing's team of 3, he snapped irritably. "What's with that look on your face? Don't think you're so tough just because you managed to sneak a punch on me at the World Guild." Tufong stood on a rock and roared, "Take a good look. A werewolf's shape-shifting power doubles at night. And if there's a full moon, my power doubles again. If we had clashed here, then you'd be the one eating dirt." That act made the priest step back as if he didn't know him. "I'm not with him." Yiling suddenly sighed in frustration. "Can we really trust these people? Why does everyone claim to be number 1 or number 2? Yi Qing lowered his eyes and admitted, "This whole world is just a temporary farce. Except for Niu Sun, who's still hiding his true strength, the others probably aren't as strong as they claim." With that settled, Niu Sun suggested with satisfaction, "No matter how you look at it, our people have the advantage in this team. Therefore, without a doubt, I will be the commander of this abyss hunt." But Yin didn't think so. "The fists haven't even started talking and you already want to be a dictator. As for who gets command, why don't we let fate decide?" "How about it?" He agreed reasonably. "That's very fair. The rules are simple. The person with the highest score becomes the captain and goes first. The person with the lowest score must obey the highest scorer's orders, and everyone's position will be arranged according to their score." Niu Sun's result was 16 points. He chuckled happily. "It seems fate is on my side. Based on this result, I assume no one has any objections to me being the captain, right?" Meanwhile, Yin barely got 15 points. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Just 1 more point and it would have been a tie. Jianbai was a bit lower with 9 points. He cleared his throat and ordered, "You only got 4 points. Do you understand the rules? Get to the back." The person Jianbai was talking to was Ye Qing, who had a score of 4. After a bit of commotion, the group finally felt ready to enter. "Enough noise. Let's move out." Gradually, they found themselves inside the portal. Niu Sun quickly took out a device used in the abyss. Before moving on, Niu Sun reminded them, "Stay close. This fog is getting thicker. Everyone should be careful to mark your teammates' stopping points on the map. If anyone gets lost, I won't waste time on a rescue." Not long after the group entered, someone shouted, "Look out! Enemies!" A horde of ghouls was approaching them. Tufong turned sharply and signaled, "Priestess." She immediately raised her staff. Understood. The priestess channeled her magic, chanting an incantation. "Holy Domain!" Her ability could dispel undead creatures within a certain range and continuously heal her allies. The ghouls were immediately affected and began to disintegrate. Jianbai growled, confused. "Why aren't any of the damn corpses getting near that area?" His underling immediately explained, "The priestess's holy domain specializes in countering the undead. Pretty professional, right?" Jianbai let out an "oh" and then ordered, "Then what are you waiting for? Give me the sword so I can cut them all down." The lackey immediately pulled out a sword. "Right." Before the guy was even ready, he snatched the sword and swung it. Jianbai smirked excitedly. This enchanted blade is really useful. He continued to channel his magic, sweeping through the ghouls. "Shining light, dispel evil." Yin, standing on the side, couldn't just sit back any longer. He frowned and ordered his subordinates, "Activate the Cloak of Shadows. Assess the situation, then make your move." Then Yin entered the battle. He manipulated countless shadows to attack. Once prepared, Yin commanded with satisfaction, Let the remaining rotting corpses be crushed under the boots of the living. Yin and his two subordinates fell back to reap the rewards, letting the rest of the group serve as living targets for the ghouls. Suddenly, he froze. That guy down there, Ye Qing, was making the ghouls retreat in fear. No magic, no incantations. Can he really exorcise them just by breathing? That guy must have some kind of exorcism artifact, or maybe some valuable secondhand equipment, but definitely not new. You can probably guess just by looking. I've dealt with so much of this kind of trash before that now, even low-level undead are terrified when they catch my scent. Jingdian sighed and suggested, "They're all low-level with weak combat power. Let's just let them go." But Ye Qing objected. Even though their combat power is rated as weak, there's no guarantee these ghouls won't create some kind of fatal abnormal status effect after they die. If the enemy isn't moving, we don't need to act rashly either. He glanced over and predicted, "The ghouls' clothing looks like that of the Abyss natives. They must be residents from outside the Abyss who were devoured." At that moment, a continuous clopping sound began. Yi Ling was the first to realize something was wrong. Magic? The flow of magic is being disturbed. Niu-san also sensed the sound. Something is coming. The clopping sound grew closer and closer to them. Jianbai was shocked to discover one of the ghouls had imitated that clopping sound. This thing. It just spoke human. Suddenly, one of them mimicked his words. This thing. It just spoke human. Jianbai froze on the spot. He immediately struck down at the corrupted creature. One of Jianbai's underlings suddenly screamed, "Has been." The corrupted creatures then began to endlessly repeat their words. That thing, it just spoke. Has been. Has been. Behind that dense horde of corrupted was Furs. Diepkin frowned, realizing that behind the fog was the one controlling them. It opened its mouth wide as if trying to say something. The corrupted creatures immediately received their orders and charged forward. Diepkin smirked confidently. For a creature of this level, he wouldn't even need to go berserk. With that, he ducked and dashed towards them. Diepkin ran into the middle of the corrupted horde, spinning around to prepare his attack. He carefully observed everything. Death couldn't possibly manifest in something this filthy. Novelis popped his head out at the same time, confirming that undead creatures were terrifying beings that relied on mana to sustain their existence. They would follow their instincts to hunt for the mana within job holders and convert it into life force. The more abundant a job holder's mana, the more of a delicacy they were to these things. After hearing this, he glanced around. The only one with a pure magic-based job was Yi Ling. Realizing this, Diepkin suddenly spun around. "Yi Ling, don't use any mana." But by then, she could no longer control herself. "But I can't control it." A violent surge of mana erupted from Yi Ling's entire body. It flowed straight towards Furs, who wasn't far away. It continuously opened its mouth wide to catch the abundant mana. But very quickly, that action was stopped. Jing Dian stepped forward, creating a wall of ice to protect Yi Ling. She cheerfully reassured her, "This isn't a damaging spell. It's to help you cool down." This made Yi Ling flustered. "But you'll become a target too." Jing Dian slowly curved her lips into a smile and replied, "It's fine. A knight's duty is to protect the backline and become the enemy's target." With that, she decided to go all out against them. A corrupted creature leaped over the shield and lunged at her. Jing Dian swung her sword, freezing it solid. Now, only a few blocks of ice stood on the ground. She continued to push forward, charging into the fray. Jing Dian gathered her strength, creating a large orb to sweep through the corrupted. However, as soon as she finished off one wave, another was already creeping forward. She frowned, glaring at them. It's still not over. After a moment's rest, Yi Ling joined the battle. "Get out of the way." Jing Dian got the signal and replied cheerfully, "Got it." Then Yi Ling bent down, pouring all her strength into the fight. She continuously unleashed her Karma Flame Incineration attack to support Jing Dian. One corrupted creature managed to get through the flames and charged towards them. She grimaced and yelled, "Come at me!" But right after, it was sent flying by a powerful force. Jing Dian's eyes widened in shock, her jaw dropping. Diepkin slowly walked towards the two of them. He raised his hand, slowly casting his mana. "Gravity Vortex. Don't even think about it." Diepkin frowned, his lips barely moving. "Now." He cleared his throat and yelled, "Get the hell back here!" He then continued to pull the corrupted. Diepkin used his mana to wrap tightly around its body, compressing it into a large ball, before finally flicking his finger, causing the corrupted to slam violently into the ground. It was now just a flattened puddle under the concrete. Diepkin continued to observe what happened to the corrupted after being defeated. It's regenerating again. Suddenly, a sword strike shot towards him. Diepkin caught the blade perfectly between just two fingers. Jianbai then gave an awkward laugh and approached to make peace. "My sincerest apologies. This damn fog. It's so thick. My sword control technique is having a little trouble telling friend from foe." He smirked, his shamelessness on full display. "Captain Diep is so magnanimous. Surely you won't mind such a small misunderstanding, right?" Not wanting to argue, he just snorted coldly and flicked the sword away. The blade flew past Jianbai and embedded itself in a nearby corrupted creature. A few drops of its blood splattered onto his shoes. Jianbai immediately jumped back in shock. So filthy. Absolutely disgusting. He screamed and cursed. We of the Celestial Throne are a team of hunters renowned for our elegance, unlike you scavengers who spend all day rolling around in trash. Wipe the blood off that sword for me, now. Diepkin raised an eyebrow, replying without a hint of emotion. You're still worried about things like this in the abyss. Jianbai suddenly shivered, covering his mouth with his hand in a clear show of contempt. That is the fundamental difference between us. Captain Diep, I don't even want to touch the hilt of my sword right now. At the same time, a corrupted creature appeared behind Jianbai. He gritted his teeth and cast his spell, muttering nonstop. The subtlety of swordsmanship lies in its ability to eliminate enemies from 1,000 miles away while remaining spotlessly clean. A horde of corrupted creatures behind him shrieked as they drew closer. The time had come. Jianbai threw his head back and yelled, "Swords, come!" Instantly, a swarm of swords appeared. He spun around, using the blades to wipe out the entire horde of corrupted. A sword, after all, is just a tool that will get dirty. It is not worthy of touching its master's skin. Diepkin just slowly curled his lip in a sarcastic smile. And here I thought swordsmen were supposed to cherish their blades. But Jianbai paid his words no mind. You're so childish, he lectured while attacking the corrupted. An unclean sword loses its right to exist, just like a warrior who has lost his honor, or a woman who has lost her purity. At this point, Jianbai bowed as if giving a grand speech. It is because I deeply love these servants of mine, that I must strictly adhere to the rules of master and servant. The master sets the rules, the sword follows the rules. The master maintains purity, the sword carries the filth. The master. Jing Dian ignored him and turned directly to Diepkin with a question. Something's not right. These faded ones are regenerating in the fog at an increasingly faster rate. She hesitated before guessing. This fog is a type of magical energy, providing them with the nutrients to regenerate. Over on the other side, Tiufeng was attacking relentlessly, and the priest was also gradually thinning their numbers. Niu Sun finally had a chance to look around at everyone. We shouldn't stay here for long. The border of the Yin's Grand Cemetery is just ahead. Where's that guy? A woman from behind him quickly spoke up. I haven't seen him since the beginning. Could he have gotten separated from the group? Hearing that, he gritted his teeth and cursed. Trash. Can't even handle a freak of this level. A third rate, through and through. Just then, a man approached. I beg you, sir. I'm one of Yin's subordinates. He tried to calmly explain the situation. Please don't abandon our leader. He's in trouble over there and needs reinforcements. But Niu Sun showed no interest. Not necessary. Seeing this, Diepkin spoke up to stop them. It is necessary. Tiufeng cleared his throat and yelled, What do you mean by that? You dare defy the captain's orders? He frowned, gritting his teeth as he reminded him, This is a group operation, and as the captain, you are responsible for every single member. Niu Sun immediately pushed all the responsibility onto Diepkin. Then as captain, how about I order the House of Scavengers to go support Yin's? Jing Dian couldn't help but retort. On what grounds are you only sending our team? He paid her no mind, turning to leave. Wasting mana to save someone in a place like this. Why don't you just go there by yourself? Don't forget, before we entered the abyss, we used fate to decide who had command. Before leaving, Niu Sun made sure to add, If you want to save him, I won't stop you. In the end, Diepkin had to accept the responsibility. If you're going to say that, then I'll be the one to save him. I don't agree with Yin's. I'm just fulfilling the responsibilities that a captain should bear. In your place. Remember that. Down below, Jianbai couldn't resist and wanted to go along. How brave. You think you can hog all the attention? Do you look down on our celestial throne too? I'm going as well. Niu Sun gritted his teeth, looking impatient. I'll give you 5 minutes max. The number of fated ones in the Grand Cemetery will only increase. By then, even if you retreat to the edge of the area, you'll still have a hard time avoiding attracting a swarm of monsters. Chapter 80. Jing Dian turned and offered, I'll go with you, but Diepkin just reassured her in a gentle voice. You and Yiling just stand guard here. Before leaving with him, Jianbai gave his underlings an order. You two stand guard here, he urged them hastily. And be careful. As soon as Ye Qing walked a short distance away, his eyes widened as he activated his dragon's eye. He was immediately able to get a rough analysis of the situation. Ye Qing carefully warned, Avoid the red. This wasn't the time to start a fight. His figure glided through the corpses like a ghost. Even the high-level ghouls didn't dare approach. We just need to avoid that furs guy and find Yin, he said, then ran off to find him. Left behind, he could only marvel, this guy has vision that can pierce through the fog. That kind of special observation ability isn't something a normal person can possess. Jianbai quickly made up his mind. Following him would help avoid a lot of trouble. 4 directions formation. Ye Qing sensed the magical energy and quickly gave a warning. If you use a formation that big, we'll run into trouble wherever we go. But Jianbai defiantly did the opposite. I do what I want. The two of them passed through layer after layer of thick fog. They finally set foot in the cemetery, where the air was indescribably gloomy. Jianbai looked around, confused. The fog has cleared here, but it should be thickest in the center of the cemetery. He breathed a sigh of relief, letting his guard down. Our luck's not bad. No one followed us, and this place is clean too. Yi Qing suddenly called out, "Over here!" Before them was a human corpse with a long trail of blood. At the highest point of the cemetery, a figure had appeared. The Nether Knight stood right there, its entire body radiating pressure. Jianbai's voice was full of excitement. Our luck really is something else. We found the boss. Behind them, a figure was lurking. Yin peeked out from behind a tombstone, whispering a warning. "Over here, you idiots! 2 more steps and you'll be on a one-way trip to the afterlife." The moment Jianbai saw him, he taunted, Well, look who it is." Exasperated, Yin had no choice but to lunge forward and cover Jianbai's mouth. "Shut your damn mouth. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Ye Qing was a bit confused. "If you can deal with it, then why are you just waiting here to die?" Yin cleared his throat and shot back. "You think I times like time standing here?" He pointed towards the smoke and explained, "Once you pass that boundary, demon, there's no coming back." "You idiot. It's the Domain Lord's barrier." He offered an explanation. Wherever a boss-level monster appears, a dungeon-like structure is created. Normally, you can get rid of it by killing the area's lord. Yin shot back in a low voice. "You think I don't want to kill this mongrel?" He gestured with his head. "Look, that thing one-shotted my men with a single slash." Yin concluded based on his observations so far. "I'm waiting for the boss's aggro to die down. It's still really agitated. We'll probably have to wait a bit longer." The Nether Knight's eyes suddenly gleamed with unusual excitement. The reckless Jianbai charged forward to show off. Wait until the boss calms down? How pathetic. Seeing this, Ye Qing and Yin were speechless. Ugh. As he charged, he continued to boast. "A true powerhouse fears nothing." Jianbai continuously summoned countless swords. Sword manipulation, heavenly return. After finishing, he landed on the ground. Jianbai smirked smugly. "This is an impenetrable fortress." But not long after, he froze. The unscathed Nether Knight charged forward, scythe in hand, and swung it fiercely at Jianbai. Horrified, he leaned to the side to dodge. Jianbai then flung a sword at it. As soon as the sword hit the Nether Knight, a system notification appeared. Brutal strike. Each attack has an armor-breaking effect, directly destroying the target's physical defense. Yi Qing observed the battle seriously. Not even a tank could withstand a second hit from the Nether Knight. Seeing his sword get damaged, Jianbai cursed. "My sword, you bastard!" Enraged, Jianbai summoned even more swords. "I'm going to grind you into dust." The Nether Knight suddenly spoke with conviction. "I am the enemy of the living, and all of you will die here." The system displayed Nether Flame. All attacks have a Nether Flame burning effect. Then it gripped its sword and charged forward. Jianbai also spun, creating a vortex. The two charged and attacked each other directly. He was sent flying by one of the Nether Knight's blows. Yi Qing, who was watching, sensed something was wrong and shouted, "Hurry up and dodge!" As Jianbai watched, it advanced towards him step by step. Jianbai cleared his throat, still so stubborn. "If a swordmaster like me retreated, wouldn't you all just laugh at me?" He finally couldn't take it anymore and had to jump in, completely blocking the Nether Knight's sword. Yi Qing struggled to parry, gritting his teeth and yelling, "You're just pissing it off, you idiot." Meanwhile, Jianbai was still yelling accusations. "Are you trying to steal my spotlight?" Yi Qing ordered without hesitation. The Nether Knight's demonic flame frenzy slash is a special fire attribute attack that deals double damage to armor. "If you value your swords, then get the hell back." Those words wounded his pride. "You son of a bitch. How dare you talk to me like that?" Yi Qing looked at the ring on his hand as a system notification appeared. Breath of the Fire Dragon, Ring of Destruction, has been activated. The ring immediately began to glow, and a storm of fire erupted. It enveloped the Nether Knight, startling it. Jianbai was also frozen in shock. "What's going on?" Ye Qing continued to unleash his power. His first step was a success. Breath of the Fire Dragon, the Ring of Destruction, is effective. Nether Flame has been stolen. Yi Qing excitedly clenched his fist. "This is the power of a $200 million god-tier item." He smirked, taunting it. "Your power belongs to me now." The Nether Knight was immediately provoked and let out a roar. Instantly, furs emerged from underground. This time, it was Yin and Jianbai who were surprised. Without another word, Ye Qing shot forward, leaping up and clenching his hand into a fist. Ye Qing landed a punch on furs, which immediately collapsed, unable to withstand the blow. Yi Qing smirked with satisfaction. As long as the Nether Flame is burning, its regeneration ability can't be activated. The other creatures quickly rushed forward, trying to grab him. Yi Qing just leaped lightly into the air, clenched his fist, and prepared to strike. Another punch was thrown. One of the creatures saw an opportunity while Ye Qing wasn't paying attention and went for a sneak attack. It easily clamped its jaws shut around him. After just a few seconds, First felt its whole face flush with heat, and its head quickly burst into flames. Yin was so shocked he exclaimed, "The boss's ability was stolen? This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this." Jian Bai, shameless as ever, tried to take the credit. "I'd already taken most of its power before you even showed up." Ye Qing stood safely in front of the thick smoke. Right above him, the Nether Knight appeared and struck down hard, but luckily Ye Qing dodged in time. He carefully took a few steps back, then leaned in and threw a powerful punch. The flames from the punch gradually enveloped the Nether Knight. When the flames subsided, the system displayed a notification: Fire Attribute Immunity, Counterattack Amplification, Immovable as a Mountain. After reading it, Yi Qing's eyes went wide with shock. He hastily leaned away to dodge its attack. Without hesitation, Ye Qing decided to use his shadow ability. He controlled 3 boulders and sent them flying towards the Nether Knight. It immediately sliced through all of them. Yi Qing fought while thinking up a strategy. The Nether Knight has high elemental resistance, but its physical resistance is very weak. When it fully switches its elemental shell, it gets stunned for a short period. This is the best and only time to deal damage to it. He focused his magic, controlling countless boulders of all sizes. While it was distracted, Ye Qing slipped behind its back. He threw a punch at the Nether Knight. After the blow, its entire body began to dissolve. The defeated Nether Knight turned into pieces of equipment. Yi Qing dusted off his hands, signaling the job was done. Yin and Jian Bai were instantly dumbfounded. "It's over." The two of them shamelessly moved in to fight over the loot. "I knew it. Surviving that mess was bound to pay off. Out of my way. I'm the one who found this monster first. By what rule should he get at least half the loot? Some idiot hid at a safe distance the whole time, didn't even join the fight, and still has the nerve to demand his share. If I hadn't dared to face the boss's ultimate attack, you guys wouldn't even have the chance to be standing here talking." Jian Bai shamelessly ordered, "The price for your chance to survive was 3 broken swords, so the cost of my appearance wasn't cheap. The highest quality swords on the ground will compensate for my losses. The rest will be given to you like handouts." Diepkin just gave a cold glance. "In my eyes, everything on this ground is trash. If you want it, just take it all." With his easily bruised ego, Jian Bai naturally flew into a rage. "What did you say? Diep the trash? Are you saying we're the ones picking up garbage?" But Yin wasn't like him. He only cared about the loot. "I don't care. If you don't want it, even better. It's all mine." Diepkin couldn't care less and turned away abruptly, driving Jianbai insane with anger. He slowly channeled his magic to retrieve it. Countless hands appeared and touched the skull. As soon as he collected it, the system displayed Nether Flame. It can be fused with an anvil to increase forging success rate by 30%, reduce material consumption by 20%, add a nether attribute, and has a chance to activate a soul-burning effect on attack. Diepkin was stunned, a bit surprised. "What is this?" Novellus, who had been missing until now, suddenly spoke up in praise. "You're truly lucky. You even managed to get the rare, strange flame from a monster's body to drop. The probability of it dropping is only about 1 in a million." She brought up the earlier matter. "Do you remember the suffix you got from the Nether Knight using the Ring of Destruction? When dealing with boundary breakers, even a slight touch of the Nether Flame will make them groan for half an eternity, and their ability to resurrect will be completely stripped away. The Nether suffix can be combined with elements. For example, Nether plus fire creates the Nether Flame, which strikes fear into immortal beings." Hearing this, Diepkin curved his lips in satisfaction. "Sounds pretty good. I'll take it." Meanwhile, Yin, who was picking up loot, couldn't keep quiet. "Am I seeing things? Did that bastard secretly get something good and not tell me?" Jianbai seized the opportunity and started acting like a thug. "Hey, Diep the trash, did you just take a rare item for yourself?" The two shameless guys ran over to demand their share. "Stop playing dumb. I saw a green fireball flare up from your hand. Are you trying to hog the only divine artifact the Nether Knight dropped?" "Well said." "Yin, do you think you can hog the loot just because you landed the final blow?" According to the agreement, the decision-making rights of the Ringed Sages come after the throne of celestial light and tears of dark night. Diepkin glanced at them coldly. "I risked my life charging into the fog to save you, but in the end, I'm the one accused of hoarding the loot." At this, the corners of his mouth lifted again. "You're wrong." Diepkin's entire body erupted in a fierce flame that seemed to want to devour everything. Only then did the two show their fear. He transformed into his demon form to threaten them. "I did indeed get it. Something very powerful, and I can show it to you." Yin and Jianbai immediately backed away in fear. "Shit, it's hot! So hot! Is this damn flame alive?" Not wanting to actually kill anyone, Diepkin returned to his original form. "You guys can't use this thing, so it belongs to me. Got it?" After that incident, they finally behaved themselves. All right, we get it. I wouldn't even want that little soul flame if you gave it to me." He finished and was about to leave. Diepkin commanded, Let's get a move on. Prepare to rendezvous with the others. Jianbai sneered, frowning slightly as he watched him. Damn it, good thing I didn't make a move. This Diep the trash guy hides his true strength well. But the higher you climb, the harder you fall. Just you wait. Back at the earlier battlefield, Xiaofeng spoke up sleepily. Boss, they've been gone for a long time. Don't tell me. Niu-san asserted confidently. As long as he's there won't be any problems. Just as he finished speaking, Diep Kin's group returned. He was overjoyed to see them. Fantastic. Captain Diep, thank you for all your hard work. I knew that even if I didn't step in, you could have saved him. Niu-san carefully warned, Yin, don't disappoint me again. He gritted his teeth and lamented, damn it, my luck has been shit all day. It must be because of that trash's curse. They continued on their journey. Xiaofeng approached and inquired, Boss, is this the great cathedral of white bones you mentioned? Niu-san grinned happily and replied, that's right. This is where the final rite took place. Before them stood a massive cathedral. Everyone continued deeper inside. Inside the cathedral, though many years had passed, everything looked as if it were new. Niu-san suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on a glowing object ahead, a high-grade divine artifact capable of cleansing all curses and resetting all abnormalities. Diep Kin also froze when he saw it. Before them was the book that had been mentioned before. Yin wondered aloud, what do the 11 skeletons mean? It seems like they've been lying here for a very long time. Chief Lei, why did you bring us to this deserted church? No one noticed the change in him. His entire body suddenly transformed. Diep Kin slowly came to a conclusion. We should have come here sooner. Raven, the sole survivor of the 12-member elite squad. He raised an eyebrow and declared, it's you, Captain Lei. Upon hearing this, Jianbai's jaw dropped in horror. What? So the hunt was a lie. The sacrifice is what's real. Niu-san finally revealed his true face. He cheerfully admitted everything. Excellent. Niu-san generously explained his reasons. From the beginning, this invasion of the abyss was my soul-gathering ritual, and to fully activate this ritual, I just happened to need 9 new souls. Jianbai was stunned, his face filled with fear. New souls. He continued to explain, I just need to sacrifice 9 more souls for the final ceremony, and it will be fully charged and complete. At that point, I will use this divine artifact to ascend and become a calamity ranker. Yin broke out in a cold sweat, trying to reason with him. Sir, it seems your calculations are off. Our 3 hunting parties have 8 people at most. Have you forgotten that our Tears of Dark Night is short 1 person? Though terrified, he tried to remain calm and persuasive. In any case, your plan can't be carried out. Why don't we just pretend nothing happened, and you can find another group to be scapegoats? Rest assured, our Tears of Dark Night will absolutely not sell you out. Hearing this, Niu-san complained. You people from Tears of Dark Night, you're all trash. You lost 1 life right after you walked in the door. That was truly outside my calculations. But there's something else that surprised me even more. He squinted his eyes, pleased and satisfied. Although you have 8 people, there are 9 souls. The scales of fate always balance at the most opportune moment. Over here, Niu-san stared intently at her and called out softly. Isn't that right, Lady Wailing? Hearing this, Jing Dian also looked back at Wailing in alarm. What? She calmly admitted it. That's right. This body is a shared vessel for my younger sister and me. My name is Yi Ling. Jing Dian's eyes widened in amazement. No wonder I felt like you were 2 completely different people during the last battle. She frowned in thought. The captain, who infiltrated the abyss? It was also for the final rite. Ahead, he approached, looking at him with a mocking laugh. He also looked in that direction, confused. It seems like every single member of your group is hiding a secret, huh? Suddenly, she looked at him seriously and retorted, I only want to use the power of the final rite to separate my soul and return this body, whole, to my sister. I have no intention of hogging it for myself. The final rite can remove all curses from the abyss, including the one on her. He frowned, lost in thought. Locking 2 souls in a single vessel seems very much in the style of a demon. In front of them, Niu-san continued to look at them with a scornful laugh. Waste the final rite on a bunch of small fry like you? How ridiculous. All of you are just firewood for the ritual. The white-haired man's hands clenched in anger. Beside him, the priest also raised his weapon, preparing to attack with dark magic. Jianbai gritted his teeth in astonishment. Dark power. No way! You're a holy priest! How can you? Her face was twisted with madness, the power radiating from her a palpable threat. I am favored by both light and darkness, a priest chosen by God, a once-in-a-century prodigy. Yin glared and shouted, Even so, there are 3 hunter groups here. Do you really think just 3 of you from Tadas can handle us? The priest arrogantly launched a blast of power in their direction. Relying on a worthless hunter captain like you? I alone am more than enough to crush every last one of you. But he quickly dashed forward to block it, swinging his sword to cut the attack in 2. The priest's eyes widened in shock. The boy's face was furious, his teeth clenched in a snarl. You dare treat my comrades like kindling? Niu-san in front of him remained arrogant. So what if I do? What do you think you are? Heroes? You're nothing but self-righteous ants, incapable of making even a single ripple in the torrent of the world. He looked towards Yi Ling, who was glaring angrily, her fists clenched. Your soul is nothing but a toy for demons to play with, and so is your so-called sister, he shouted, his face filled with glee. And you, Ye Qing, do you really think your ridiculous, trashy hunter team can change anything? All of you are just candles on an altar, burning away until not even a speck of ash remains. With that, he screamed. The white-haired man beside him also charged forward. Now, be good and become nutrients for the final sacrament. That is your only purpose. Yi Ling, Cyrus, the seed of heavenly light, and the tear of darkness are all yours to handle. I will personally sacrifice the fated one, he replied clearly. Seeing this, Ye Qing's brow furrowed as he made a decision. If that's how it's going to be, then there's no need to hold back anymore. The group behind him charged forward with determination. Don't you dare underestimate us. Let's go. Immediately, an attack shot towards the white-haired man and the priest, startling them. Yi Qing's body shot straight towards Niu Sun, who panicked. He swung his sword, but Yi Qing quickly dodged. The sword was shattered, the priest was horrified, and Yin's eyes widened in shock. Xingran was speechless. Jianbai looked on in fear. Niu Sun screamed in agony, craning his neck as his body slowly collapsed. His head was severed from his neck. Yi Qing stood behind him, his face dark, his hand gripping his sword tightly. The head lay on the ground, its mouth sputtering something. Blood covered the ground. I didn't even see you make a move. Even if you're stronger, you should at least let me see the difference in our strength. He gasped out his last words. What kind of goddamn failure is this? A dense killing intent radiated from his body. His body below was slowly disintegrating. He then glanced at the minions behind him. And you lot? The white-haired man's face went pale. The boss is dead. Why should I risk my life? I'll just surrender, the priest agreed. There's no point anymore. His expression was bewildered as he glanced at that kid, Ye Qing. Do we still need more bodies to initiate the final sacrament? Let's see how many more have to die to reach that number. It's definitely us. Up ahead, Yi Qing calmly walked towards the end. There's no need for any more death. If he were a true demon, he could use the sacrament directly. And directly use the final sacrament. Jianbai's face was filled with astonishment. A demon can use it directly? His body transformed into a demon's, his head burning as he glanced at them. That's right. I've defeated a demon before. Xingran's eyes widened in shock. Yi Qing. Since when? He explained calmly. Because I accidentally defeated him, I was afflicted with the most wicked curse in the world. The truth is, I only have 1 minute left to live. It'll be over soon. I will be killed by the rules of the curse, and only the power of this final sacrament can remove it. She was still in shock. Yi Qing, since when? So you just need to use the final sacrament to save yourself, and this will all be over, right? We've clearly made it this far. After all, Yi Qing's face was calm as he smiled at them, a book appearing before him. I'm sorry, that was the original plan, but fate never goes according to plan. If only this book could rewrite a person's destiny. He then smiled at Yi Ling, startling her. If this tome can rewrite one person's fate, then I hope that person is you, Yi Ling, she screamed in panic. Captain, what nonsense are you talking about? This is your only chance. Why would you use it on someone as worthless as me? He then looked up at the book before him. You've never truly lived for yourself, have you? From the day you were forced to share a body with your sister, everything you've done has been for her. You've done an amazing job. Everyone who entered the abyss alive must also leave it alive. Xingran looked up, her eyes welling with tears. I won't let you do this. Yi Qing's hand touched the book, and it began to absorb his energy. He looked at it, clenched his fist, and smiled. I'm sorry. This time, I have to break my promise. There's just one thing I need you to do. Use the money I left behind to take good care of my sister. You're the one I trust the most. His body was slowly being pulled into the book, beginning to crack and break apart. In the name of the demon, I release Yi Ling's curse. A vortex of energy swirled around him, causing his body to slowly vanish. Go and see the world of freedom your body was always meant to have. Later, as twilight fell, a group of people stood among the tombstones. That guy was so selfish. To prevent the hunter team from being targeted by the World Guild, he chose to escape first. A bouquet of roses lay on the grave. Thanks to him, the House of the Fated has now successfully achieved an S rank. Beside him, Xingran also stood there, staring at the tombstone with a smile. He did die, but as soon as he fell, his body vanished, as if someone had dragged it down into the abyss. He might be able to fool everyone else, but not me. He asked, confused. What do you mean by that? She held a stone tablet, her expression still calm as she smiled. He's not some piece of trash, so eventually, he will return. But the next time he appears, he will definitely leave everyone stunned. The stone in her hand began to glow. I believe it.